estimated that there are almost 4,000 troops to defend here. Hu Benwei only dispatched 2,000 people this time. They did not have an advantage in number, but they could not say that the gap was too large. The advanced degree of equipment of the Han tribe was enough to make up for the shortage of people, not to mention the high proportion of crossbowmen in the army set by Luo Chong. To the extent that more than 1,000 of them are crossbowmen, this advantage is even more obvious. The blood slaughter was also very confident in this battle, so he immediately decided that the whole army would rest on the ship and launch a landing attack before dawn. However, the soldier can sleep, but he can't sleep. At this time, the blood slaughter and the army Samaxu Dongliang, one to consider tactics, one to coordinate grain, grass and supplies, and calculate the food of the army, and those scouts are even more restless. When the moon was in the sky, more than a dozen boats approached the shore again at night, and the investigators above took a lead hammer to measure the depth of the water, looking for a suitable landing point, and the shipwreck can be closest to the shore. People have been busy living for more than 2 hours before finding a suitable landing area. In this area, several sealed buckets painted in red and white were placed as buoys, which is extremely professional. When the fish belly in the east is about to show up, the blood slaughter gives orders to get all the soldiers up to eat and prepare to attack. This day's breakfast is very rich. Every morning's porridge becomes a more hungry dry meal. I can only see a few slices of sausages. One person in the world today has some pickled refreshing melon dishes to eat, and the fresh fish soup is even more manageable. It's okay to drink water, so that the soldiers are all filled with their stomachs. At about 4:30 in the morning, the soldiers went to the toilet for the last time, and then began to help each other through armor to check their respective weapons and equipment. In addition, according to the tactical requirements of this time, they were likely to carry out a fire attack. There are a large number of torches, as well as torrents mounted in bamboo tubes, and these things are given to the least load. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky in the east gradually became white, and the sky was blinded. The herdsmen stationed in the pastoral land also started a day's action. The men hadn't got up yet, but the women had held large and small pots or the barrel entered the corral, squeezing some milk to make cheese when the morning was cool, and some people went to the lake with pottery to fetch water, used to wash clothes or cook. However, at this time, some people suddenly discovered several red and white barrels floating not far from the shore. In a natural environment, these two colors are very prominent, and it is difficult to get attention. What is that? A female herdsman who fetched water asked in surprise. I haven't seen it, but it looks like something made by a person. You see, those things all look exactly the same. A woman next to it speculated to say, I think it's a container, or it's made of wooden boards. It's the only Han tribe that can make this kind of thing. Another person guessed, Han tribe container. How did that appear here? Who knows, maybe they sold it to other tribes, and then those people accidentally fell into the water and floated here. But since it is ours here, you wait, I will go back and get a pole take it up. However, just when a group of women planned to start with these buoys, the half-round red day that rose slowly from the water in the distance was blocked by some strange black shadows, and some people doubted it. Look at what is over there, something blocks the red sun. It seems to be getting bigger. In the fingers of the women, more than 30 sailboats are rushing towards the shore of the lake while the eastward wind is down. The deck is already covered with elite sisters sitting on the legs, and their weapons have been placed first in the landing craft. The women on the shore looked at the growing monsters in the field of view and screamed in shock, but when there were about 100 meters from the shore the monsters finally stopped, but did not wait for them to breathe a sigh of relief. The huge fleet instantly sounded the deafening drums of war, and countless red flags were diagonally pointing to the shore, and all the commanders on the ships issued orders. All of them have landing cabins and bows throw cover, sword shield soldiers and halberd soldiers land on the beach, array cover bows land, the whole army attacks, fast. As the drums of war broke, the flag flew, and under the orders of officers at all levels of the army, all the armies of the Han tribe began a landing attack. In order to fight for more time to grab the beach and avoid wasting time on the dinghy, those landing craft have been put into the water before departure, and have been hanging behind the sailing boat with rope to drag. Now when landing, the soldiers only need to jump on the boat and paddle to the shore. According to the order, the sword shield soldiers and the halberd soldiers took the lead in landing, and thousands of archers gathered on the deck of each ship, aiming at the possible enemies on the shore. They are here to provide fire cover for the first troops and wait for the first batch of soldiers to go up, stand firm, and they will follow up again. The herdsmen women on the shore of the lake were stunned. Dozens of unprecedented behemoths suddenly arrived at the sunrise in the east, full of sea monsters covered with iron scales. Their riding roared like thunder, urging the sea monster to go to the shore of the lake. No one dared to stay here anymore. Although the women on the grassland were always known for their bravery, they couldn't help but see such a scene. They ran away when they were so scared that they dropped what they had. There are also direct stupidity in place, but when the first boarding troops were about to arrive at the shore of the lake, dozens of crossbows immediately flew out of the big ship behind to gather these women, and more than a dozen people left on the shore were in their bodies. The arrow fell into the pool of blood. Although more than a dozen women have nothing to do with the situation, war is war, and the task received by the bow troops is to clear all the targets on the shore before landing the troops first. They can do whatever it is for women and children or anything. It is only for the purpose of successfully landing the troops first. Sure enough, after this wave of scared and silly women fell, with the sound of the oars, the first troops finally crossed to the shore, and the soldiers jumped directly into the shallow water on the shore and quickly arrayed onto the west bank. Land! As the women who ran back kept warning, and the deafening drums of war by the lake, there was also a jump of chickens and dogs in the herdsman's camp on the lake. Many men who were naked and didn't even wear clothes ran out of their tents. They got a spear in their hands, some carried bows and arrows, and didn't need any organization at all. Take out your own horses first. What happened? What happened? Many men had a bottom in their hearts after riding on a mount, and began to catch women who fled around to ask about the situation. It's a water monster. A water monster comes over at sunrise. They have glowing scales on their bodies. They also killed people from our tribe with strange bows and arrows. They are going ashore. A woman cried in panic. Water monster. The few men inquired were a bit puzzled, and they had never heard of such nonsense, but since the rush monster killed the woman in their tribe, they had to take care of it. A group of heavily armed men went straight to the lake, and far away they heard thunderous drums over there, and there were some drums in their hearts. Is it really a monster of water? Otherwise, how could thunder be accompanied by water? However, when they were a little hesitant, many people started to run inland, but the things in their mouths were different from those just now. Come on, the Han tribe called from the lake, and everyone quickly took the weapons to face the battle. A woman in her 20s made a trumpet in front of her mouth and ran and shouted. More than a dozen knights passing by her immediately called her. What did you say? Is the Han tribe calling? Yes, it is from the Han tribe, they have many people. The woman nodded for sure. How do you know it is a Han tribe? Someone asked again. They have Han on the flag they have. I know that word, the same as the word on my pottery bowl. The woman explained again. But some people just said it was a monster, and there were fish-like scales on the body? That's the armor of the Han tribe. Don't you know the armor? The woman asked the questioner directly. This time, everyone figured it out. The so-called water monster is just a group of people wearing armor. They have all heard of it. Their leader also learned to play with a heavy cavalry wearing nails with the Han tribe, but they are nowadays also equipped with some bronze arrows that can shoot through the nails, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Isn't that human again? What is the difference with them? However, there are still more cautious people asking again, how many people are coming from the Han tribe? How many horses are there? How did they come? All wearing nails? What weapon did you take? The young women calmly answered, hadn't counted carefully just now, there were about 2,000 or 3,000 people, all soldiers, and they didn't see the horse. They all came from the water. They sat on a strange thing and I haven't seen it. However, they are not wearing leather armor. The armor is shining and looks like golden iron. The weapon used is a strange spear and a bow and arrow. More than a dozen knights made up based on her description, and felt that the number of people was not too large. They should be able to fight a dozen. As for weapons, they are all spears and bows and arrows. They are similar to their equipment, so they are humane. If you go and call more people, you will say that the people of the Han tribe come to fight us quickly, or they will not have their share. The woman nodded and said nothing, so she called people everywhere again. However, while the young and strong tribes were still gathering, some herdsmen who were closer to the lake had already arrived by the lake. When they reached the lake, the first end troops of the Han tribe had all landed, but these soldiers did not rush, attacked, but quickly formed a semicircular army with the lake water under the command of officers at all levels. The sword shields supported the half-manta-high shields to stand at the outermost, and the shields on one side formed a seamless shield wall, and behind this large shield wall, followed by the shield soldiers. Although the regular army's halberd soldiers belong to the same sequence, the weapons are still different. The Edian soldiers used a 4-meter-long iron halberd, but they did not have defense equipment. They were mainly used to defend the cavalry's spearmen. In addition to a 7-meter-5-long spear, they also had a radius of half a meter. The size of the round shield is mainly used to cooperate with the sword shield. I saw a row of super-long spears stretched out diagonally above the low wall composed of sword shields. On this dense line of defense composed of spears, another row of round shields added the shield wall up. On the periphery of this military formation, thousands of grassland cavalry rode around on horses, and looked at this military formation was a bit dumbfounded. This is the first time they have seen such a battle. The enemy's fighting method is different from theirs. There is no horse, but the big wooden board blocks you from the strictness. They can't even see a figure outside. There is also their combination, which makes these prairie people feel a feeling of cat-hedgehog, unable to talk. Countless wooden boards are arranged without gaps, making their bows and arrows ineffective. They were stabbed with guns in the past and blocked by long guns detected on the wall. If this rushed up, it was estimated that the first to die was themselves. But it's not the same to stare here. The enemy's list of such a formation is obviously defensive. They don't let their side get close, nor take the initiative to attack. Obviously, they are fighting for time for the people behind, because there are already many people. It was noted that there were many soldiers wearing armor on the lake who came by boat. The weapons these people carried were all strange bows and arrows. Perhaps on the shore is waiting for these bows to come and meet, and then launch an attack. For a while, a lot of herdsmen gathered, and the number of cavalry has reached more than 2,000. There is a person who looks like a leader who sees that his warrior has not attacked, and the enemy has not moved. It looks like the two sides are confronting each other, so he is puzzled. What's going on? Why not attack? Did you see anyone coming behind them? Do you want to wait for more and more enemies? At this time, someone replied, "They have wooden walls, our bows and arrows are inaccessible, they also have spears, we can't rush with horses, and we can't let everyone die like this." But the leader just threw a whip over and talked back to the man's howling, "Are you all stupid sheep? Can't shoot arrows and don't use flying stones and spears? Hurry, drive them into the water." After saying this, he sent a few more cronies to report to Takatone on a fast horse. The Han tribe suddenly attacked their ranch. This is not a good thing. The battlefield by the lake also moved quickly. The herdsmen launched an attack under the urging of several small heads. Countless flying stones and spears were directed at the shield wall of the Han tribe, making a sound of dong dong dong. Although the shaking, it is still stable. Jian's shield is a member of this shield wall. As a general flag of a sword shield, he is now calling for the soldiers under his command to stand up. Everyone wears a helmet, lowers his head, hides his body behind a shield, and pays attention to the protection of his limbs. Everyone with a knife shield is a mountain armor. This piece of armor is hooked on each other without a twine. It is all a double-layer stereo structure, and the coverage is positive. The upper body does not need to say that the entire arm to the shoulder also has a long to the shoulder cover of the elbow, with armor wrists, from the elbow to the back of the hand. The armor of the lower body also fell to the knee. The only weakness can only be regarded as the lower leg exposed, but it is also blocked by the big shield at this time. As long as it is hidden more carefully, it will not be attacked. The enemy's stone attack is obviously useless to the military array. There are no artillery or stone-throwing machine weapons. Just hit the shield with a large egg stone and it sounds at most. They also quickly discovered this, so increased the number of spears. With the whizzing sound of the air, countless spears flew towards the shield wall, which instantly caused some losses to the Han tribe's military array. Some of the stone spears were blocked by the shield wall, and some it was stuck in the open space behind the shield wall, and some seemed to have opened the same spear. It just flew in from the gap between the round shields, causing some bruises to the gunmen standing behind. But because the Han tribe is equipped with iron armor, they are just a little bruised. The injured can now continue to insist, and the impact on combat is not great. However, this is the only spear that can pose a little threat to the Han tribe. After throwing 2 rounds, it was immediately declared exhausted. After all, the spear that the cavalry can equip is limited. That is not their main weapon. Even if one can do 3, it is a lot. How can there be so many inventory? However, it is not obvious to see the effect of throwing a spear, but the Han tribe bows on the water are getting closer and closer. Several small leaders who were appointed by the vent to stay at home are also anxious. They even greeted everyone to detour the side of the array. Looking for flaws, the arrows were ejected into the water to prevent the bull from landing. The shooting of more than 2,000 people formed an arrow rain, but the range of their bows and arrows was obviously not so far away. The dense arrows and rains were launched into the water, which aroused a white flower, but it did not stop the bulls from landing. And one of the little leaders with bronze spears was even more unconvinced and directed towards the army. When he ran to about 30 meters, he started to turn to the side and ran away, but just turned around. At the moment, the bronze spear in his hand was also thrown out fiercely. The golden spearhead is fast and ruthless, and the bang stuck on a large shield, poking a hole directly from the 2.5 centimeters thick oak shield, and the spear penetrated the shield, just hitting the side face of the shield soldier. Fortunately, their helmets have soft armor hanging from 3 sides to protect the side face and neck. The spearhead made of bronze did not penetrate the double-layer mountain armor, but this ferocious impact force still broke the teeth on the side of the soldier by 3, causing the person to vomit blood and faint on the spot. With the fainting of this unlucky egg, there was also a vacancy in the original flawless shield wall. Although the halberd soldiers standing in the back row immediately dragged people down, they also lifted the shield, but for so few seconds. At this time, someone had seized the opportunity to shoot a few arrows at this space, and the halberd soldiers were set on fire by more than a dozen arrows while supporting the shield. Although most of them were blocked by armor, an arrow hit his calf. It's just that due to the posture relationship of the station, the arrow happened to be shot on the shin of his calf, blocked by the bones, and fell directly before waiting for 2 seconds on the legs. Although the pain in the shin was a bit, the soldier knew the importance of the formation, so he insisted on his teeth, hoping that the Bao soldiers behind could land quickly, so they were not so passive, go fight back early. When he was so nagging, the blood slaughter that landed with the Bao soldiers also discovered this situation. He even stopped hundreds of crossbowmen and stopped them, so they let them shoot around at the enemy's side on the boat. The knife shields in front relieved the pressure and by the way covered the other half of the bowls ashore. Whizzing! A few waves of dense arrows fell, instantly covering the enemy cavalry in front of the formation. Many herdsmen and warriors dropped several arrows on the back of the horse, and some escaped with injuries. Even the horses hurt a lot. Several of the herdsmen's leaders were frightened. They were the first to see the bows and arrows of the Han tribe. The leaders just now did not try to attack the lake with a method of ejection, but because of the distance, they have never been able to do what they want. Now they are suddenly countered by the Han tribe, which makes most people start to fear. Only keep a certain distance to attack with cold arrows on the periphery, but basically no effect. When the blood slaughter behind looked at the situation, the heart was instantly bottomed out, and I was more confident in the war. I hurriedly urged the bull to use this air block to land. Thousands of people were divided into 2 groups, and soon came to the shield on the shore. Wall protection. 100 steps forward, around enemy. Finally came to the shore, the blood-slaughtered body covered with silver scales, and began to give orders loudly. The flag bearer and the driver beside him immediately communicated his orders to the whole army. The army of 2,000 people began to be like type machines. Change shape. The shields at the beginning began to move forward quickly, and the gunmen followed closely. The crossbowmen who had just landed were lined up in the middle of the shield wall, and the shields at the 2 wings contracted backwards, eventually turning the shield wall into a circle. Keep the bull firmly protected in the middle. Several leaders under the impersonation began to secretly worry. The tightly defended formation of the Han tribe made them feel incompetent. This is completely different from the chase and chase they usually experience. The enemy stood in front of their own eyes, but there is no good way. However, their immobility does not mean that the Han tribe is immobile. The blood slaughter is very clear about the strategic purpose of the enemy, that is, to consume the enemy's living power as much as possible. They are not here to defend, but to attack and destroy, so the blood slaughter quickly issued the second order after landing. The archers fired forward, the gunmen moved forward slowly, and the halberd soldiers raised fire. The new order was issued, and the halberd soldiers responsible for carrying the tong oil and torches began to prepare the fire attack equipment. The defense circle composed of gunshields began to move slowly inland, gradually pressing against the enemy's camp. The heavily protected Bao soldiers are automatically divided into several waves, and they shoot at the surrounding enemy targets in turn. After the first wave, they start to stop and place to install new crossbows and arrows. The first wave continued to shoot, so the turn made the arrows in the circle of the Han tribe like a spring. The enemies close to it all fell down with several arrows. Whizzing! The endless burst of fire came out, causing a lot of casualties to the cavalry under the impersonation. They did not dare to get close easily, nor did they want to leave easily, and let the Han tribe rush into their camp without hindrance. Most of these cavalry men were wearing felt-made clothes, or they were directly naked. A few of their nail-wearing leaders were still suffering heavy casualties under the attack of the Han tribe's iron arrow. They rode horses around the Han tribe's circle. But I dare not get too close to delay the progress of the Han tribe with the same projectile. However, the toothy arrows and a small number of bronze arrows have little effect on the Han tribe equipped with large shields and armor. This is an asymmetric war. Seeing that the Han tribe is getting closer and closer to the camp, some enemies can't stand it anymore, and their own tents are behind them. At this time, it is too late to move away. The bow and arrow in their hands have little effect on the Han tribe. They remembered the projectile that was first used. Some people have reapplied their skills, and once again accelerated from a distance to the Han tribe's circle, and then threw the spear when they wanted to fly to 30 meters, but the situation at this time was different from the beginning. When landing, the gunshield soldiers can only be passively defended and cannot make effective attacks, but now it is different. After joining the Bao army in the center of the circle, the army has been given a long-range shooting capability, so when the opponent's spear shooter rushed to about 50 meters, he was hit by the artillery fire, and dozens of crossbows were as dense as flying locusts, covering the past, instantly shooting those brave spearnas into hedgehogs. The horses with arrows ran up in shock, and some rushed directly to the circle. They were also stabbed to death by the gunman's 7.5 meters long gun on the spot, and they could not get close to the shield wall for half a step. Just as the circle advanced to a distance of only about 200 meters from the camp, the halberd soldiers in the circle also ignited the torches, prepared the tanjian and other materials used for the fire attack, and then shouted the report. Report, the torch is ready. Report, Tongyan is ready. Report, the felt strip is ready. The sound of the report came over, let the blood slaughter spirit for a while, looked at the white tents one by one not far away, and immediately shouted, rocket, each aiming at the tent to eject. Yes, prepare the rocket. The halberd soldiers quickly used bamboo tweezers to pull out the linoleum strips soaked in tungul oil from the bamboo tube, and then helped the bowman wrap around the crossbow. After all the waves were installed, the halberd responsible for raising fire next to them ignited the crossbow, and the bulls each looked for grassland buildings such as tent-felt houses within range, quickly aim at the target and pull the trigger. Whizzing and whizzing, a shaking flame dragged black smoke, and flew to their tents and felt rooms in the terrifying and desperate eyes of countless herdsmen. The felt tent suppressed with wool saw the fire. With the help of the morning breeze, it was only dozens of seconds. It turned into a big fireball, which once again darkened the just expressed sky. Countless herdsmen, children and women frightened out of the fire-breathing tent, their crying and curse sounded together, and some herdsmen and soldiers saw such a situation, and even hurried out of the team to find their family members, put their children and women on horseback, and then rushed to their own corners to release the livestock. The family is gone, the livestock are their only property, now we can only find a way to keep the last living materials. Don't run, they don't have many people, they rush up to kill them. You, come back to me, don't run. A small leader who stretched his voice and screamed, but how many people listened to him? Some ran directly, and some attacked Hu Benwei's army array. The little leader bent and arrowed. The escaping cavalry shot down the horse, but immediately did not know where the cold arrow flew out was shot to the ground. Dry Li Lian, rush it yourself, don't you see that they are all wearing armor? Our bows and arrows will not hurt them at all, let's die you. A herdsman not far away shot the cold arrow and cursed it in a chaotic camp. He was not found in the chaotic camp. He turned his horse and ran to his home. He wanted to take the women and children and livestock to escape this right and wrong place. However, some cavalrymen saw the Han tribe begin such unscrupulous destruction, and their eyes began to blush, picking up the spear and rushing to the circle of the Han tribe, but immediately rejected it by the gunman. Outside the shield wall, some people again took off stones and stone axes for long-range attacks. However, the attack distance of 30 and 40 meters could not break into the arrow range of the Han tribe, and the cavalry who dared to rush to the army position fell to the scene. Along with the fire that was rushing around, the smoke of the wounds, the howling of the wounded, the rousing of the horses, the herdsman's camp had been messed up. At this time, the weakness of the cavalry was exposed. They did not have a strict militarization organization. Many soldiers did not have a clear chief to lead, and when they saw a win, they ran away. The lack of officers and the randomness of the structure made them unable to organize an effective counterattack. Those who dared to run over and rushed out were all rare lala, and the timidity had run away, and even started to go home to pick up their belongings and prepare to run. Such a chaotic scene made the blood slaughter indiscriminately despise. There are also many warriors in the prairie cavalry. Those who dare to rush are all good players. If they are organized to launch a cluster charge, this thin layer of shield wall of Hu Benwei may not be able to block it. Unfortunately, they cannot be organized together. These bravest fighters often come alone, and basically become suicide attacks. Although this battle was won, it was still a matter of urgency to look at the herdsmen and livestock who were running away in the distance. This is not in line with their strategic purpose. The leader wants to eliminate it, not just defeat it, but the nomad's habits. This is often the case. Seeing such a scene, the blood slaughter is no longer stable and stable. In order to take advantage of the chaos to expand the results, even the command line, the whole army is disbanded, each line of 5 lines finds their own target, burns all the tents, and kills all the herdsmen. Don't let them run. As a result of the military order, Hu Benwei's large circle was immediately dispersed, and each soldier formed a 5-line array in the same way as usual training, and rushed to kill in all directions. The Han tribe's 5-line array is a multi-breed method of warfare. There is 1 sword shield in the array, 1 spear soldier, 1 halberd soldier, 2 crossbowmen, and 1 group of 5 can attack and defend. It is a combat system that is more than easy to deal with unorganized herdsmen. Those of the herdsman's cavalry who did not want to escape, at first glance, the Han tribe, a large array with no lower mouth, disbanded themselves, and even hurriedly greeted their companions to kill them. wanting to take the opportunity to kill some enemies and snatch the Han army's weapons, especially the invulnerable armor simply made them hot. The sound of horseshoes came from all directions, and some brave and fierce cavalry broke into the army of Hu Benwei, using various weapons to start attacking the grouped Han soldiers, but the wolf teeth they shot, even if the arrow was shot at close range on the armor, it still could not break the defense of the Han army. Weapons such as stone axe throwing spears were also blocked by flexible shielders. The crossbowmen did not give the enemy a second chance to shoot. The 2 iron arrows were fired in sequence, and the enemy who committed the crime in the instantaneous future shot down. However, the battle between the panic, coupled with the fact that there are only 2 archers in the group, the long-range ability is greatly reduced, and it is impossible to form a coverage firepower advantage. Under the flexible maneuver of the cavalry, it is also difficult to exert accuracy. The Battle of Hu Benwei also fell into a stalemate until someone came up with a good idea. I saw that in the team led by Guildshield, 2 bows shot 4 arrows and failed to hit the cavalry wandering around them. John Shield immediately cursed, "Are you too stupid? And if you can't hit someone, shoot his horse down, let's go up and do him together." The 2 archers muttered, "That is a good horse, our horse, how many places can we get back to the tribe?" These are civilians who are used to poor life. Although the Han tribe has a good life and can grow land without worrying about eating and drinking, the lack of cattle and horses in the Han tribe is still a real problem. When spring is cultivated every year, each family can only go to the public. The corral is used to rent cattle and horses. In this way, many people have to line up when spring is used. Their ideas are very simple. I was thinking about being able to seize some cattle and horses to improve my life this time, so I was reluctant to shoot horses. I just wanted to kill people. But now is the time to fight, of course, to kill the enemy. Although the heart hurts, they quickly pointed the sight on the crossbow at the enemy's horse. The whizzing arrows shot in the past, the horses with the arrows fell to the ground. A herdsman ran into the horse and rolled a few laps, glanced at the group of Han troops behind him, and looked at the spears with no one high in his hand. The spear and the iron halberd in the hands of the Han army started to run and scare. Most of the cavalry composed of herdsmen use bows and arrows as weapons. The stone axes and spears can be thrown, and the number of weapons that can be used in the melee is not large. They have taken a stone spear in their hands. Without the coward and the Han tribe's gunmen, the Han tribe's weapon did have an advantage in this battle. But Jinshield finally caught such an opportunity. How could he let go of this enemy who had no horses? Their swordsmen and shields stood in the first row and were beaten, and the subsequent attacks were mainly bowmen, and the gunmen were auxiliary. It's not his turn to shoot. This half-day battle has suffocated him, whether it's the enemy's head or the living captive. That's all real military skills. That can be directly appreciated by the Lord. How can it be easily let go, and then rushed up with his team's wailing? The shepherd who fell off his leg was a bit hurt, and he couldn't lift the speed at all. Seeing a group of iron armor and Han army rushed up, he was too scared to throw the stone axe in his hand, but he was knocked away by the real wood shield in the hand of the strong shield. The gunman next to him looked at the opportunity and immediately rushed up with his 7.5 meters long gun, and put the shepherd in a cool heart. It's a pity that Jianshun secretly said, but he ran over and cut off the man's head with a knife, and then hung it on his waist, and said to the team members behind him, "Everyone needs to be fast. Kill 2, you need to cut 5 heads to promote each person to 1 level, don't be stunned, go away." The reason why Ng Dun said so is actually Luo rushed to the rules. The military skills of the Han tribe are generally replaced by the enemy's first level or captives. However, in order to avoid soldiers fighting for each other's credit, Luo Jing decided that a temporary calculation based on credit for combat. It's okay to cut a few heads during the war, but the heavy armored infantry of the Han tribe won't suffer. But the task of arresting the captive is not something that one person can do. At least one of the soldiers will be next to it. Leave a soldier to cover it. In this case, you must group it in combat. It is less than a 3-party formation of 3 people, and there are 7 or 8 people in the big. Credit is recorded in the group during the war. If the first level or the captives add up to be less than the group number, then they can only accumulate first, and no rewards will be given for the time being. If it is greater than the group number, the team members can upgrade together. Although this way of writing is suspected of caring for the weak in the group, it is conducive to the unity within the group. The group generally organizes flexibly according to the situation in wartime, and most of them will use the corresponding arms. In this way, the group must rely on its own teammates, otherwise it is difficult to obtain credit, and second, it will be in danger. After taking the cavalry's head off, Jianshan continued to turn to other places. In the messy camp, countless Han tribe fighters formed groups, and when they saw the house, they killed them, unless they surrendered voluntarily. Only when there is no hostility around, will he choose to tie this person up to capture it, otherwise in a critical moment, no one will take their lives for such a captive. The scattered team quickly captured most of the camps, surrounded by the red flags of the Han army, and the burning blazes and smoke from the tent. Many herders and livestock fled in a panic, but quickly was intercepted by the soldiers of the surrounding tiger guards. The order of the leader, the humans and animals were wiped out, and one was not left. On weekdays, the infinite-minded tribes enjoy the treatment of the allies. No tribe can be respectful when they come. They never dreamed that their tribe would turn into a flames. Countless herdsmen and livestock died of death. The young men with bows and arrows blushed. They failed to protect their clan, not because they were not brave. The enemy was too powerful. Everyone had a blade of armor, and they used bows farther than they shot. Their weapons would be blocked by the enemy's big wooden board. Let these warriors who have never bowed their heads feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I have a way to defeat those enemies. Who wants to go with me? At this time, a teenager at the periphery suddenly said among the crowd preparing to escape. You? What method? Don't brag, they are all coming over. Let's escape with the livestock as soon as possible. Where to go is better than staying here. The middle-aged man next to him disdainfully ridiculed. The teenagers didn't care what he said, but they continued to encourage others. The armor of the Han tribe is too powerful, and our weapons can't hurt them, but they don't have horses, they run too slowly. I have a way to deal with them. If it is done, it can not only kill a few enemies and avenge, but also get a armor like that. Maybe you can still get a weapon. Who of you would like to go with me? After listening, everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. The middle-aged man who just ridiculed once again asked, "It's nice to say. You first talk about what you can do. If it's really feasible, don't let everyone follow you to death." The teenager still didn't speak, but he looked around the crowd this time, and finally put his secret weapon in front of everyone. Everyone around him saw what he took, and it was suddenly bright. A few minutes later, when the various groups of the Han tribe were about to burn all the tents and felt houses, the young herdsman who had just fled in the distance ran back again. Although the number was not large, there were also scattered 100 or 200 people. The rumbling horseshoes came from the eyes of the Hu Benwei group of soldiers. These shirtless herdsmen quickly dispersed, but they never bent their bows and arrows, and they threw their axes, just blindly holding a rope stick. The flying knight passed around the scattered Han army, but it did not stop. The young knight shook his rod, and a rope was wrapped around a Han soldier. The warrior with his head was dragged away. The surrounding soldiers were shocked. Seeing that the comrades were taken away by the enemy, even blocking the arrow, or pumping the knife, or swinging the halberd, want to cut the terrible rope. And the soldier who was dragged away only felt that the rope around his neck made him unable to breathe. He had to throw away his weapon and pull the rope around his neck tightly with his hands to prevent himself from being directly strangled. He wanted to kick his legs, but the horses that kept moving forward kept him from focusing on the place where he had no strength, and both boots were pulled off. The shiny silver armor was covered with brown soil and thick green grass leaves at this time. The soft grass kept padding around him, but it made him feel painful like a steel knife. Just when he rolled his eyes and felt he couldn't hold on, the momentum of progress suddenly stalled, and there was a noisy shouting in his ears. Several people who were also wearing armor quickly surrounded him. A sword-shield soldier cut the rope around his neck, and scolded and went to cut the head of a shepherd. Even the limbs were cut down like resentment. This sudden attack finally made Hu Benwei's soldiers feel tricky. Most of them were not familiar with the lives of herdsmen. Unexpectedly, they still had such means. If they were just weapons like bows and arrows, they were not afraid, but they did not expect the enemy. Such a soft knife will be used, and the horse lever will be put on and go away. It is really confusing. Such a method of warfare is useless to wear thicker armor. Nearly 200 people's lasso team attacked and caused considerable losses to Hu Benwei. The dragged knives and shields were better. They were equipped with short weapons. Some had not been dragged out far. The rope that cut off the top of the head was basically free of casualties. Each of them was equipped with at least 2 short knives. He easily got out of the lasso. The worst is the number of halberd soldiers and bow soldiers. They don't have any short weapons. Spears and halberds and bows and arrows are useless for tough ropes. The only short weapon shovel is used as an axe to cut people. But trying to cut the rope is not something that can be done easily. Some of these people were rescued by the surrounding friendly forces, some were directly dragged away, and disappeared into the eyes of their comrades. Even if they were rescued, they found that the neck and cervical vertebrae of the dragged were all pulled. People are dying, some have long since lost their breath, and their heads are unnaturally crooked to the side. And the herdsmen on the other side, they attacked nearly 200 people, and only 30 or 40 people came back alive. But these 30 or 40 people, but more than 20 tiger guards dragged behind their horses. Some have been swallowing for a long time, but some are still dying alive. So many people are left? One of them looked around for a week, and his face was terrible. Yeah, but we didn't suffer this time. Look at what we got. Ha 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 ha. A blind herdsman Yun laughed a few times and pulled the crossbow on his arm. He took a bite at the arrow, and finally put it in his arrow pot, and then he took the stone axe and ruthlessly walked behind his horse. The Hanjun soldiers lying behind were naked in their feet, their eyes were white, and the saliva in the corner of their mouths was mixed with blood and slowly flowing out. People had been discouraged for a long time, and the bright armor had become filthy, but in the eyes of this herdsman, it was rare. Rare treasures. Mother, how did this thing take off? The young man who hadn't figured out how to wear the armor for a long time couldn't help scolding. However, the people around him reminded that don't take it off here. It's not far from the camp. Be careful of the enemy catching up. Let's go quickly and find a way to get rid of it. I still have a live one here. What should I do? Do I kill him? At this time, a teenager suddenly asked. Live. Keep it, we will take him away and dedicate it to the leader. We will be able to exchange a lot of rewards, but don't let him die, it's worth it if he dies. The person next to him immediately suggested. Oh, then I tied him up first, and waited to a safe place before taking off his clothes. The teenager nodded and immediately tied up the half-conscious soldier's 5 flowers, and asked people to help move to their horsebacks, waiting for several others to finish packing and leave together. But at this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't get it, the Han tribe's people came on horseback." When the crowd was shocked, they immediately looked in the direction of the camp. Sure enough, more than 100 Han troops in iron armor chased over. They each held swords and guns, and a fierce force rushed here. They didn't need to ask. Know that this was to grab the body. After the Hu Benwei who had just captured the camp was suddenly attacked by lassos, he immediately gave instructions to observe the blood slaughter of the entire battlefield by the lake, summoned the soldiers with superb equestrian skills, formed a temporary cavalry with the seized horses, and rushed over to take the comrades' bodies. It's okay to take the enemy back. There are indeed some people who can ride horses in Hu Benwei, but if the equestrian is superb, no one dares to say such a big thing. You know, the horses of the Han tribe are all built on the saddle and stirrup of Takahashi. There is nothing, and they run directly with their legs in the belly of the horse. They really dare not blow themselves, but in order to recapture the scorpion of comrades, save them from abuse. No one who has ridden a horse before has flinched. Those who have no chance to go can only regret not having learned to ride a horse. There are not many temporary cavalry. Most of them are Hu Benwei's scouts. Although they don't have a horse, they have also learned riding in order to be able to ride back when they seized enemy horses. There are also a small number of officers. The early soldiers of the Han tribe also had a lot of contact with riding. Now they have become officers after expanding their troops. There are more opportunities to ride horses. The least accounted are several craftsmen and grooms in the logistics department, some blacksmiths who change horses, and horses who feed horses. Although they do not participate in combat very much, they deal with horses all day, and they are also very interested in riding. At this time, there is finally a chance to make them stand on the front line for military skills, and the logistics arms are not willing to be weak. But all those who can ride horses rushed up with a brain, even the weapons in their hands were borrowed. When I saw the Han army suddenly running a cavalry horse team, I was shocked by dozens of people. I didn't see the Han tribe having cavalry for just a long time. Their first impression was that the Han tribe's people would not riding, so I didn't go far just now, thinking that as long as I got out of the range of bows and arrows, but I didn't expect any of these Han troops to catch up on their horses. Dozens of people were caught by surprise and were busy packing things and fleeing, but some people were reluctant to carry the armor and clothes on the body and had to continue to drag behind the horses and run, but in this way, their speed was inevitably slow. It came down and was quickly caught up by the temporary cavalry of the Han tribe. Some were killed on the spot, and some were really unhappy. I had to catch up and cut the rope, even if I robbed the body back. In the end, even the only living mouth was recaptured by the soldiers from the herdsman, but the herdsman boy who captured him was too vicious, and he was about to be caught up soon, but he had to give up the captive, but then he was left. Before the horseback, the teenager pulled out an arrow and plugged it directly into the captured soldier's eyes, but still took the soldier's life. In a bang, the body fell heavily on the ground, and the herdsman teenager stared at the Han army chasing behind him. His loot was gone, leaving only one iron helmet left in his arms. The chasing Han army cavalry saw that the corpses dragged by the other party were robbed. They were not in love. Some people began to patrol the circle. The other part was to dismount the corpses and carry them on the horseback. The body of the comrade returns. It's not that they don't want to pursue it, just because their capabilities are really limited. They are not serious cavalry. They use a variety of weapons and even have a complete horse. Some people just have to fall with their legs and galloping. Don't mention the use of weapons on horseback. It's scary to make a number of people. Maybe who loses and wins, they cannot abolish martial arts themselves, and waste their own advantages. When these people came back, the battle of the old nest camp was basically over. The tiger guards distributed throughout the camp also began to search everywhere, and all the captured captive animals were rushed to the Great Lakes side. These people were escorted to the ship and stayed on the ship. At this time, people were also brought over to start counting the results and the damage. A battle ended at about 7 o'clock in the morning, leaving only some herdsmen who did not want to leave easily, or stayed in the distance to monitor who Benway were still wandering. They also wanted to know that the Han tribe suddenly attacked this station. What is the purpose of the pasture? Is it long-term occupation? Still the same rules as grasslands, grab a wave and run. The blood buttons ignored them. Hu Benway now has no professional cavalry, and he can't take them. He had to let the temporary cavalry who had just robbed the body patrol the periphery, and then let other infantry hurry to clean up the battlefield, clean up the seizures and war damage. The Westma Shui Dongliang has organized the sailors on board to start working. Tiger Benway used a total of more than 30 brig sailboats for this expedition. Each ship is equipped with 2 small boats for landing. In addition to landing, more than 70 small boats can build temporary pontoons or stacks, which is the case at this time. More than 70 small boats were divided into 3 groups. Each group of more than 20 ships was tightly lined up, connected with ropes, then laid on wooden boards, and 2 wooden piles were fixed at one end near the lake bank. The other side directly connected the cargo ship parked in the deep water area. The clerks who followed the army were standing at the bridgehead of the trestle, while counting the number of captives and pressing them on the big ship. After a while, Shui Dongliang, who was in charge of the entire Hobenway logistics, found the blood slaughter, and said something difficult. Old slaughter. There were more than 100,000 animals seized this time, more than 3,000 captives, and more than 1,000 dead animals. What do we do now? After hearing the blood butcher, my eyes were wide. So much. There are many, but not too many. After coming to the grassland, I also studied the lifestyle of many prairie people. They have 6 or 7 herdsmen who want to feed such a large family. It takes at least 100 heads to add together. Of course, there is a large proportion of sheep. Large animals like cows and horses do not exceed 1/23. There are more than 6,000 households in this pastoral land, and each household has more than 600,000 livestock. We only seized 100,000, but only 1/6. Most of them were still let go by those enemies. We can't stop it. The results can only be said to be ordinary, Shui Dongliang said helplessly. However, after listening to this explanation, the blood slaughter is still sucking. He feels that this battle of Hu Benway has not been able to exert all the advantages, and even a little bit of a fight. How could there be such a big seizure? He still can't believe it. I said, Lao Shui, you're right, there are so many, how can I feel that this is not going well? Blood slaughtered frowning asked. Shui Dongliang also sank his face, sighed and stuttered again, saying, you feel right, this time is really not good, but the time for the leader to pick is better, we picked it up and cheaper. The blood slaughter listened, thought about it, and came back to the taste. You mean, all of the things we seized were picked up in vain? That's right, so to speak. Shui Dongliang nodded and affirmed, and then he explained it again. This is a fake nest, but he is not here now, and he has taken away more than half of the young and strong in the camp to grab our business team. But these young women and children and most of the livestock have not been taken away. Stay in this camp. When we fought just now, the family with the host left behind and the family released all the livestock almost for the first time, and then let their women and children withdraw first. They came to block themselves for a while, and then immediately withdrew. So in the end, I didn't run away, and we stopped them. Basically, those families with young and strong people who went out with the vent. Those herdsmen and women had to take care of their children and drive away the livestock. Some still wanted to clean up their family. It was too late to run, so we were caught by our soldiers. Do you say this is not the same as Bai? The same is true of those animals, most of which are unguarded, and then intercepted by us. Some even put the entire column there waiting for us to receive. The enemy is running too fast. The women and children and livestock in their own families can't take care of. How can there be time to control others' homes? But even so, they still let them take away a lot. You need to know that there are still 4/5 of the households where the male host is at home, which is less than half of all the young and strong accounts. It stands to reason that we must cut at least half of the more than 600,000 livestock. But now there are only 100,000 heads, which is far from half. After listening to the blood slaughter, he nodded, which is similar to what he thought. This time it was really not how good Hu Benway played, but it was really a big bargain. But he immediately asked again, what about the damage to the war? How big are our casualties this time? Casualties, nearly 300 people. Xue Dongliang heard the question and turned over the small book in his hand. The blood slaughter was shocked again this time. So much? Yes, as of the end of this war, there are a total of 289 casualties in our army, of which 43 were killed, 29 were seriously injured, and the rest were minor injuries. Xue Dongliang read the small book for a while, and then turned his head to look at the battlefield again, saying again that the number may increase. Will it increase? How is it possible that the enemy has run away? How can it increase? And the soldiers' armor is so good. How can there be so many wounded? The blood slaughter asked with some anger. Xue Dongliangton laughed bitterly. He photographed the book in his hand and handed it to the blood slaughter. You see it yourself. The blood slaughter immediately picked it up. First, he glanced at Xue Dongliang in doubt and found that the other party was still signaling to let him see it. I saw the list of casualties clearly and in detail above. How many were dragged to death by the enemy's lasso? Which unit is called? What is the name? And the number is only more than 20. He also knows this matter, which is still within his acceptance range. But the following record makes him angry. Which soldier of a certain flag was killed by a cow while capturing the livestock? A certain soldier was kicked in the head by a horse and died on the spot. And there is not one such case. In addition, there are more than a dozen people, which makes the blood slaughter extremely painful. The next record of minor injuries is even more nonsense. Except for a few who were injured in the battle, most of the minor injuries were actually bites. What happened to this bite? Won't you tell me that I was bitten by those herdsmen? The blood slaughter questioned the essence of the hand. Xue Dongliangton shook his head helplessly. They really don't have that skill, but the shepherds they raise can. Shepherd. The blood slaughter was again shocked. Yes, when receiving livestock and arresting captives, many of our soldiers were bitten by shepherds raised by local herders. Our soldiers are indeed well armed, but there are still no thighs and elbows. Most of the shepherds bite in these places. Most of the bites are concentrated on the limbs. I just saw it. By now, there are more than 100 people, and it may be increasing. There are more than one dog in the herdsman's family. The number of dogs is very large. These beasts are unspeakable and special guardians. The usual task is to help the master graze. Now we have received livestock in the past and naturally become the target of these beasts. Xue Dongliang explained again. After listening to the blood slaughter, I didn't speak, but I was secretly dating the tooth flower. What's the name of this special brew? Xue Dongliang immediately said, this is the case now. I mean to discuss with you. What should we do with these seizures and wounded? How to deal with it? The blood slaughter also has a headache. Not to mention, livestock alone is a big problem, that is 100,000 living creatures. After a few laps in place, the blood slaughter suddenly asked, you just said that large animals like cattle and horses only account for 1/20th of all livestock? Is not it? Xue Dongliang nodded. Yes, only more than 20,000 of these animals are cattle and horses, and the remaining 80,000 are sheep. Although cattle and horses are more important, we cannot give up directly more than 80,000 sheep. The blood buttocks were deeply locked, and he thought about it with his chin in his hand. After a while, he put forward his opinion. My suggestion is to leave these animals, so many cattle and horses. It would be a pity if they all killed and thrown into the lake. Otherwise, the captives will not be loaded on board. Let's pick out the women with children and use their children to threaten them to help us drive away the livestock. The ship is mainly used to hold the wounded and those animal carcasses. And a small number of captives, the remaining uninjured infantrymen are responsible for walking back to the camp on the road with the livestock captives. What do you think? Xue Dongliang thought a little bit and nodded. This method is good. I have no opinion. It's just that if we can't get on board and evacuate as soon as possible, we must immediately write to the leader and don't let our actions disturb the leader. Plan. Of course, but the letter still needs you to write it, and I will sign and stamp it last. When the blood slaughter heard that he wanted to write, he was busy escaping. Okay, let me write, then you will look at the arrangement for the following things. It is now late spring and early summer. The temperature is high during the day. Those dead horses and dead dogs, if you want to, also deal with it as soon as possible. Leave some as rations, and hurry up and load the rest, digging pits and bury them on the spot. Xue Dongliang reminded. Yes, how can it not be? It is all meat, and the soldiers usually don't eat much. When the blood was slaughtered, he said nervously that there was no way. The poor days passed, and for the first time I saw so much meat, it was all over his mouth, and he threw it away. Soon, according to the latest order of the blood slaughter, the entire Tiger Benway was activated. All the captives and livestock were concentrated to the lake, and then Xue Dongliang registered the captives, picked out the women with children, and then took them. The children were detained and forced to take care of the herd for the Han tribe, and their children were pressed on board by the tiger guards. The women cried and cried, But in the face of the fierce Han tribe soldiers, they could not bear the idea of resistance, because anyone who dared to resist would never be caught here, and had died long before they were captured. Thousands of tents in the pastoral land have all burned to ashes, and the livestock should run, the arrests should be caught, and the captives are almost screened. More than 3,000 captives, most of whom are women and children, surrendered. Only 560 men who were captured, and all were old and weak. Those who were truly young and strong were either dead or running, and were really captured. Few. Shui Dongliang picked out 1,000 women with children to temporarily manage 100,000 livestock, with an average of about 100 heads per person, basically the same number of their daily grazing. A Bao soldier warrior watched them in order to do one-on-one surveillance, one pipe stocking, and the cooperation of these women. The shepherds who are still alive are also honest, and they are unwilling to become the loot of Hu Benwei. The archers are all responsible for monitoring the captives and herds, and the remaining soldiers are not idle. They first move the soldiers' bodies and wounded to the boat, and the logistics soldiers treat them with wounds, and then treat the dead horses and a small number of livestock. A large number of shepherds all got to the lake and began open slaughter. Fortunately, these fighters had years of hunting before they joined the army. They were very good at how to deal with the carcasses of the beasts. There were many people who could do this job. Everyone rotated to do it. Part of them were responsible for standing guard to prevent the enemy from suddenly killing. The other part has been slaughtered by the lake. Because of their old nest, everyone dare not stay for long, so the speed is very fast. But even so, it was too busy until noon to finish it all. All the peeled animal skins were moved to the boat, and they were first cured with salt to protect them. Part of the rest of the meat was sent to the boat and taken away, and part of it was left to Hu Benwei's soldiers as a special meal for these days. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the fleet transported these things to the new grassland city of the Han tribe. However, under the command of the blood slaughter, 15 brigs were left to travel slowly along the lake bank. Follow Tiger Benwei's marching steps, mainly responsible for forward and back surveillance, and Tiger Benwei did not have a vehicle for this expedition. The various supplies that follow the army can only be transported by these ships. On the other side of the presumptuous old nest station, the herdsmen who had escaped were hesitating whether to go back. The Han tribe's army was gone, but their homes were gone, and all the felt houses and tents were burned. Except for family members and livestock, they have almost nothing, which means that from today on, they will have to live the hardest life again. Without tents, they can only eat and sleep, without cooking utensils and containers. They must give up cheese, spend their days with barbecue, and dare not eat more. More importantly, they do not know whether the leader has robbed the white salt. If there is no more salt, I am afraid they will really take risks. That's right, bitter days are impossible to exist. If things are gone, it's a big deal to find some small tribes to rob. Although they were defeated by the Han tribe this time, they still have horses and soldiers. Now the most important thing is to find their own first. The leader and the leader's army meet again. However, at this time, he has not received news of the attack on the old nest. He is still thinking about where the white salts of the Han tribe are. Is it the messenger of the Xin tribe who didn't tell the truth? As soon as this idea came out, he shook his head, and the messenger of the Xin tribe would never lie. Although he could not believe in the Xin tribe, he absolutely believed in his craftsmanship. No one could make up under such severe torture. Lie to yourself. The three-way army in Takatone is looking around, and one of the teams has found the caravan camp on the north bank of the strait, but the camp has already been empty, and the simple courtyard of the camp is empty, leaving only a few commercial teams built by themselves. The group of thousands of herdsman soldiers rushed into the courtyard, but found nothing. Even the only well in the courtyard was sent to check. But still nothing. The angry leader ordered the camp to be burned, the adobe house was knocked down, and the camp was demolished in a mess, and finally went away unwillingly. Another team of herdsmen looking for trucks along the line also found nothing, but they are still looking for it. Even some small tribes who bought several carriages from the Han tribe have to force it to check, and they have searched their small amounts of white salt. A lot of broken things have been done in a few days, so they have repeatedly dealt with some small tribes. As everyone knows, Seren and Gazong, who are really transporting salt for the Han tribe, do not have a carriage at all. All the white salt is transported through the cattle and horses. When Hu Benwei captured the dowry, it is almost approaching the new city of the Han tribe by the lake. The last group of cavalry responsible for chasing the merchants has been playing a nutritious horse racing game with UZ for several days. Nomadic-led businesses are all light riders, even those carriages are now empty. 4 horses and an empty car run at a rate no less than light cavalry, but they are not as flexible as individual cavalry turns, so they still need the rest of the business team escorted. On the afternoon of the third day of the pursuit by both parties, it was almost time to give up following the impersonation. "Brother Aegisland, shall we continue to chase? If you run like this, the horse will be exhausted, and the front caravan has no goods, and even if we catch up, we won't get any benefit." A short young man riding a black horse asked the leader Aegisland. Aegisland is a clan of Takashi. He is already 30 years old and one of the leaders of Takashi. This time, the team responsible for pursuing the caravan is led by him. "Bajan, this is the order of the leader. Do you dare to violate the leader?" Aslan said politely. The short young man who was called Bajan immediately shook his head, and some distressfully stroked the horse under the crotch, which continued to persuade. "Aegisland, you know I don't mean that. I just don't want to fight without results. It's not good for us, it doesn't conform to our law of survival." However, the wolf on the grassland was able to chase its prey for the first half of a month, and only the shepherd in the flock would turn around the tent. Aegisland still stubbornly said, No need, but today we must catch up with this caravan, or it will be too close to the Han tribe's camp if we chase it again. Listen to the leader saying that there are thousands of soldiers from the Han tribe. We must not be able to fight, so they must be killed before they return to camp." Aegisland made a decision. After listening to Bajan, he sighed. He knew that he could not convince the leader. He could only urge the horse to leave Aegisland's side, and greet his brothers to speed up the pursuit. "Since there was no way to leave, let's go after the fight. It's been 2 days. The 2 groups of people chased me like this, and the horses ran to the evening." Just as Yuzi was about to stop the caravan to rest, a red flag suddenly appeared on the horizon in front. The merchants were so excited that they didn't have to think about it. The only Han tribe could take out this flag on the entire grassland. "Is that our cavalry? The leader must have sent us to meet us. All of them, don't rest first, be vigilant, and prepare to meet with the troops in front. We may have to fight with the miscellaneous pieces in the back for a while. Grandma, after chasing us for several days, we can't just let them go. Being chased by others like this really humiliates our Han tribe." When the nomadic troops came, they had enough energy. Now with the support reinforcements, their number is no less than the herdsman cavalry led by Aegisland behind them. When the time comes, they will really fight. The well-armed Han tribe has a greater victory rate, and he has no need to be afraid of the herdsman behind. He continued to run for a while, and Bajan, who was chasing at the front, suddenly saw the Han tribe caravan in front stopped, but was doing a temporary rest there, like he was planning to fight them to death. He was surprised at the time. Why didn't the caravan run? Has it reached the sphere of influence of the Han tribe? When he thought about it, he looked around. Sure enough, at the horizon on the east side, a horse team was rushing towards this side. The horse team was not unusual on the grassland, but the other party held high the red flag is different. That is something that only the Han tribe can do. "The Han tribe's reinforcements are here." Bagan was shocked and even hurried to turn his horse head to report to Aegisland. "Aegisland, no good. The reinforcements of the Han tribe are here. Let's withdraw quickly." "It's too late." The large army behind Bajan shouted along the run. When Asaran heard this shout, he frowned. He thought it was a lie made by Bajan because he didn't want to continue to pursue. When he wanted to reprimand him for a few words, he suddenly saw Bajan's follower. The knight of more than 100 people seems to want to attack them. These people, Aegisland, knew it. It was the members of the Han tribe Chamber of Commerce who had been chased by them for several days. But what is the situation now? Is the Han tribe really a reinforcements coming? They are delaying time and want to haunt themselves? Sure enough, but in a flash, Aegisland saw a large number of Chinese flags rushing here in the direction of the afterglow of the evening glow. He was also surprised. Really Han tribe reinforcements? He didn't think more, and he didn't hesitate. He just made a simple comparison in his mind, and then immediately issued an order to retreat. But Aegisland didn't go far, he just kept with the caravan. A relatively safe distance, then stopped, chasing for 3 or 4 days, so ineffective, and he really made him swallow this breath. So he decided to stay here for another 2 days to look at the situation. Even if he stayed here to investigate, maybe he could find out the whereabouts of the batch of white salts. On the other side, the Han tribe cavalry regiment, which was headed by the cavalry of the 2 guard posts of Hu Benwei and Xian Niuwei, also quickly connected with Yuzi. It was Lingfeng and Weiyun who were headed by the reinforcements. They were originally members of the caravan guards. This time they just ordered to recruit some small tribes. Both parties immediately confirmed their identity. "Lingfeng, you just came, and the gangsters wanted to run when they saw you. They chased us for several days and walked away if they wanted to go. If there was such a cheap thing, they would rush with me to kill them." Seeing that his old men brought people to support the scene, Yuzi immediately took someone to rush over, but was immediately stopped by the wind. "Captain, the leader means let us not fall in love, escort back immediately after receiving the merchants and goods, and avoid fighting as much as possible without fighting." Most of the reinforcements this time are indigenous herders of the grassland. After serious training, it's okay to pull out a strong momentum, and there is really no advantage in fighting. I suggest we go first. While Lingfeng was persuading Yuzi, he looked at the merchants' trucks and found that all the cars were empty. There was no white salt that the leader asked them to take. Yuzi was also quite helplessly filming his forehead. In the end, he was young and feeling that he was chased and beaten for a few days and lost his face. However, since the leader did not let them fall in love, he had to stop, waiting for him to see Lingfeng staring at those empty scooters. He said this. Don't read it, the white salt is not here. Ah, where did you get it? And we can't get white salt. Our task is not over. Lingfeng asked directly without thinking. Hearing this, there was some proud way in Yuzitten, since I knew it was definitely going to be robbed. How could I still put so much white salt blatantly on the car for transportation? We did pull some sacks at first, but that's all fake. It contains soil, and the real white salt has long been transported by another road. You only continued to explain when you saw Lingfeng still looking at herself in doubt. Didn't I send you to recruit your familiar small tribe? And it's such a small tribe that transports white salt to us. The leader's name is Gazong. I've seen this person and I feel very loyal. The Han tribe is also very willing. In order to be able to confuse the stunning troops, I let them go with white salt packs in advance. I received their news this morning, not far from us. Oh, it turns out that, what should we do now? Whether to take the initiative to find them, or wait here. In short, we must see salt before we can go back. Lingfeng asked again. Of course, wasn't it difficult for us at first, so we didn't go together. Now that you have so many people, I'm afraid of anything. Now everyone is camping and resting here. Let's wait for a day. 2 days, when the tribe with Gazong is connected, we will go together again. Anyway, there are so many people, there is no need to be afraid of the coming up, and they have fewer than 2,000 people. I think it's similar to our current number, but all of our soldiers have armor. They are over the miscellaneous side of defense. They don't dare to take the initiative to attack us. This is not just to see the reinforcements you lead come over and run away in shock. That's good. Since that's the case, we'll be stationed here for 2 days. I hope that the tribe of Gazong will be fine. Lingfeng nodded and agreed with Yuzi's opinion. Rest assured, I specially sent Seren, who is most familiar with the prairie situation, to guide them, and I will contact me every day to determine the safety of both parties. They are now okay and will be able to come over soon. Yuzi immediately relieved. After the arrangement, nearly 200 people from the business team, together with the new reinforcements, built a tent camp directly in place, and it seems that they are prepared to fight for a long war. This situation has suddenly made Age's land confused. What does the Han tribe want to do? He thought that the merchants would come to the reinforcements to fight them. Unexpectedly, people ignored themselves, but repaired the camp on the spot, and a posture to die with their own side. Why don't they fight back? Are they waiting for any secret weapons? Or are you waiting for more reinforcements? AC Iceland, who could not understand the situation, began to think about it. However, just as they stalemate, the temporary camp of the Adventan army on the Han tribe commercial road, a group of disabled soldiers will finally escape from the old nest, sending the news that the headquarters was attacked by the Han tribe and the tribe suffered heavy losses. In the big bill, several dozen people knelt into one, crying loudly, "Chief, you want to avenge us." The Han tribe suddenly floated from the lake at dawn, and there were thousands of soldiers in armor. They also lined up with boards made of wood. There are countless spears on it. We can't get close even if we get close. They just hid their bouners in that strange wall. Shooting arrows specifically at our tents, and humans and animals burned all the tents of our tribe, and the population and livestock also took away a lot. You must take revenge with you, leader. Among the more than a dozen people kneeling in the big account, a little boss who had a kiss with a whistle burst into tears. The news that Aventon was shocked by his news. He knew the thousands of Jias from the Han tribe, and even he saw these soldiers training in the distance. At first, he doubted whether the soldiers' goals would be themselves, but they don't have so many horses, and they don't look like cavalry. If they come to beat themselves, how can they pass? Now there is no need to ask this question anymore. It's true that people are infantrymen, but they don't have to walk the march at all. Because of their relationship with the lake, the Han tribe went straight to the water and all touched the door of the house in a boat. However, he did not know that because his men wanted to shirk their responsibilities, he exaggerated the number of people attacked by the Han tribe. He thought that thousands of nights he had seen more than 4,000 people, but in fact only 2,000 people attacked. Because of such a small detail problem, let the adventure make a wrong judgment. All the soldiers who joined the Han tribe were sent to attack their old nest, so does it mean that the Han tribe's camp is also empty at this time? Do you have a chance to do it? Flash to think so. But soon he rejected this idea. Since the Han tribe has attacked his old nest in the past without fear, how could it not be prepared in his camp? To put it well, the Han tribe will definitely leave many ships there. If you hit it, the left behind people will definitely evacuate by boat. Maybe the Han tribe had already put his pockets there, just waiting for himself to get in. After thinking left and right, he didn't come up with any good ideas. He could only send people to investigate the news of the Han tribe. Now the development of the matter is a bit beyond his control. This makes him feel very stressed and pinched. Eyebrows, he waved his hand to let those crying people go out. In the next 3 days, under the order of Faring, all the herdsmen who had escaped from the headquarters pastures moved back. Such a good pasture cannot be easily abandoned. The Han tribe's military operations obviously have no long-term occupation. If he intends, he will not need to escape, just beware of the attack of the Han tribe. However, rebuilding their homes requires materials, which is obviously a large expense. The food problems of herders are easy to solve. Although containers are scarce and cheese is a bit laborious, they can eat livestock, save some food and survive for a while. In addition to grazing, ordinary herdsmen also often engage in hunting tricks, mobilize everyone to hunt more, and solve some food problems. In the end, there must be a life like a tent. They can't get the cloth, nor can they cover the wind and rain, but they can grab the felt from other tribes. Even if they can't, they can find a way to change it. There is no big war in the tribe, there will always be some felt inventory, and the felt that satisfies his thousands of tents can still be collected. Of course, according to the impersonation idea, if he can grab it, he will never pay the price. Although he can't take the Han tribe for a while, for these nomadic tribes on the grassland, the power of the implantation is still very strong. Most of the tribe is definitely not his opponent. Next, as long as several people and horses come back, he can immediately launch an attack on the surrounding tribes. But even if this difficulty can be overcome through robbery, the future development strategy of the tribe is still a huge problem. Now he has offended both the Han tribe and the Xin tribe. This is the only two forces that can provide metal and white salt for the grassland. You must find a solution to this problem, otherwise the life of the tribe will not be better. But it is very clear to have a bang. The Han tribe and the Xin tribe must not be united. If these two tribes are getting better, they will really not be far from death. Thinking of it here, Taken suddenly thought of another thing, that is, the solution to white salt and metal. Such an important thing, he actually forgot for a while, so he immediately walked to the gate of the big account, letting people take the time from the old nest. Several leaders who escaped. "Chief, are you looking for us? Are you going to take us to the Han tribe for revenge?" one of the little bosses asked. Humming took a cold back and sighed a sigh of cold hands. He glanced at the man and asked coldly, "I just took you to revenge. Do you dare to do anything with the Han tribe?" The iron armor of the Han tribe is indeed powerful, and the weapons are also sharp. We must have played hard in the past. Although the little leader didn't say he didn't dare to do it, he still didn't dare to fight outside the words. Justin once again slammed, and he didn't continue to struggle with this problem. He only listened to his transfer of the topic. "When the Han tribe attacked our headquarters, did you not resist the Han tribe?" "That's right, it's the captive that comes to mind. It would be nice if he could catch the descendants of the Han tribe. If there were craftsmen, it would be even better. As long as someone could help himself produce white salt and metal, he would definitely treat such people." However, the answers of a few small leaders will obviously disappoint him. "Chief, we really caught dozens of Hanjun people at the time, but at the time we just wanted to get the weapons and iron armor on them, so the following hands were ruthless, and most of the people caught died. Later, the Han army organized some cavalrymen to grab the body on our horse. We ran too slowly with people and left them directly, one of them alive. But we also left it after we were killed." A small leader reported immediately. "Still caught alive. You didn't bring it back. Don't you know how important such a captive is to us? It is really a group of wastes that are not enough to fail." A very angry scold. He was angry and turned around twice, and asked again, "Didn't you say you couldn't help the armor of the Han tribe? How did you catch the person, and how did you catch the live mouth? Who caught it? Did this person bring it?" "Yes, there is a warrior who has just set up an account for a few years. The way to catch the Han army was also what he came up with. It was just that we had never fought with the Han army, so the loss was relatively large, but his idea was indeed useful." Another little leader quickly invited similar words. "Where is this person now? Immediately bring him to see me." I took a command like this, and then waited for these leaders to answer, and turned into my big account. After a while, a few little bosses brought a teenager about 16 or 7 years old, but to the surprise, the teenager actually wore a Chinese-made helmet on his head, making him quite different. "I have seen the leader." The teenager came in and immediately took off the helmet and gave a walkway. Taken up and down to look at him a few times before asking, I heard that it was the way you came up with to deal with the armored army of the Han tribe? Yes, it's me. The teenager clanged powerfully. What method? Back to the leader, the Han tribe's armored army is very powerful, but it is not without weaknesses. Although we suffered a loss this time, I also came up with several ways to deal with them. The first is the horse rack that we have used this time. Since their armor is invulnerable, why should we think about breaking defense? Rather than exhausting that force, it is better to take them with armor and drag them away. This time we caught the people who dragged them away with their heads like this, but we had no experience in fighting the Hanjun, so we lost a little more. The teenager is obviously prepared. Since he was defeated by Hu Benwei this time, he has reflected on himself for a long time, and finally analyzed the lengths and weaknesses of both sides, and came up with several ways to deal with the Han army. Well, if you can't break the defense, just grab it together. Your idea is very good. The Tramadol sheep are the strengths of our herdsmen. If this can be done, it is definitely the best way for our tribe to fight back against the Han army. Hearing the teenager's answer, I couldn't help but drink the word. To be honest, this method didn't even think of him. Now it's in a low period when there is no way for the Han tribe. Get such a good idea. Don't mention how happy he is. However, the teenager shook his head and said again, Chief, although the lasso is good, it is not suitable for the war between the two sides. If a small cavalry harasses, it can be used for 1 or 2. But if the 2 wars, the Han tribe once again puts out that kind of the turtle array, then we can't even get close. It has also been heard that Hu Benwei took out the turtle formation after he went ashore. Now he heard that this teenager not only did not get complacent, but was able to clearly realize the shortcomings of his tribe. Obviously it was a talent. Oh, do you have any good way to deal with their turtle array? A question about the school with a heart. Back to the leader, if you want to compete with the Han tribe's armored army, the best way is that we also build an army of this kind. Although we don't have armor, we can make armor. 2 layers, if the 2 layers are not good, add a layer of felt. Although it is thicker than the armor, it can also play a considerable defensive effect. Bow and arrow riding should have been our strengths, but this time in the battle with the Han army, the arrows we shot did not work for them at all. Instead, the Han army's bows and arrows killed us a lot. Many of us died, which is our weakness without armor. Secondly, the problem of weapons, ordinary wolf-tooth arrows, or bone arrows and stone arrows, have little effect on the Han army. Unless we are also equipped with the same iron arrow, this is simply impossible, but I thought of other ideas. For example, we make more blunt devices, such as stone axes, although this weapon cannot penetrate the armor, but it is the best weapon for us to deal with the Han tribe to seriously injure their soldiers through the armor. There is also the issue of the law of war. Although the several methods I just said can save some of our disadvantages, we still cannot deny that the Han tribe is stronger than us. It is still very difficult to take advantage of those armored forces, so we should avoid fighting head-on with them, but use our elite warriors, often attacking and harassing the Han army. Only in this way is it possible to achieve a certain result, so that our losses are not so great. As the so-called self-knowledge and knowing 100 victories, the teenager can quickly analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy, and come up with a systematic method of combat reform. It has to be said that it is a very good talent. Some people are like this. Perhaps the teenager is inherently talented in war. A happy slap, a happy time. Well, the ideas you said are indeed good methods, very feasible. For your name, I must reward you with heavy reward. Head back, my name is Dalantai. He got the leader's weight and said a little excitedly when he was a boy, but he still tried to cover up his mood and didn't want the leader to think he was a child. Dalantai, good name, Jiafeng Xiangrui, old son, is your father very old? Jestin heard the name and asked with interest. Back to the leader, I was indeed the last son born when my father was old, so my father gave me this name, but when I was 10 years old, my father had passed away. Dalantai replied again. Now Grasslanders rarely have surnames, and most of the names are also names, or borrow some auspicious words as names, so does Dalant. This name means Jiafeng Xiangrui. Generally, only old children will take this name. One name is like Agesland, and translation into Chinese is a male lion. Very good, since you have no father now, Dalantai, would you like to be my righteous son? After a while, I suddenly made such a decision. Dalantine, who was kneeling on the ground, was trembling. This time he could no longer hide his excitement. He immediately said, son is willing. Good boy, worthy of being a warrior of our tribe. It took me a lot of time to lift him up in person. That's why I said, several of the methods you just said are very good. If I let you form such a new army, can you do it? Thank you for your father's trust, and your son will live up to the expectations of his father. Dalantai immediately gave him such an important task, and immediately knelt down again, shaking with some excitement. Well, indeed a warrior, since you dare to do it, then I will do my best to help you form a new army. This time you go back and select 500 young and strong new troops from the tribe. I need weapons and nails, horses, etc. Items. I must find a way to get you together, as long as you do something for me. Taken to say very seriously. What task, despite the command of the father? Dalantai's very interesting interface. Didn't you just say that even the most elite warriors don't fight head-on with the Han army, then go attack and harass? No matter what method you use, I only need the captives of the Han tribe. Remember to be alive, craftsmen who can make metal wood, even women who can weave, but all have skills. You have to find a way to catch me. Bold out his palm, do a grip, and speak coldly. His idea is very simple. What Dalant has just said is very clear. Even the best-equipped herdsmen are not opponents of the Han tribe's armored army. Takenly admits that he is right. He has not been arrogant enough to recognize the world. At the first point, since he knew his weakness, he started with ordinary people from the Han tribe. The most important thing is to find a way to get the production technology of the Han tribe. If they can produce these important strategic materials themselves, then in the future they will fight with the two super tribes of the Han tribe and the Xian tribe, and he will not be afraid anymore. In addition, it is also his intention to accept Dalantai as a righteous son. Such an elite force is directly handed over to others. He is not at ease, but if this person is his own righteous son, it would be better. Dalantai obviously understood the meaning of venture. He gave a gift to the vent and made a very serious promise. The son will never let down his father's trust, and will surely catch the captives of several Han tribes for his father. 3 days later, the merchants stationed in the temporary camp, and more than 1,000 cavalry temporarily adapted by the Han herdsmen, finally waited for Seren and Gazong, who were responsible for escorting White Salt. They walked all the way and walked every night. After resting for most of the month, finally handed over the White Salt to Yuzi's hand, everyone couldn't help but relax. In Ajlan, which was not far away, I saw a small tribe suddenly coming from the side to carry a large number of livestock to the Han tribe caravan. I was surprised at the time and even took a few sentries to investigate. This reconnaissance doesn't matter. When I saw the scene of the Han tribal merchants team, he almost spit out his old blood. Looking into the distance, I saw that the herdsmen had unloaded a heavy sack from the back of their livestock, and then all the people of the Han tribe business team neatly loaded it onto the empty carriage. They were still deliberately looking at ages when doing all this. The Sri Lankan whistle even whistled a few times from time to time, extremely mocking. Ha 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 ha, now we add up to nearly 2,000 people, and there are 1,500 young cavalry alone. The dog's adventure is watching us load the White Salt here. We have no choice. Seren, who was responsible for escorting White Salt with Gazong, looked at the sentry of Aegisland in the distance and couldn't help but say it proudly. Swimming conductor, now that the White Salt has arrived, so many of us. See if we take the initiative to do them, or else just go out and slip around and go back. It's too stubborn. The shepherd leader Qian Yang, who had just returned to the Han tribe, could not help but suggest that the task of connecting the business team is now completed, but they are wearing such good equipment as the leader and have not even let go of an arrow. Going back makes people feel too stubborn and can't help but want to do a fight with Aegisland. But Nomadic immediately rejected it. At first, when he saw the reinforcements coming, he really wanted to do a real gun with Ajlan, but in the 3 days waiting for Gazong, he learned the status of returning to the Han herdsmen. After that, he immediately gave up the plan. Don't think about these useless ones. Our number is similar to them now. The other party is all light-ridden and careless, but we still have women and children and goods to look after. It's already a great job to transport these animals and White Salts back. Rest assured, the leader will not lose your benefits after going back. Tag 1. Okay, let's go back now. Eplow nodded and finally had to agree. Yes, the whole army was opened and set off to return to camp. With the order of Yuzi, the merchant team full of White Salt, the Han cavalry and the tribe of Gazong, nearly 4,000 people and a large number of livestock singing and dancing together embarked on the way home. And Ahislan, who looked at the scene in the back, was staring angrily and wanted to kill the Han army in front of him, but he didn't have that strength. In the end, he could only lead the army in vain. He vowed that this time after going back, he must complain to the leader that the force responsible for searching for the salt transport team is to waste wood. Actually let so much White Salt slip under their eyelids. However, a few days later, when all 3 troops sent by Yutin returned without success, the vent that learned the final result was not irritated, nor punished anyone. Instead, he said that the old nest was attacked. Jersey Sillen and others were frightened and angry, shouting to attack the Han tribe station to avenge the dead. They have no way to be angry. Most of the people left behind have rescued their families and livestock, but most of them have been taken by the Han tribe. In the Battle of Tiger Benway's raid on the Old Nest, the Han tribe beheaded more than 2,000 levels, but there were only 400 or 500 young herdsmen, and most of the rest were old and weak women and children. More than 10,000 heads, but where did these gains come from? In fact, most of them were recruited and strong. Just like Age's land, several of his eldest sons came out to fight with him, but their wives and children were all taken away by Hu Benway, and the tents were burned out, and the animals were all left. All turned into homeless people. They went out without anger. Chief, please take us to the Han tribe to avenge and recapture our people and livestock. I, Ajlan, would like to take the lead. In the large account of the temporary camp, Ajlan and a group of cavalry leaders knelt down the petition at the same time. Are you taking the lead? What are you going to fight? Do you still think our losses are not big enough? Breathe and ask. Do we not report this hatred? Ajlan's dissatisfied anti-choking road. The hatred is of course reported, but not now. The loss of our war is too great. The most important thing is to restore the vitality as soon as possible and solve the survival problems of the tribe. Now is not the time to fight against the Han tribe. It's better to grab some small tribes to supplement the population and supplies. Where are women and livestock? It's not too late to seek revenge from the Han tribe when we lick the wound, Takenly said to the leader of this group's invitation to fight. When everyone listens, they feel reasonable. There is no way. The lives of their herders are like this. Grazing, hunting, and robbery are all part of life. Weakness is to be robbed by others. If they are strong, they will rob others. This is the case. They have long been used to it. Therefore, after venting to propose this strategic goal, it immediately received a response from everyone. After a few days of recess, the army poured out and started a large-scale sweeping plan for the surrounding tribes, which caused the entire southern grassland to complain. The dead and wounded livestock are not counted. At the same time, there was a carnival here. In a few days, the fleet first escorted thousands of captives back to the camp in the new city, and then the merchant led by Yuzi also returned safely with the returning Han cavalry, and the Xian tribe was priced with white salt of thousands of horses. And all the 2,000 cows and horses used for compensation were escorted back. All the soldiers and herdsmen who had camped for a while cheered, and the entire camp was full of active atmosphere. Until a few days later, when Hu Benway escorted hundreds of thousands of animals back, the warm atmosphere in the camp was pushed to the high dynasty, especially the Han tribe soldiers who stayed in the camp. When did they see so many livestock? Seeing that all the overwhelming herds have become the seizures of their own tribes, can everyone be upset? Hu Benway returned from triumphantly, the merchants returned safely, and the population who seized the livestock and the captured population was invaluable. Naturally, it was a celebration. The whole army was rewarded with merit, the deceased was awakened, and the slaughtered animals were rewarded by the three armies. In the new city camp, the fragrance of roasted meat permeated for many days, and recruited a lot of nearby wolves. As for merit rewards and compassion, Luo Chong attaches particular importance to whether an army can play the key depends on military discipline, but before you ask the soldiers to observe discipline, as leaders and officers, you must first do your own thing and be able to reward and punish clearly. This is what the chief needs to do. The triumphant return of the Tiger Benway soldiers heard that they had to be rewarded for merit, and they were all excited. Most of them were originally for military merit. This is the picture. Xue Donglian also quickly reported the soldiers' merit, and Luo Chong made a reward and punishment decision immediately after checking it, because the way of remembering is carried out by group, and some groups have reached the first level of combat, then the whole group is promoted. One level title, if not upgraded to one level, record the file first, and then close the reward next time. In addition to the fact that most of the promoted lords will be granted corresponding land this time, all the generals of Hu Benway also rewarded 10 goats each. In addition to the corresponding pension policy, the martyrs' families added an additional 20 goats, that is, soldiers 10 sheep, 30 sheep in the martyr's family. The body of the martyr was made of lime and returned to his place of origin for burial. Fortunately, the current site of the Han tribe is not very large. Even if it is done, it will not take much time. As for the reason for this compassion, mainly to deal with the seized livestock, according to Ling Feng's opinion that goats are likely to cause grassland deserts, Luo Chong decided to leave all the sheep, and the tens of thousands of goats seized were given as rewards. Soldiers and the families of the martyrs, after they get back to the tribe, they kill or eat meat, or just raise them themselves. It's all a lot of income, and if you get the Han tribe, you won't let these sheep nibble anymore, and you can feed them with straw alone. Especially for the families of martyrs, in addition to the $10 martyrs allowance per month, for their children to live in adulthood, all the sacrificed martyrs are added to the first level of the Lord, and the earned title is inherited by their eldest son, plus these 30 goats. You can also improve the food for the widow and the children. Lambs can still sell money, even if there is no subsidy. Just dozens of sheep can make their families worry-free, not to mention that they still have a lot of land in their families. In addition, due to the reduction of a labor force in the martyrs' families, Luo Chong also specifically added a pension policy. When his family needs to rent livestock for agricultural work, they can borrow animals such as cattle and horses for free in the livestock houses under the local government handle to compensate for the lack of labor in the martyrs' family. After the promulgation of this series of compassion policies, the sergeant's morale rose sharply. The Han army, which usually looks very powerful, now rises from gold to the star drill level. Even the spirit is different. However, this is also a normal thing. The pension is for the family of the deceased and is used to take care of the orphans of the martyrs, but more importantly, it is for the living. The family can get a heavy pension when one person dies in battle. The leader has issued a series of policies and subsidies to solve their worries, which other soldiers will not desperately fight for the Han tribe. In addition to these, some of the remaining horses and cattle and sheep will be sent back to the Han tribe to supplement the number of livestock in the local livestock centers and increase the number of livestock in the newly developed counties, and all of the rest will be sold to the herdsmen who belong to the Han tribe. A large number of sheep were used for their small number of cattle and horses to provide more animal power to the county of the Han tribe. At the same time, this behavior is also regarded as a disguised reward for the attached herdsmen, because Luo Chong gave them a very low exchange price, which made the herdsmen happy. Luo Chong thought it was even simpler. 100,000 animals, except for 20,000 cows and horses, 80,000 of them were sheep. In addition to rewarding meritorious soldiers and families with martyrs, there were more than 50,000 left. Why do you want so many sheep? If you kill all the meat, it is estimated that you can't finish eating it. Rather than doing so, it is better to replace all these sheep with cattle and horses, and then send the horses back to the tribe to pull the car and pull the plow together. Coupled with the white salt from the Xian tribe, the Han tribe itself can't eat it, and they are all sold to Suryata for cattle and horses, and then sent 10,000 cattle and horses back to the Han tribe. In addition, this time, the Han tribe added more than 40,000 livestock. The per capita livestock ownership of the Han tribe has been increased by a large amount at once, which has completely solved the problem of the scarcity of the Han tribe. From this point of view alone, the cost of supporting the army is valuable. Only a few months after the troop was dispatched, it was all earned. In the grassland construction city, the long-term strategic planning of grassland trade can be proved at this time. Necessity, as long as there is such a trade point, no matter how fast the Han tribe develops, there will be no shortage of livestock use. Although today's grasslands are not called the Han tribe's own horse farm, the Han tribe has a decisive voice here. Not to mention anything else, although the Han tribe is currently weak, it is more defensive, and no one dares to despise the existence of the Han tribe. On the influence, as the only force that can sell white salt and metal products to the grassland, there is no need to do too much explanation. It is rude to say that without the Han tribe, the entire grassland must start to live a bitter life. 2 weeks later, the situation of all parties in the entire grassland has stabilized, and the new city has begun stable construction. In addition to the help of the Han herdsmen and captives this time, it is also methodical to start construction. When Luo Chong saw this situation, he had plans to go back to Hanyang City. One was to go out for a few months, and some missed his wife and children. The other was that this time the seizure was significant. Not only did the number of livestock increase, but the number of slaves captured also increased a lot. With these sufficient labor resources, he can go back and do many things. Many construction projects that have been established long ago have also arrived. He must go back and preside over it himself. In this way, in the early May of the first year of the founding year, Luo Chong took a team of personal guards to the sailboat home. After a half-month voyage, he finally returned to the lakeside pier in Huaishan County at the end of May, waiting for his horse. It was early June when he arrived at home. A pair of children who had just been born when the army went out, Luo Ching and Luo Lan, had grown to 7 months old at this time and began to learn dental language. After months of careful feeding, the two babies were also white and fat. With a lovely appearance, Luo Kongye, who had been alone for half a year, almost became a professional dad. But on the third day of Luo Chan's return to his home, a Flying Eagle biography from Bamboo Island once again sent Luo Chong a good news. The letter was written by Beast Teeth, but there are many words, but it is a sentence that is, the Dentures have talked to the Xian tribe about the mission's permanent presence on Bamboo Island, and have drawn up a piece of land for the mission. It's all a description of this base by Animal Teeth. Although Luo Chong received the news only in early June, it has been more than a month since the selection of the mission's station on Bamboo Island. Since the leaders of Ziwia and Xian have negotiated at Construction Bamboo Island in this case, Xian Tong has made a clear statement, allowing the elders to pick places with their teeth. As a rare pro-Chinese member of the Xian tribe, the elders are still very caring about this matter. In addition, he is also very interested in various civil engineering projects of the Han tribe, especially the cross-sea bridge project proposed by the veterinary teeth. When introducing this situation in Bamboo Island on the way to the veterinary teeth, from time to time, I inquired about many construction issues. Of course, animal teeth are not very clear about these, so they just talked about some water projects of the Han tribe digging large artificial rivers, fooling him, and stunned the elders listening, and he himself took advantage of this opportunity to find a suitable place to start a detailed record of the geographical landforms, humanistic customs, agricultural and animal husbandry products, forest and mining resources, etc. throughout Bamboo Island. However, due to conditions, what he can understand now is very limited. The long-term resident selection of the mission is mainly for the future of sea trade, and the place suitable for the development of sea trade with the mainland is of course to choose the coastline that looks across the sea from the mainland, so the range of animal teeth activities is basically on the mainland. On the coastline on the side, on these original lands without any signs of manual development, he also could not investigate any useful information, and in the end he could only choose the location. The first place to meet the conditions of the sea trade is to have a large port, otherwise there is no need to do anything even if the ship can't stop, and one of the most important indicators of the cargo port is water depth. In order to obtain these hydrological data on the north bank of Bamboo Island, the mission also fought for life. They didn't bring the ship over, so they had to cut the bamboo valve with the permission of the Xian tribe. Along the long coastline north of Bamboo Island, it was measured by manpower. The method of measurement is also very rudimentary. It is completely supporting the bamboo raft, and then using a lead hammer to determine the water depth. The elder is very curious about this strange behavior, and often asks the beast teeth frequently because of something he cannot understand. Han Jie, what are you fishing for? Do you want to fish in the sea? Beast teeth are also very enthusiastic about building elders. In order to be able to collect more detailed information on Bamboo Island, he does not mind chatting with this old man. We are measuring the depth of the seawater on the shore, using the rope to fall into the bottom of the sea, and then looking at the length of the rope can be measured. The depth of this seawater is also related to the mission station? The elder asked puzzledly. Beast teeth nodded with great certainty. Of course, you know the elders. Now the passage from Bamboo Island to the mainland is only the unopened dark bridge, and the transportation capacity is too poor, so our leader intends to pass the ship. The water transport comes to trade with the Xian tribe. The shipping is not only fast, but also the transportation power is very strong. A large ship can carry countless carriage loads, which is actually more cost-effective than land transportation for long-distance trade. What if we built the trans-sea bridge to the mainland? Is it the kind of bridge you said that can walk a few large cars side by side at once? Can't it be compared with shipping? Elder Chu asked again. Of course, no. Beast Teeth said with certainty that he only began to explain when he saw the solution of the elder. Land transportation is nothing more than a carriage, a bull car, etc., but whether you are a double-wheeled car or a four-wheeled heavy car, you must rely on livestock for transportation. The distance from the Han tribe to the Xian tribe takes a few months. The number of cattle and horses consumed in grain will be huge costs. The most important thing is the limited carrying capacity, and it is very limited by the number of accessible roads. However, shipping is different. River waterways are natural transportation lines, and the ships are huge. Thousands of people can be transported at a time. You can only load a few people in a carriage. If you load the goods, you can load more because the goods do not need activities. There is no need to eat or drink. As long as the boat does not sink, you can stuck things. The most important thing is that the ship is driven by the wind. This does not cost money, it can save a lot of cattle, horses, and forage, so the cost can be reduced. The elders heard both eyes, and he now especially wants to see what the Han tribe's ship looks like. This thing is so good, said by the veterinary teeth. It can hold so many things, and it doesn't need to eat or drink, let alone people. Pushing Mara can drive on the water by the wind, which is simply an artifact. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of what it was. Looking at the bamboo raft made by the people of the mission, the image of a super big bamboo raft gradually emerged in the minds of the elders. Throwing his head and throwing this idea out of his head, according to his understanding, the Han tribe will never create such a thing with no technical content, and the raft cannot be blown away by the wind. This is obviously not the same thing. Han Jia, I don't know if our Xian tribe has the opportunity to build the kind of boat you said. Will the Han tribe help us? The elders asked very eagerly. The beast teeth thought a little, and finally shook his head, because he was afraid of being misunderstood by the other party, which affected the cooperation between the two sides. Shipbuilding is not a work that can be done by any single type of work. Take the Han tribe's three-mast ship. It requires countless young and strong mountains to cut down the giant wood. After several years of drying, it also needs a very advanced grate processing plant to handle split wood. It also involves various metal tools for handling wood, as well as a large number of steel parts required for the construction of sailboats. However, when it comes to this, it involves mining and metal smelting processing. With these raw materials, sophisticated mathematical computing and navigation technology design, as well as a large number of skilled carpenters and blacksmiths are also required. These alone are not counted, plus ropes and sails used on ships, agricultural planting technology and collection and processing technology for plant fibers, and superb textile technology. Sails used on a three-mast sail alone require hundreds of different weaving machines, and thousands of textile female workers, can only be completed after working continuously for many days. In short, this is not something that can be done by a single department. It is the pinnacle product that reflects the entire level of construction of the Han tribe. It is the largest artificial transportation tool for individuals built by the Han tribe. In other words, if you want to build a ship, you need a tribe as great as the Han tribe. The elder Zhou was directly shocked by this remark. He never thought that just building a boat would require so many advanced technologies, covering almost all the manufacturing industries he knew. However, none of these things is owned by the Xin tribe. If you want to build a ship, it is even more nonsense. Shipbuilding? What to make? As the animal teeth say, does the Xin tribe need a boat? No, what they need is a great tribe. Of course, the things that beast teeth say also have a few exaggerated ingredients, but they are generally true. As we all know, shipbuilding is not a problem that a single type of work can solve. Even if it is built, you don't have advanced navigation technology. You can't drive it. The most advanced transportation in the world is not something that the Xin tribe can play around. The reason why the animal teeth say so is that the Xin tribe has cut off this idea of playing a boat. You should honestly repair your cross-sea bridge. You can play such a high-end thing? Isn't it good to give all the sea trade to the Han tribe monopoly? Maybe the Xin tribe will not feel fragrant, but it is not important, as long as the Han tribe feels fragrant. In this way, under the harassment of elders, the animal teeth and the mission spent more than a month touching the entire northern shore of Bamboo Island, and finally selected 3 places as alternative stations. However, the animal teeth did not make a decision in person, but passed the topographic maps and all the information of the 3 places to Luochong. Let the leader make the final decision. Luochong took this long letter about the station at this time, which contains detailed information about the 3 alternative places in the veterinary teeth, as well as some of the information he collected about the Xin tribe, which were not previously available. It can be said that this set of information is very valuable to the Han tribe. The first is an important piece of information that the Han tribe has just learned, namely the issue of the organization of the Xin tribe. The organizational form of the Han tribe is a centralized model for the division of counties and counties under the central jurisdiction. However, unlike the Xin tribe, he is an organizational form similar to that of the sovereign, Fanbang divide and conquer. The Han tribe has been informed before that the Bamboo Island is not monolithic, nor is it only a Xin tribe, but it is composed of 6 tribes. But how it is formed, which tribes, the Han tribe I don't know, but this time the lack of information was completely filled with animal teeth. According to the division of strength, the 6 tribes of Bamboo Island are the Xin tribe, the Salt tribe, the Food tribe, the Fishing tribe, the Hunting tribe, and the Bu tribe. Among them, the implementation power of the 3 ministries of Xin, Salt and Food is the most powerful. The population of the 3 tribes occupies 70% of the entire Bamboo Island. The implementation power of the 3 ministries of Fishing, Hunting and Bu is very weak. The second-ranked Salt tribe has a large number of coastal beach paints due to its territory close to the coast, with cooking and drying salt as the main business. 80% of the sea salts exported to the entire Bamboo Island are produced by them, although the other 5 can also get some sea salt to solve your own needs. But if you want to export to the outside world, there is no Salt tribe, so his political status is very high. The Food tribe has mastered the most fertile land on Bamboo Island and is rich in food, so the population is also very large. In terms of population alone, he can even rank second, so his status is relatively high. The Fishing tribe occupies the cliff and mountains in the east of Bamboo Island, where the land is barren and there are few beaches, which are neither rich in food nor salt, but there is no way to kill people, and the people of the Fishing tribe have all practiced the ability to catch turtles in the next 5 oceans. They don't have a fishing net, they all rely on bamboo fork hunters. The most powerful fish hunters can dive 20 meters offshore without any equipment. They hold stones in one hand as a weight, and walk on the seabed for 5 minutes. All of them are diving cattle, but correspondingly, under such harsh and primitive living conditions, the population of the fishing tribe is very small. As the so-called poor mountains and evil people, the fishing tribes are no exception. Although they have a small population, their combat effectiveness has burst their watches. Therefore, in several major annexation battles in the history of Bamboo Island, they still maintained their independence. He couldn't see his broken place, and there was a price to be paid to completely kill the fishing tribe, so he defaulted on his existence. The hunting tribe is the origin of bows and arrows on Bamboo Island. They are good at making bamboo bows and bamboo arrows. They occupy the mountainous area in the middle of Bamboo Island. They first lived on hunting and collecting. Later, after introducing grassland livestock, they started to cultivate, but the tradition of hunting has never been left. Like fishing tribes, the population is small, but the combat power is also occupying a place on Bamboo Island. The last tribe of Bu, that is a pure god-stick tribe, a very feudal superstition. There are several great gods in their tribe that they can't figure out. They don't have a large population, and their fighting power is scum, but since he can maintain it, there is a reason. Because the Bu tribe is not useless, in addition to superstition, they also use medicine. People eat 5 grains of grains, who dare to guarantee that they have no headaches or brain fever? When the time comes, the patient still asks the doctor not, so he also kept it. At the same time, the Bu tribe is also the least populous tribe on the entire Bamboo Island. According to the intelligence analysis provided by the animal teeth, Luo Chong feels that it may be that they taste the grass have been poisoned too much, and the Bu tribe is also good at raising poison. Scorpions, viper or something, it's strange to survive, plus their special customs. Few other tribes are willing to marry them, which further affects the population development of the Bu tribe. However, as a thing that makes people both need and fear, several other tribes are easy and dare not provoke. In several huge changes in the history of Bamboo Island, the Bu tribe has always occupied a place like an old dog. Needless to say, the remaining strongest Xian tribe is a tribe favored by God. Because the Xian tribe occupies the most strategic land in Bamboo Island, the Xian tribe has good fields, and food can be self-sufficient. They also have coastal beach coating, which can also make salt. Although the output is not high, it can meet self-demand, so that it will not be subject to people. At the same time, the Xian tribe also mastered the fresh water source of the entire Bamboo Island. The only big river on the Bamboo Island flowed from the head of the Xian tribe. In addition, there are metal veins, all in the territory of the Xian tribe. The most important thing is that the underwater dark bridge of the Unicom continent and Bamboo Island is also within the territory of the Xian tribe. They control the only passage of the Unicom continent. This is the strategic advantage. The salt produced by the salt tribe can only be sold by the Xian tribe in order to change to some livestock and tools that they need. The food tribe mainly cultivates fields. They also need the Xian tribe to get them livestock from the grassland, and the Xian tribe's self-produced metal farm tools controlled these two largest forces, and the remaining Xian tribe was too lazy to take care of them. In this way, in the evolution of thousands of years, the Xian tribe has become the master tribe of 5 other families, and the remaining 5 have recognized it as the master and accepted the jurisdiction of the Xian tribe. However, due to the lack of perfect management institutions and information transmission mechanisms, Xian tribe usually does not interfere with the internal affairs of the other 5 families, but there is something external that the Xian tribe still speaks very well, and the remaining 5 families obey. In the view of Luo Chong, there has already been a change from Huangdi tribal alliance to the direction of the unified kingdom of. 2 of the 3 alternative sites selected by the animal teeth are in the fields of the salt tribe and the food tribe, and the last one is in the middle of the food tribe and the fishing tribe. Each of these 3 plots has its own characteristics, and the beast teeth are not good at a time. Make a choice. Luo Chong sat on the Kong at home, and put out some maps drawn by the animal teeth, and then looked carefully against the text description. Among the 3 stations, the salt tribe is an open beach smear, which is unobstructed and has no huge rock mountains. The beach on the seawater side is steeper, so the water level is also deeper. The water depth on the seashore can reach more than 30 meters. The low tide level also has a depth of more than 10 meters. The seawater here is very clear, dark blue, and no obvious reefs have been found on the sea. Most of the places near the coast are rough sands and small stones. It stands to reason that the depth of this water level is enough to stop at 10,000 tons of giant wheels, but Luo Chong did not make a decision immediately, which is not another reason, but because the tidal drop is too large. Although the coastline from the low tide level to the high tide level is steep, the width is also more than 700 meters. Coupled with this nearly 20-meter tidal drop height, it is too difficult to build a port. If the trestle of the port, that is, the pier, is built on the coastline of the low tide level, then when the tide rises, the seawater will flood the entire port to the bottom of the sea. But if it is built on the coastline of the high tide position, the trestle will be waiting for the low tide. How about unloading the ship? Unless a floating trestle is built, it is basically useless, but according to the strength and technology of the Han tribe, it is too difficult to build a floating harbor. And there is another reason why Luo Chong can't look down here, that is, the surrounding area of this port is not very good. This is a wasteland with nothing, and it is not close to the indigenous villages of Bamboo Island. The surrounding land is too saline, heavy, and can't grow any food, and there is no useful minerals. There are also few trees. They are all rare forests and bamboo forests. Not much development value. The second alternative station is located in the northeast direction of Bamboo Island and is under the jurisdiction of the Food Tribe. There are beautiful scenery here. There are mountains and green trees. The seaside is mountains, but they are earth mountains. There are also many forests. There are also ancient trees in the sky, and there are several villages in the Food Tribe nearby, inhabited by the population, although the villagers have cut wood for generations. But the self-healing ability of the trees is much faster than they cut, so it is still very lush. Most importantly, there is a freshwater river more than 20 meters wide at the foot of the mountain here, which is an important source of water for Aboriginal people in several surrounding villages to irrigate good fields and pump water. Turning over the mountain from the beach, the mountain is a plain, and the freshwater river is flowing on the plain, winding and flowing east. As for the hydrological situation by the sea, the tidal decay is still too large. There are no reefs in the bay here, and the water depth is completely okay, so Luo Chong is still satisfied with this. The first is that the hills on the seashore are all mountains, the soil is deep, there are sufficient fresh water sources, and large areas of forest resources. These conditions are very useful for the construction of the station. Many of the soils are easy to dig and shape in the first place. Trammed buildings, close to water sources, can also be used to develop agricultural planting. Forest resources are abundant. Not only do they need wood for their own construction, in the future, the mission can also make some equipment on site and sell it to the local indigenous people, so Luo Chong still values this place very much, but he still has not determined to use this place. There are two reasons for not looking at it. The first is the problem of too large tidal decay. The second is because of the mountains on the seashore. Although the thick soil and forest are good, they have become a barrier that hinders access to the interior of Bamboo Island. It's okay to just walk, but this is a freight port, which needs to transport a lot of materials into Bamboo Island every day, but the traffic between the port and the interior is blocked by Tishan. If you want to transport a large amount of materials, you have to build roads. Although it is not difficult, it takes a lot of time. The last third piece of land shines in front of Luo Chong's eyes. The environment here is different from the first two. This is located in the northeast corner of the entire Bamboo Island and is the place closest to the mainland. What makes Luo Chong like most is that this is actually the estuary of the large freshwater river on Bamboo Island. When the freshwater river enters the estuary, it is not difficult to guess the surrounding geographical environment by looking at these words. The river's water hits the vast beach formed by the sediment, and the overall terrain also shows the low internal and external trends, otherwise the river will not flow into the sea from here. Is it flowing to a low place? In addition, it is the problem of the distribution of surrounding forces and landforms. The east side of this cape is the cliff area mentioned in the beast letter. The beach is full of steep stone cliffs. Of course, there are relatively low places suitable for use as ports, but the west side of the cape is an inland plain with a large amount of farmland and villages on both sides of the river, and the population is relatively concentrated. Its division of power is right among the food tribes and fishing tribes. If the port is built here, first of all, there are people who are convenient for the mission to recruit local indigenous labor, and this is also an important settlement of the food tribes. The population is very large. Thousands of people can top a county of the Han tribe. The food tribe happens to be a tribe dominated by farming, as does the Han tribe. If you build a port here, Luo Chong and Beast Teeth are confident and have a good relationship with each other. The fishing tribes on the other side are also easy to solve. Their days are already bitter. When the mission takes care of them a little, they can have a good relationship with the fishing tribe, and there can be one more customer. The topography of the entire cape is also more appropriate. The west side of the cape is the beach, and there are freshwater rivers entering the sea. The terrain is relatively flat, so the muddy beach on the beach is also very wide, like a swamp, and there are many seafood and mangroves. But this is not a problem, and the land can be hardened for man-made transformation. To the east of the cape is the Cliff Mountain, and there are many reefs and small islands on the outskirts of the Cliff Mountain. Those with larger islands and reefs are as large as a small school, covering a few hectares, and the smaller ones are only a few dozen square meters. similar to the living room, and most of these island reefs are hard rock bases. Some islands stand on the sea like a huge stone pillar. And this is where Luo Chon likes it the most. Don't look at the small island reef in this lonely sea, which is only a few rooms in size, but it is the best place to build turrets and lighthouses, such as building some huge lighthouses on those towering reefs, with rotating convex lamps on them, as well as big bells and speakers. You can provide lights and sound guides for ships at night and at fog, keep the ship from being lost and return to the port safely. In addition, if the port is built at the entrance of the big river, the cliff mountain in the southeast direction can also be used to resist the storm, and it can really turn this place into a safe haven, reducing unnecessary losses for fishermen and merchants. Regarding the inland transportation of Bamboo Island, if the inland waterway can pass, the mission can load the materials on the boat, and then go upstream along the freshwater river, and sell the goods to every man's corner of Bamboo Island. After all, humans are close to water lived, and this solution was not entirely impossible. The last problem is that the tidal drop is relatively large, and the question of how to build the port is really suitable. This third alternative is very good in any way, but if the problem of this port is not solved, in the end, it will not work. Luo Chong began to worry. He didn't understand why the tidal drop here would be so large that it could reach more than 15 to 20 meters, which is equivalent to the height of the 6 or 7 floors. Think about how difficult it is to build this port. Is it because there are 2 moons? A huge tide caused by gravitational doubling. Luo conflicted with such an idea, and then the more he thought, the more he felt. But he wouldn't be mad and wanted to poke the moon off. Besides, he didn't have that skill. In the end, he still had to find a way to start at the port. The port thing is mainly composed of the pier, the platform for loading the human car, and the stack bridge, the channel where the pier connects the ship. The pier is well built and can be built on the edge of the water line of the highest water level, but the stack bridge has to be extended to the docking point of the lowest water level, and the biggest technical problem is this section of the stack bridge. Luo Chong thought, it's not impossible to use a floating trestle. There is no technical problem. It can make thousands of large wooden barrels with a capacity of more than 1 cubic meter. The barrel is sealed and lined up in a square array, tied up, and then laid a board on it. One end reaches into the sea, the other side is connected to the pier, a freight of floating paddle. Several iron anchors can also be hung to the bottom of the sea in sequence on both sides to stabilize the trestle. If you look at it this way, it seems that there is no problem. It is similar to the previous construction of a pontoon with a landing craft. The technical difficulty is not great. The construction period is also short. You can transport everything to the local assembly after you have done it. However, Luo Chong thought about it and gave up, mainly because of the tidal decay, because after he assumed this thing in his head, he simulated a falling tide scenario, a tall one with a tall one and a tens of 100 meters long trestling. The slope of the 6-story building, the fixed anchorage chain on both sides also collapsed due to the loose tide. The entire stack bridge is lying on the slope like a curved snake, a group of pits. But when he thought of bending in high slope, Luo Chong suddenly remembered a text learned during school. The name could not be remembered, but he also knew the content. He also talked about Zhang Tianyu repairing the railway at Zhang's mouth. Because Zhangjiaotu was mountainous, and the slope of the mountain was still very hard. Finally, Zhang Tianyu used the human-shaped railway to solve the steep slope problem. Although Luo Chong is going to build a port now, the difficulties encountered are similar to this, and the slope is too steep. Perhaps it is possible to learn from the principle of Zhang Tianyu's human-shaped railway and divide the stack bridge into several horizontal ladders. Way to slow down the slope, this is indeed a good idea. But to put it this way, if you don't take a look in person, you don't have to mention it at all. No one will know better than him how a port should be built. Although he himself will not, he has seen, no one else has seen it. This is the advantage of the I-world. In this case, let's deal with the floating trestle temporarily. Anyway, before the route is opened, what kind of port is done is in vain. At present, the main construction goal is the land base. Speaking of which, Luo Chong is more thoughtful. The Han tribe will definitely develop towards the beach in the future. He will not be willing to get a landlocked country. The historical experience of previous generations tells him that all the most developed cities in the world are within the distance. Within 100 kilometers of the coastline. What does this mean? Explain the importance of the ocean. In the future, there will definitely be more than one harbor city or even a capital city, but the area of exploration and development of the Han tribe is still very limited, so the harbor city is still far away, but the mission station is different. This is a ready-made opportunity. The Han tribe can use it as a pilot project in a harbor city. Use this city to accumulate experience in building harbor cities to prepare for the future development of the coastal economy. Although it is just a mission station, Luo Chong is not particularly exaggerated, because so many things are really needed, such as administrative centers, trade centers, shopping stations, warehousing, logistics, manufacturing plants, residential areas, agricultural areas, banks, barracks, schools, etc. Even if these things are built only one, it can be called the size of the city. The location of the city was on the riverside of the Qingshui River, which is convenient for urban water. The main location is between fishing tribes and food tribes. The sovereignty dispute here is not very big. Both sides do not pay much attention to it. With the Xin tribe as a regulation, the Han tribe has some benefits here, enough to get down a place to build a city. Of course, such a huge project cannot be completed at once, so the old method was used to divide the project into phases. First of all, the first phase is mainly 3 goals. Even in the 3 areas of the regiment's residential area, garrison camp, factory and warehouse, the place of residence and safety issues are first completed, and then some low-level technologies are spread through the factory to attract people's hearts. The situation was first opened locally. After the local indigenous people knew the Han tribe, they saw that the Han tribe could bring them a better life. When someone was willing to enter the factory to learn technology and work part-time, the mission recruited a large number of laborers to build the second and third phases of the project. It's much simpler to have enough labor. Thinking of this, Luo Chong was busy finding paper and pen to write down his ideas. He was prepared to let the beast teeth follow his line of thought, but he did not say anything about the specific urban planning, but only made some suggestions. How to arrange the rest depends on the animal teeth. Luo Chong wrote down his final choices and construction ideas for the station, and then sent these things to the beast teeth, so that he could adapt to the situation in the local area, what difficulties and needs. Even if he contacted himself, then he began busy to build the big rear thing. It is now early June, and Luo Chong has just received news that Xiaomi from the Jian tribe has been harvested for the first half of the year, and the whole family can be ready to move to the Han tribe at any time. After Luo Chong got the news, he also hurriedly let Wei Shan County organize the fleet to pick people up and prepare for the placement of new people in the counties along the way. It is impossible to put all the Zhangs in a county, so the clan's power is too great to control it, so Luo Chan's plan is to let them go ashore in Weishan County, and then place a part directly in Weishan County. Go to Braoxingyan County and place a part, followed by Ruyang County, and finally let the rest go to Hanyang County to rest. The top executives of Zhang's family, including the immediate family members, are left in Hanyang City, and the other people are redistributed to each county. In this way, Luo Chong, who was directly at the top, shocked himself, and their clan was scattered to various places. Several top executives who lost their clan power could not turn up any waves under their own eyelids. However, Luo Chong did not intend to wait for them in Hanyang City, but went to Weishan County to guide the work in advance. And by the way, look at the prisoner of war camp there and the recent work progress in the field. Weishan County's County Shaoyanzi's work has been very hard recently. He promised Luo Chong in exchange for a county guard position for the cost of the Han tribe's 50,000 population. Luo Chong promised him, but Yunzi has been coming for more than a year. He still did not get his promised population together. Last year, Luo rushed to give him an ultimatum: let him get together as soon as possible. A large number of soldiers were also recruited from Weishan County, and more than half of the population of Weishan County was transferred to New Steel County to build a new city. In addition to the technical jobs left behind, other people were almost pulled out by Luo Shan County. Seeing that a big county that was finally made out of it became smaller than the county town, where can Yunzi sit, racking his brain again, trying to find various ways to recruit indigenous immigrants from the lake area. Now half a year has passed. The work of soliciting the population has also achieved remarkable results. Thanks to the previous family, Luo Chong transferred a lot of population from Weishan County, but the people left the houses and land of those people but stayed. Yunzi used these newly built houses and land, and high-quality living security lures the savages around them to join the Han tribe. In addition to having no opinion on this, as long as the population of the Han tribe can grow, he will not mind such a thing. Although the newcomers get free housing, it seems a bit unfair to the elderly, but it does not matter. These newcomers also have to build a house for the next wave of newcomers. Even if they take advantage now, they will have to pay it back in the future. Walking with Yunzi in the city of Weishan County, looking at the people who are like weavers, Luo Chong suddenly asked Yunzi next to him, "How much is the current population of Weishan County?" When Yunzi heard this, he was crying and begging, "Chief, there are not many people, you can no longer transfer people out, it was all I recruited again." Luo was so thick-skinned that he didn't care at all. He pretended to be angry. Who said he was going to adjust people? I just asked how many people there are now. Can't a leader know how many people he has under his control? Why are you so much nonsense? Hurry up. Oh. Yunzi peeked at Luo Chong with half a word. which hesitated to say that Waishan County had a population of more than 20,000 at the end of last year. Many soldiers were recruited by the chief before the beginning of the year, and more than half of the chief was transferred to the new Steel County. By the beginning of this year, the population was less than 500,000,000,000,000,000. In the first half of the year, I have only recruited 10,000 newcomers. At present, the total population is more than 17,000. There are no slaves in it. The slaves who were previously placed here were also assigned by the chief to New Steel County and Lake Hart Island. Construction has gone. However, I still have a group of new grassland prisoners of war with more than 3,000 people, but the proportion of women is very large. I also want to ask the leader how to arrange these people. Luo Chuan nodded after listening to these data, which was similar to what he had through other channels. Finally, when he heard Yunzi asking the prisoners of war how to arrange it, he looked at him with no expression. Why, do you have ideas about these prisoners of war? Yunzi embarrassedly scratched his head before tentatively asking. Chief, you know, most of the new dwellings that have just been added to Waishan County, and when these people registered their accounts, some had no formal spouses, some of them were bachelor. I can't arrange such people. So, Yunzi deliberately didn't finish the words, but the meaning in that words was already obvious. He believed that the leader could understand. Luo Chong was curious at this time. Will those newly joined tribes lack women? This shouldn't be. In his cognition, men have a high risk of hunting, and the abnormal mortality rate is much higher than that of women. How can there be more men and fewer women? So he asked his doubts. Chief, you don't know. Many tribes along the Great Lakes are already predominantly agricultural tribes. They have a large variety of wild rice and sweet sorghum planted from surrounding swamps. There are very few tribes, so the population structure of these tribes is relatively balanced. The mortality rate of men is not high. Instead, the risk mortality rate of women because of childbirth is high. Hearing Luo Chan's question, Yunzi next to him immediately explained to him. Oh, it turns out so. Luo Chong suddenly realized it, but immediately said, but the number of female captives is not large. How many people do you plan to keep? I can't leave it to you anyway. This, at least half of it. Yunzi tentatively asked. There were more than 3,000 captives in the grassland this time, but there were very few men and less than 500 people. The rest were women and children, and some underage teenage girls. Those who were about to reach adulthood were also rushed into the adult male prisoners of war. He held some auxiliary work. In this way, the remaining captives have become dominated by adult women, plus many little boys under the age of 5, as well as large and small girls and girls, with a number of up to 1,500, if only adult women in this case. There are only about 800 people, and Yunzi proposes half, and there are only 400 people. This number of people is not much, but it can solve 400 bachelor men and form 400 taxable agricultural families for the Han tribe. In this way, it is quite cost-effective, so Luo Chong agreed at the time. Okay, give you half of the problem, but while accepting those women, you also have to let those people take responsibility for raising children. You must tell the newcomers in advance. As for the rest, I have another arrangements, right? Where did Yui go? Has he not returned yet? After Luo Chong agreed to Yunzi's request, he asked about Yun Yi. Returned to the leader. Yuno is still monitoring the hydrological situation of the Great Lakes with 4 ships. This time, he hasn't returned almost 2 months after going out, but he sent back a message a few days ago, saying it was in the northeast of the Great Lakes. A seasonal waterway was found in the north, where there is a river that can lead directly to the north. Yunzi, as a partner of Yui, immediately reported the situation for Luo Chong after hearing Luo's question. What? Seasonal waterway to the north? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where is he now? While the two were walking and chatting, Luo clashed and heard the explosive news, almost jumping in place, so he asked a little more excitedly. This thing, he also came back a few days ago. At the time, he said in the letter that he didn't know when the waterway would be blocked, so he took 2 ships advanced, and the rest of the boat is on the way back. I don't know when they will come back, but Yuno said they can get bows and arrows and fishing nets on their boat. Don't worry about the supply problem, he said he had to check it out first, and wait until he came back. Yunzi was also taken aback by Luo Chong's reaction, and he quickly reported it after the reaction. Luo Chong realized his gaffe and hurriedly adjusted his mood before he continued to ask, can he still be contacted now? How many people did he bring? It can be contacted. We used the Flying Eagle biography. He took 2 dhows, or scramble. According to his fleet, the 2 ships should have 150 people. Yunzi has the final say. Oh, since the opportunity is rare, let him go first, regardless of him. After Luo Chong stabilized his emotions, he temporarily let go of the matter. Now he has just discovered the waterway. As for where he leads, even if he contacts Yuno, he can't say it. However, Luo Chong remembered the matter of this new channel silently. The so-called seasonal channel is actually like a tide. For example, the dark bridge connecting Bamboo Island and the mainland can only be exposed for human passage at the end of each month when the tide recedes. This seasonal channel is also the same, but it has nothing to do with tides, but with seasonal rainfall. For example, when the rainfall is sufficient during the rainy season and the water level skyrockets, some seasonal rivers will appear in the places where they dried up, or the original swamps will be painted into endless water swamps. This is a normal thing, that is to say, lakes and rivers, the surface area changes according to seasonal changes, and it is possible that a swampland was discovered last fall. Now it is possible to sail through the ship due to the rise in water level, and the situation encountered by Yuno is estimated to be the situation that Luo Chong guessed. Of course, if it's just a seasonal channel, it's not surprising. The most important thing is that Yunyi judged that this is the route to the north, then this matter is more important. The Han tribe has only once to the north. The long-distance exploration, that time, was also a team of Yunyu, finally reached the cannibal settlement after a few months of long journey. The field at the time was walking upstream along the river of the Ruyang River, but at that time the Han tribe had not yet built a suitable sailing boat. In the second place, the Ruyang River was not very large. It was obviously not suitable to get two small boats to go upstream, so Luo Chong has been looking at the south all these years. The first is because the grasslands in the south have the real interests of the Han tribe, and the second is because the Han tribe and the cannibal war have won several times in a row, arresting all the enemies who have committed them and becoming slaves of the Han tribe. These wars are huge for the losses of cannibals. To know that this era of hunting and gathering or and burn cultivation in many places is not a large population, and cannibals are fighting with the Han tribe. Thousands of people have been lost before and after, and the distance between the two sides is too far away. Obviously, the expeditionary Han tribe is not cost-effective. Luo Chong guessed that it might be because their population was not enough to start a new war, or they felt that the losses of the expeditionary Han tribe were higher than the benefits, so they stopped going south. Since then, the Han tribe has never set foot on the northern boundary. The furthest north is only the new Steel County iron ore. It was discovered that the Sancha estuary area of the two tribal alliances has not been there for several years. After that, there was also a crystal mine found in the field, and it was not mined because it was temporarily worthless. This time I have been to the northern field to find a waterway that can be used for the north of the sailing ship. It is absolutely significant for the Han tribe. Perhaps he also understands this, so he will take the initiative to go north without any preparation. And perhaps just because he has been there, so this time he is very interested in the new channel. Luo Chong knows Yuno's temper very well. He doesn't have the stability of his brothers wandering. He always likes to run around. In the past 2 years, Luo Chong has kept him in the Great Lakes, preventing him from following the south. It is estimated that he suffocated. So when I left, I didn't even tell myself. I was probably afraid I didn't agree to go on an adventure. However, Yuno guessed wrong this time. If he really told Luo Chong about this, Luo Chong would definitely agree to him to see it, and he would be added with elite crew and equipment, so that he would not be rushed like now, out of the air. Speaking of which, Luo Chong remembered that his elder brother was swimming in the wild. The fleet led by Yifu opened up a lot of valuable waterways for the Han tribe along the way down the browsing Yang River. He successively found coal mines and new copper mines. The route to the grassland was also opened. At the beginning of this year, he cooperated with the army to destroy the barbarian tribe in one fell swoop, but since then he has been separated from the big army. Hu Benwei and Xian Niawei went to the grassland, and the wandering continued to open up new routes south. It has been several months since, and I don't know where he is now. Have I found the end of browsing the sun? There is a barren continent with no smoke, or an entrance to the sea, and everything is still unknown. However, at this time, the wandering stood on the boat and looked at the strange cities on both sides of the strait, but he didn't know whether he should be happy or scared. He didn't expect that in this world, in addition to the Han tribe, there were actually humans who built the city. Luo Chong's hope for lurking is mainly to let him flow down as soon as possible and reach the entrance of the browsing Yang River. If the common sense of this world is still known to him, then it is like browsing the Yang River, or it can be called the water system at the level of the big river, then its end point must be the sea. As long as you find the sea, you can find the route to Bamboo Island along the coastline. Luo Chong did not think about letting the wandering and ocean going from the beginning. That's unrealistic. The current navigation technology and ships of the Han tribe are not at all. Support, running in the inner river is almost the same. The development of civilized technology needs a step, especially for navigation. I want to jump away with my own knowledge of time and space, so it may not be a good thing for the current Han tribe. UFO obviously didn't understand so much, he only remembered a goal that the leader told him, and walked down the browsing river to the end. UFO does not know how far it is. In his heart, at the end, the word is probably similar to the end of the world. However, he is more difficult to understand the end of the world, because there is no concept in his heart. He also questioned Luochong, leader, will there be an end to browsing the Yanghe? What will it look like there, and how can I know if I have reached the end of browsing the Yanghe? This question Luochong is really not easy to answer. After all, he has never seen the sea in this world, and he does not know what the sea is like here. However, since the Xian tribe of Bamboo Island can use sea water to bask salt, then the sea water is always salty. There will be nothing wrong. So Luochong's answer at the time was that browsing the sun at the end of the river is the sea, which is countless times larger than the lake, and there is water everywhere. The most important sign is that the sea water is salty and has endless salt in it. UFO can still remember how excited his reaction was when he heard the leader say this. What is the salt that is endless? In this era, it is hard currency, it is a must for life, and it can be used as money. If the Han tribe found such a place, wouldn't it be sent? With new goals, looming voyage exploration has hope. He will taste the local water in the new watershed every day, and look forward to the water he drank on a certain day becoming salty. However, for a few months, instead of encountering the fantasy sea, he found a city on the shore of the river. Yes, it was a city built with rammed soil, and it looked very large. Outside the city is a large area of farmland. The crops grown look like wheat and corn. They are all dry fields. From a distance, the wheat in the field is arranged one by one, which shows that the other party has mastered a certain amount of farming technology, at least know the sowing, not the most primitive slash and burn, and directly sow a seed to finish the kind. The width of this section of the river is about 300 meters, and the wandering fleet is driving in the middle, but he is standing on the second deck at this time and sees that many people are working on the shore, both men and women. Those people are fishing with a round fishing net, and some have dragged a long fishing cage from the river, and then a woman pulled the fish out of it. It can be roughly seen that the other party's fishing technology is relatively developed. Of course, this fishing method does not exceed the cognition of loitering, because the Han tribe has done so, or similarly, the most strange thing about loitering is another special fishing method. From a distance, there are people holding rafts in the water along the coast. Yes, it's a bamboo raft, and a small number of canoes. It's the kind of wooden boat that directly hollows out the trunk, not the assembly. One person is driving a raft or canoe, and the other person is playing with more than a dozen black water birds standing on the raft. When you come up again, a lively fish will spit out of your mouth, and then stand by the raft and wait for the opportunity again. The wandering was shocked. He always thought that birds like chickens and ducks are stupid animals. They are not as humane as large animals like cattle and horses. They can become labor through human training, but the tribe in front of them, they can actually. He was really surprised to talk about waterbird fishing for himself. But just when he was amazed by the other party's fishing methods, those fishermen who worked on the shore, and the fishermen who supported the raft, looked at several large sailboats in the wandering, and they were even more surprised. They had never seen such a large raft, and without a human pull, without paddling the oars, the huge raft can walk on its own. Is that thing rushing away by water? Otherwise, why did it come downstream? Both sides were surprised by each other's technology, but for a while it seemed a bit stalemate, and they were staring at each other's eyes, and they didn't dare to say hello to each other. Leader, shall we rely on it to see it? This is a city with a large population. The captain of the flagship where the cruise is located asked him. The shipbuilding industry of the Han tribe has developed very rapidly due to the existence of Luochong such a bug, and the number of ships has exploded, resulting in a shortage of professional sailors. In this case, the original elderly people are promoted very fast, and the sailors seem to be the most popular profession. However, it's just incense. There are more industries in the Han tribe that eat incense. It can be said that as long as there are skilled people in the Han tribe, there is no need to worry about life, but when life is stable, people's ideological pursuits are more. In the case of the leader's meritorious system, those who don't worry about life think more about how to get a credit to a first level, or Guangzhou Yeazu. Other systems have their own channels, and sailors also have their own merits. It is the best choice to be able to get into a looming voyage development group. Although they are far away from home, life on board is also bitter, and they are all strange. There is also a certain risk in contact with strange tribes. How can there be such a good profit? For credit must be accompanied by a certain risk, and the greater the risk, the higher the credit, especially as go ashore to communicate with strange tribes. The monarch did not see that although several people in the fleet died last year when they touched the barbarian tribe, the dead ones were all pursued by the two-level titles. They did not enjoy the benefits of the titles themselves, but their children it can hereditate this chaste title. Although the hereditary title of the leader is decreasing from generation to generation, that is also the title of the title. So if the pioneering group encounters some strange tribes along the road, the crew will rush to go ashore and contact them. Every time a tribe is made, it is a credit, and the tribe with a huge city like the one in front of you is still the two. If you can get this first mission, you will definitely write down your ink in the credit book. So the captain of the flagship took the initiative to ask this question. As a captain, he couldn't help but want to go ashore to communicate with those strangers. You can go down the sail and anchor. Stop the boat first, but don't worry about going ashore. Don't look at each other's failure to take the initiative now, but they must have already gone to that city to call big people. Let's wait and see. Come out and talk. Wandering to observe the situation on the shore, I thought about it. The captain of the flagship feels reasonable when he hears it. If they rush into contact, they can only contact the civilians. If they don't see the leader of the other party, it's of little use to the Han tribe. Who knows what the other party is doing to see them, and you will know when you look at the trouble. If you bring out a big-ticket hand with a weapon, then the risk of contact will rise linearly. If the other party intends to contact itself, it is another way of playing. Now the situation is unknown, let's observe the waves first. So after receiving the signal from the flagship, several sailboats began to fall off the sails and stopped in the hearts of the rivers. When the people on the shore looked at the situation, there was another riot, and some people even picked up various fishing tools. Those who have been fishing on the raft have also dragged the raft to the shore, and there are several people running towards the city again. It should be to report the latest situation. Those huge rafts stopped. Sure enough, after a while, a group of people came out with a middle-aged woman in a yellow cotton robe. Someone led the way in front of her, and from time to time pointed at several big ships in the heart of the river. What is it? Looks very excited. Tang Ji is the woman in the yellow robe. She is the leader elected by the many tribes of the Tang tribe. Unlike the tribes in general, the Tang tribe has a huge size, with a total population of no less than 40,000. The main body is in this huge city. There are more than 10,000 people living in it, and the rest of the population is distributed around the main city in the form of villages. The population composition of the Tang tribe is also very complicated. They are a collection of many small clans, so a huge tribe like this naturally cannot appear as a patriarch system like other tribes. It is jointly elected by the clan chiefs, and the succession is still using the Zen concession system, which does not form a eldest son inheritance system. Therefore, although there are many people in the Tang tribe, it is actually relatively primitive and backward. Some are similar to the era before Dao. According to Luo Chong, the management system and leader inheritance method of the Xin tribe can be barely counted as a country. However, the Tang tribe obviously does not yet have the conditions to become a country. It is more appropriate to say that it is a clan tribal alliance. However, to talk about the leader's selection system, this is almost the same as Daya's legend. It is more important than the people and is supported by the people. It is possible to be elected as the leader. Tang Ji is no exception. The contribution made by the tribe is the invention of the version of the wall. Tang Ji was originally the daughter of a clan of the Tang tribe. It can be said that there is a certain political capital, and Tang Ji himself is a very smart and innovative woman. A few decades ago, there were not many people in the Tang tribe, but there were also many hostile tribes around it. The Tang tribe occupied the most fertile land by the river, and also mastered several salt wells and had its own ability to produce salt. Coveted, several neighbors often unite to attack the Tang tribe, hoping to seize the territory of the Tang tribe. Although the Tang tribe has never defeated the battle with many people, it is always necessary to beware of the enemy's offensives and harassment, which also makes them bored and seriously affects the production life of the Tang tribe. Those who die from freezing and starving years are even far more than war. Dead people. In this case, Tang Ji used the prestige of his patriarch's father to propose a high-wall fortress plan to enclose the salt wells and granaries of the Tang tribe in the wall to protect important assets. It can also be used for military purposes. When the enemy attacks, he can use his tall wall to defend. The clan where Tang Ji was first adopted this method and began to build the city wall. Later, when the enemy attacked again, the clan where Tang Ji was located really ran away from the enemy with the advantage of the high wall, and there was no loss in itself. The soldiers defended according to the wall. The damage to their own battles was also minimized. Seeing the results of the wall construction, other clans in the alliance followed suit, and came to ask Tang Ji to teach them how to build the wall. So in the time after, Tang Ji has been running around with various clans to help them build a fortress and teach them how to rely on high walls combat defense. Later, a defensive system composed of ram soil appeared in the Tang tribe alliance. Since then, the enemy has not taken advantage of every attack, even if it is several times the number of people in the city, and finally ended in a fiasco. The enemy was forced to migrate far away in desperation to find a more suitable place to live. For a year or two, only the alliance of the Tang tribe remained. For decades, the wars of several generations finally ended with the victory of the Tang tribe, and Tangji, who brought a decisive victory to the entire alliance, was logically elected as the new leader. After Tangji took office, in order to consolidate her power and at the same time to better defend against foreign enemies, she advocated using her clan as the main body to connect the fortresses of several clans with the city walls and became a fortress group. In the end, it became the big city with more than 10,000 people living in front of you. Tangji, who has become a leader, is not only wise and very good at developing production technology. He has successively made technical improvements in the agriculture, breeding, textiles, fishing and hunting, metallurgy, etc. of the Tang tribe. It is more powerful, so it has gained more respect and love from the people and has become the most prestigious leader. This time I heard people report that there were a few huge rafts on the big river outside. She rushed over for the first time, and when she saw the first glance of the Han tribe sailing boat, she brought her the shock is irreparable. She made an evaluation in her heart, which is definitely something made by a large tribe that surpassed them. The arrival of this strange tribe is absolutely very dangerous for their soup tribe. However, along with the danger, it is also a rare opportunity. If the other party is willing to communicate peacefully with them, this is a good opportunity to learn. So Tangji stood up, she scolded everyone not to follow herself too close, and then came to the river alone, just watching the big sailboat 100 meters away quietly. She wanted to see how the other party would react. Did she want to contact them? Idea. The head of the group looked at it. A man in a robe came out of the city, which should be the big man you said. And the man didn't seem to bring soldiers. Look, the man went to the river by himself. The boring sailors stood at the side of the ship and looked at the strange tribe in front of them, discussing the other party's lifestyle and the women's dress. There should be no danger when a person stands there. It seems that the other party intends to communicate with us. Who of you would like to go first and say hello to the other party? Yufu quickly judged the situation in front of him, and then asked everyone on board. Leader, let me go. I also go to me, so I must take me. Don't argue, I'm going to row fast, no matter who goes, I'll send it. Seeing that everyone is actively signing up, Yasubo waved his hand and said, is okay, don't argue. This time, the other party is a big tribe, we can't behave too casually. We only take the landing craft to the river. It is absolutely not allowed to go ashore, just give them some gifts, no need to deal with them for the time being. Then use this to ask the other party's specialty, the other will not be used. If it's okay, we have to continue downstream and find the entrance to the sea as the leader said earlier. Hearing Yufu saying this, everyone knew that the purpose of this negotiation was just to say hello, but some people actively signed up. In the end, the captain of the flagship took a few sailors, changed the official crown gown of the Han tribe, and prepared fine gifts. Only then drove carefully by the landing craft. On the other side of the shore, some people around Tangji saw someone on the big sailboat of the Han tribe coming ashore in a boat. They were nervous at the time and did not know what the people in the tribe wanted to do, but it's too late for them to think about it. The big ship of the Han tribe was already more than 100 meters away from the river bank. It was possible to shoot with a bow and arrow. The boat was crossed faster. In the blink of an eye, the landing boat had reached the river. Seeing a few weirdos close to him, someone on the shore immediately blocked Tangji's body with her body, fearing that she would encounter something unexpected. The flagship captain who headed him was very familiar with this routine. He didn't care about the tension of the people on the shore, but gave a gift to Tommy calmly. Dear friend, we are from the upstream Han tribe businessman, looking for the sea downstream, meeting your tribe on the road, and giving a little meeting, hoping to get some food supplies in your tribe, don't know? Of course, if you have anything good, we are willing to exchange it for something. While the captain was talking, he pointed to the gifts he had next to him and introduced them to each other. Finally, he explained that he wanted to use such things to change some food with them. Many people on the other side understood this meaning, and then they were relieved. As long as they were not interested in them, it was a good thing. These people came to change things and eat. It's easy to understand. After all, the soup tribe is also a very developed tribe. They can also produce cloths, food, white salts, rough pottery, metals, etc. These produced things will also be sold to the surrounding tribes or savages if they can't use them anymore. So there is no stranger to the transactions proposed by the Han tribe, but it just makes them slightly less used to it. This time the seller became another tribe, and they themselves became buyers. Tangji didn't say anything, just nodded, and then signaled the people around him to pick up those gifts. Several people in the Han tribe did not go ashore as they said before, and they handed the gifts in their hands very generously. Give each other, although you know that you will suffer from such a transaction. How can you make friends with each other without eating a little loss? At this time, Tangji was surprised by the gifts from the Han tribe, including those from the Tang tribe around her, all slammed for the beautiful gifts of the Han tribe. In their view, this it has been regarded as a rare treasure. There is a white glazed ceramic vessel, the most expensive of which is a set of colorful tea sets. This is a kind of glaze that is first painted on it with 5 mineral pigments, and finally a porcelain that is carefully burned, but the top kiln of the Han tribe. The master lame burned it out, of course, not him alone, but the Han tribal official kiln under his control. The ceramic burning level of the Tang tribe, the best process still stays at the stage of red pottery black color, that is, the color of the red pottery, with black patterns on it, and the top pottery has all 3 color patterned. However, as far as the Han tribe's porcelain with glass gloss is concerned, it is obviously still incomparable. There are also many other ceramic utensils. There are samples of bowl dishes such as tableware. There are also messy ceramic lamps and pendulums such as pen wasting, which add up to a lot. The other gift is a roll of vegetarian sackcloth and a colorful champion, as well as a prime minister. As soon as these 3 treasures come out, everyone around them will be dazed and can't help but make a wow. There are also sackcloth, soup tribes, but they are not as smooth and dense as the Han tribe. However, they were originally used as sacks with sackcloth. People in the soup tribe basically don't wear sackcloth clothes, but wear cotton. The cotton used is also similar to the cotton that Tiger Benway discovered, but this crop has already been popularized in the soup tribe. The planting range is more than sackcloth. After all, this thing can be used not only to weave cloth, but also to make cotton jackets and cotton quilts as fillers. It is completely incomparable to sack fiber. However, the cotton of the Tang tribe is even more powerful. When they unfolded the colorful and vegetarian championships of the Han tribe, they still thought it was a god. The colorful pattern was relatively thick and dense compared to the tulle. The overall color is blue and green. The peacock color is paired with yellow and brown blue, and the pattern is a 100 bird facing the phoenix. The background is that the green forest is accompanied by Chinquan Falls, and the forest is an innumerable color bird, and each god is flexible. Although the other prime minister is pure white, it is as thin as a cicada, like smoke, giving a hazy feeling. The most important thing is that the Han tribe now has fewer silkworms, most of which are used in the silkworms, and the biggest feature of the chestnut silkworms is the high reflection rate. Even at night, a little light will be reflected on it. So people in the Han tribe are more willing to call it glowing fabric. At this time, in the morning, 1 colorful and 2 tin satins unfolded in front of everyone. Looking at the thin knitted lines, bright and gorgeous colors, such as the reflection of the divine light, a group of people were all stunned. Even the well-informed Tangji was also fascinated by the treasures in front of her eyes, but she had seen the big scene. After hearing the exclites of the people around her, I soon recovered, and then let people put away the satin and cloth, and continue to look at other gifts. In addition to the 2 high-end goods of ceramics and tin, the rest is some gadgets. Turn on 2 exquisite carved wooden boxes. One of them is a sword and not very long. It is similar to a dagger. The sheath uses ordinary black iron wood. The handle is the corners of the rotten street. The shape is unique, but it cannot cover up the ordinary facts. But it's not bad, at least it's made of steel. In another small box, there is a sewing scissor, as well as sewing tools such as soft feet, paint, dry powder, and large and small steel needles. The last bigger box contains the 4 treasures of the Han tribe's study room. The ink and ink are all ink, and there are 2 Hanli and poetry. This thing is not beautifully packed, but it is not a tribe. We'll give it. Like ordinary small tribes that can't even farm, wandering at most will come up with hard currency such as white salt, cloth, iron pot, and pottery. But when you see that the Tang tribe has such a huge city, you can't see the side Liantian, and after the people who were still fishing just now, they know that ordinary things are not visible to others, and they must be something with a cultural connotation, such as books. Of course, the printed book is nothing, the most important thing is the text above. As expected, when Tangji took out 2 cross-printed printed lines with ink fragrance from the box, he opened it and stumbled on the spot, seeming to be more shocked than I saw the satin just now. She looked twice in a row, and then looked carefully from the beginning, and looked at the 2 pages with her fingers, which seemed to feel the pattern from the middle, and then she found that many of these symbols were repeated. It looks exactly the same, although it does not understand what it means. It also gains a lot from observation. Coincidentally, since the Tang tribe began to prosper and stabilize under the leadership of Tangji, Tangji also began to optimize and supplement the existing text of the Tang tribe. However, the word creation is really not the work of ordinary people. It was only after I did it that I knew how difficult it was. Now I see the book of the Han tribe. Of course, I was greatly inspired. Then there is the material of this book, as well as the printing method, which is much stronger than the oracle text in bamboo simple wood used by the Tang tribe. Such a small book of the Han tribe portrays so many words, and it is very light and abnormal. It is very convenient to read, which is much easier than turning the king's 8 covers. Seeing so many beautiful gifts, Tang Ji had a good impression of the tribe that requested to trade with them. She received the book in the box and then smiled and invited everyone from the Han tribe to rest in the city. The Tang tribe will entertain them with food. At the same time, both parties can also conduct specific negotiations on the transaction. However, the captain of the flagship rejected the proposal, claiming that he was not the leader, and he needed to go back to the shore to ask for instructions. So these people of the Han tribe returned to the sailing ship in the eyes that Tang Ji expected, and then after a while, Yufu personally led people to the river again. When Tang Ji knew that he was the lord this time, he invited a few people to visit the city as guests. He was not afraid to swim. He laughed and entered the city with Tang Ji. The other Tang tribes were around them for a long time. Most of them heard the legends of others to see the baby. Soon after, in a separate courtyard of the city's main house, on a huge stone-carved table in the courtyard, several maids had already scented with ceramics and wooden discs, and even huge leaves, carrying a lot of local special fruits. Many of the gifts sent by the Han tribe just now are on the stone table. On both sides of the stone table are covered with a choke-coated mat, with several futon-like cushions on it, and Tang Ji and several people are sitting opposite. These are the unique fruits we have here. Friends of the Han tribe, please use them slowly. Tang Ji greeted him first, and then continued to ask, I heard that you are from the upstream Han tribe. I don't know how far the Han tribe is from here, the population, and the territory? How many cities are there? Tang Ji speaks while comparing, and the accent is also very obscure. It is not the same as the language of Chinese. It is also different from the dialect and grassland language of the Xin tribe. The communication between the two sides is not very convenient. Strangers get along for a long time. They understand the body language and expression language very well. Finally, they understand the meaning of Tang Ji. Our Han tribe is very far away from here. It takes more than 3 months to go upstream on the way. There are hundreds of thousands of people and more than 20 cities. By the way, you know what the moon means. It is the cycle of time and the speed of the day and month rotation. I have a book from the Han tribe here that can give the Tang leader a look. Yufa said that he took out a book, but it was not too thick. It looked like a booklet. The cover reads the 6 words on Jiawen book. The first few pages are all printed with a sculpture version. The above pattern is similar to the pattern of the Blade Bone lunar calendar originally taken by the Rat Witch. It explains in detail the close connection between the Han tribe on the cycle and time of the change of the day and moon, and the 4 seasons. After reading this, the monthly calendar is followed, but it is all manuscript. There is a lot of whitening behind the daily date. Some of the preceding places have written dense words. In fact, this is a calendar memo with you. It has the function of a calendar and can also be used to record some major events that occurred on the day, or on which day in advance to remember what you will do when the time comes. It is very convenient to use. Tang Ji is very interested in this. The illustrations modified by Luo Chong in front of the almanac are also easy to understand. In addition, the Tang tribe already has certain astrological knowledge and time concepts, so it is not difficult to understand, so Tang Ji asked to buy downstream. In this almanac, the Tang tribe can exchange food or other things that the Han tribe needs. This downstream vault is embarrassed. There is only 1 book in total, and so many things are recorded on it. If it is sold to you, what I use, but he has other methods. I saw Lurking Finger referring to the box containing the 4 treasures of the study room and the pile of gifts. I took out the ink in the gaze of Tang Ji. I wet the pen and copied the album on the spot and copied a short version. Only the first few pictures and the specific date of each month later, after waiting to be copied and dried, Yufu also marked the date of the day for Tang Ji so that she could understand it herself. However, Tang Ji's attention is no longer on the calendar at this time, but was captured by the Han tribe's writing tool. Unlike the Tang tribe's marking of oracle symbols with knives, the Chinese tribe's brush and ink juice are more convenient to write, and the quality of several books should be preserved properly. So Tang Ji once again proposed that he would like to exchange a certain amount of remuneration for the Han tribe's method of making these things. Such a request would suddenly stun the lovers and others. A tribe willing to learn Chinese characters and the lifestyle habits of the Han tribe, of course, likes it. The Han tribe, based on the concept of cultural output, all manufacturing techniques about basic education and ink are open to the public. As long as you are willing to learn, I am willing to teach. It's just that the time for the parade is tight and the task is heavy. It doesn't take long to stay and teach these technologies. Even if a few technicians are left, the other party's willingness to learn is still very important. He said, Soup leader, if you like these things, we can sell them to your tribe first. We can also tell you about the production technology in the future, but we now have other important tasks and no time to stay here. However, we will come back in the future. We will definitely come back once this year, and we will come next year. Please ask Chief Tang to rest assured that we will pass the production method to your tribe. Tang Ji seemed a little disappointed after figuring it out, but she didn't force it. After the first contact between the two sides, how could it be so generous to teach her technology, and you can agree to sell it to yourself for a batch of use, which is already very good. Give face. Thinking of what I just said, Tang Jin asked curiously, friend of the Han tribe, where did you just say you are going by the river? Is there anything you have to go to? Still so anxious? I laughed and laughed, but I didn't think there was anything difficult to say. We are going to the end of the big river outside the city to find a place where salt water is. It's been a few months since I came out. I don't know how far we have to go to get there. We don't have much food, so I hope to trade something with you for our people to eat. Tang Ji nodded and thought about it for a moment, and suddenly said to Loyu, I know the place you said, not far from here, about 40 days. When he was shocked during the longevity, he carefully determined the number with Tang Ji several times before figuring out the concept of 40 days. Will it be at the end of the river in 40 days? Can you find the sea full of salt water? Real or fake? Some overwhelming self-examination in the wandering heart. On the one hand, finally knowing the joy that the destination is coming. On the other hand, there is a question about the news. Chief Tang, how did you know these things? Have you been to that place? You can't help asking. Tang Ji took a piece of cut yellow fruit from the table and ate it. That's why we said, our Tang tribe has not been building a city for a long time, and it will be less than 2 decades. We were also defending around. Several tribes did this. After all our cities were built, several neighbor tribes found that they could not beat us, so they had to migrate to other places to find more suitable land for survival, and the direction of their migration was downstream of the river. At that time, we were still in a hostile relationship. Naturally, they would not care about their life and death. Instead, they all went away and it was better. However, in the second year, they suddenly ran back from the lower reaches of the river to a clan tribe. Their patriarch took the initiative to admit mistakes and was willing to use their own life. Please exchange for forgiveness, only asked the Tang tribe to take in his clan. Tang Ji said that he had a meal here, and then ate another piece of fruit. When he saw the wandering and his eyes looking at himself, he continued to stroke. I asked him why he came back. Haven't they already migrated? The patriarch told me that they spent a few months at the end of the earth, and the rivers also poured salt water there. The sky is colorful, and in the summer it will blow the breeze from the salt water that can't see the end, rolling away their houses and food, and even the livestock. Even people are no exception. They finally migrated in the past, but internal conflicts broke out soon after encountering the demon wind. Many clans left by themselves, some found suitable places to open their homes, some chose to go back, and some tribes chose hidden in the valley. There are mountains as barriers. I heard that the mountain gods can resist the demon wind, and many clans have gone there. Now it is a big stronghold. The patriarch I'm talking about is someone who chooses to take the clan back. He said that the end of the earth is full of salt water that can't see the side. Every summer there are monsters and storms. The edges of the earth are all gravel and stone. There is no soil and no food can be grown, so he chose to bring his clan back to live. It was not easy to understand what Tang Ji said, and then again surprised. I didn't expect that they really had someone to go to the beach where the leader said. But the sea described by Tang Ji does not seem to be a good place. The sea that the leader dreams of seems to be a little different. After carefully combing it, Yufa suddenly discovered that Tang Ji's words were somewhat flawed, so he asked again. Chief Tang, didn't you just say that you can go to the beach in just 40 days from here? Why did those who just said that the migrants have been away for a few months? Tang Ji froze, and quickly replied, they didn't know the road when they first went, and the purpose was to find more suitable land to live, stop and go all the way. Of course it took a long time. And the clan tribe, I said, they just wanted to come back with a thought, and they knew the way to come, so when they came back, it was almost time, and the whole family left after only 40 days. When you were in a hurry, it turned out to be like this. If that's the case, it's really okay, and the time that Tang Ji said is still the time it takes for men, women and children of all ethnic groups to walk together. If they are replaced by a group of strong men, they must go faster. It may only take about a week to switch to cavalry. Maybe the speed will be faster, and the boat traveling day and night may be able to arrive in these 3 or 4 days. In this way, a burst of light comes out in the eyes of the wandering, but it can be considered. Tang Ji looked at the excitement of the mood of the lush and showed curiosity, not knowing why this group of people from the Han tribe had to run so far, and according to the clan who came back, the end of the earth was barren, not at all good place. So she asked directly, "Friends of the Han tribe, I really want to know why you are going to such a place, and you are so anxious. Is there anything good there that you need?" The wandering roomers were stunned, and immediately calmed down from the excited mood, thinking about how to answer, and he answered after a little thought. "I don't know what's there. After all, we haven't been there yet, but it doesn't matter what's there. We are not for something, but for this way. Besides, did Chief Tang just say that people who have migrated in the past have many choices to settle there, indicating that there is not so horrible there, and there may be dangers, but we should be able to solve them?" Tang Ji apparently disagreed with this answer. If the Han tribe really had any purpose, how could it be easy to tell her? But in order to get the production method of the 4 treasures of the study room that just promised to swim, she still reminded a few words in good faith. "Hope that the people of this group of Han tribes can come back alive. Friends of the Han tribe, do you know why the clan tribe I said chose to come back instead of settling in the valley over there with others? Staying around, I didn't know how I knew it, but since the other party asked so, he still cooperated with the channel. Yep, why did they come back? Because the patriarch of that clan tribe said that there are many cannibal blue-faced monsters in the mountains at the end of the earth. Many of his clan people have seen it with their own eyes. Every time they are in droves, they are very long. It looks like a man, but he is covered in yellow hair like a beast, walking on his limbs, and can jump around the tree." The wandering was again alarmed by the news. He hurriedly asked, "Is the thing very big, red hair, very strong, good at running, and able to jump up and down on the tree?" Tang Ji was surprised and didn't know why the wandering was so excited. Did they see similar monsters in the Han tribe? But what the wandering described was not something that she knew. She explained that I haven't seen that kind of thing, but the people who have seen it say that it's not big. At least no one is big. If you have to compare it with people, that thing should be the size of a child. However, they are very fast and can jump up and down on the tree. They have weird blue faces and screams. They are a large group every time they appear. Never appear alone. Wandering suddenly, it was not a creature like a giant ape, but the news is still worthy of vigilance, and the leader should be told as soon as possible. Maybe the leader will know what it is. That's right, in the wandering heart, the leader is omnipotent, because there are really many things that the leader knows. Finally, Yufa said to Tang Ji again, "Any monsters have nothing to do with us. We have our own big ship and we don't have to land. Our purpose is to enter the sea where all salt water is. But before that, I hope that the soup tribe can add enough food for us, and we will exchange it with the right thing." Tang Ji nodded in an expressionless manner and agreed to it. In his heart, he still didn't believe much about the lobbying statement. There was nothing at the end of the earth. What can you do in the salt water, running thousands of miles to take a shower? Of course, she also knows that even if she asks down, she will not tell her the truth. Her purpose has been achieved. Telling Yufa that it is dangerous. This is enough. I hope that the fools of this group of Han tribes can really come back alive. She still hopes to have long-term business activities with this group of highly skilled tribes, which will help the Tang tribe learn technology from it. The 4 two-mast sailboats add up to less than 300 people. The food soup tribe that is needed by 300 people can still be taken out. They are all small meanings, but the food stored by the soup tribe is untreated. Whether it is millet, or wheat, it is stored directly with a shell, so that it can be stored for a longer period of time, if it is reasonable, and the grain with a shell can be stored for 4 or 5 years. However, if you store it like this, it's not very convenient to eat it. Before eating food every day, you have to pound rice or mill rice on site to do shelling. So Yufa once again asked whether he could buy shelled food. The Han tribe is willing to pay more. If not, it doesn't matter if they wait 2 more days. Anyway, they are not far from their destination. The reason why Tang Ji listened to the wandering also made sense. These people really couldn't handle the food on that big wooden boat, but it was obviously not easy to ask so many people to pound rice for themselves. Not that she didn't have this appeal, but she didn't see the benefits. Wandering, busy saying, "If the Tang leader is willing, I would like to send you a tool for tampering with our Han tribe. It is very simple to make, but it can save a lot of manpower, and the speed of tampering will also be faster." "Oh, is this okay?" Tang Ji became interested as soon as he heard it. Of course. So, after wandering with a stone stick to demonstrate the working principle of stepping on it, Tang Ji agreed happily, but she still had a condition that it would take 2 or 3 days to pound rice anyway. Ask you to teach them to make such a tool, and you agree to it. Just take advantage of these days to understand the situation of the Tang tribe. Getting along in 3 days does let the wandering know a lot of things. For example, the crops of the Tang tribe are mainly millet and wheat. The animals raised include chickens, ducks, and pigs. There are no large animals like cows and horses. There are no sheep. Some deer are about the size of sheep. In terms of metal smelting, the Soup tribe already has the technology of artificially making charcoal, but they will not make bellows, nor will the rattle blast pouches of animal skin be made, so even with charcoal, it is difficult to increase the temperature of smelting. The temperature is not high enough. Copper water can naturally be poured to build bronze, so the Soup tribe currently uses iron. The threshold of iron's early smelting technology is lower. It does not require a high temperature, nor does it need to melt the iron, as long as the ore can be burned red, and then the impurities are repeatedly beaten to remove the impurities. The Soup tribe uses this method to produce iron. The output is very low, and they don't make iron every day, but treat iron smelting as a major festival. I made a small stove with my own mud and started to practice it. The level of textile technology is still at the stage of the waste machine. The spinning wire uses a spindle, and the woven cloth is at most half a meter wide. Most of the material is used for cotton. Cotton is very popular here. There are many kinds of fibers, but they are generally used to make ropes or fishing nets, sacks, and the like. Ceramics is still rough, and no porcelain has appeared. However, this aspect is produced centrally, and many people make it themselves. The method is that women dig mud by the river, step on mud, make embryos, and use wheat straw to burn in the open air after drying. The success rate is not low. What experience should be mastered? In addition to these, there are also bamboos near the Tang tribe. They will also use bamboo tubes to make some natural containers, and many people will use them. 3 days later, the looming decay was done, and the food prepared by the Tang tribe for the Han tribe was also good. The lambs were paid with some cloths, iron pots, white paper and ink ingots, and the needle thread brains that the Tang tribe desperately needed. Things, especially steel needles, can be rubbed by themselves, but they can't really make steel needles. The fleet originally brought white salt, but the Soup tribe has its own salt well and can be self-sufficient, so the salt is not sold. The two sides exchanged goods and were very satisfied with the number of transactions. Yufu is also considered to have a good relationship with the Tang tribe. As for the strategy of treating the Tang tribe later, you can only wait to go back and let the leader formulate it. When he left this day, Tang Ji personally came out to swim out of the city, but Yufu did raise one thing again. Chief Tang, do I want to hire some people who have returned from the beach as guides? The person you said about the tribe who came back after the migration, I am willing to exchange things. Of course, you will also have a copy of the hired person. At the gate of the main city of the Tang tribe, Yubu took several cronies and 2 hired guides to say goodbye to Tang Ji together, and then the landing craft returned to the big ship, and the 4 brigs of the voyage development group also sailed again. Anchor and sail up. With a wandering order, the sailors performed their duties and anchored. The sailboys also shouted that hey hey, the number raised the sail to the highest point. The captain immediately followed the direction and the wind at the top of the mast. The direction of the flag calculates the angle of the stroke, and then orders the sailors to adjust it. Compared with the horizontal vertical hard sails, the Chinese vertical hard sails are not flexible, but they are better than simple operations. They don't need sailors to risk climbing the mast and manually lift the canvas. They just need to stand on the deck and pull the rope. In terms of navigation, the longitudinal hard sails have a row of sail bones from top to bottom, and the wind performance is stronger. Under the same sea conditions and wind, the speed of the hard sails is faster. In addition, there is one of the biggest advantages, that is, they can be winded on all sides. Even a slanting or horizontal wind with a very biased angle can be effectively used by the hard sail and turn it into a driving force for progress. Such advanced navigation tools, as well as such a large load-bearing capability, suddenly frightened the 2 guides to heaven. Watching the ship move forward quickly under the wind, the round arc bow split the river water, and launched 2 on both sides. The white water wave, the 2 guides even frightened back 2 steps, dared not stand on the edge of the deck, fearing that one would fall accidentally. This timid look made everyone laugh on the boat. The 2 guides looked at the dozens of people around and were even more afraid. What this group of people made, why can such a big house float on the water without sinking, and even so many people can live, and the weird way of traveling in this house, in fact, there is no paddle to paddle, but it's amazing to walk against the wind. But it's magical, and it's frightened if it's overly magical, so Lamo simply called the 2 to the top watch deck, put a few shorter, and invited the 2 to eat together. Both guides are men, one old and one young, and the older one is the clan that Tang Ji called. The other young man is about 20 years old and claims to be the same family of Tang Ji. The 2 came to the open deck on the 2nd floor with their bare feet, and saw the amplitude sitting there. The 2 of them also sat on the deck, and then they got together and held their hands a few shorter. This is a long relaxed breath. Wandering looked at them and smiled, and after pouring rice wine with bamboo tubes for the two, this only told the two, "Come, two, please drink this cup with me. This time, two brothers have guided us. No, no need. Yeah, we all took your cloth, and we should help." The two were so polite to see the wandering, and even busy with their hands to say, but they insisted on seeing the wandering, and they saw just a drink of rice soup, and they stopped quitting and smelled a strange smell of fermentation. The groaning drank the rice soup, and immediately coughed, and the cheeks became blush. Wandering laughed at pushing a plate of dried meat and peanuts on the table, and this continued. "I don't know how to call them. Cough, I am an old brother of the current family of apes. You can call my name Rajirikao." The white-haired old man coughed for the first time, then looked at the wandering eyes, picked up a sausage on the table and chewed it. "I am a spoon chi with Taos. Young men have very few words, just say a simple word and eat it by themselves." "Oh, are you and the Tang leader or the same family?" "Yufu is different this time. I didn't expect this young man to be a relative of Tangji. This is kind of interesting. Is it a spy sent by Tangji? But if the spy shows his identity directly, it is a bit unreasonable." "Yes, it was Tangji who asked me to help you. I have been to many places and I know a lot about our Tang tribe. She said that the people of your Han tribe will definitely need me." The young man named Tupki confessed directly. "It's interesting to wander the underworld. The leader of this soup tribe really plays and doesn't give you any conspiracy at all. This is a conspiracy. I clearly put a spy on you. It's up to you to do whatever you want." However, he was not afraid to swim. He didn't intend to take care of these two people. He just wanted to learn more about the surrounding environment from the mouth of the locals, so he listened to him. "Oh, that's really great. A few days ago, I heard from your leader that there will be a demon wind and heavy rain in the summer here. I don't know when. If we stay there for 2 months, will it affect?" The old man of Chijiri used his mouth to pull off the intestines. He heard that Yufu asked about this. He seemed to have remembered something horrible. "Oops, that's okay. No, you can't stay that long. The demon wind is almost at this time. If you come back immediately when you get there, it's okay. If you stay longer, the demon wind will be together. We will all be rolled into the sky, not to mention people, but houses, and you ships, none of which can run, but can't stay for so long. In other words, what are you doing? If it's okay, it's better to go and take a look at it and leave, otherwise you don't want to die, but don't pull me to die with you." Yufu didn't care about the old man of Chijiri. This man did go to the beach, but he was very timid. "You all said that the beach is strong, but so many people have moved in the past, didn't anyone choose to settle down, since this Lashi has an ape and ran back to their enemies?" Soon, he looked at the spoon and hoped to hear his opinion. The spoon has no nonsense. He drank another glass of rice wine, and his cheek was red, saying, "Yes, the wind is very big, but not always, sometimes once a year, sometimes 7 or 8 times a year. This is an inaccurate thing, and it will rain heavily every time the demon wind is blowing, and then it will be stormy, but at most one day, the demon wind will leave. As long as we can find a place to avoid the wind before the arrival of the demon wind, there should be nothing wrong. And it's not the hottest time yet. The demon wind usually waits until the hottest time of the year to come. I dare not say it for 2 months, but there will never be any big things in a month." "Oh, it sounds like you are familiar with the ups and downs here, but how do you know this? Have you ever been there?" Yufu asked again in surprise. The spoon took a deep breath, and once again boiled and drank a glass of rice wine, and sighed before saying, "I was taken by them, and I ran back after a few years. When our Tang tribe was still fighting the enemy, at that time I was young and more fun. Once I didn't go home in time before the war, that were taken away by them. It didn't take long after that group of people moved to the beach. I lived there for 7 years, and only after I had a woman and a child, I found a chance to run back, so I would be more clear about the things over there. Don't look at the old ghost of Chijiri and say that they have been there. In fact, the people at that time only stayed at the end of the earth for a year and ran back. They didn't know as much as I did. Just ask me what you want to ask." After the spoon was finished, the old man of Chijiri glanced at him and robbed him of the wind and hooves in front of him. "Oh, it turns out that is really great, Ano. I mean, it's really good to let you be guides." The young man who saw the spoon was just waving the sheep's hooves at random, as if he didn't care at all, so he continued to ask, "By the way, the spoon, I listened to your leader that day. There are blue-faced monsters in the mountain at the end of the earth. I don't know what it is?" The spoon sneered, "And I don't care. What a blue-faced monster, it's just a group of overeating apes, but the sound is unpleasant, and there is a scary blue-faced skin, other in apes. It's no different. I killed 2 of them with my own hands. The meat on the legs is the most delicious, chewy than your deer hooves." He said that he also pointed to the sheep's hooves in his finger, but because he had never seen the sheep's relationship, he regarded it as a deer's foot. After listening to the wandering, he put his heart in his stomach. It turned out to be a group of apes. That was really nothing to worry about. Then he asked the two people about the local climate and whether there was any suitable place to avoid the wind. However, there is no good idea for both of them. Old man in Shijiri suggested that if you look at the sea with a look, go back quickly. If you can't go back, you have to go ashore to find a cave or something to hide to be the safest. This time, the spoon was surprisingly unobjectioned. When it comes to sheltering the wind, the spoon also highly recommends the caves on the shore. He said that most of the mountains over there are stone hills. There are many natural rock caves in the mountains, which are suitable for avoiding the wind and rain. But the place that can avoid the wind for the ship, otherwise they will not give up the ship and go ashore alone. Besides, they can't do that. If a good boat is gone, how can they go back without transportation? It's so far away from the Han tribe's forces. Whether it's back to the Han tribe's headquarters or the new base of the grassland, they can't go back in a year or two, and they don't know how many downsizing will be on the way. How many people can go home? In general consideration, the wandering and ambush finally decided to be stable. Concentrate resources on reconnaissance in the shortest time, send 1 or 2 ships to take risks, and other ships bring most of the personnel back to the voyage. Of course, this must be built on after consuming more than a month. Another guarantee is that the spoon assures them in person. He was able to predict the arrival of the demon wind 3 days ago, and saw signs within 10 days. In this way, with the spoon, a weather forecaster who has lived in the area for 7 years, the fleet's plan for this trip can add some insurance and add a lot of confidence to the wandering heart. The fleet moves downstream at a rapid speed day and night, so fast, but it does not need to consume any effort, as long as there is still wind, even rest, so the speed of hundreds of miles of daily travel is really shocking to the spoon and the Nigiri. Finally, on the 3rd morning of the fleet's departure from the Tang tribe, the big sailboat finally sailed into a strange place. It was like a lake with a very wide water surface. Looking at the distance, you can see the sea, but this is not something amazing thing. The most surprising thing is that the water surface here is composed of 2 colors, half blue, and half turbid yellow. The water of the 2 colors is intertwined, but it has never been compatible, forming a boundary of rhythmic movement. A group of people in the Han tribe was surprised, but the spoon standing beside the wandering was very calm. He pointed at the peaks on both sides and said, "This is the end of the earth and the end of the river. Except for the valley we are in now, the salt water on the side is not visible at a glance. The water line you see now is the boundary between salt water and river water. In the morning and evening, the water line will rush into the valley, and when the sun rises, the water line will withdraw from the valley, but even if it retreats, the water here it is also impossible to drink. It is salty, and there is a bitter taste." After wandering and nodding, he still knows the sea a bit. Although he has not seen it with his own eyes, he has heard from the people of the Xian tribe, and he has heard that the sea water will rise and fall. Not only will it change at the end of the month, every morning there will also be ups and downs in the evening. If you look at it this way, the spoon just now is not difficult to understand. In fact, because of the rising tide of the sea, salt water rushed up. But soon, he swam to catch the point. He asked, "You said that the water here can't be drunk, then can't we go any further?" The spoon nodded for granted. "Yeah, don't believe you can taste the water here, really can't drink it. If you still want to go out, you must bring enough clear water and food. Yes, there are firewood, otherwise you can't cook, it's all water outside, and you don't know what you are going to do. This salt water has reached the horizon. Do you still think that it will not work outside the sky? It's time to make a decision." By wandering, frowning and holding the railing. "Is it time to make a choice? Do you want to go out? How to go out? Send a few boats out, and take as many people out? This is all about careful calculation and discrimination. The problem of direction." But he still remembers what the chief said. "If you really find the sea, remember to bring the compass when you go to sea. Don't go out without the compass. Also, the first time you sail in the sea, you must not stay away from land, and keep driving on the edge of land, unless you find another land on your other side. You can try to see it, otherwise, don't leave your continent easily, or you will be lost in the sea forever, and finally engulfed by the wind and waves." The leader's words were still in his ears, expressing his strong concern for them, but from these words, he could also see that the leader wanted them to sail to the sea. For the leader's strategy for the Xian tribe in Bamboo Island, and for the leader's statement in the endless resources of the sea, he finally decided to send a boat out to take a look. But today is not good. If you want to go to sea, you must first replenish the fleet. The fleet stayed at the bay at the entrance to the sea for a morning, and then turned around and returned upstream, but they did not go far, but just found a place suitable for collecting clean fresh water and stopped. A boat is so big that the living materials it can carry are limited after all, so in addition to filling water and food as much as possible, unnecessary consumption must be reduced, so layoffs become inevitable. The fleet led by the parade has at least 70 people on each of them, and more than 280 people in 4 ships, but in fact, if it is just for sailing, there are not so many people at all. They are long-distance development groups. The way of travel, but the more important thing is to go ashore to collect food, build diplomatic relations with strange tribes or do business, and draw maps of important locations and routes, identify local specialties and resources, including population resources. Such a comprehensive work can obviously not be done by several sailors, so with the modern name, there are a large number of load experts in the fleet, that is, only responsible for special technologies, not responsible for life and travel. These trivial professionals, but by this time, even load experts cannot be left. UFO took out the best flagship as an expedition ship. Don't look at this old ship made last year, but it's been so happy that I ran so far and never happened. I still use it to get out of my heart. The personnel have been settled, and it is definitely necessary to wander themselves. Although the risk is relatively high, if you can come back alive this time, it will be a great contribution. Although you have no plan to stay in a county fixed place, the title can rise. Who doesn't want it? And his status is high, the family can continue better. In addition to wandering himself, there are 14 people going out this time. The 2 guides only brought a spoon. The old man and Shijiri stayed in the fleet to introduce the local situation to the left behind. The captain of a flagship personally worked part-time helmsman. For scrambled drivers also serve as samurai, cooks and craftsmen. The watchman even took on the heavy responsibility of fishing. Everyone has several positions. Even if he is ambushing himself, he is responsible for the recording of the logbook and the mapping of the chart. Each is not an idle person. 3 days later, the wandering stood on the deck of the flagship, holding a list in his hand, and then asked a dozen people on board, "Has the hull inspection been repaired?" Report that the hull inspection is complete and everything is normal. The rudder is good, the compass is 3, and the correction is correct. The anchor cable is normal and the scull is normal. The sails are normal, and the 2 spare ships are complete. 30 inflatable skin sacks, normal. Log into a lifeboat, normal. I nodded and then tied a few hooks on the list in my hand and continued to ask, "How much food reserves?" Report that 15 people have 30 days of dry food, enough flour to eat for 6 months, and not much dried meat. But we can fish at sea. There are 2 fishing nets, and another jack of charcoal. 60 standard barrels of fresh water reserves, 30 altars of rice wine, and 200 tanks of all sizes, enough for 15 people to drink for 4 months at the minimum drinking water, including the consumption of cooking, provided that the water is not bad. Hearing this answer, the wandering could not help frowning, but he still nodded and said nothing. Regarding the issue of nautical drinking water, the leader heard that pure fresh water sealing in a wooden barrel will also deteriorate. The best nautical drinking water is beer, or other low-degree alcohols. In short, a slightly alcoholic drink. It is not easy to deteriorate and can be stored for a longer time, but now the Han tribe has no such thing as beer, and the rice wine is also insufficient. So the fleet carries very few alcoholic beverages. However, there is no other way now. I can only hope that the water on board will be worse, or they can find new supply points on the way. After hooking up these preparations, he asked again, "How are the vegetables and fruits prepared?" Report, "We collected and purchased ourselves, and put together 1,000 pounds of fruits and wild vegetables." Well done. Yufa nodded again, and then said to the scramps and chefs on the ship, "Eat those wild vegetables first these days, as well as the easy-to-bad fruit, and put the long-stored fruit back to eat." "Yes, Chief, you don't have to worry about this. In the past few days, we have made a lot of good things with the old man of Shijiri. Except for wild vegetables, we dug by ourselves. Those fruits are all taken by us to the surrounding tribes. In exchange, they locals said that these 2 fruits can be put for a long time." One of the nearly 30 chefs said with strange fruit. "One of the green fruits is round, bite it crispy, and it tastes sour, but it is very similar to the wild apples found around the Han tribe, but the wild apples of the Han tribe are ripe and red. This apple is also known to the locals. It's no problem to put it properly for half a year, but it's the second half. It's too hot in summer and I don't know how long, but at least 1 month is no problem." Another kind of fruit is the local specialty, hard peel, yellow flesh, which tastes sour and sweet, and a little numb after eating too much. It is called a ground prickly fruit by the locals. When I was in the Tang tribe a few days ago, Tangji was using this thing to entertain the wandering, and others in the Han tribe also like to eat. That is, Luo Chong is not here, otherwise he will be able to recognize that this is pineapple, but his head is slightly smaller than the pineapple of the previous life, and his taste is relatively astringent, and he is still an unmodified native variety. Wandering and watching the fully prepared materials are very satisfied. After explaining the follow-up things with the 3 ships left behind, the flagship was ordered to sail. In the first year of the founding of the Han tribe, on the morning of June 21st, the 14th warrior led the wandering from the browsing of the Yangtze into the sea to the endless vast ocean. At half of the afternoon, the flagship came again to the bay that had been a few days ago. While it is still too early for the sunset, the wandering order allows the flagship to continue to advance. The purpose of this flagship is to find the route to Bamboo Island from the sea, according to the direction of flowing from the browsing river all the way to the southeast. Now if you want to find Bamboo Island, you should travel west along the coast. In theory, it is possible to find Bamboo Island. Bamboo Island is connected to the mainland. In the middle is a strait with a width of about 20 kilometers. In this case, it means that Bamboo Island is not separated from the continental shelf. As long as you look along the coastline, no matter which direction you turn in, one day you will find Bamboo Island, so he is not worried about the course of this trip. In fact, he still does not understand the weather on the sea, and the freshwater shelf life on board. In the sky in late June, the weather at sea was very good. There was a white cloud in the clear sky. The blue sky and the sea in the distance merged into one. If there was a sun in the sky, the boat at the feet was bumping in the sea waves. It really makes people feel fascinated by space, and it is unclear which side is the sky and which side is the sea. The moderate wind is blowing uniformly on the 2 sails, and the canvas are blowing. The mast also drives the entire hull to the west quickly. The waves are not high, not more than half a meter, and it is calm. In this way, many people are idle. For example, cooks who don't need to scramble when they have sails start to find something to do. Now that we have entered the sea, we haven't eaten fish in the sea, or how about casting a net? One of the chefs suggested standing on the deck of the 2nd floor, looking at the lush of the continental mountain range on the right-hand side. You didn't think much about it, just look at the sun in the sky and estimate the time now, and agree with the chef's suggestion. Several Lux and 3 sailors who had nothing to do started fishing with trawls at the stern. This is also the idea of wandering. It is impossible for the ship to stop before dark. In this way, fishing and using trawls during the march became the best method. The trawl is embellished in the back of the ship. When the ship travels all the way, the fish in the trawl behind will also be covered. After more than a decade of getting off the net, several people feel that there is already a heavy object in the net. It seems that there are a lot of catches, which surprised several people, which is too fast. So in addition to the helmsman's sailor looking at the hand, all the other idlers came over to start helping to pull the net, and dragged out a full net of sea fish in a few times, and opened the eyes of the crowd when there were more than a dozen kinds of fish. Even the so-called well-informed spoon is also surprising. Unexpectedly, people from the Han tribe still have this fishing skill. What surprised the spoon is that fishing in the sea is so easy, spreading the net down, and it will be possible to pull a netfish out in a while. This method of producing meat is too powerful. Is it because of this, the Han tribe must come to this sea? Thinking about this, the spoon fell into contemplation. The Han tribe on the ship didn't think so much, but fell into the joy of harvest. As soon as the fishing net shook away, thousands of fish gathered together, and the entire deck of the Puffing was everywhere. The largest number of silver swordfish is also the most conspicuous. The silver-white scales are dazzling under the light of the sun. The big yellow fish that jump around don't let it go. A few half-meter squid stretched their tentacles. Hanging on line, he refused to come down, and a fish like a plate was lying flat on the deck, struggling to twist the slender tail but just can't move. These weird fish are nothing. The most surprising thing is that there are half-meter-long lobsters, holding 2 huge pliers high as a mighty force, and a pelvic green turtle, also riding. The short limbs want to escape from this place. Wow, there are turtles here. A sailor suddenly shouted loudly, and when everyone heard the words, he immediately recognized the guy. He was the first group of Ao clan who joined the Han tribe. He thought that the tribe used a giant turtle as a tribal totem. When he was so far away from the tribe, he saw such a big turtle again, which made him feel kind to the sea. Others are talking about the discussion of these fish that have never been seen, and they have started to talk about it. Hey, look at these shrimps. Are these shrimps? How to grow so big, and 2 large pliers. When I was at home, I often took my son to touch the shrimp in the canal by the field, but the biggest shrimp is similar to a finger. Shrimp in this sea, my God, I'm afraid it's not more than a dozen pounds. I think this flat fish is more interesting. Lying there is like a plate, I don't know if I can eat it. Hey, look at this thing will spray ink, ha 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 ha. This guy must have read more books, and his stomach is full of ink. A chef laughed at a squid haha pulling the fishing net. He grabbed the squid's body with his hand, and a burrow of ink spewed out when he stunned. At first glance, everyone around me was also amazed, and the wandering even got the urge to collect some ink to write, but immediately was laughed at by his own idea. Okay, let's stop it. Pack these fish and clean them up for a while. I see a lot of fish in this place. Let's take a few more nets now. There is no lack of meat on the road. Okay. Seeing so many catches, everyone's enthusiasm for fishing is also rising, and the catches on the deck have been hurriedly packed. Once again, they have caught up again after a while. After playing the 4 nets, there were no more fish on the boat. The fish on the deck was full of fish. A lot of seabirds were also recruited to grab food. Some of them ran away with fish. Instead, they put themselves on the boat and let the sailors on the boat live a lot. The crew handled these fish catches in a simple way, don't be excited, and the spoons on the sidelines were deeply shocked. It took only a long time for a boat of the Han tribe to catch so much. The fish meat was stopped because there was really no land on the boat. Instead of finding out fish, you can imagine how many fish there are in the sea. What if all 4 ships of the Han tribe came? What if the Han tribe has more ships? What if the Han tribe has a bigger boat? Isn't it just that eating fish can feed everyone? No, you must tell the leader after you go back, and the Tang tribe must also find a way to share a slice of the soup. The spoon thought so. And wandering is also a feeling of emotion. He finally knows why the leader said that the sea is a good place. There are countless marine resources. It is a great wealth, just that the sea water can produce inexhaustible salt. Unexpectedly, the leader said that the fishery resources, it turned out to be true. They just went out a few nets to facilitate such a huge harvest. If they specially organized a fleet to fish here, can feed at least a few counties. But what you don't know is that they still take advantage of entering the sea. They browse the sun and the lower reaches and other tributaries to merge into the river. Thousands of kilometers of freshwater rivers carry a large amount of organic matter into the sea, making the river estuary. It has become a food paradise for marine fish. The types of fish gathered here are not less than 1,000 species, and the number is extremely large. Far from being digested by a body mass like the Han tribe, the fishery resources inside have gone. The sun slowly subsided, and the pioneering flagship floating on the outer sea has fallen off the sail, and several bamboo paper lanterns are hung on the mast, but it has not yet ignited. In the distance, the sky is full of sky, and the entire flagship is surrounded by a strong fishy smell. The sailors are still working hard to kill fish and pickled fish. Several part-time chefs are studying to do something with these seafood. On the open deck on the top floor of the cabin, Loams and Spoons look side by side at the distant sky, talking from time to time. Tomorrow will be a good weather. The Spoon looked at Hungzia in the sky and said yes. Why do you say that? Incomplicated, what judgment does this kid rely on? Our tribe has an old saying that in the dark red in half the sky, the quilt grain is lifted out, and the cloud is red in the early morning, and we dare not go out of the city gate. This is to say that if there is a red cloud the day before night, the next day must be a sunny day, and quickly prepare to dry the quilt and food. If such a red cloud is seen early in the morning, it will rain on that day, so it cannot run too far. The Spoon's unintentional explanation is that this is not a secret in their tribe, and it has been passed down into the old saying, and it must have been known. Oh, really? It turns out that you still understand this, so what old saying does your tribe have to tell? Yufo finds it interesting, so I want to inquire more. But at this time, a cook who was fanning the stove and looked at the sea not far away and suddenly yelled, "Look, what monster is there?" Everyone heard that the work plan in his hand stopped looking in the direction he pointed, but he only saw a few small vortexes and sparks on the sea, nothing else, just want to ridicule whether the cook is an eye. Before they turned their eyes, they found a white water column of up to 8 or 9 meters on the sea, just a moment of interest. The water column that spewed out fell again, disappearing into the waves on the sea. This sudden scene scared everyone. What is the situation? Why is there water spray on the sea? Hello, what did you see just now? What monster? The person next to him touched the cook with his arm and asked quickly, but his eyes were still staring at the sea just now. I saw a particularly large monster under the water, and the water column just spit out. The cook even explained. What nonsense, I tell you nonsense, it will be dark soon, don't scare yourself. The criticism that some people did not believe in it seemed to be looking for an excuse to comfort themselves. But the cook is very real, and he argued eloquently, I'm not talking nonsense. There is really a huge monster in the water, which looks like a big fish. Look, that thing is out again. Sure enough, this time everyone looked at it again, and I saw an abnormal huge wave suddenly on the sea in the distance, like a hill that was made of water, and then a huge fish monster exposed its head. The air hole above the head suddenly spewed a water column, and the huge pressure sprayed the sea water to an 8 or 9 meters high, and then fell back to the sea again. The whole scene is exactly the same as everyone just saw. No one was talking on the whole boat, and everyone naturally held their breath, like fear of attracting the attention of the sea monster, leaving only two eyes staring at the sea monster not far away. Howl. After spraying water, the big fish not far away drilled his head into the water again, and then its back was exposed from the sea. Finally, two huge tails were stretched out, which is different from other fish. The tail of this big fish is long-lasting, and the swimming method is also very different from other fish that swing around. When the big fish swims, they make a cry from time to time. It sounds like the echo of the wind pouring into the valley. For a while, it sounds like the old cow in the field is grieving, but every sound can hit the human mind, making people have a huge sense. It seems to be in the boundless deep sea. Wouldn't this be a monster in the sea? One person suddenly broke the silence on the boat and couldn't help but whisper, "What monster? I think it's a fish, but it's just bigger. Besides, the sea is so big, so deep, aren't it normal to have a few big fish?" One person refuted the statement. "Hush! Don't talk, that thing is coming." Standing furthest on the top floor with an open deck, far away when he saw the huge black shadow in the sea swimming towards the ship, he cried out to make everyone mute. At this moment, the big fish in the sea also rolled all the way and swam towards the sailing boat. Just now, the crew caught a lot of fish, and then sat directly on the side of the boat and began to slaughter. Many of the fish gills and internal organs that were pulled out were thrown directly into the sea. A lot of fish came, and the big fish in the water seemed to be directed at these fish. The big fish opened a wide mouth that was wider than the boat. When swimming to the side of the boat, they sucked a sip of sea water in their mouths, and the sailboat on the sea was also shaken by the inhalation generated in their mouths. Eating a big fish full of bites swim from the bottom of the boat to the other side of the boat, and again exposed the water to spray the sea water in his mouth. Only countless fish and shrimps were left in the abdomen. The people of the Han tribe on the ship hugged the mast and the railing. Their legs were shaking like sieve bran, and they dared not make any sound. Their eyes stared like a bell, staring at the big fish underwater, waiting for the big fish to turn. When the body swam past the side of the boat, everyone's eyes were almost bursting by themselves. A 20-meter two-mast boat, only half the length of this big fish. The boat width of more than 6 meters is not as wide as the mouth of the big fish. God, how could there be such a monster in the sea? So many of us may not be enough to put it in the teeth. After waiting for the big fish to go far, the talents on the ship have been relieved for a long time. When they were so close to the big fish just now, no one on the ship even proposed the idea of hunting such a big fish. Know the shock the sea monster brings to everyone. That may not be necessary. The wandering on the top deck immediately refuted, seeing everyone looking at themselves, and wandering began to explain. The fish was really big enough just now, twice as big as our sailboat. If it is placed on land, I am afraid that the giants of our leaders can catch up with the big fish. But the fish is too big. It is estimated to be at least 30 or 40 meters long, and it swims so slowly. It eats small fish prawns, which do not seem to be very flexible animals, so don't look at such fish. It's too big. Maybe it's not aggressive, but those half big are bite and fiercer than dogs. It is true that everyone thinks about it. The biggest animal you have ever seen on land is an image, but don't look at it as scary. In fact, the image is vegetarian, but it is a wolf pack. Animals are the most fierce beasts. After seeing such a big sea beast, everyone calmed down from the joy just harvested. In my heart, a sense of awe for the sea emerged. It seems that although this sea is extremely rich, it also has their guilt. However, the Wandering and Spoon standing on the top deck have their own minds. The Wandering has thought of their own leader Luo Chong. Why did the leader repeatedly emphasize that when sailing in the future, a big ship of 40 meters has been built? It's not big enough, claiming to work towards a sea boat of 60 meters and 100 meters in the future. If today they are riding a 100-meter-long giant ship, would they still be afraid of the sea beast just now? The Spoon is even more shocking. From the beginning of the salivation of countless fish catches in the sea, to the fear that has arisen now, the Han tribe has the ability to build such a large wooden boat, and he is still too scared to move in front of the beast. If it is his own tribe, it will be even more finished. But it's not a Spoon to look at others' meat and they can't even drink soup. After seeing the multifaceted nature of the sea, the Spoon has strengthened its determination to go to the sea. But how to go to the sea is not the Han tribe's. The wooden boat is none other than that. So after returning to God, the Spoon finds its goal. Take a good look at this ship and observe carefully how the Han tribe ship is done. You can see the naming hall and learn to imitate it. At that time, the Tang tribe has only one person who knows how to build a ship. Are you afraid that you have no status in the tribe? If you build a big ship with a clan, and get countless meat from the sea, maybe the next leader will let Zen get on his head? As soon as this idea came out, the Spoon could no longer bear it. He was forced to suppress his excitement and pretended to be in the ranks of making dinner. He wanted to have a good relationship with everyone in the Han tribe and strive to learn from them. Learn more useful things. Due to the problems of fresh water and fuel, it is naturally impossible to cook food on the boat, but on such a harvest day, everyone is still very happy, and the swimming is also refreshing, letting the cooks make a few more dishes. Rice is still a raw rice, but today's dishes are relatively rich, with one omelette per person, and another squid fried lobster. After eating these fish soup with big yellow fish stew, you can drink it. It's comfortable. Everyone has a delicious meal, and even the spoon is fascinated by the unique food of the Han tribe, or the delicious food of these seafoods. The weather the next day was as clear as the spoon said, with a silky sea breeze on the surface. The sea conditions were very good, and the materials on the boat were very sufficient. After eating a bowl of paella in the morning, they started sailing and sailing. The meat on the boat also started to be supplied indefinitely. Who wants to eat? A cooking stove was used as a barbecue, burning charcoal all day. From time to time, everyone will pick some sea fish that they want to eat and take them to grill. More than a dozen people drive sailboats all the way west along the coast, just like a barbecue party on a yacht. However, the good times are not long. After a few days of eating, the delicious lobster abalone is also tired. At this time, people remembered the fruit and bacon on the ship, and the flagship ran out of the sea breeze these days. Short distance, but still no new land was found from the left. It was like this until June 28th. The 8th day of the sailboat going to sea seems to be because of the approach of July, or because of the high tide at the end of the month. The weather at sea began to get worse. The wind is getting bigger and bigger, and the waves are higher than the waves. The flat-bottomed brigs originally designed for inland transportation began to show deficiencies. First, the bottom of the ship was peaceful, and the water was too shallow. The big waves are so bumpy that they are often lifted high by the waves, and then they are hit hard in the sea. In addition, the sideboard side is also relatively low. The sideboard of less than 2 meters high can't stop the invasion of the waves. From time to time, a wave of waves directly crosses the sideboard and shoots on the deck, causing a very serious water intake in the cabin. Fortunately, the age of the ship is not large, and the hull is relatively strong, and there is no tragedy of water leakage at the bottom. However, everyone still dare not care. Except for the helmsman and several sail-controlled sails, everyone joined the ranks of drainage and scooped water out of the cabin with various containers, but in the end, they still failed to save all the charcoal from being soaked. Fate. On the night of the 28th, the wind and waves rested slightly. The exhausted people lost their dry charcoal and could not drink even hot saliva. They could only use dry food to barely support their belly. The next day is still a gloomy day. From the morning, the sky has been dark like the bottom of the pot, and everyone has naturally given up their plans to dry charcoal and can only continue to prepare for the sun with cold water and cookies. In the morning, the heavy rain finally fell, and the wandering ordered the sail to fall down. After everyone tied all the things on the boat with ropes, they all entered the cabin above the deck to hide from the rain. The waves on the sea remained as scary as yesterday. The heavy rain washed the flagship deck. Everyone seems to have been riding a roller coaster on a bumpy sailing boat, cold and hungry, tired and sleepy, but they dare not sleep, fearing that they will be confused for a while. The wind and waves will overturn the boat, and even escape. Can't respond. The stomach is hungry, but the food looking at the boat can't be eaten. It's all cold and hard cookies, plus a severe seasickness. There is no appetite for eating at all, only some cold water is in a hurry. On the evening of June 29th, the storms that raged for 2 days and 1 night finally dispersed, and the sky once again showed bright stars, as if the rain of these 2 days washed the sky again. Everyone was lying on the deck when looking at the stars. They feel brighter than before, which is probably precious if they are lost. On June 30th, on the last day of the month, after a delay of 1 day's itinerary, the parade once again issued an order to sail. The sailing boat accelerated its sprint to the west again. Those who did nothing also hurried to take advantage of such good weather to dry the sun. Something wet by sea water. Finally this afternoon, a watchman crawling at the top of the mast yelled excitedly, "Look at everyone, there is a bay in front, there are mountains on both sides, we may have found Bamboo Island." On the 10th afternoon of the flagship, the watchman on the ship finally found the land on the left side of the ship. The sailboat traveled all the way west along the coast. The right side has always been the mainland where the Han tribe is, so it appears on the left. The land on the side is most likely the legendary Bamboo Island. The wandering also looked forward. At this time, the coast on the right is full of black stone mountains or reefs. The one on the left is also a black stone mountain, and there are many scattered islands and black stone pillars, but looking at that length estimate, it must be a larger piece of land. Don't worry, wait a little closer. The sailors pay attention to the wind direction. We turn around first, and if we have nothing to do, go to the side of the ship and stare at the bottom of the ship, and carefully hit the reef. Quickly give new orders. Yes. Everyone on the ship shouted in unison, and then began to perform their duties. After nearly half a month of sailing, seafood has eaten enough, and the beasts have seen it. The wind and waves have also experienced it. Finally, they are about to reach their destination. Everyone's heart is excited, and some people have even thought about going ashore. What to do first? The sailboat is accelerating, and the sailors adjust the angles of the two hard sails to the most suitable position, using the two masts as levers to export the motivation to the entire hull. Looking at the increasingly clear land on the left side, on the top deck, the spoon standing with the wandering has opened his mouth in surprise, and his worldview is being quickly crushed and then reorganized. The spoons living in coastal areas have kept in mind the theory of the people. They live at the end of the earth. The outside of the end of the earth is the endless salt water. The salt water and the sky are connected. After the fresh water on the earth flows into salt water, it will eventually return to heaven. Of course, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the spoon has always believed that he lives at the end of the earth, but now, after 10 days of sailing with the Han tribe, they suddenly found another land, which completely crushes the world view. Things suddenly appeared in front of you, and the impact on the spoon was conceivable. Looking at the black cliffs and countless island reefs in the distance, and the new continent where the edge is not visible, the spoon even started talking nonsense. That's another Earth. It turns out there are other Earths in the salt water. It turns out like this. It turns out like this. You didn't come out to fish at all. You already knew that there would be other land here. Are you here to find this new land? Is not it? The spoon whispered with hysteria. At first, he still talked to himself. Finally, he grabbed his looming clothes with both hands and looked at his eyes and forced him to ask. When other people on the boat heard the spoon, they turned their heads and looked over, and found that he actually grabbed the clothes of the wandering, all of which came out of vigilance. Some people have already begun to find something to take advantage of. Yufu opened the spoon's hand with a smile and didn't care, staring at his eyes and saying, "When did we say that we came out to fish? You are right, we do know this place. From the beginning our purpose is to find this place." Well, of course, it's not all right to say that. In fact, our Han tribe has been to that big island, and there are people from above, and I told you from the beginning that we are just looking for a way, the waterway leading to this island. Spoon. The spoon is ignorant, and the fact cannot be accepted for a while. After all, the worldview of the first 2 decades has been crushed in an instant. He began to think that the Han tribe deceived him, but after listening to the words of the wandering, it was true that the lobbying statement was for fishing, but it was just for his own sake. The people on board never admitted. No wonder they will keep running here. It turned out to be for this purpose. Wandering ignored the spoon that was still in a daze, looking at the island that was getting closer and closer. The hand compass looked at the direction and began to concentrate on the command. It is now a southeast wind. The 2 sails are left front and right back. Use the side wind to move forward, and turn left at the 3 gears of the rudder to pay attention to the presence of reefs under the water. Watchmen pay attention to observe the surroundings, see if there is no smoke on the shore, and find a suitable landing location. Report that there is a reef in the front of 100 meters, avoiding the right. A cook was lying on the bow and staring at the bottom of the water. After seeing a large black shadow in the water in front, he immediately reported loudly. After hearing the alarm, he even looked at the past, and after seeing the general shape of the reef, he also ordered the captain of the flagship to turn right at the 4 gears to avoid the reef, but immediately adjusted the direction after going around. Drive in the direction of the island. It is now on June 30th, and it is exactly the last day at the end of the month. The tide is at the lowest water level every month. Even the dark bridge in the northwest of Bamboo Island is exposed from the water. Many reefs in deep water are exposed to the sea at this time. The closer to the island in front, the more careful the sailboat is, the last resort, and the order to swim and even advance half the sail. The slower the boat, the easier it is to avoid the reef in the water. In just a dozen kilometers, the sailing boat is very difficult to advance. You can't help but label this place with bad reviews. So many reefs are obviously not very good waterways. This is not a big ship. If a big ship comes, you must never go here. Head, I saw people, there were many people on the reef in front. The watchman lying on the top of the mast looked around and quickly set the goal and reported his findings to the loom. Where is? Who is it? Yufu immediately asked. Over there. The watchman also looked at the wandering on the deck, reaching out and pointing him in the direction. Wandering immediately, I really saw a lot of people standing on a large reef plate closer to the island. Those people were thin and small, but they looked very strong, naked, almost not wearing clothes, and dark-skinned. They often burst into the sun. There are many thin bamboo rafts around them, and bamboo baskets prepared by bamboo. From time to time, there are people jumping into the sea with harps and stones. After a while, I climbed up again, and then threw the sea fish and sea shrimp into the reef plate. The person on the reef plate was responsible for the collection. The fish intruder was stuck again, and came up again after a while. Send fish, and repeatedly carry out extremely inefficient fishing operations. At this time, the people standing on the reef plate also discovered the sailing boat that was wandering, and suddenly stunned on the spot. Many people who had just emerged from the water were preparing to let the people above catch the fish, but saw them all stared in one direction, and then looked at it by themselves. This look immediately froze. I saw a man-made behemoth suddenly coming from a distance. There was an oversized flag on it. The word Han in the middle was so conspicuous that they recognized it at a glance. Yes, this group of people stationed at the beach with a reef disc as the front line and fishing with deep-dived harpoon is the fishing tribe in the Cliff Mountains on the east side of Bamboo Island. The fishing tribe is also part of Bamboo Island. It is also under the jurisdiction of the Xin tribe. Naturally, it has long known the existence of the Han tribe, but it has never been in contact with the Han tribe. However, just last month, the elders of the Xin tribe took a group of people who claimed to be the Han tribe mission came to them and said they wanted to draw a wasteland for the Han tribe. The fishing tribe does not care much about this sudden neighbor. Everyone is different. As long as your Han tribe does not come to trouble me, it will be fine. But what they didn't expect was that a Han who claimed to be a tooth showed them a very friendly attitude. When he went to their village to visit as a guest, he brought a lot of gifts, and even took out some rare ones. The cloth was sold to them at a low price, and promised that after the Han tribe took root here, they could also sell them machines for weaving, and teach them their own weaving for free. The condition of the veterinary teeth is to hope to get the support of the fishing tribe locally. If there are no people to build a house in the future, I hope that the fishing tribe can help some people. Of course, this busy will not let them help. The Han tribe is willing to come out. Some things that the fishing tribe desperately needs are used as labor costs. Such a good person was sent directly to the door of the house. Naturally, the fishing tribe did not refuse. The patriarch of the fishing tribe expressed his position on the spot. Isn't it the lack of people? In the future, he said directly that the busy fishing tribe of the Han tribe must help. Therefore, under the hard work of the mission, the first impression of the Han tribe is still very good. They have always regarded the Han tribe as a very rich, well-developed and approachable tribe. Everyone is very friendly. Since the Han tribe's mission was stationed next to the fishing tribe, many people from the fishing tribe will take the catches caught on the day to the mission. At first, the mission was treated as a friend. Everyone eats together, and if there is more meat, they go to the idea of making a tooth sacrifice together. But every time people from the Han tribe will say why it's not easy for them to fish, they will never take their friends' food in vain, so every time they go to the fish catches, they can always get some small things from the mission. In return, sometimes it's just a beautiful porcelain bowl, sometimes it's some jewelry that decorates the hair, or some beautiful knives. Recently, it seems that the mission can't produce anything, so it began to exchange the coins of the Han tribe. In short, in the first words, it never took the food of a friend. When they met such a principled and generous neighbor, the fishing tribe was naturally happy and could use their own seafood to go to the Han tribe to change a little practical gadgets. Of course, they were also very happy, only the first time the mission came. The things brought at the time were limited. After many things were delivered, had to use to start exchanging money. At first, people in the fishing tribe did not really want those coins. Although the shiny metal circles were exquisite and beautiful, they were not practical. They were not as good as a porcelain bowl that could hold rice. They must put those money, and now there are not many things brought by the Han tribe. After they bring more things in the future, they can take those coins and come over to change things. In short, they conveyed a concept to them. In the Han tribe, they can exchange money for anything. It is also in this process that the fishing tribes and missions have produced friendships, and they have also had a crush on the Han tribes. At the same time, they have recognized the Chinese characters on the small objects and coins donated by the missions, such as the word is the one they are most familiar with. At this moment, seeing the behemoth on the sea in the distance holding the flag of the Han tribe is undoubtedly shocked and happy for the people of these fishing tribes, and it is also a friend. So, before the dozen people of the sailing boat greeted them, everyone in the fishing tribe standing on the reef plate had already begun to jump and wave their hands to greet them. This weird scene made the boat suddenly. Everyone was ignorant on the spot. What are they doing? Is that welcoming us? One of the crew members was puzzled. Shouldn't it, even if it's Bamboo Island, won't so many people know our Han tribe? That's not necessarily true. Isn't it that the missions have been here for almost a year? Maybe they have seen our mission, so know us? Where do I know? I have never been here. Head, what shall we do? Those people seem to be saying hello to us. Do you want to go? The watchman on the top of the mast also asked the wandering. Well, of course it's going to pass in the past. Since the other party knows our ship, maybe it's because they have seen our mission to Bamboo Island. If they really know the mission, it would be better. Can help us get in touch with the mission. But we can't go all, so the risk is too great. Wandering thought about it. Others also nodded. They all knew the truth. In fact, it was similar to the previous boarding during the inland navigation. This time, the death squad must have been picked up. Sure enough, when everyone was thinking about who to go, the M directly named the names of the 4 people this time, and then let them go to the cabin to wear armor and clothes, and take the weapons of their hands to the landing craft and the fishing tribe negotiate. Everyone has no opinion. The minimum number of operators on the landing craft is 2, one is scramble at the stern, and the other is paddling in front of it. Now there are 4 people, enough to deal with some small scenes. If they can't solve them problems, then a few more people will go in vain, but the sailing boat will also be left to guard. It is impossible to send more people to the cruise. Hey, are you from the Han tribe? Come here soon. Came here, 4 people came. Wow, the thing they sat on was amazing. There were so many places in it for 4 people to sit. If this is used for fishing, it will definitely be able to hold a lot of fish. Here comes, friend of the Han tribe, are you here to send something to the mission? On the large reef plate by the sea, a young fishing tribe headed by a crappy Chinese asked the 4 people on the landing craft. When the 4 people on the boat heard it, they knew they were looking for the right person. The other party would speak crappy Chinese and also mentioned the mission. Obviously this group of people is the indigenous people of Bamboo Island. Otherwise, it is impossible to know the mission. Things, and also appeared in this place. Yes, we are from the Han tribe. Is this Bamboo Island? Are you from the Xin tribe? The leader on the boat immediately smiled and asked. Yes, this is Bamboo Island. We are a fishing tribe on Bamboo Island, but it is true to say that it is a Xin tribe. The youth of the fishing tribe on the reef plate also answered enthusiastically. The 4 of the Han tribe stumbled. How could this lead to a fishing tribe? And it was right to say that the Xin tribe meant that this group of people was from the Xin tribe or the fishing tribe. But the leader is not asking about these now. But then the other party said, you are right, we are here to find the mission. Have you seen the mission? Do you know where they are now? Of course I have seen it. I meet every day. I am also familiar with a Han named Beast Teeth. They live on the river not far away. Do you want to find him in the past? Then I can show you the way. The young people of the fishing tribe once again said enthusiastically that it seems that the people of the Han tribe are really friends, or they want to offer some diligence to benefit from them. Several people from the Han tribe were happy at once. If they could connect with the mission so quickly, it would show that their task was completed. After returning, it was basically a matter of success. Can you really take us to the mission? That's really great. I don't know if you can go on our boat together. There are too many reefs here. Our big ship is inconvenient to come. You can rest assured that we will not let you help in vain. Hearing this very Han tribe-style sentence, we will not let you help in vain, the youth of the fishing tribe suddenly smiled and couldn't help making an evaluation. The Han tribe really was their friend. They are so generous to them. This is of course no problem. Your Han tribe is great. This thing is really good. Can I just go up like this? The youths of the fishing tribes looked at the landing craft in front of them and said a little enviable, if they had such a boat, how good it would be. The 4 people on the dinghy glanced at it. A sense of pride as a member of the Han tribe came into being. They invited the young people of the fishing tribe and then rowed the dinghy back onto the boat. Yufu has been watching the actions of several people. Seeing them negotiate smoothly and bringing back a person, he knew that things were almost done, so he came to the stern in person to welcome a few people up, and when asked, it was true. Your own judgment is correct, this is indeed Bamboo Island. With the indigenous guide road familiar with the local hydrological situation, the next voyage will be much easier. The young fisherman discussed the mission with the mood, and guided the direction for the Han tribe. He also explained to several people. The large reef distribution area in the vicinity allows the loft and others to have a clear understanding of the next route planning. From the cliff mountain in the northeast corner of Bamboo Island to the entrance of the Qingshui River, this distance may be a little farther if you walk on Bamboo Island, and you have to turn a hill through a wood, but it is faster to walk from the sea. With the 2-mast sails advancing, everyone arrived at their destination in just about an hour. At this time, it was just about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It is now the end of June, and the time of the day is still prolonged, so there is still a long time before it gets dark. Your Han tribe's mission built a simple port here. Well, that's what the Han envoy named Beast Teeth said. At that time, he also asked someone from our tribe for help. I remember here, look, right there. The youth of the fishing tribe introduced the lobbying and others to say. Sure enough, everyone followed his fingers and immediately saw the freshwater river in the small bay entering the sea. On both sides of the entrance to the sea, there was a large beach with several football fields. However, the youth of the fishing tribe said that this beach is usually invisible. It will only be exposed when the tide falls at the end of the month. Usually this place should be the bottom of the sea. Yufu and others suddenly realized that they also had a preliminary understanding of the gap between the high and low tide levels on the island of Bamboo Island. Over there, let's go ashore. The youth of the fishing tribe immediately suggested. Yufu observed the surrounding terrain. Here is the estuary of the freshwater river. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. When it faces the sea, it is not big, but it is not small, but it is absolutely enough to be used as a small port. Even if the Han tribe's 40-meter sailboat comes here, it can easily dock up to 100, but it still looks very simple. There is only one bamboo raft stack bridge fixed with rope floating on the water, barely able to supply people to and from the ship. Even if you want to ship it, don't say that the sports carriage is to pick it with a flat burden and push it with a small car. Crush the stack bridge. However, there is also an advantage here, that is, there are rivers entering the sea. If there is no problem, they can even go directly against the current and enter the inland of Bamboo Island. More importantly, although this place is not very large, it is safe and quiet. It is also a good harbor to avoid the hurricane season. Is the group far away from this place? Lamo suddenly asked. Not far away, you can arrive in a while if you walk. You said that the mission station is by the river. Very close to the river, can be seen directly by the river. Nodding, lurking and being able to see the station by the river, a few hundred meters away. In this case, it is still a fart here, just go directly into the inland river. Thinking of this, the wandering immediately issued the order, full sail forward. We went directly into the river and drove to our door. Okay. Everyone on board was happy as soon as they heard it. At the door of the house, it was a few months after it came out, and finally came to a stronghold belonging to the Han tribe. For those of them who were drifting outside, wasn't that the door? The 2 sails rose high, and were suddenly bulged by the sea breeze. After the sailors adjusted their angles, the sailboats began to struggle again to drain the rushed water flow, all the way upstream of the clearing river. This drive is nearly a dozen kilometers away, so that the lambs can't help but vomit the trough. This is what you said will be there in a while? If you walk more than a dozen kilometers, the fastest time will be half a day. The youth of the fishing tribe also seemed to see the puzzle in his heart, so he took the initiative to explain that if he walks, he can walk directly through the road. You don't have to walk along the river all the time. You can't leave the water. So you can only go a long way. Oh, it turns out that it doesn't matter, as long as we can take us to the mission, it's okay to be slower. When you were in a hurry, you suddenly realized that the speed of the sailing boat is still not slow. It takes an afternoon distance to walk with the legs. It only takes about 20 minutes to walk under the sailing. The river section here is about 200 meters wide, with dense vegetation on both sides, shrubs and woods. But after walking for more than a dozen kilometers, the eyes are suddenly bright, and the west side of the river bank is neat cornfield, the left side is bare, but a brick not far from the river is very eye-catching, because the thing is smoking black smoke. At first glance at this modeling, everyone on the ship is as kind as it is home. This thing is too recognizable, because no matter which county of the Han tribe, the brick kiln is almost a necessary production building. Sure enough, there are brick kilns in places with Han tribes. On the shore, members of the mission, such as Animal Teeth and other missions that are organizing local workers to build, saw a large sailboat with the flag of the Han tribe suddenly floating on the river. Then they stumbled and rushed up. Everyone immediately tears in sight. Compared to the members of these expeditions, the mission of the Xin tribe was called a hard work. They traveled thousands of miles to such a strange tribe, just to complete the mission of the leader, but this walk was more than a year. At this time, how could the people of the mission not be homesick? That homesickness broke out. The beast teeth secretly shouted unlucky, thinking in my heart, this time I don't know how many people will go back in trouble. What should I do next to my work? I don't know if the leader has other arrangements, and when will the various support he needs arrive? The sailboat stopped in the middle of the Qingshui River, and the yacht directly caused people to anchor in the middle, and then left 2 guards on the boat. The rest of the people went ashore on the landing boat together. The young man of the fishing tribe and the spoon of the soup tribe also follow together. How did you come here? The beast teeth came on the face, but the words asked were very speechless, but he was also a little caught off guard when he saw the sudden sailing boat, and he was completely unprepared. The leader asked us to find the sea route to Bamboo Island, which took a lot of time, but the road was fairly smooth, and finally there was no trust to let the leader's advice, and I finally found it here. After wandering onto the land of Bamboo Island, I immediately met each other with Animal Teeth. The beast teeth also returned to a gift, and then I hurriedly pulled the wandering arm. It must be very hard. Sit at home, I will prepare you for food. Good. When the parade agreed, he walked to the mission station with the veterinary teeth, and the rest of the entourage was also entertained. The veterinary teeth saw the two people who were beside the parade. After saying a few words, they knew that both were guides. The spoon he didn't know, but the young people of the fishing tribe knew it, so they took a few pieces of porcelain as a thank you. The youth of that fishing tribe was sent away. We found several large tribes at the entrance to the Yangtze River. The largest one is the Tang tribe. They have several city ponds. This spoon is the guide I hired. He is more familiar with the sea, the climate, so I took him to the boat. The two sat down in the only brick house in the mission station, and the wandering began to introduce their own situation. It turns out that this is the case, but if you undertake such an important task, the leader will not only give you a boat and such a person, other ships and people, don't you say orthodontics? Finished, but as long as it is not a fool, you can understand what he means. Wandering laughed and said, nothing you think, I left them near the Soup tribe. This time going to sea is actually more risky. We don't know the specific location and voyage, so we can only plan for long-term voyages. Therefore, the ship is only equipped with the least personnel and the most food and fresh water, but it's good. It went well, except for 1 day and 2 nights when the storm was delayed. It took only 10 days to get here. The food and water are left. What? Did you catch up with the heavy rain the day before yesterday? Is it okay at sea? When the storm occurred 2 days ago, they were already very close to Bamboo Island, so the wind and rain at that time was covered even in the northeast of Bamboo Island, and the heavy rain that the animal teeth also experienced in person. Although he was on the shore, he was used to inland climate. He was still heartbroken for the storm at sea, and he heard that they were floating at sea. Suddenly exclaimed, "Ha ha!" Laughing bitterly, we also encountered this ghost weather for the first time, but the spoon said it was just the beginning. Now in July, this weather will continue for several months. Will be peaceful. Speaking of this, I sighed and continued to say, hey, I knew I had found a leader to apply for a big ship. The boat we used was really not suitable for navigation. The space in the cabin was too small. There are too few people, the hull structure is not good, the sea is too big, this inland vessel is simply not suitable for sailing in the sea. You may not believe it. The day we first went to sea, we also met the beast of the sea. The monster's body was twice as big as this boat. It turned around our boat twice, and a sip of water could make the sailing boat shake. 2 times, fortunately, that thing is not a particularly cruel animal, it didn't shoot us, otherwise we would be really difficult. When you arrive soon, you encounter a big wind and waves. Don't look at our ship with 20 meters, but it was still thrown over by that big wave, but we can't do anything on the boat. We can only watch the waves. One by one, there is a lot of water in the boat. We can only scoop out the water nonstop, hoping that the waves will subside soon. By the way, all of our charcoal was soaked when it was filled with seawater. Everyone hasn't eaten hot food in 2 days. They are nibbling dry food. You can get some hot soup for us. When you arrive at the mission station, you are welcome to visit, and you have even made demands on the animal teeth. Of course, this is not a requirement. It is reasonable to take care of the mission as the host here. Rest assured, it has been arranged for you to taste the local seafood soup and tortillas here. The mission's current conditions are limited, and there is nothing else to entertain the brothers, but the tortillas and fish soup pipes are enough. Let everyone eat with confidence. Hearing the small request of lurking, the beast teeth still said with great due diligence. The rumors were stunned, and I was puzzled to ask, what's wrong? Is the current situation of the mission very bad? This is not true, but we are now short of supplies and manpower. The beast teeth have come to a halt. Seeing that there are no indigenous people on Bamboo Island, and the spoons are not locals, this is to say with confidence. We have made substantial progress in the first half of the year and the negotiations of the XIN tribe. The transaction has been negotiated. I also used the bridge repair plan to provoke the interest of the XIN tribe commander and let them agree that the mission will be stationed on Bamboo Island, and gave us a piece of land. Later, it took more than a month to find the station, and finally decided whether it was the leader's letter. After arriving here, we found that the local forces are not stable. Our Han tribe has a lot of operating space. In order to win over the local indigenous forces, and to build credit and reputation for the Han tribe, I used a lot of materials. After the fishing tribes and food tribes next to them were scarce, they all began to use money to maintain them. If you don't come again, I don't even know what to do. Beast Teeth directly spoke out his plan and the situation in front of him. He really has no way, hoping to support him. It turns out that you are not easy, but I can help you very limited. This time, in order to successfully complete the task of going to sea, most of the materials on board were thrown by me on 3 other ships. On this ship, it is full of food and fresh water. Salt on Bamboo Island is not a rare thing. There are too few materials on board to exchange as materials. Yufu is also very embarrassed to say that although he has the heart to help, he is really weak. Hearing this, the beast teeth also frowned, and the two were speechless for a while, leaving only the spoon, a silly and stunned person, sitting aside. However, the members of the mission outside the house and the crew led by Yubu were very happy. The mission has been away from home for more than a year, and the crew are entangled to inquire about the current situation at home and the changes of the tribe. The special crowd is very interested in the Xian tribe and the local customs and resource specialties of Bamboo Island. The two sides will meet and talk together. The beast teeth looked at the crowd outside the house, and then seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and suddenly a thigh, yeah, how did I forget this? Yufu was a bit puzzled. What do you think of? The animal teeth seemed a little excited, and immediately said their ideas. The mission cannot always wait for the assistance of the tribe. Even if you get through the sea, this time will take a short time. The only benefit compared to land transportation is that it is not limited by time, and the single transportation volume is relatively large. However, the scale of shipping cannot be done immediately. I estimate that the fastest will be next year. It's true that the Lush nodded. This route is too long. It's June 30th, and it's July immediately. I'm afraid it will take about October to wait for them to return to the Han tribe. It's fast to go back to the tribe and arrive at Bamboo Island at the end of the year. So we have to find a way to be self-sufficient. White salt is not necessary here, and wood products such as furniture are not needed here. The most popular ones here are our cloths and trolleys. These are all urgently needed materials and production tools on Bamboo Island. If we can make it ourselves, we don't have to worry about the materials in a short time. The veterinary teeth continue to say, "Do you want to weave and build a car here?" Wondering and surprisingly asked. This is also impossible, but even so, it is still possible to need your support from the development team. The beast teeth spread out. What do we need? Yufu didn't refuse, just asked. Of course, tools and craftsmen are needed. If you want to weave a car, the most scarce are carpenters and carpentry tools. We need to build looms and trolleys ourselves. You must have these in your fleet? The veterinary teeth explained. Yufu did not answer directly, but was thinking about the possibility. The pioneering group was responsible for the adventure of the voyage. It was a few months when I left, and it was far from the land of the Han tribe. In order to facilitate the repair of ships, there are many in the fleet. Artisans, even with sufficient materials, can build ships themselves. Of course, there are many tools of this kind on board. However, he has no right to agree to this decision. After all, it involves personnel stationed abroad. It is better to let the leader take the idea. So Yufa said, "Our fleet does have these, but can this be done? I think it's better to ask the leader first. Just now you and I are here, and I should have sent the letter to the leader together. Just talk about the two of us together now." After listening to the animal teeth, I thought of the key to the matter. I was just glad and forgot about the stubble. Now I listened to the mood, and immediately agreed. After the two members of the organization's mission and the crew had dinner together, they began to write their own reports, one to report on the mission's current situation and their own ideas, and the other to report on the discovery of the voyage and the route map, as well as the mooring against Luochong. The proposed improvement plan for the sea vessel hopes that the tribe can develop a new ship type as soon as possible to meet the needs of navigation. After the final writing, the two sides stamped their own private seals on each other's report, proving that the two are indeed together now. The fleet really arrived in Bamboo Island. After all this was done, the animal teeth summoned the Ajika giant eagle to send the letter away. The two stood in the courtyard watching the departure of the flying eagle, wondering and asking, "How long does it take to get to the tribe from here?" 3 days fast, 4 days slow. The animal teeth answered without thinking. "Well, to put it this way, we have to stay here for at least 10 days. Lobby computing." The animal teeth looked at him, did not speak, and he did not know what to arrange for the wandering. Idle these days is also idle, otherwise we will go to see the port. There must be a plan over there. After thinking about it for a while, I suggested to the veterinary teeth, "Okay, I'm worried about this matter. I don't understand things like port terminals. It would be better to have you as an expert to guide your work." The beast teeth immediately agreed. Since Luochong came and the Han tribe began to rise, the animal teeth held many responsibilities: hunting, mining, transportation, logging, and then became a military horse. Later, Luochong was sent to the county town under Hanyang County as a local official. Finally, he became the messenger of the Xian tribe. With so many resumes, the only thing is that he has not been in contact with the management of ships and docks. He doesn't even understand shipbuilding. After all, his place in Browsing County are 1 or 1 East, which occupies both ends. Now let him be responsible for the construction of a port city, and the most important of these is exactly the port, which undoubtedly adds to him no small difficulties. However, the wandering was different. Before the wandering, he had been wandering business in the grassland. Later, he was transferred to take charge of route development. From the beginning of his contact with the ship, it has been almost 2 years now. Cruising among the Han tribes may not be the most shipbuilding, but no one can match the experience of sailing, even Luo Chong. After all, it is the fleet commander with the furthest mileage, and it is the only one with experience in going out to sea. The fleet commander has the most say in the Han tribe for the construction of the port. The next day, when the two each took several people to the estuary in a small boat, they could not help but feel that the place you picked is really good. With this entrance here, then we enter the island by boat. Inland is too convenient. Hearing the praise of the senior old boatman Yufu, the beast's teeth were not proud, but said humbly, "This place was determined by the leader, not my decision." No, you don't have to be humble, the place must be what you were looking for, and then the leader's final decision. If your previous work is in place, the leader cannot know that there will be such a place. Yufu still said with certainty. This time, the animal teeth did not speak to refute, because the fact is the same. He did not want to continue to struggle with this problem. Because of the suspicion of robbing credit with the leader, he actively opened the subject. Did you see the black stone pillars over there? In fact, those are reefs. After the high tide, the Do is actually just a small island, but the view there is very broad. I plan to build a lighthouse there. Can you see it? Wandering along the place indicated by the animal teeth, I saw that the reefs were all in the bay, and I shook my head and vetoed the road. A lighthouse can be built there, but it is not the best position. At this time, the longevity heard the lighthouse, and the first one in the brain came out of the large reef that met the fishermen and tribes in the outer sea. There is real vision. If a lighthouse is built there, all ships passing through the east of Bamboo Island can be guided by it, which is much stronger than the lighthouse nested next to the port. Although the two do not know what the lighthouse is like until now, I only heard that the leader said it was a tower with a big lamp that could guide the direction of the ship at night, but what the two had never thought about was what the hell only the lamp has such a powerful ability. In the next few days, the two have been planning the construction of the port. Based on the usual navigation experience, and then combined with the local hydrological situation, they have formulated a more suitable terminal and trestle. The initial plan is to abandon the harbor. Lobo believes that in such a place where the tidal drop is too large, it is not suitable to establish a fixed port. However, the floating ports and trestle are very unusable, and it is easy to damage. The maintenance cost is too high, so it is better not to build. The solution he proposed was to simply rectify the place previously selected for the harbor and use it as a parking lot, which is used exclusively for temporary docking of ships or as a safe haven. The terminal used for loading and unloading goods is set directly in the inland river, and is placed on the riverside of the mission station, which is the pier and the cargo station. The reason for this idea is actually because you don't know how to build a harbor. Since you don't know how to build it, you won't build it. Since this tree is hanging, try another tree. There will always be a solution. Yufu is most familiar with the inland river terminals to which the Han tribe belongs, the pier in Weishan County, the pier in Browsingyan County, and the newly built East Salary County pier. All three large piers have the ability to dock at the largest Han tribe ships, and all are distributed on both sides of the Browsing so it is very good to swim and use the pier of this inland river. The bay tidal declines on Bamboo Island are relatively large. If the Han tribe is capable of generating electricity with tidal energy, this is definitely the best natural resource. Unfortunately, there is no such thing now, and the tidal problem has just affected the construction of the port. Therefore, the looming decision directly circumvents this problem and builds the dock into an inland river with a comparative water level, so that it will not be affected by the tides of the sea water at all, even if it is very limited. Regarding the inland estuary of Bamboo Island, it was observed when a group of people parked in and sailed in. The width of the entrance to the sea was nearly 1 kilometer. Although it showed a gradual shrinking state upstream, it was next to the mission station. The watershed still maintains a width of more than 200 meters. The current largest ship of the Han tribe is only 40 meters. There is no need to worry about such inland navigation. Although the beast teeth do not understand this aspect, there are examples of the Han tribe headquarters, which are all water transport cities in the inland river pier. It is not difficult for him to learn by the gourd painting, so he very much agrees with the proposal of lodging. Of course, some necessary facilities are still needed for the construction of offshore ports, but this should be slowly explored. In the words of Lambs, the problem of whether or not to unload goods should be solved first, and then the way to increase the scale is most important for the Han tribe. What is needed is for the mission to operate as soon as possible on Bamboo Island. Just wait for the leader to give him support staff and supplies. When Luo Chong received the news over there, it was already the 5th day of wandering to Bamboo Island. Due to the bad weather, Ajika flew a little slower, plus Luo Chong was not in Hanyang City at the time, but in Heart Island, east of Wishing County, guided the construction of the chemical plant, so the time for the transfer of letters to the Han tribe was slower. After Luo Chong received the letter, he was also shocked to see the news inside, but it was not too unexpected, because he knew very well that as long as he searched according to the method he said, if there were no major problems on the road, he found the way to Bamboo Island. The sea road is just a matter of 10 or 9 stability. As for the material support and solution problems mentioned in the Tooth and the letter, support Luo Chong will definitely be given, but as the Tooth and Loft discuss, it will definitely not be fast. After all, the speed of the ship is there. Luo Chong also feels completely okay with the knitting machine and car construction. Passing some technology to Bamboo Island to buy people's hearts is nothing. Then there are some personal opinions written by Tooth to Luo Chong. In the letter, he said that after the people of the mission saw the ship of their tribe, they were in a very impetuous mood. Many people discussed in private whether they could return to the tribe. Many people really miss home, hoping that the leader can give convenience to the line and transfer the people back to a part. Luo Chong has no opinion on this, and of course it is okay to come back, but it is still the sentence. The personnel and materials used for replacement cannot be delivered in a short time, so the actual operation of this matter still depends on the wandering fleet. After reading the animal teeth and watching the volts, the content is not a lot. It first describes the voyage along the way, the tribes encountered along the way, the communication with them, and the specialty detected by various places. Luo Chong is not very concerned about this. Because there is another detailed information to refer to, he jumped directly to look at the end of the proposal. Luo Chong has no opinion on the development of a new ship model of an advanced sea vessel, but that is not immediately possible now. A new vessel takes a lot of time from research and development to finalization. It is not impossible to replace it with a 3-mast building vessel for a while. It is much better than the inland vessels of the brig. When I saw it in the end, Luo Chongjin thought about it for a while, and began to write a reply letter to the two to guide their follow-up work. The first is the idea of self-sufficiency in the animal teeth. Luo Chong thinks it is very good. Not only did he agree directly, but he also particularly encouraged to praise them for 2 sentences. In addition, the specific operation plan, as well as the problem of someone in the mission thinking about home and wanting to return early. The solution given by Luo Chong is that anyway, there is not much to swim in the ship. Let him go first, wait to return to the Tang tribe, and gather all the manpower and materials after the 3 ships stationed there meet. Go to the mission station on Bamboo Island again. After waiting for the place, the parade can leave the fleet with some of the most basic craftsmen as fleet maintenance personnel, and the remaining craftsmen are all left to the veterinary teeth, and then the missing places of the fleet are replaced by the mission to go home. On board, this directly solves 2 problems. In the end, all the materials and tools used by the fleet to trade were left. The mission helped to swim in Bamboo Island to supplement the living materials. A batch of white salt could be added at a low price on Bamboo Island. The food was exchanged with indigenous people along the way. After writing his own arrangement, Luo Chong immediately sent the letter out with Flying Eagle biography. He knew that the mood and animal teeth were still waiting for their reply. After sending the letter away, Luo Chong began to concentrate on the construction of the chemical plant. One of the largest factories in Heart Island is the coking plant, which is related to the steel output of the Han tribe, so it is the most important project. Regarding the preparation of these Heart Islands, Luo Chong directly classified them as county-level administrative units. Except for the coin-making factory under the direct jurisdiction of the chief, all other factories were assigned to the subordinates of Wishing County. So far, Baobao Mountains Copper, the mine area, can also be regarded as a county. Due to geographical relations, it was finally assigned to the jurisdiction of Bangyang County. In today's coke plant, coal like a hill has been stacked, and of course there is another pile of limestone, of which the coal comes from Dongxian County. Now due to the hard work of Jinjian, Dongxian County is already a population over 10,000. A county capable of exporting a large amount of coal every day can fill an on average 3-mast sand tanker every 2 days. The load per ship is not less than 1,000 tons. The other limestone comes from the Baobao mountain mine area, which is also transported to the coking plant by boat, and because the Baobao mountain mine area is the earliest mining area developed by the Han tribe, the mining capacity and mining workers are the most, plus limestone. This mineral is easier to mine than coal, so the supply of limestone in the coke plant is not lower than coal. With these 2 kinds of raw material reserves, it is only the construction of production equipment, and the construction of the coking furnace is the focus. The construction of such special equipment requires a large number of refractory bricks. It is a bow mountain or a salt lake iron ore with considerable reserves. After mining raw materials from these places, it is directly burned in Watersan County and Browsingyang County. Finally, the refractory bricks of the finished product are supplied to the coking plant of Lake Hart Island and the steel plant of New Steel County. With a stable supply of construction materials, coupled with the large number of slaves recently obtained by the Han tribe through several wars, and a group of experienced contractors, the construction speed of the coking plant is still very impressive. The specially planned residential area of the factory area already looks like. Due to the large area of the Hart Island, Luochon did not engage in any buildings or apartments, but all were built in accordance with a single exclusive courtyard. Each yard is not small. You can plant some sangmon vegetables and fruits to be self-sufficient. Except for food, most of them can be satisfied. Although there are no trees here, firewood cannot be provided. But coal has some coal. Coal can be used for normal cooking and winter heating. The prisoners of war captured by the Han tribe were finally placed on Luochon to live on Huixin Island, giving them some freedom, reuniting their family. The house provided materials by the tribe, and then letting them build themselves, and they also had to work for the Han tribe. Escape is impossible, and rebellion is also impossible. In the Hart Island of the lake where the coking plant is located, due to environmental protection and transportation considerations, Luochon chose the side of the swamp on the choice of land, and the remaining 3 sides of the ring water. Big Island. It is absolutely impossible for the newly captured prisoners of war to swim out of this wetland without a ship, and although the island can grow its own vegetables to breed, the most critical food and salt can only be supplemented by the outside world. If there is a rebellion on the island, Luochon does not even need to interfere. As long as their food and salt are broken, they can immediately linger. When placed in this environment, the prisoners of war basically admit their fate, not to mention that the treatment provided by the Han tribe is not low. If they are actively working, there will be rewards such as livestock or cloth, except for being restricted to the island. In addition to people, other aspects of life are better than their original lives, so the prisoners of war on the island are quite obedient. Looking at the stove in the front seat like a tower standing up, there are more workers involved in the construction. Luochon decided to put the people who performed well in the slaves here, even if they were free. Although they will never be able to leave the island, it does not mean that their descendants cannot gradually transform into Shunmen. Their descendants will become the normal people of the Han tribe. After patrolling the construction of the coking plant, Luochon went to the shipyard in Bangyang County again. The sunken 3-mast sandwich ship is still under construction because the mining needs of the Han tribe are relatively large, and many minerals have to be transported from a distance. Therefore, this kind of efficient and energy-efficient means of transportation is naturally indispensable. In addition to the large amount of coal and metal minerals, the Han tribe is currently very scarce. The biggest demand is limestone, gypsum, and a large amount of sand or long stone, cloud mother and other minerals. Among them, limestone is the main raw material for carbon dioxide provided in the twin tower coke technology. After the calcination, limestone will produce a large amount of carbon dioxide. It is not useless. After mixing with plaster powder, it is the cement of the building artifact, although it is only a byproduct of coke, but its role cannot be ignored. In addition, sand is also a type mineral. In addition to the mortar used to mix with cement, it is also a good material for making glass. It is certainly good to make glass with high-purity silicon dioxide, but the cost is still too high. There is no convenience for sand, which is not conducive to the promotion of glass use. Other rhythm and long stones also exist as supplementary materials for sand, because these things can also be used to burn glass. The remaining cinnabar ore is mined in small quantities. This thing has no other use than making red pigments and red mud for the time being, because Luochon temporarily requires mercury. The last one that is optional is asbestos. This is a natural mineral fiber that can be used to make fireproof cloths and make fireproof clothing for workers in special positions. However, this special mineral has not yet been found. The fleet is slowly looking. In addition to the sand-carrying ship with a 4-story cabin, the construction of the 3-mast ship has now been stopped. However, looking at the proposal for a new sea vessel, Luochon felt that it was necessary to temporarily add orders for several 3-mast ships. Several ships are used together, and the sea boat can only be developed slowly. The uses of sea vessels are diverse, and can be divided into fishing vessels and merchant ships at least. Obviously both of these things are needed by the Han tribe, but compared with this thing, Luochon obviously mentioned the Sup tribe mentioned in the Moose letter. Interested, after all, it is a population of tens of thousands. And more importantly, the location of the Tang tribe is located at the entrance of the Browsing River. If the Han tribe wants to omit the ocean route for a long time and develop marine materials, it must have a frontline base on the seashore to serve the huge fleet, provide logistical support. However, based on the ability of the Han tribe alone, and at the same time omitting grasslands, bamboo islands, and the Soup tribe, the number of people is somewhat unsustainable, so it is better to do this through the local indigenous people. In this way, how to get along with the Soup tribe has become an important issue. After studying the information from Yufu in detail, Luo Chon learned that the Tang tribe is an alliance of clan tribes. The tribal leader temporarily used Zen concession to determine. In this way, the best way to control the Tang tribe is to support a Luo Chan's close trust. From the top, the control of the Tang tribe is directly realized. This person is either from the Han tribe, either the pro-Chinese in the Tang tribe. Luo Consi thought about it, but still felt that it was most appropriate to train a pro-home native, which would help the acceptance of the local clan tribe, and then find a way to absorb the Soup tribe as a whole. For this plan, Luo Chon believes that there is no difficulty. First of all, the Tang tribe is currently just a tribal alliance. Compared with the Xin tribe, the Tang tribe does not even have its own cultural heritage. At this time, the Han tribe suddenly stepped in and directly used the Han tribe. Cultural control is the most convenient and the most secure method. Although the time may be longer, after completing the rule, indigenous people have a stronger sense of belonging to the Han tribe. This is the most peaceful means, and of course there is less harmony, but it does not use the means of waging war to use competitive relations to gain dominance. According to the report of Yubu, the Tang tribe is not without enemies. After the defeat of the Tang tribe more than a decade ago, they migrated to a position more on the beach, and these people also had internal strife. Many clans chose to go back and surrender to the Tang tribe. Some of them became independent. It can be judged from this point that those clan tribes do not have a strong sense of belonging to the alliance, or camp. For better survival, they do not mind which tribe they join in. Since they can surrender to the Tang tribe for a good life, why can't they surrender to the Han tribe for better living conditions? According to this line of thought, Luo Chon can directly send people to contact these scattered clan tribes, draw them through various interests to join the new camp of the Han tribe, and compare with the first cultural invasion to support the pro-Chinese regime. The return speed is faster, and only a first investment is required to immediately see the return of benefits. For the eagerly developing Han tribe, or for Luo Chon himself, the vitality of this plan is obviously greater. As for the war, Luo Zhuang never thought that war will not only consume national strength, but also bring the least benefits. The labor force consumed by war alone will make Luo Chon very distressed, whether it is his own warrior or the other party. The population is the same in Luo Chan's eyes. As long as it is discovered by the Han tribe, it is no different from Luo Chan's own. Be people-oriented. Luo Chon sighed lightly and finally made up his mind that he decided to carry out the two plans at the same time, and the establishment of diplomatic relations with the Tang tribe was affirmed. Luo Chon planned to form another mission specifically for the Tang tribe and send messengers to carry out the offensive of cultural propaganda. Send another group of people to implement the second plan, using the river as the boundary, to develop the Han tribe's own forces. The two plans are carried out at the same time, so that not only can the benefits be quickly obtained, after the Han tribe's own forces develop, it looks at the high-yield food of the Han tribe, a large number of meat animals, and farming power such as cattle and horses. A large amount of resources obtained by the ocean will not be tempted by those clans who do not believe in the Tang tribe. As long as the mission can convince a Tang tribe clan to join the Han tribe, the subsequent annexation process will be easy. Although this method is a bit more intense, Luo Chon is still sure to control the outbreak of war. What the Han tribe wants is development. Poor soldiers will only drag down the development of the Han tribe. This is very clear in Luo Chan's heart as the leader of the Han tribe. A few days later, Luo Chan's reply was finally sent to the hands of Yufu and Beast Teeth, and the two at this time had planned the construction plan of the port and were receiving an important guest at the mission station. Oops, Han Jie, is this a sailboat made by your Han tribe? The biggest transportation you built by the family of the Han tribe? Yufu and Beast Teeth both smiled at each other, and they saw pride in each other's eyes. Beast Teeth turned their heads and answered, "Building elders, this is the sailboat of our Han tribe, but this is not the biggest. At present, our Han tribe has a sailboat twice as big as this, which can carry a huge ship of thousands of people at a time." Beast Teeth proud introduction. The elders were ordered by Xin to contact the veterinary Teeth. They wanted to ask when the support of the Han tribe could arrive, and when the project on the construction of a cross-sea bridge on Bamboo Island could be started, but I never thought I saw it stopped here. The big sailboat on the river side of the station, this is the first time the elder has seen such a large artificial object, even bigger than the house he built. Listening to the animal Teeth said that the Han tribe is twice as big as this, and the heart is even more shocking. The manufacturing technology of the Han tribe is too powerful. Can I go up and see? The elders looked at the beast teeth and swims cravingly, and I very much hope to visit. Yufu immediately nodded, and the beast teeth agreed with him, and immediately greeted him. Of course, our Han tribe and Xin tribe are friends. This is all trivial. Please come with me. When several people spoke, they came to the landing craft by the river, and then rowed a boat to the sailboat parked in the middle of the river. A large number of elderly elders became curious babies. Look here and see, and ask some questions from time to time. Yugong, did you come here by floating this thing across the sea? In accordance with the customs and etiquette of the Han tribe, the elders of Sui, in order to show respect, are commensurate with the Gams. That's right, it's this ship that sailed from the Han tribe for several months before arriving at Bamboo Island. However, the elders rest assured that we are only pre-reconnaissance routes this time. Now the route has been proven. If we come again, the fleet will be able to save a lot of time at full speed. Although the newest ship of our Han tribe is 1 times larger than this volume, it is faster than this ship. Hinkson can trade bulk goods. Lobo also introduced in time. After visiting the ship, the elder of the Xin tribe deeply regretted that unfortunately, Yugong will go back by boat soon. If we can wait a few more days, let our leader see this. Just fine, I believe our leader will be interested. At this time, the animal teeth next to it suddenly said, this is no problem. We welcome Xin to visit. When I was building the elders, I widened my eyes and looked at the animal teeth incredibly. What? Han Jing said it was true? Of course it's true. Although the tour leader is going back by boat, he will come back in at most 1 month, and then 4 ships will come together at a time. The elder can take advantage of this time. Go back to Qingquan Valley and take over Xinzhen. This time, it will take almost 20 days to wait for Xin to take over, or you can see the fleet return. Beast Teeth immediately spoke out Luo Kongzin's plan. Anyway, you have to run again in a short time. It's okay to let Xin Tongji see it. Just in front of him, you can show the strength of the Han tribe. Let him have more confidence in his plan to cross the sea bridge. It turns out that it is so good. No, I will go back now, and I must convince the leader to come and see for himself. The elders were very excited. Immediately after determining the plan that Beast Teeth said, they slipped on horseback. It was not easy to run back and forth in the Qingquan Valley where the mission station and Xion's commander were located. It's time to start to hurry. The veterinary teeth were not stopped. After sending the old man away with Yufu, the two discussed the next plan. Now that the route has been opened, the contact will only become more frequent in the future, and the supply will be more and more, but I think this is not the way to go. Our Han tribe cannot continue to give blood transfusions to Bamboo Island. The pressure of our tribe is too great. Bamboo Island is to be built, and the Xian tribe must find a way to get it back, but this money cannot let us out. Not only can we not make money, but also find a way to make money from Bamboo Island, otherwise we will run this land to lost. An analysis of animal teeth. After listening to you, I thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Do you have any ideas? I can tell the leader when I go back. The veterinary teeth laughed, and that said, I think the first thing that needs to be solved now is the output problem. Now all the consumption of the mission, including food, white salt, meat, animal power, and the construction of the base, building materials, etc. Things are all purchased locally, and they are used to exchange the thing we brought in. It is not known how much money is needed to build the city, and our Han tribe is so far away from here, it is not easy to replenish supplies once. So my idea is to solve part of the output first, so that the mission can be self-reliant and no longer become a burden for our Han tribe. Frowning and frowning, I'm puzzled to ask, didn't you say this last time? The beast teeth are swinging, you listen to me. The last time I said it was only the first stage of the plan, to make the mission self-reliant and no longer become a burden for the tribe. The purpose of this first step is to feed ourselves. In the second stage, we must not only feed ourselves, but also earn extra money to build the city here. This city must be large, and the tribe must not spend a penny. In the last stage, my plan is that the mission must not only build the local area, but also have enough output to feed our Han tribe. The nodding head that Yufo very much agrees with, and then asked again, your idea is very good, but how do you realize it? Could it be that you said the homemade vehicle last time and also sold the loom? The beast teeth immediately waved, no, how much money those things can sell. I think it's selling ships directly here. You don't know how hard the fishing tribes here are. It's difficult. The fish can only barely eat enough by itself, and it's a little more to exchange food and other tools with the food tribe next to it. If we can directly produce a batch of fishing vessels and sell them, it will be particularly popular. After listening, I widened my eyes immediately and couldn't help but vomit in person. You are too whimsical. What's wrong? Is my method not good? Beast's teeth were somewhat dissatisfied with the question. He also heard that it was easy to swim in the sea a few days ago. This came up with such an idea, but he did not expect that he would be opposed by loading just after he finished speaking. Yufu did not answer directly, but asked the animal teeth, "I ask you, how long has our tribe mastered the technology of car construction and loom, and how long has the technology of shipbuilding? But you can see how many of our tribes now have their private loomers in the home, and who can afford a few big cars? Not to mention the boat. This 8-meter-long wooden boat has no roof, only a pair of paddles, and a scramble boat sells for 1,000 yuan in our tribe, and the average salary of our tribe is only 3 per month. Yuan, do you think someone in our tribe can buy it? Can anyone buy it from XIN tribe? What's more, such a boat can't be used to go fishing at all, even if it is fishing offshore. It needs at least a 2-mast sailboat of more than 10 or 20 meters, and such a boat, our tribe has only cost the prices as high as 12,000. Do you think this thing can be sold in the XIN tribe? Besides, even if some of them are willing to buy it, can they get the money?" After listening to the lush, the beast's teeth were speechless. He just thought about the needs of Bamboo Island. If there are a large number of fishing boats, there must be someone in Bamboo Island, but he did not consider whether the indigenous people on Bamboo Island have this economy. The strength can be paid. In this regard, it is obviously more comprehensive to consider. At this time, the wandering suddenly hugged the shoulders of the beast's teeth, and whispered beside his ears, "Beast's teeth, have you ever thought about it? If you make this suggestion to let the leader know, what would the leader think of you?" As soon as the beast's teeth were stunned, they looked at the wandering, and the wandering explained, "You don't want to think about it. Our mission is just a few people. Why can the top executives of the XIN tribe be respected, so that you can call for wind and rain here?" Beast's teeth are thoughtful, tentative questioning, "Isn't it because we are the Han tribe behind us? The Han tribe is a fart. You can't help but vomit the trough." Looking at the inexplicable expression of the tooth, he continued to say this, "Our Han tribe and Bamboo Island are 18,000 miles apart, and the two tribes where the 8 poles can't beat. Why are we so influential on Bamboo Island now? I tell you, not because we are called the Han tribe, but the Han tribe controls all foreign trade channels on Bamboo Island. Although we are not blocking the cross-sea dark bridge between Bamboo Island and the mainland, the entire grassland trade is directly we monopolized. It doesn't matter if his bridge is sealed. But for you, you actually want to sell the boat to the local indigenous people now. What do you think? What a ship is just a means of transportation. As long as it can go fishing, it can be used to cross the strait to the opposite continent. If the indigenous people of Bamboo Island have a boat, do you think you can still conduct a monopoly trade on Bamboo Island? Don't they drive their own boat to the mainland to steal trade? By the time they have their own trade channels, do you think someone on Bamboo Island will take care of you, Han?" When the beast's teeth were surprised, this relationship was immediately figured out. Even if it is difficult to ask, but if this is not the case, how can you make so much money? The mission really needs money. The wandering is still holding the shoulders of the animal teeth, looking at no one nearby. This is a mysterious statement. It is easy to make money, use fishing boats. The beast's teeth stunned, and then frowned and looked at the wandering. "Didn't you just say that fishing boats are too expensive to sell here? Who said you were selling fishing boats? We can raise fishing boats ourselves and then sell fish." Wandering and gigglingly said, "Don't you know that our water transportation in Hanyang County is not wide, but the shipping is very developed, and the ships run on it are small boats. Each of these ships has 1,000 yuan, and there are not many people at all. I bought it, but there are still so many ships on the river. Why? Because the leader ordered a charter boat. Those who want to take advantage of the farming and transportation just pay some money to pay the rent, so that they don't have to spend a lot of money to buy the boat." The beast's teeth blew the tooth flower, tentatively asked, "So you said so much, you want me to learn the leader and charter the boat out? What is the difference between renting a fart and renting and selling? Isn't it the same as sending trade channels to others?" When swimming in the voltage, he said very speechlessly, "What do you say?" Seeing that you were wandering and disgusting yourself, the beast's teeth also turned red, and some were anxious and corrupt. "I mean to get some fishing boats, but these fishing boats must be in our hands, use our people as captains, be the owner's house, and then hire local indigenous people to be sailors. When the fishermen go out to sea and catch them, drive the boat to the designated fishing port market for sale, and then pay the indigenous crew after selling the money, or it is possible to use the share of the fish income on that day directly. In a word, the boat must be in our hands." After a little pause, Yufa continued to say that has many benefits in doing so. First, you can continue to monopolize the foreign trade channels of Bamboo Island, and secondly, you can use these fishing vessels to make money. Not only you make money yourself, the local indigenous, although the fishermen have worked hard, they are also much better than their original days, so that you can also use this to monopolize the hearts of the local indigenous people. If you look a little longer, you can still rely on this method in recent years to train a large number of elite nautical sailors among the local indigenous people. After our Han tribe completely controls Bamboo Island in the future, as long as the leader says a sentence willing to sell fishing boats to local fishermen, or agree to rent to them, and sell them in installments, no matter what model, once the local fishermen know that they can also obtain ownership of the fishing boat, do you think they will die against the Han tribe? And by that time, after the local indigenous fishermen had worked with the mission for several years, they would definitely be able to deposit a large deposit in their hands. At that time, even if they could not afford the fishing boat, whether it was a charter or installment payment, a down payment can still be taken out. It is better than you sell it now, they have no money to buy it. After listening to this analysis of lurking, the beast's teeth are in deep thought. The lobbying is indeed very reasonable. Unlike the starting point for making money, lurking first made an analysis from the political level. At this stage, the Han tribe it is indeed necessary to firmly control the foreign trade channels of Bamboo Island, and the stricter the control, the more the mission will eat on Bamboo Island. Secondly, it is the output of the mission. All resources on the Bamboo Island are local indigenous. If the mission seizes food from their mouths, such as occupying the land on the Bamboo Island for planting, it is against the interests of the locals. It will certainly make people angry. Unless the Han tribe is under high pressure, the mission will definitely not be able to stay on Bamboo Island. Therefore, it is best for the mission to look outside Bamboo Island, so fishing at sea becomes the best option. Because the indigenous people do not have the ability to develop marine resources, it is still a virgin land they cannot touch. In the end, it is the control of the people's hearts and minds mentioned by Yufu. First, hire local indigenous people to go fishing as a laborer, so that they can see the real benefits of fishing, and then use high salaries or dividends to improve their quality of life. The tribe's monopoly on the foreign trade channel of Bamboo Island can also win the hearts of people, and wait until the full occupation later. The Han tribe will definitely open up trade rights. By then, the private ownership of the ship will be delegated to local fishermen, and the rule of the Han tribe will definitely receive very favorable support. After figuring out these keys, the beast's teeth nodded immediately. I understand what you mean, but since you say that the local indigenous people cannot control the ownership of the ship, you must not be able to build a ship on Bamboo Island, otherwise it will inevitably be the Xian tribe stole technology. But in this way, where should the large number of ships I need come from? Should they be sent after the tribe has done? Regarding the question raised by the animal teeth, there have been plans in the mood. Coincidentally, the idea of lodging is very similar to Luo Chong. Based on his long-term experience of sailing, the Han tribe really needs a supply base before going to sea, or the port city allows inland vessels to be well maintained and supplemented before entering the sea. Even this place needs to have overhaul of the hull, or the ability to manufacture new ships. In addition, it is better to have advanced deep processing plants for seafood, whether it is pickled or frozen. You must find a way to send the fish in the sea back to the Han tribe, so that the people of the hometown can also eat Shanghai goods and enjoy the sea resources. In addition, with such a processing department, large warehouses and cargo stations are inevitable. Since this is the last stop before going to sea, this place should have the function of a large logistics center. It is a port city that is properly calculated in this way, and it is not difficult to develop with the Sup tribe next to it as the foundation. On the grassland, tens of thousands of horses attacked under the leadership of Futon. They looted the weak tribes around them mercilessly. They have been using this method for more than a month in a row. The fraud caused by the Battle of the Han tribe. On Several Heart Island on the east side of the Han tribe's Waishan County, a piece of artificial building also sprung up. Countless slaves and prisoners of war are working under the guidance of the Han tribe craftsmen. Dry distillation coke tower, electric stone conversion blast furnace, comprehensive multifunctional chemical plant, coal tar dry distillation separation tower, glass workshop, a series of chemical projects have begun to take root in the depths of this swamp. On the vast sea on the east side of Bamboo Island, after saying goodbye to the reefs and fishermen on the seashore, the parade set sail on the original brig sail again, and their destination was not far away at the entrance to the sea. The Sup tribe, where the lambs will meet with the 3 left behind ships, sort out the supplementary materials and then go to the Bamboo Island tribal mission station again. On the deck on the top floor of the sailing boat, a white straw mat with a few shots, lying on the cool mat leisurely at this time, the whole body curled up in the huge shadow of the sail and slept, and separated from him a few short spoons. At this time dumb hands lie on the railing, blowing the sea breeze, looking at the endless waves. The head is constantly recalling what I saw and heard these days. The spoon is a person who has seen the world. In this era of going out basically by walking and contacting by roar, many people can walk out of the village in their lifetime. He has been to many places, knowing many tribes, and seeing many people. However, these days of experience were too shocking for him. He entered the salt water with strange tools with strangers who claimed to be Han tribes. Next, he not only saw the huge sea monsters in the salt water, but also found a new land. Not only that, when he landed on a new land, he also discovered that the people of the Han tribe had already reached it, and it has already started operations on Bamboo Island. This journey to subvert the world view has greatly impacted the Spoon, but at this time he has slowed down and began to accept this fact slowly. Hello, what do you think? Are you interested in coming back to do business with our Han tribe? The wandering seemed to be awake, and suddenly sat up and asked the Spoon's back. The Spoon also heard the voice and recovered from the state of devotion, turning around and seeing his own swimming, a look that he didn't understand. I said, you go back this time, do you want to do business with our Han tribe? Seeing him in a hurry, he didn't understand, so he had to use gestures again. Are you talking about trading? What to trade? The Spoon frowned and remembered. Haha, what to trade with our Han tribe depends, of course, on what you want. As long as you think of something, most of our Han tribe has. The feeling of swimming with a local tyrant said, can all your Han tribes I want sell it to me? The Spoon was not sure to ask. Of course, as long as you can afford the corresponding price. Disdainful vomiting in your heart, and then this continues to ask questions. What do you want? I want to learn from you about shipbuilding, as well as nautical technology, and fishing technology. I don't know if it is possible. The Spoon said the earliest thoughts in his heart, and he also wanted to take the opportunity to test the Han tribe to see if the other party had any plans to cooperate with himself, but he obviously misjudged the fact that he overestimated his value. This is not impossible, but I want to know what you plan to exchange for? Randomly asked. This, I can't give you anything now, but if you ask the local situation, I can tell you everything I know. Looking at the lurking scene, it was obviously not too cold, so the Spoon had to increase the price tag. If I can become the leader of the Tang tribe in the future, I will give you some fields at that time. I don't know if such conditions are enough. Youthful laughed again, and he wanted to take the technology of the Han tribe with such a short check. He didn't know what kind of reaction should be made. Is this Spoon too confident or treats the Han tribe as a fool? This kind of thought, but remembered the content of the letter that the leader wrote to himself alone, he still put down his contempt and tried to guide the speech. Spoon, you know, the field is not something valuable at all. There are many uncultivated wastelands in this world. If our Han tribe wants land, they can open the waste themselves. Spuntan was speechless. He knew that the lobbying was right, but some fields were really unattractive. Only then did he ask, what exactly do you Han tribes want? Yufo reviewed the letter of the leader and organized the language before he said it. It is not impossible to teach you to build a ship, but I want you to promise me a few conditions. First, you are familiar with the situation of the local tribe. I want you to help find a few clan tribes that live alone, and then take my people to meet them, and help our people win those little clans. Looking at the surprising expression of the Spoon, the wandering continued to say without waiting for him to speak. Second, I want you to help the Tang tribe and the Han tribe to promote cooperation between the two tribes. I will tell you this specific way of cooperation in the future. The third is about shipbuilding. Our Han tribe will build a shipyard here and invite the Tang tribe to participate together. If you can agree to these conditions, and concentrate on working for our Han tribe in the future, I can propose to your leader to let you be the person in charge of the Tang tribe in the shipyard. Many workers, as the person in charge of the Tang tribe, can anyone enter the shipyard and you can arrange it yourself. I say this, can you understand? The Spoon was stunned when he heard the conditions of the Lush. I didn't expect the Lush to actually help myself. Make yourself a representative of the Soup tribe in the shipyard, and be responsible for recruiting workers. This is the most useful kind of power. I can use the convenience of recruiting personnel to arrange all the systems I trust. By then, the people in the Tang tribe who have learned the shipbuilding process will become their own people, so it will be more convenient to compete for the position of leader in the future. Compared with these practical benefits, the conditions mentioned by the Lush are less important. Although it is not known why the Han tribe should bring them together with the small tribes, it has nothing to do with him, nor will it damage him, and the interests of the Tang tribe, so it's okay to promise them. In addition, it is a matter of cooperation. Although Yebu hasn't said it yet, he can guess that cooperation is nothing more than a matter of trade. After going through the Bamboo Island line, he has recognized the strong trading capacity of the Han tribe, which can allow the Tang tribe to participate in such a large-scale trade, coupled with the fact that his tribe will soon own ships, also have shipping capabilities, so he did not worry that the Tang tribe would suffer in cooperation. In the end, it was the condition for letting yourself concentrate on working for the Han tribe. The Spoon thought carefully, or agreed, because he felt that although the Han tribe would also develop local forces in the future, the focus was not here. The Han tribe's hometown is far away from here. Letting yourself work for the Han tribe is just to resolve the conflict with the local indigenous people. The spoon is not disgusting with this matter. At the same time, he also felt that he could even use this identity to restrict the development of the Han tribe in the local area, so that the Han tribe always understood who had more influence here. The weather in early July began to get worse, officially entering the windy season of the coastal climate, and encountered 2 storms on the way back in a parade. The spoon on the same boat tells everyone that the weather like this is almost 4 times a month in hot summers. On average, it is heavy rain once a week, accompanied by a strong wind that may appear at any time. Of course, this situation is not fixed. Sometimes it will be twice a month, and then it can be connected for 7 or 8 days next month. The spoon is only an average value. The specific weather depends on the situation at that time. Fortunately, in the last voyage, everyone already had experience in dealing with the wind and waves, so although this time it was slightly embarrassing, there was still an insidious way back to the mainland. On a bruised morning, the flagship of the development group, which had been out of the sea for nearly a month, finally entered the estuary, merged with the 3 left-behind ships that stayed near the Tang tribe, and then began intense material preparations. On the shore of the river, his feet set foot on the land of his hometown again. After helping the fleet to buy supplies, both Chijiri and Tup also set out to say goodbye to the parade. Yugong, let's go first. Is so urgent? Are you going to return to the tribe first or to find the small clan that has been listed first? Wandering to see the 2 to go, hurriedly reminded themselves of the agreement with the spoon. Let's go back to the tribe first. It's been a month since I came out. I have to see the leader first. Please rest assured that I will not forget the agreement between you and me. I will leave to help you contact those clan, but I hope you don't delay this time in Bamboo Island, just come back as soon as possible. The spoon seems to have made plans already, so he answered without hesitation after hearing the question. After wondering and nodding, and after a little arch with the spoon, they saw the 2 leave. After the spoon left, the fleet was forced to stop for another 2 days due to rain again, and finally set off at the early hours of the 3rd day. The fleet that had already opened the route, because it knew that the voyage did not exceed 10 days, so the prepared food reserves have been greatly reduced, and the space left is full of traded materials that the mission is short of. I don't know if the wind and rain in July were all concentrated in the relationship between the first half of the month. The second trip of the fleet's Bamboo Island was extremely smooth, along the way. Although the sea breeze was large, it did not reach the unbearable level. Instead, the speed of the 4 sailboats has increased, 2 days faster than expected, and it took only 7 days to reach Bamboo Island. It was suddenly different from the last time. This time the mission was clearly ready to meet. The wanderer standing on the deck and watching the crowd on the shore knew the whole story. The first person in front of the crowd was wearing the Han tribe satin costume. The middle-aged man who followed several old men, if he hadn't guessed wrong, must have deliberately ran to see the sailing ship's commander of the Xian tribe and his elders. Since the pier was moved upstream of the estuary by the Moose proposal, in the more than half a month before the arrival of the fleet, the Dentures had organized the mission and local workers to build 2 temporary bamboo floating trestle. The current movable fleet is just in use, and they no longer have to use the landing craft as before. The 4 sailboats did not care about the people greeted on the shore. Under the command of the captains of each ship, they calmly adjusted the attitude of the big ship and slowly leaned next to the dark bridge. Sailing, turn right at the rudder and turn left. The stern scramble forward. Under the command of the captain, a group of scramble fighters entered the final manual fine-tuning link, and finally let the 4 sailboats lean on both sides of the trestle, then began to anchor, and tied the cable on the pile of the dock. Xian Tangja stood on the shore and watched the big ships of the Han tribe line up. He was so excited that he couldn't help but whisper in his mouth. Is this the pinnacle of the Han tribe's manufacturing capacity? It is really powerful. This is a house that can move on the water. Although he was surprised, as the ruler of a large tribe, he still maintained his due restraint. He did not stand on the shore and yell like the people who had never seen the world, and gathered a few elders around him, talking quietly. This is the ship. How does such a big thing float on the water? The Bean elders who followed their own leadership to see the world couldn't help but sigh. Look at the people above. There are dozens of people on each boat, and there is such a big belly underneath. I really don't know how many things can be installed. The elders on the side are not only sentimental. Gee, Han Jie said it was really good. This is called a boat. It's not easy. Look at the 2 cloths hanging on it. This is what the Han tribe can do. They can think of the wind. To push this big guy, their Chinese leader is really smart. What? And the latter thing, even if the cloth above is removed, they can move the boat by swinging without the wind, which is a bit slow. The elders of the Xian tribe who are responsible for making various things are also full of various things on board. His words caused the eyes of several other elders, looking at a few scramps at the tail of the sailing ship. After watching it for a while, the elder me also issued his own praise. What is the name of that thing? It seems to be learned from fish. Do you think that thing is very similar to a fish tail, and the boat moves by swinging left and right? Hey, don't say it's true. If the thing behind is a fish tail, what are the two cloths above? Is it the wings of a bird? After listening, the people next to them couldn't help but make their own guesses. Gee, no, the Han tribe is really powerful, and we have to take it. We can learn something by seeing any animal, and they can still use it. We still have problems with our thinking. If there is such an invention, perhaps our Xian tribe can now create this practical big guy. The elder once again sighed because of the technological gap between the two tribes of Hansen. Cut, I can learn anything when I see anything. I don't think so. You said that the two cloths on the ship are like bird wings. Why wouldn't their boat fly in the sky? A golden elder with a higher eye is disdainful of his colleagues. He admits that the Han tribe is indeed patient, and the things made are quite practical, but he is not used to being an elder of the Xian tribe. And take the initiative to support the stinky behavior of the Han tribe, especially the most obvious pro-Chinese elder in the elders, watching that guy in Han make him sick by learning to do it. You. Okay, don't be noisy, the new Han envoy has already disembarked, and they all greet me. Don't put on a stinky face, I tell you. Who would have affected this cooperation with the Han tribe, make trouble for the bridge industry? Don't blame me for turning his face. The elder is trying to refute two sentences. The first one wants to build a cross-sea bridge so that his famous commander will not do it. He warned several people, and then greeted them like a wandering on a trestling bridge. Elder Jin's expression is a bit gloomy, and at the same time with some pride, the elder stared at him fiercely. The rice, beans, and animals next to him looked at each other, and they looked at the joke. The big ship of the Han tribe is really powerful. Ha 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 ha, Han made a long way, all the hard work, I don't know what good things brought to our Xian tribe. Xian Tong led a group of elders to the pier and walked over to Si Yufu, and immediately began to say hello. The members of the mission who have been in the island of bamboo for more than a year have been busy on the site to translate for loading and looming, and they are also cooperating with humility. Yufu has seen the commander of the Xian tribe, and it is my pleasure to contribute a little bit to the friendship between the two tribes of Hinkson. I dare not call it hard work. Please rest assured that I am waiting to bring this as with the much-needed textile technology of the Xian tribe. With the cooperation of our missions, it will not take long for the compatriots of the Xian tribe to weave. By then, the sacks needed by the Xian tribe to build bridges will have the ability to produce themselves, and I hope the commander will be satisfied. Yufu came to Xian's command to make a respectful work, then recite the official cliché he had prepared for a long time, and then smiled at the animal teeth standing on the side of Xian's leadership. Both of them saw a mockery in the eyes of each other. This is the uncivilized barbarism. I don't know how to be polite and humble. A big tribal leader in the hall will actually come to the pier to meet an ambassador from another country. Even if the messenger comes first, he will actively greet the messenger of the other party. It can be described as shameless, throwing the face of his big country on the ground. If this is in the Han tribe, it is absolutely impossible. However, this is also the scene seen by Animal Teeth and Mole. The more low-spirited and self-degraded identity, the more he explained the plan of the cross-sea bridge that he could make him famous. The bridge ushered in not the prosperity of the Xian tribe, but the steel knives and hoofs of the Han tribe. Of course, it's not right to say that. The value of this cross-sea bridge may not be enjoyed by the Xian tribe, but for Bamboo Island, which is later ruled by the Han tribe, it can indeed exert its own value. This is a bridge that overwhelms the Xian tribe and a bridge that makes the Han tribe rise. After Xian Tongji heard that the lurking brought the Han tribe textile technology, he laughed at once. He seemed to have seen thousands of Bamboo Islanders producing sacks, and one sack full of sandstone was thrown into the sea. The bridge he dreamed of quickly overlapped in this sack across the dam, becoming a pathway connecting the mainland. Countless carriages traveled to and from the bridge, taking away the white salt and bamboo products of Bamboo Island, and also brought the advanced technology of countless cattle, horses and Han tribes, and his own stone statue was towering above the bridge. Every descendant who passes the bridge will praise himself from the heart, thanksgiving as the ancestors' bridge built for them. Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief, let Han use it ashore. The reception feast we have prepared is ready. After a while, there is an activity to visit the ship. Seeing that his own commander was losing his mind, the elder built on the side also hurriedly pulled his clothes twice to remind him. Oh, yes, Han Jia Express, we have prepared a wealth of food for the mission. I heard that we can't eat anything good while sailing. I specially made some fresh ingredients for you. I woke up, and Xian Tong, who came back to God, also hurriedly hosted Yuko and others, looking at the people who lined up behind him to go ashore. He couldn't help but envy, secretly thought, this is the Han tribe. Are there so many artisans? The Xian command who came in person was to see the big ships of the Han tribe, and more importantly, to welcome the techniques that the animal teeth said. In order to entertain the craftsmen and messengers of these Han tribes, it is even more impossible to wrong himself, so he really prepared very rich food, various seafood collected from fishing tribes, corn grown by food tribes, and livestock raised by hunting tribes. The bamboo case lined up in the mission's compound was filled with food, and a force was used to interpret what was called Hui Hai Sai. After the wind feast, Commander Xian and a group of elders were invited to visit the ship accompanied by veterinary teeth and lambs. A group of people looked around and finally at Xian's hopeful eyes hinted an elder's request. Wandering also took them anchored sail to the bay at the entrance of the sea. Everyone in the Xian tribe on board praised the sailing boat. Even the most proud golden elder, although humming in his mouth, couldn't help but look at the curiosity trend on the boat. Wandering and veterinary teeth are naturally not worried about the leakage of technology. It is obviously impossible for a sailing ship to gather many high-tech products to see what can be learned with a few eyes, even if they understand a part of it without technical support. They can't make it. Waiting for the Xian tribe to experience the freshness of sitting on the boat, and swimming only allowed the sailing boat to return to the dock, and then unloaded one after another production tool from the fleet in Xian's eager eyes. After the tools used to produce the loom, Xian Tongjing was even more smiling. The first day of the wind rush day soon ended in this pleasant atmosphere. In the early morning of the next day, due to time constraints, the wandering will leave the tools and craftsmen needed by the regiment, leaving only the most basic shipbearer, and then selected a group of mission members who wanted to go home to board the ship according to the established plan. Finally, in Xian's eyes, he left the coast of Bamboo Island again, and drove again in the direction of the Tang tribe's entrance to the sea. Beast Teeth with personnel and technical support also quickly acted in accordance with the negotiated plan, hired local indigenous people to collect various raw materials for production, and began the task of local processing and production. A root of the log was sent to the mission. The station, and then in the hands of the craftsman, became the simplest original waste machine and spindle. This earliest primitive textile device in history has also begun to rise rapidly on Bamboo Island. At the same time, just as the animal teeth began to harm the Xian tribe as planned, the fleet led by Yafu also returned to the Tang tribe at the entrance of the mainland. After connecting with the Spoonist, the wandering also left 50. A temporary mission of people, and a sailing boat, let them begin to implement the leader's new plan for the Tang tribe. Then he led the remaining 3 ships back to the Han tribe together. The members of the new mission who were left behind also separated some people. Under the leadership of the Spoon, they began to visit the small clan tribes who lived alone, trying to persuade them to join the camp of the Han tribe, across the river from the Tang tribe. Build a new city. On the day when the escort led the people on their way home, a major event also occurred in the new steel county built by the Han tribe headquarters. The iron smelting blast furnace built in half a year has officially started ironing today. Although the coke plant has not been built, and although there is no coke, the stoves for smelting high-sulfur iron with unprocessed raw coal have been rushed up. These stoves release rolling black smoke, and then spit out the hot iron water, and finally cast out the source. High-sulfur iron pan. These pig iron, which contains a large amount of sulfur, are very inferior in nature and rotten as soon as they are smashed with stones, but iron pots that have no impact on human health will be sold to grasslands, to Bamboo Island, to the Tang tribe, and for the Han tribe's wealth. The Han tribe's control over iron and metal exports is still very strict, but the necessities of life are the least worrying and the fastest moving commodity, so in order to be able to sell large amounts of iron pots for the tribe to earn wealth at the same time, it is necessary to prevent buyers from deliberately hoarding iron pots to transform weapons. Luo Chom has played an idea against the material of iron pots. Iron smelting can also be used with raw coal that has not been desulfurized, but because of the high impurity content in the original coal, the smelted pig iron will become very crispy because it contains a large amount of sulfur elements. The iron pot built cannot be used to build knives, so that the threat of the Chinese tribe's outgoing iron pot is automatically lifted. Such behavior is undoubtedly a manifestation of technological crushing, and it is also a representative of the gradual improvement of the Han tribe chemical industry. It is clear that the Han tribe has the ability to use scientific and technological means to make special metals, and the improvement of the chemical industry is not only reflected in the coal and iron side. The newly developed glass factory is also one of the projects. On this day, Luo Chong came to a separate heart island in eastern Weishan County, a factory dedicated to smelting glass. Although the factory is still under construction, according to Luo Chan's order, the small-scale trial of glass has begun. carried out. Now is the stage of the exploration process and formula, and the factories built in the future are for mass production. There is no conflict between the two, but a complementary relationship. Luo Chong came in person this time to solve the trial. Problems encountered by glass. The Han tribe had previously made special glass with high-purity silicon dioxide, but that thing is not universal. It uses white crystals that we're fortunate to get as raw materials. This expensive material restricts the promotion of glass and uses it. Some advanced optical glass or heat-resistant glass can also reflect its value, but flat glass or glassware used to paste windows is obviously not good, so you have to start with cheap materials. Looking at the dozens of craftsmen standing in the simple work shed in front of them, Luo Chong couldn't help but feel the feeling that when he first came, there were not so many people in the Han tribe, let alone the dozens in front of them. People are still senior craftsmen. Among these people are craftsmen who have a lot of experience in metal smelting and processing, mold craftsmen who are good at carving wax molds, and ceramic craftsmen who have been doing ceramic embryos for several years, and even those who have been selected from schools and are good at mathematical computing. All are senior talents of the Han tribe, not many babies of the Han tribe, and these people, it was cultivated by the Han tribe for several years and countless resources. Luo Chong just issued an order, and the elders of the Han tribe, such as the Big Mouth and Lame in charge of metallurgy and ceramics, sent their most proud apprentices to provide strong support for the leader to form a new department. Glass is not a secret in the Han tribe. I used to participate in the production in person. However, because of the difference in materials, the production methods are also very different, so Luo Chong only brought a few talents from related departments that can be thought of. Glass is a product melted by the calcination of minerals, which is very similar to the way of metal smelting, so Luo Chong first thought of people in the metallurgical department, without him, because this group of people has experience in burning stoves. The mastery is easily comparable to others. Secondly, when the glass exists in a melting state, it is thick liquid again, so the plastic stage in the later stage needs to use two processes, which is why Luo Chong found molding and pottery craftsmen. Although they are not the same as what they usually contact, they must be the fastest class of people who master the new craft. The final arithmetic student found was purely for experimental records and improved formulas. Now that the personnel needed to be used are complete, various related materials and equipment are also prepared, and the trial work of glass will be officially started. Burning glass is different from iron smelting. Raw materials cannot be directly mixed with fuel, so a crucible made of heat-resistant materials is needed. Fortunately, the Han tribe already has a lot of mature experience in this area. The crucibles used to directly cast iron can be used, and the temperature required for ordinary glass melting is not as exaggerated as copper and iron. The highest is only a tolerance of less than 1000 degrees. First burn the stove, let others configure the material. When Luo Chong looked at the preparation, he gave orders to everyone. Yes, leader. Everyone responded and immediately began their own work. Several craftsmen from the metallurgical workshop began to skillfully light the stove, and then encouraged the bellows or burned the fire, and the students responsible for recording the experimental data also began to configure the materials according to the recipe given by Luo Chong. Burnt glass requires materials containing silicon oxide. The most common thing containing this substance is sand. Of course, sand is either in the desert or on the beach, and the Han tribe is a geographical location where the plains and mountains are combined. The desert and the seaside are far away, so Luo Chong chose to browse the river and sand in the Yang River, as well as the clouds and long stones collected on the mine. Yunmu is a variant of limestone, which often grows with limestone, but it is deeper in the stratum, and the Baobao mountain of the Han tribe happens to have this kind of thing, and the other long stone can be regarded as a kind of a semi-transparent large gravel. Sometimes there are many on the stone mountain, and more are mixed with pebbles by the river. These two things are actually a very common substance, so it is not difficult to obtain, but they can still only be used as auxiliary materials for river sands. In addition to these basic materials, there are coal powder, sulfate, chalk is also lime crystal, and the most important catalyst, pure alkali. Fortunately, these things have been completed, and even several chemical reagents have been prepared for the improvement of formulations. Pure alkali was found in the salt mine on the west side of Hanyang City. It can be purified after direct collection. The reagent Luo Chong of sulfate is selected as ferrous sulfate, which can be obtained directly by stewing with the yellow iron ore. There have been successful experiences in producing sulfuric acid before, so getting some ferrous sulfate is not a problem. Since Luo Chong did not know the corresponding proportions of these materials, the formula he gave was only a value he estimated. Whether he could succeed or after repeated experiments, this is why he personally presided over the experiment one. Anyway, no matter how it is matched, the sand as the main ingredient accounts for the most, followed by chalk and coal powder, and finally the two catalysts of pure alkali and sulfate. The weight of the material is weighed with the wooden poles that have been popular in the Han tribe. Then mix it in a dose, and finally pour it into a crucible that has been prepared. Just as the materials were prepared, the temperature in the sintering furnace had also risen. Luo Chong immediately asked the craftsman to send the crucibles into the furnace, and then began to wait patiently, taking advantage of the effort that it would be fine. It is not often possible to see the craftsman of the leader also take the opportunity to chat with Luo Chong in the sky. "Chief, can these sands really burn into glass?" a student who just finished the material asked. "Of course, can't stones also burn out metal? What's so strange about sand burning into glass?" Luo Kongxiao's answer: he is very happy to teach these outstanding craftsmen. These people can take the initiative to ask questions and know that they are studying. This spirit of research is very gratifying to Luo Chong. "Chief, what exactly is glass? Many of us have never seen it. Can you tell us?" another potter craftsman asked. "Glass, its nature is somewhat similar to ceramics. Its hardness is very high, but it is very crispy, like a porcelain bowl. It breaks and can be used to make containers or make flat glass like ceramic tiles. It can be said that the role of building materials is basically the same. If there is any difference, then its biggest feature is that it can be made as transparent as water." Hearing someone's question, Luo Chong immediately introduced the many craftsmen around him. "Wow, the original glass is transparent. Doesn't this mean that if you make a jar with glass, what is inside, you can see it directly from the outside?" A stove-burning craftsman suddenly looked back and exclaimed. No one else is sure to look at Luo Chong. Luo Chong immediately nodded. "Yes, this is one of the characteristics of glass. Although it is similar to the use of ceramics, it is used as a container, but we can see it across the container. Of course, this is just one of the uses. You can also let go of your imagination and see if there is any special material available." Hearing the question from the leader, many craftsmen have also started to use their brains to discuss this technical aspect with the leader. That is a rare opportunity. Can they still be rewarded for their unique ideas because of the unique ideas? The Kungju system of the Han tribe has regulations specifically for inventions, so these craftsmen are very willing to actively participate in similar thinking. After a while, some people suddenly said that the leader just said that glass can also be made into building materials like tiles, but if the glass is transparent, it is not suitable for paving the land. I think this is useless. It is better to use tiles directly. Luo Chong didn't answer him, he just smiled, and then looked at everyone with his eyes, signaling that they would continue to guess. At this time, the student responsible for recording the experimental data suddenly asked, "Chief, is the glass afraid of burning? Are you nonsense? If we are not afraid of fire, what is our group of people burning now?" A potter was grumpy on the spot, causing a laughter. Luo Chong also laughed and still didn't speak, but the student didn't want to be looked down on by everyone, and immediately argued, "I don't mean that. I heard the leader say that the glass is transparent, so I want to ask if I can make a oil lampshade with glass. You think if you add a transparent glass lampshade to the oil lamp, it can be used to prevent wind and rain. It's much brighter than the average paper lampshade, but I don't know if it is often roasted by fire. Will the glass be bad?" When the people heard him say this, they didn't laugh at the time. Some started to nod and agree, while others discussed the feasibility of each other, but they were not familiar with the nature of the new material glass, so they discussed after a while. I finally looked at Luo Chong together. "Your idea is very good. This idea of using glass as a lampshade is indeed feasible, and I have just said that glass and ceramics have similar characteristics, so as long as it is not directly baked on the fire, it is just a peripheral lampshade. No problem. Compared with paper lampshades, glass does have irreplaceable advantages. First of all, it is already a very valuable advantage that the glass will not be lit like a paper lantern." Seeing that everyone looked at his eyes, Luo Chong immediately explained it, and the last sentence he said was not unfounded. With the popularization of basic education in the Han tribe, it turned out that families who didn't light much at night it also started to light up. Families with little money use oil lamps directly, and rich families will prepare lanterns for children who study. It is the kind of lantern made of bamboo and white paper on the outside. Putting such a candle or oil lamp on the outside cover. This thing can not only be used to block the wind, but also make the emitted fire softer and more even. However, this kind of lamp made of paper still has a great hidden danger. Just the month before Luo rushed to the grassland, there was a fire caused by a paper lantern in Hanyang County, which was easy to extinguish in time. There were no casualties, and the economic losses caused by the fire were not great. The fire was only limited to one room, burned a desk and quilt, nothing else. From this, it can be seen that the important use of the glass lampshade for the lamps, regardless of other characteristics, Just the glass can't burn. This one is enough to attract people's attention. In the factory, the student who heard Luo Chang's compliment laughed shyly. Just as everyone was going to continue discussing the use of glass, the craftsman responsible for looking after the fire suddenly reported, "Chief, I look like it was almost burning inside. Would you like to get it out?" "Well, get it out." Luo rushed and nodded and said that everyone might have burned the glass as soon as they heard it, and they even went around and wanted to see this magical glass. The artisan who saw the stove was busy, and his companions used a large iron fork to bring the crucible out of the burnout stove and placed it in front of a porting station made of black iron. Luo rushed to see that the material inside had indeed been burned into a bright red sticky liquid. At first glance it looks like iron water, but it is clear that the mobility of this thing is far worse than iron water. If it is only in terms of state, it feels more like adhesive matter. Take a spoon, skim out the above impurities, and then stir it with an iron hook. The speed is faster and more stirring. The mold set prepares the mold. Luo Chong gave a series of orders, and everyone began to get busy. After a while, after skimming the impurities and stirring 2 steps of glass liquid, it was put into the sintering furnace again for 2 heatings under Luo Chang's order. Because the stirring just reduced the temperature, Luo Chong was worried that the liquidity at this time was not enough. Used to complete casting, so I had to heat it again. After a while, the glass liquid that increased mobility again by temperature was brought out, and then poured directly into the iron mold. After the temperature naturally lowered and cooled, a piece of milky white was translucent and slightly gray. The block-shaped glass filled with a lot of small bubbles appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Luo Chong looked at such a thing and murmured in his mouth, "Did fail?" Although it has long been known that it is impossible to succeed at once, he really saw that the failure still disappointed Luo Chong, but he was not discouraged. The development of the process is like this. He can only sum up experience in one failure. This is the modern scientific spirit. We must strictly verify what we do. Luo Chong personally presided over the experiment. It is also a factor that deliberately guides the thinking of these craftsmen. Modern scientific experiments are actually doing exclusion methods, or drawing prizes, listing countless combinations of formulas and then trying them one by one, so the second experiment soon began. Because the glass of the first pot showed cloudy milky whites, Luo Chong correspondingly reduced the proportion of chalk, and soon the raw materials of the second furnace began to burn. Everyone took advantage of this time. Some observed the first glass failure, and some tried to deduce more uses based on the glass characteristics just mastered, but the eyes of everyone were limited. After determining the general direction, they can't really think of any other uses. At this moment, the furnace worker responsible for the stove burned the observation mouth of the stove, and began to look at the milky muddy glasses, and did not know what he suddenly thought of, and then suddenly felt. This glass can be used if it is not transparent? Everyone heard him, and Luo Chong was no exception, so he asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "Chief, I don't know other craftsmen, but we should burn the stove to be usable. I have been in the metallurgical workshop before, and I can only see what the stove is warm and hot. The iron water burns into orange. It's very dazzling. After seeing it for a long time, I feel that if I burn the stove for a few more years, my eyes should be blind. So I think I can use a piece of glass that is not very transparent, as long as I can barely observe the color of iron water, and then block this glass in front of my eyes to isolate the dazzling light." Everyone heard the words and looked at each other. Only a few furnace workers felt the same way and expressed their urgent need for eye protection. Other craftsmen who have not been in contact with the stove are not very clear, and it is not clear whether the glass can meet this special function, so everyone looks at the leader again. Luo laughed and thought secretly, if there is no need to invent it, it seems that this kind of thing will only come into being when humans have an urgent need for something. After the emotion, Luo rushed to nod and said, "Your idea is very good. In fact, the glass can not only be made transparent, but also made into a colorful transparent body. If we can make a dark transparent glass, then the best material is used to protect the eyes. Really? It would be great if such glass could be made." Hearing Luo Chang's affirmative answer, several stove-burning craftsmen were all excited. I didn't expect the problem that had plagued them for so long to finally be solved. It seems that it's not a bad thing to be transferred to the glass factory. Of course, but if you want to make this kind of glass, you have to work hard together. Luo Chong nodded affirmatively while admiring everyone. "Yes, leader, we will never give up." Everyone who heard the incentives shouted in unison, and everyone's enthusiasm for developing glass also increased. Subsequent experiments continued in the hot shed, and more than 20 consecutive experiments were conducted on the first day alone. Time was passing by rapidly, and materials were consumed at a rate visible to the naked eye, although they have been constantly failure. But the quality of the defective product has been improving is also obvious, so everyone has not given up. After resting all night, by the next day, Luo Chong came to the workshed early in the morning, and then personally compared the recipes that had been modified more than 20 times in succession, and hundreds of pieces of glass, large and small, filled in the table case. These residual products are covered with small impurities and bubbles. Only yesterday's last experiment was slightly better in quality, and it has shown a clear colorless state, but the blisters inside still cannot be eliminated. Well, this recipe is almost the same, but there are more bubbles, just find a way. Luo Chong looked at the various material ratios recorded and said murmured in his mouth. After a while, everyone who participated in the experiment came to the workshed. Everyone started work early. They wanted to experiment a few times while the weather was cool in the morning. Now in summer, it's really uncomfortable to stay by the stove at noon. Thanks to the experimental data of the first day as a basis, this time the formula rush was only slightly changed, the proportion of the catalyst was adjusted, and then started to burn again. This time the glass liquid is perfect, and the liquid glass in the red state shows a penetrating feeling. It seems that the various materials are decomposed and neutralized. I can hardly see which one the material occupies too many residual impurities, which shows that the formula is getting closer and closer to perfection. However, at this time Luo Chong still did not relax. He knew that the process of blistering the glass had just begun. If the problem was not solved, even if the color of the burned glass was transparent, it would not be used to fill the bubbles. Heat for a while, then stir with an iron hook. Remember to stir for a while, which is conducive to bubble exclusion. Luo flushed through the red and hot glass and said to the craftsman, "Yes, the leader is at ease. I feel it will definitely work this time." A craftsman's confident return. Luo Chong didn't speak, just waiting for the experimental results quietly. After a while, the blast fluid was brought out. The craftsman who had already prepared the iron hook next to him immediately began to stir it up. The iron hook was spinning fast in the crucible. The speed was slower to fast, and it was slowed down because the craftsman's manpower was exhausted. In the end, when the glass liquid was about to lose its liquidity, Luo Chong ordered to pour the glass liquid into the mold. The glass blocks after cooling are colorless and transparent, but the surface feels a bit of sand grinding because of the mold, but this is not important. After Luo Chong smashed the iron barrel that puts people aside, take out this time, the glass fragments inside are still clearly visible. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little discouraged, and I don't know what went wrong. Everyone clearly did a good job. Why it was still impossible to eliminate the bubbles in the glass. Luo rushed down is not too tangled. He actually knows the chemical reagent for eliminating glass bubbles. He just wants to try if there are any physical means to eliminate all bubbles. However, looking at the current experimental results, it is obviously not possible to use chemical reagents. Let's take another stove. This time, add some anti-bubbles, but wait for the knot to be added. Luo Chong ordered to everyone. Yes. Everyone quickly started their hands again, and it didn't take long to burn the second furnace glass, but this time they didn't stir it immediately. Luo Chong first let everyone wear a thick mask, and then let the unrelated personnel go out. Only then ordered the remaining 3 people to add anti-bubbles to it, and then stir it up, and wait for all the 2 responsible for the stirring to be exhausted. Luo Chong asked them to heat the glass liquid back to the furnace again, and then returned to the furnace after a second stirring, and fell into the mold after 3 times. After this glass cooling, everyone hurried over to detect the results and smashed a glass block again. You can clearly see from the section that the density of the bubbles has been reduced a lot, although there are still many bubbles, but compared with the previous dozens of times, there has been a significant decline, which shows that the blasting agent prepared by Luo Chong is effective. As long as the next experiment gradually increases the amount of anti-bubble agent, it is enough to find the correct value. Seeing this result, everyone's eyes are bright, and they have already seen hope for success. "Chief, what is this soothing agent? It looks very effective." A student responsible for recording the experimental data pinched a little white powder and got under the nose and wanted to smell it. "Don't smell it, it's highly toxic." Seeing this silly boy so recklessly, Luo Chong immediately grabbed his hand and reminded loudly. The student was taken aback, and the leader heard that the disinfectant was highly toxic, and he threw it back into the bamboo tube when he was busy, and then stood at the same point. "Chief, what now? Can this thing be washed with clean water?" "Yes, wash it with clean water, but such water will be highly toxic. Pay attention to treating the water, and don't dump it." Luo frowned and nodded, and then told everyone to be careful when contacting any unknown materials in the future, especially when smelling and tasting, which is simply death. "Chief, what is the soothing agent? How toxic is it? Would it be toxic if the made glassware was used to hold food?" One of them asked the most critical question after seeing Luo Chong's order to complete the precautions. "This is arsenic, it is a highly toxic, but it is also a medicinal material that can be mixed in water for bathing, which can effectively kill the body's surface parasite, but because the toxicity is too strong, it can only be used externally. You can't take it internally, otherwise you will definitely die. In addition, arsenic can be used as a blister for glass. In this blistering reaction, it will be directly decomposed and cleaned without worrying about the residue of toxins. Many reagents used in industry are actually highly toxic, but they do not affect. For the final product use, you should pay attention to it later. Seeing everyone look at themselves, Luo Chong explained to everyone in great detail in order to avoid unnecessary accidents. Arsenic is the disinfectant that Luo Chong got. It is precisely because the arsenic is highly toxic, so Luo Chong did not want to use it at first, but because the physical method really couldn't eliminate the bubbles in the glass, he had to use this highly toxic raw material. However, it is useless, afraid of poisoning. The source of arsenic is of course Luo Chong himself. He knows that this thing is actually just a sulfur arsenic compound, which is another derivative form of male yellow, so it takes no effort to make it. It is nothing more than roasting male yellow ore. After heating, the sulfur arsenic inside and the oxygen in the air will produce light yellow arsenic smoke, and then use a pipe or container to collect these poisonous smoke. The last thing I got was arsenic powder, which is actually very similar to the method of making pine cigarette ink. The only thing that needs attention is not to be smoked by poisonous smoke. When Luo Chong put on the mask when he added the material just now, this is also the reason, because this thing will become a gas bomb, so pay attention to prevention. With this successful experience, the next experiment is much simpler. Everyone burned it until the afternoon. After 8 experiments, as each arsenic input increased, the bubbles in the glass were finally it was all eliminated. Just looking at the last experimental data, the amount of arsenic in it made Luo Chong very sucky. The amount of arsenic is too large. In this way, it seems that if you want to manufacture glassware in batches, you can only build another factory specializing in arsenic production, so that it is possible to supply the consumption on this side. Luo Chong thought secretly. I made up my mind and looked at everyone's excitement because of the success of the glass trial system. Luo Chong did not let them celebrate immediately, but let people record the detailed formula of this success, and led the craftsmen to continue to attack other difficulties. Now the most basic glass fluid is up to standard, but the production process has just begun. Looking at the metal operating tables around them, the various knives, scissors, and several iron pipes, Luo Chong then gave those who were good at the plastic of the vessel. The pottery craftsmen talked about how to blow glass. The rest of the people started to conquer the recipes of the colored glass under the leadership of Luo Chong. The dyeing process of glass is different from the flame reaction of metal, but if you want to change the color of the glass, you have to do it by adding metal. Of course, pure elemental metal is not good. You generally want to use metal as a pigment. It is better to use metal oxides, such as iron oxide used to dye red cloth. Luo Chong successively tried to add black copper oxide crystallization to the basic formula, and finally succeeded in obtaining green and transparent glass, and let the craftsman blow out a glass bottle similar to a modern green beer bottle in the iron mold, which made Luo Chong very happy, let him have a feeling of crossing back to modern times. The success of the green transparent glass did not satisfy Luo Chong. He then tried to add iron oxide crystallization to the basic formula, and finally obtained brown transparent glass after several experiments. This brown glass is also very widely used. Luo Chong remembers that he had seen a lot of brown beer bottles when he was a kid, but more of them were the kind of large glass bottles for medicine, and the various contacts in chemistry class after school. Experimental equipment, so he knows that the brown glass container is the best container for storing some light-sensitive materials. Therefore, the successful manufacture of this thing is also very useful for the Han tribe. After successfully developing the 3 colored glass recipes, Luo Chong began to plan the types of glassware that need to be made. Strictly speaking, the Han tribe's demand for glass is not very large. It's a situation where there is better, and there is no delay. The reason why Luo Chong gets it out now is first for his own future. The building materials of the palace consider that even if there is no palace, he also wants to put glass windows on his home, not because the paper windows are not good, but purely he wants to improve his quality of life. The second purpose is for better lamps. Since the Lurking discovered the coal mine, Luo Chong has planned to develop gas lamps that use electric stones as energy, but ordinary paper lanterns obviously cannot be combined with gas lamps, so the glass lampshade becomes a product that must be made. The third is to take into account the needs of navigation. Now the so-called navigation of the Han tribe is only sailing along the coastline. In the future, if you want to go deep into the ocean to engage in long-distance activities, then the optical instruments required for various navigation will be from now on. The first basic is the telescope. This is definitely not the quadrant used for positioning. The above even requires astronomical telescope. The last is the giant Cranciope. The two seaports near Bamboo Island and Tang Tribe must have a lighthouse. This is a key building used to pilot ships. It must not be procrastinated. The most scarce thing on the lighthouse is not a lamp, but a taller man. The giant lens is used to refract the light of the lighthouse, or to focus on a bright beam. These are things that the Han tribe urgently needs to master. As for glass containers and the like, it is not so important now. The people of the Han tribe can eat like porcelain. In addition to the need to get a set of chemical experiment equipment, other glass containers are as optional. But then again, ordinary glass like the current research and development cannot be used to make chemical experimental equipment. The experimental equipment needs special glass with conditions such as high temperature resistance, pressure resistance, and high fluorescent rate. The current technological level of the Han tribe can only try to make it with pure crystal as a raw material. This is not much different even in modern times. Understand this point. Luo Chong immediately made several production plans, first of all for the manufacture of large monomer aliens of giant lenses. According to Luo Chang's idea, this thing is directly poured by metal molds. The method is just that it needs to be calculated by itself, and then let the craftsman try it. It is conceivable that a lot of raw materials will be wasted. The second item is flat glass. This aspect, which is mainly used for building materials, is not very difficult in technology, mainly due to the problems of process and yield. The third is the production of containers and lampshades. The reason why these two are put together is mainly because the process is similar between the two, and it needs to be blown anyway. As for industrial mode production, don't even think about it, and you can't solve the problem of industrial power. Then there is no way to try to make an air compressor. Without an empty press, the process of blowing glass can only be achieved by human mouth. This is also no way. After explaining all these things, Luo Chong left the small island where the glass factory is located, but he did not go far, but went directly to a larger island that was closer to the boat. There is also the large-scale factory under construction has various equipment, obviously not a place to produce a specific product. It is a comprehensive multifunctional chemical plant planned by Luo Chong. The reason for this is because this is a chemical plant that can do anything. Many chemical products of the Han tribe do not require much, but the types are very refuted. It is not cost-effective to set up separate workshops, so simply put them together centralized management, and this is also conducive to sewage and environmental governance. Because it has been determined that the production of glass requires a lot of arsenic, Luo Chong also directly explained the task of long-term production of arsenic, and a team was set up for this purpose. In addition, sulfate, sulfuric acid, pure alkali, burnitine, hydrochloric acid, these basic chemical products are also within the production scope of this factory. In addition to these basic chemical products, the island is the most worthy of attention. It is Luo Chang's special chemical laboratory. This laboratory is directly under the leader of the Han tribe and can also be called Luo Chang's private laboratory. It only needs to be responsible to Luo Chong alone. Although the location is built in a chemical plant, it is on the same level as the chemical plant, and even higher. Up to some, because the laboratory has the right to mobilize all raw materials in the factory. This time Luo rushed over to check the progress of the gas lamp he designed. How is their progress? Luo Chong asked as soon as he came to the laboratory. Chief, the leader is good. Everyone in the laboratory saw Luo Chong coming, and immediately gave Luo Chong a gift. You don't have to care about these in the laboratory. Everything is focused on experiments. The work you do is extremely dangerous. You must be careful at all times. Okay, report on the progress. Luo Chong waved his hand carelessly and then asked everyone. Chief, we have mastered the metal welding process you said. The air welding is indeed easy to use. The temperature of the gas blowtorch made of electric stones is very high, even if the steel is blown to it, it will melt instantly. The pine and boron sands are also very easy to use as a welding agent, so it is convenient to clean the welds. By the way, there is that hydrochloric acid, even if it is covered with rust, it can be instantly restored to the level of glorious people by cleaning it with hydrochloric acid. Listening to the experimenter's report, Luo Chong had no special response. It can be said that all this is in his own expectations. It is not difficult to develop the technology of the current Han tribe to develop the gas welding process. The melting point is about 1,600 degrees of copper and iron. It is not worth mentioning before the acetylene spray gun with a temperature of more than 3,000 degrees. The two deoxidants are natural materials for processing metal oxidation surfaces, and they only need to be collected. As for hydrochloric acid, with sulfuric acid as the basis, it is not difficult to reflect hydrochloric acid with sulfuric acid in salt. At present, the sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid production of the Han tribe has entered normalization, and the reason for doing so is to consider after the increase in iron production in the future, the demand for hydrochloric acid will definitely increase in metal processing, so there is no harm in accumulating some from now on. The reason why Luo Chong made people develop the metal gas welding process is actually to make gas lamps. Unlike the silly black and thick acetylene gas lamps that have been seen in previous life, Luo Chong's design is obviously more refined. The rabbits of the previous life used kerosene lamps and acetylene lamps for a long time after their founding, so this is not a rare thing, especially acetylene lamps. The principle it uses is to use electric stones, namely calcium carbide, and after contact with water, combustible acetylene gas is used for lighting. However, the acetylene lamps that Luo Zhua had touched in the previous life, without exception, were designed with water at the bottom and the electric stone at the top, that is, the electric stone was packed in a metal box with a gap, and then the metal box containing the electric stone, the whole is soaked in the water basin below, so that the two are exposed through the gap of the metal box to produce acetylene gas, then export and ignite through the pipe above. However, such design shortcomings are obvious. The first is that the intensity of the reaction is uncontrollable, and sometimes the gas is intermittent, or it is directly due to the lack of gas, or it is an explosion caused by the instantaneous reaction being too intense. The explosion of acetylene lamps is common. Another disadvantage is that the gas supply cannot be stopped in time, that is to say, this thing is not easy to turn on, and there is still a problem with control, and effective control cannot be achieved. So in order to solve this series of problems, Luo Chong directly changed the original design and changed it to electric stones below and water above, using pipes and valve connections between the two to limit the leakage speed of water by adjusting the valve, thus to effectively control the generation of acetylene gas, so that not only can the light be controlled by loose valves, there are also effective guarantees in terms of safety, which solve all problems in one fell swoop. But to achieve this delicate design, the sealing of various parts of the lamp becomes a problem, and to achieve absolute sealing, obviously gas welding is a good choice, which is what the experimenters just reported. Luo Chong just nodded and continued to wait for someone's report. It stands to reason that since the process of air welding is solved, the lamp should be fine. In Luo Chong's eyes, someone came up to report. Chief, the gas lamp now has some trial products, but the safety is not yet guaranteed, so it cannot be put into mass production. Is there no guarantee of safety? Why? Luo Chong was puzzled. Because of those test products, the previous experiments have exploded. Fried up. Luo Zhuang froze, and he didn't think about what went wrong for a while, but it is clear that this is not the time to consider this. As the leader of the Han tribe, Luo Chong also has to take into account other aspects, such as the human heart of the laboratory. How many times has it been blown up? Are there any casualties? Luo Chong hurriedly asked. Back to the leader, it was blown up a dozen times. No one died, that is, a few injuries. Except for the two earlier failures, which caused injuries, everyone was very careful in the following experiments. The experimenters immediately reported the casualties. Luo Chong nodded and heard that no one died. It was said that would be fine without sacrifice. Everyone should pay more attention to their work in the future. They must strictly abide by the rules and regulations of the laboratory and report all injuries. In the future, such accidents will be handled according to work-related injuries. The tribe will be fully responsible for treatment costs. If a disability is left, it can also apply for military disability allowance in the future. Everyone in the laboratory started twittering discussions immediately after hearing it. These experimenters are either experienced craftsmen or students who like to study hard, but these people all have one thing in common, that is, they didn't understand what it was at first. Experiments, knowing that they were selected by the leader and participating in person, they only learned about the charm of science, and there was also the danger of science. In this broken place in the laboratory, the probability of casualties may be the highest among all units of the Han tribe, and various dangers are emerging. Although the wages here are several times higher than the average wages, they are called high incomes. Risk, holding the most salaries, you must always be ready to dedicate your life. But now with the leader's pension protection, everyone is relieved after listening. Since they dare to come to the laboratory, they have never been afraid of sacrificing in the experiment, but everyone has their own family, and their lives don't care. But the family can't ignore it. Now the leader promised them that they can receive disability benefits like soldiers in an accident. That would not be better for their families. Well, when it comes to the problem of the explosion of the experiment just now, did you find the reason? What is wrong? Luo Chong clapped and interrupted everyone's discussion, and then asked again. Back to the leader, we have a preliminary analysis, it should be a sealing problem. The welding of the shell is definitely no problem. After each welding, we will follow the order of the leader to perform liquid soaking tests, and we have never found any leaks. Place, so we think it should be caused by the quality of those glue seals. Listening to the report of the following people, Luo Chonruo thought about the development of Du Zhongjiao, which has been started since the formal establishment of the laboratory, but no qualified products have been tried out so far, which makes him realize that the actual manufacturing difficulty may be more than he thought it was harder. The people in the lamp group were sent away, and Luo Chong called the Du Zonla special group again and asked about the progress of their experiment. Chief, the raw materials we use now are the seeds and peel with the highest glue content in Du Zongshu. Although the tree leaf tree roots are also collected, they have not been used yet. The process is also strictly in accordance with the leader's statement. Cut and grind, break the raw materials, then extract them with lye, and finally stir the filtering collection. This preliminary process is fully mastered. It is that there may still be problems with the post-plasticity and sulfide processes, so the nature of the finished glue is not clear, and some are good at the beginning, but the piece becomes hard after 2 days of installation, and the elasticity is lost. The gas leaked and finally caused an explosion. Luo Chom listened to the report seriously and thought that the experimenter was reasonable. After all, he did not participate in the experiment in person, so it was right to listen to other people's opinions. Is there something wrong with the sulfide process? Luo rushed to the teeth and said uncomfortably that the progress of this experiment was unexpectedly slow, which made him a little anxious. Yes, leader. What about plasticity? Is plastic no problem? Luo Chong asked. No, the hot roller process and plastic injection process designed by the leader are very good. We put the extracted raw materials on the hot roll and press and stir them repeatedly, and finally make the glue that can be used for processing, and then put it in the metal mold. Meditated, and then take the glue and the mold together to desulfurize. Stop, you mean, you always put glue in the mold to sulfide? Luo clashed and asked in surprise. Yes, otherwise the high temperature during sulfurization may cause the glue to deform. For better plasticity, it can only be sulfurized in the mold. The leader of the Du Zongluo experiment team reported. When Luo Contin used handrails and molds to limit the appearance of rubber pieces, it was certainly true, but this also limited the area exposed by the rubber pieces, which undoubtedly increased the obstacles for sulfide. After learning the news, Luo Chom did not hesitate, and immediately conquered against the problem of stereotypes. Du Zonglu is a special rubber. The temperature rubber parts with characteristics under 60 degrees without sulfurization will be as hard as plastic, so the most important the difficulty is to reduce the temperature during sulfide, so that the shape of the glue itself can be kept stable. Therefore, on Luo Chan's proposal, the offense team changed the original sulfide method to sulfide gas fumigation. By setting up the heating room and the sulfide chamber separately, the problem of excessive temperature in the sulfide chamber was solved. The chamber is connected with a pipe, and then a wooden hollow insulation board is added in the middle. After this process adjustment, and after repeated experiments, the offense team finally made a qualified sealed rubber piece 2 days later, which also solved the last difficulty of the acetylene gas lamp. A week later, the lamp parts sent from various factories were aggregated and assembled in the laboratory. First of all, it is the lamp shell containing the discharge stone, that is, the base of the lamp, which is composed of a 1 mm thick iron skin, and the seam is welded with gas welding and bronze strips. The feeding port also uses the threaded bottle cap technology for the first time. Welded the processed bottle cap directly to the prefabricated opening of the shell. The top of the base is a circular iron water tank. The production method is the same as the electric stone bucket below. The appearance looks like a bagel is placed on a flat can. The two parts are welded with 4 pillars. One of the pillars is the hollow iron pipe, and a valve is installed to control the speed of down water delivery. The core nozzle part is in the middle of the bagel-shaped water tank, and a flint device similar to a flint gun is installed next to it. The long egg glass lamp cover can just sit inside this depression, and there are 2 more wire circles outside. The top of the glass lampshade is a ventilation port made of iron skin, which guides the hot air sprayed upwards, mainly used for rain and wind prevention. After all of these are done, the entire lamp is soaked in the basin to detect any leakage. After all passes, it can be dried and painted. After 2 surface paintings, a fluoroscopy ink green, the electric stone lamp with a transparent glass lamp is installed. In front of Luo Chong. The shape of this lamp is very similar to the kind of portable kerosene lamp that Luo Chong saw in his previous life, except that the fuel is replaced with cheaper stones. Unscrew the lid of the base, fill it with soybean-sized electrical particles, then fill the water tank above with clear water, and finally unscrew the water supply valve. As the water clears flow into the bottom warehouse, calcium carbide and the contact reaction of water is becoming more and more intense, and the core nozzle in the middle quickly emits flammable acetylene gas. At this time, the glass lampshade was raised through a lever wire, and then the flint firing device inside was pulled. The sound of the acetylene gas from the wick was ignited, giving a cluster of stable dazzling white light, and then the lampshade is restored to its original position, and the size of the core flame can be adjusted through the water supply valve. When the stone lamp was ignited, everyone in the laboratory couldn't help but open their mouths. Although they had listened to the principle of the leader countless times, they could not help but see the moment of the finished product. Shocked by the dazzling light. This light is so bright. Yeah, it's much brighter than oil lamps and candles. It's no longer possible to stare at it all the time, otherwise your eyes will be blinded. The leader is so powerful that he can come up with such lights, and those who make glass are also very powerful. Sand can actually make such practical and beautiful things. I don't know if this stone is expensive or not. If I burn it in the future, I don't know how much it costs every month. Rest assured, don't you know how the stones are made by others? They are all burned with coal and limestone, at most more expensive than coal, and then you don't need to cook with this thing. I have already figured it out. Even if a family holds 5 such lamps, you can't burn 3 pounds of stones in a month. Don't forget, don't you just order those 2 hours a day. The lamp is off when you sleep, and it doesn't make you burn all night. It's really cost effective to say this. It's much cheaper than burning oil lamps. The saved oil can still be eaten by children at home. No, I will buy 2 first this month. Luo Chong listened to everyone's admiration, looked at the electric light in front of him, and squinted his eyes, and then hurriedly turned the flame down a bit. He knew that the fire of acetylene would be much brighter than the oil lamps and candles, but I didn't expect it to reach a dazzling point, especially the firelight when the acetylene burns. It seems that this thing is not suitable for ordinary lighting, but it is very appropriate to use it as a light source for the lighthouse. However, the civilian version must also be improved. Since the color of the flame cannot be changed, the color of the glass lampshade is changed. I made up my mind that Luo Chong immediately asked people to send a letter to the glass factory, and changed all the lampshades they produced next to a color between yellow and light brown. This recipe is easy to adjust. Directly the proportion of iron oxide crystallization is lowered a bit. After the lamps for civilian lighting were developed, Luo Chong immediately launched a large lamp for lighthouses. The nautical route has been loaded and opened, and this guy is on his way back to the tribe, but when he waits next to the sea, the construction of the lighthouse is about to be put on the agenda. He is engaged in logistics at home. Someone is playing outside for himself. I can't drag their hind legs. The lighthouse has never seen the real thing, but he has seen a lot of videos and photos, and he knows the purpose of this thing, that is for piloting ships, lighting, or something. It is nonsense. Its function is more like a signal transmitter. It is far from telling you where I am. This is enough. If you have to say something closer to the function of the lighthouse, the first thing Nero thought of was the beacon, because the beacon is also used to transmit signals, but only the warning signals are emitted. In short, the lighthouse must meet at least 2 functions. The first is light, and the second is sound. When the weather is good, it is enough to use the light as a signal. However, in the foggy weather, the lighthouse must not only shine, but also can keep whistle to provide sound guidance to ships lost in the fog. In terms of the current scientific and technological level of the Han tribe, there is no problem in meeting these 2 conditions. It is difficult to have no actual construction experience, so before the construction of the real coast lighthouse, Luo Chong intends to try to build one at the Han tribe headquarters, to practice hand brushing experience. As for the location of the lighthouse construction, Luo Chong was selected in Weishan County. Weishan County is a county town built by Yunzi. The location is located on the side of the Great Lakes. It is also the largest inland pier in the Han tribe headquarters. Although it is a lighthouse to brush experience, it can't do anything. It can be useful next to the pier in Weishan County. You can't waste so much money. In addition, since this inland lighthouse is of little practical use, it is also a good choice to give it some civilized significance. The Han tribe has also developed for several years, and there are countless buildings built, but there are no surprising buildings. 1. The lighthouse was originally a rare thing, and it was a good choice to build it as a spectacle. I made up my mind that Luo Chong began to design immediately. The first is the tower body, at least not less than 20 meters. Otherwise, the lighthouse is built in meaningless, and the real coastal lighthouse, Luo Chong is prepared to get at least 40 meters. It's not impossible to reach 60 meters. Be aware that the tidefall near Bamboo Island is very large. If the lighthouse is only 20 meters high, it is estimated that there must be a tower top when the tide rises. Determining the height of the tower body, the diameter of the tower body is easy to determine. At least the end should be stable. It is not possible to let such a high building collapse easily. Therefore, the lighthouse designed for Weishan County is a 6-meter radius. more than 3 times, it is very stable. You know, many lighthouses look taller and taller. Luo Chang's lighthouse with a diameter of 6 meters and a height of only 20 meters also looks like a chunky man. It is not difficult to build a cylindrical tower body. The Han tribe already has a lot of experienced construction workers. As long as Luo Chong gives the drawings, he basically does not need his own command. The foreman below can be completed according to the picture. The material of the lighthouse is selected by a large brick. There are a lot of in stock for this thing. It is used to build the building materials of the factory building. It is nothing to take out a part of the lighthouse. Luo Chong personally went to Weishan County to choose the address. The person in charge began to take the lead in laying the foundation. While the craftsmen were building towers, Luo Chong led a ticket for the craftsmen to develop special lamps. The first is the light source of the lamp core. Although the acetylene gas produced by the electric stone is still used as fuel, the nozzle lamp core like a hand lamp is definitely not working. The big flame of the beam knows how far it can be. After the old kerosene lighthouse, combined with the assistance of the spotlight, its light range can reach 50 kilometers, so the first thing to solve is the core problem. There is no other way to increase the brightness. I can only find a way to increase the volume of the flame. And because the electric stone lamp is a gas fuel, which is different from the core used by various oil lamps, Luo Chong first thought of the torch used on the hot air balloon and the gas stove. Multi-hole flash drive. These two designs have their own characteristics. The torch need not be said to be more, and the flame of more than 1 meter can definitely meet the needs of the core, but because the exhaust volume is too strong, if the quality is not clear, Luo Chong is worried about the explosion, so he directly chose the second kind, similar to the flash drive of the gas stove, which he touched too much, so he made it more sure. Because it is necessary to create higher flames as much as possible, it is not possible to directly copy the flat plate design on the gas stove, which is used to heat the pot evenly, which is different from Luo Chong's demand, so Luo Chong uses the tilt-upward gas pipeline. The electric stone compartment and the water compartment don't talk about it. There are 300 wick nozzles above. Each nozzle has thick chopsticks. There are 6 circles from the inside out. Each nozzle will move towards a circle. Tilt in the direction. When a circle of nozzle is lit, all the flames will be connected together to form a uniform circle of fire. Moreover, due to the mutually borrowing effect of gas eruptions, the height of the flame will also be higher than the vertical ejection, which is copied according to the design on the gas stove. In addition to this, in addition to tilt in the direction of the circle, each circle of nozzles will also tilt a certain angle towards the center of the circle. The more the outer circle, the larger the angle of inward tilt, and finally when more than 300 nozzles are ignited at the same time, a huge white fire column with a diameter of 30 cm and a height of more than half a meter will be formed, and this, it was Luo Chong's wick prepared for the lighthouse. The glass cover outside the wick is neat, just pour a large one with transparent glass. The difficult place is not the lamp cover, but the lens for polymer. Not only must there be a lens, you also need to let this lens revolve around the wick circle, and eventually form a huge long-launched beam, constantly scanning the surrounding sea. It's not difficult to make a shelf that can rotate around the wick, and then put the lens on it. As for the power to drive the rotation of the shelf, manpower is certainly not good, and nothing is suitable for the clockwork, because it is too big. Considering that the lighthouse in the future will eventually be used at sea, Luo Chong finally decided to use the wind as the driving force to drive the lens rotation. He directly built a windmill connecting the lens bracket on the top of the tower and drove the bracket through the rotation of the windmill. Rotation, because the Han tribe already has a lot of wind sawmills, the Han tribe also has mature experience in this regard. As for the lens, there is nothing to study. I have directly calculated the angle of light refraction, and then pre-ordered a metal mold, and then poured it with glass. Considering the reason why the lens bracket needs to be balanced and weighed, so a lighthouse there are 2 elliptical lenses on it, and at the same time, a beam of light is fired in the opposite direction. With these, there is basically no problem with the lamps. Of course, if the Han tribe can make a glass mirror, then install 2 dent flangers on the lens bracket, then the concentration effect of the beam will be better. It's a pity that Luo Chong really doesn't know how to silver the glass, so it takes a lot of time to grop. Don't think about the mirror in a short time, you can only deal with it with a convex lens first. In terms of the remaining whistle, the characteristic to consider is the continuity of the sound, and the sound of the flute is still large enough, or it is far enough to spread. There is no special insight in this regard. The similar equipment he knew was only steam. The whistle on the train, or the whistle on the ship, hadn't heard of anything else, so Luo Chong copied a steam whistle directly. Although the steam engine Han tribe cannot be built now, it is quite easy to make a whistle, especially after the Han tribe has the electric stone and has mastered the metal welding process of acetylene gas welding, Many things that could not be knocked out by hand before can now be past welding is done. It has been a month and a half since the start of the project research. These two large-scale blowing and sounding equipment have been made successively, and after the actual test, they can only wait for the tower body to complete. Move things up and assemble. In late August of the first year of Jian Yuan, at the Weshan County Pier in the evening. Wow. Luo Chen was wearing a red silk belly pocket with a blessing embroidered by his mother, wearing a veil hat for shading, and a small but with a meaty but sitting on Luo Chang's arm, holding his rush neck with one hand, and pointing at the lighthouse in front of him excitedly yelled. Because Luo Chong has been too busy, his wife and children at home can't see him at all, and this year's cotton trial project personally responsible for Xiaodai was successful, so she came with her children with Zhan Fu. Hit Luo Chong to report the results of the trial planting of cotton to Weishan County. In fact, it's just because I haven't thought about coming over for months. Besides, it's been more than 8 months since the two children were now. It's not a bad thing to go out and go if the protective measures are good. Luo Chong was also very happy to see the arrival of the child and his wife. He didn't hate taking the child, just because the Han tribe was in a period of rapid development. He really couldn't get away as a professional dad. Oops, your kid likes the lighthouse so much? Dad will make one for you, and let you hold it and play. Luo Chong happily rubbed his son's meaty buttocks, and his heart was satisfied, causing Luo Chen to smirk. The hoorays all flowed to Luo Chong. The little butterfly waited aside and even took a handkerchief to wipe his son. Zhangse next to him was holding a sleeping Luo Lan, a family of 5 rarely gathered together. This kid is very heavy, are you tired holding it all day? Luo Chong coaxed his son who ate fingers in his arms while chatting with his little butterfly. The son is very heavy, but you have to hold it. You can rest assured. I remember what you said. You can't crawl the children on the ground, you can't take dirty things, you can't barefoot, you can't eat cold things. Can't let them play with livestock and poultry. As soon as Xiaodai heard Luo Chan's question, he immediately recited Luo's previous command. Luo Chong nodded and teased the white and fat son in his arms for a while, causing Luo Qingha to laugh. Although he had been busy running around before, since the birth of the two children, he was also very concerned about the growth of his own flesh and blood, so he told Xiaodai to do a lot of things that must not be done when taking care of children. There is no way. The medical conditions in this era are too poor, or it can be said that there is no medical treatment at all, so if you want to live, you should not think about how to cure the disease, but how to prevent yourself from getting sick. Maintaining the body and preventing disease are the first priority is to take care of children. Luo Chong is very obsessed with the rugged stocking pattern in the tribe. Although it is a natural choice for the survival of the fittest, it is obviously the parents' fault that you let the child play with cold water and cause the child to die. It's not an exaggeration. It's so realistic that it's not allowed to sit on the bare ass in Luo Chong here, not to mention how high the death rate of ancient children is. After the founding of the modern rabbit, the child's death rate is not less than 30%, which is still less than that is, the medical condition has matured before the death rate has fallen. Even so, he still can't get used to the habit of stocking dolls in rural areas. Children who can't talk and walk are thrown on the ground and crawling all day long with chickens and ducks at home, and even picking the chicken shit on the ground to the mouth. They can't bear to look straight, not to mention the chicken and duck. It's aggressive. What if a nerve pecks the child's eyes blind? If such a child can reach an adult safely, narration can only say that he is dead. He may not be able to control other places now, but in his own home, on his own children, these bad habits cannot exist. He does not want to plan graves for his son and daughter-in-law by then. The child will become more and more heavy in the future, and it will start to be skinny. It's not a matter to hold it all day. I'll make a few cars for you when I put the child in and push it. I can go anyway. There is no problem turning on the road in our city. Luo rushed to Xiao Luochen, who was still in his arms. Little Butterfly and Zhan Fu just laughed and didn't speak. As Luo Chan's women, they can be said to be part of their own husbands. Knowing that Luo Chong has a lot of ideas, they often come up with some variety of new things, so they don't think Luo Chong is bragging. I just said a simple sentence. Luo Chong thought more about this thing. Baby cars, kindergarten cars, learning riders, and this kind of thing did not appear in modern times. When plastic products have not fully occupied the lives of the people, vines and bamboo have appeared. All kinds of trolleys. Luo Chong had that kind of bamboo made minus when he was a kid, and it was not difficult to make. Instead, he does not care much about this now, but wants to use existing conditions to get more advanced transportation out, such as bicycles, pedal tricycles and other portable vehicles. One can be used for commuting, and even bicycles can be used to form a postal system for big men. The other three-wheeler is a light loader prepared for hawkers and farmers. It usually pulls some goods to sell, or it can be sent when receiving food to work in the ground. After all, the cow-horse-donkey is good, but it is not cheap. Taken together, there is no comparability between cost-effectiveness and tricycles. Even tricycles need to be maintained, which certainly does not cost livestock. From a technical point of view, there seems to be no problem. The first is the issue of steel production. As long as the coke plant can be officially put into operation, Zinzhou County can immediately produce inexhaustible steel. As for the industrial rolling steel plant to make seamless steel pipes, it is still a bit difficult for the hand to knock on the steel pipe, nothing more than the labor cost problem, but the corresponding can also create a large number of jobs for the Han tribe, which is considered to be mixed. As for the spring required for car construction, the Han tribe has already come out. The main technology of the shuttle loom is actually the spring, and then there are chains. This is produced by stamping technology. The Han tribe can flush the coin. This is not a problem. The most critical welding technology, with the emergence of stones and the birth of acetylene gas welding, the metal welding process has also been quickly overcome. The remaining hollow rubber tires are not unsolvable in this respect with the formal development of Duzong Luo. With more time and resources, Luo Chong believes that it is no problem for the laboratory to get the tires out. The last one is the partner of the valve core and pump. After having the rubber seal, this is not a problem. Although the valve core Luo Chong has not been done, he understands the principle and has never eaten pork. Pigs are gone. That thing is actually a more flexible rubber tube outside the hollow steel needle, and then the rubber elasticity of the valve core is used. To achieve one-way ventilation, when pressurizing into it, the gas will top the rubber sleeve. After the loosening, the internal air pressure of the tire will block the rubber and press it hard on the vent. The pump can actually be regarded as a standing pocket bellows, but it has changed from two-way vent in the bellows to one-way vent, which is lower in principle than the technical level of the wooden bellows. It is a bit harder than the wooden bellows. Solving these problems, it is not difficult for the Han tribe to build a bicycle or even a tricycle. At the current level of technology of the Han tribe, Luo Chong is sure to make these two artifacts within a year. Or a little exaggeration, pure wood parts can also save a bicycle, but the nature of the toy is more, and it has no practical value. But it is certainly true that pure wood bicycles can still ride, because he has been online. I have seen foreign technical houses using wood and bamboo to make bicycles, even chains and gears are made of wood. The difficulty is not great. However, this is not urgent for the time being. You can take your time to accumulate a group of mature craftsmen and technology first. Luo Chang's plan is to ride a small bicycle when his child is 3 or 4 years old. Although the original intention of making a bicycle may only be to coax the child, he has no burden at all. Lao Tzu is holding the resources of the whole country to coax the child to be happy. Besides, he can also improve the technological level of the Han tribe in the process, and develop products to improve people's livelihood, and the entire Han tribe will be passed on to Rosheng in the future. In order to educate his children to advocate science, he felt it necessary to let the child have long-term insights and increase interest in high technology. As a prince of the big man, there is no long-term vision to do. I took my child's wife to play at the dock for a while, and by the way, let them see the lighthouse that they had smashed out in the past few months, as well as various glass utensils and lighting lamps, and then Luo Chong led their girls to dinner. At the same time, they also told them that they plan to change home. The leaders of Wushan County are very different. Well, it is actually a yawning courtyard. In the east-headed bedroom, a glass-covered electric stone lamp hanging on the wall emits a dazzling yellow light, which illuminates the entire bedroom. It is no worse than modern electric lights. Acetylene gas lamp is so domineering. This light is really bright. Zhan Fu couldn't help but feel that she suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing to be taken by the tribe as a virgin to be a living sacrifice. It wasn't just that Luo Chong was met by mistake. Now there is such a beautiful life today, which is better than before. The farming life of the Sticking tribe is much happier, and there are so many good things that outsiders can't get. The side of the room near the window is the big Kong that occupies a wall. There is a square Kong table in the middle. Luo Chong is sitting at the main position. Xiaodai and Zhan Fu are sitting on each side. Luo Cheng's stink boy is asleep, but his sister is different from him. Xiao Luoking plays at night. His sister Luo Lan is just the opposite. Luo Chong was like this when he was a kid. Listen to my mother. Before he was 2 years old, he was sleepy during the day and was no trouble at night. In fact, as long as someone was playing with him, he was very good, but adults were busy all day during the day. Time to stay up with the child, but if it is intentionally corrected, Luo Chong will get angry, and then all kinds of mouth soak, and cry. Because of his own personal experience, he did not let Zhan Fu deliberately correct this habit of the girl, and he would correct it when the child was older. There is no need to force the child over now, and then Luo Chong is not the kind of the missing family, not to mention the maidservants employed at home, that is, both Xiaodai and Zhan Fu can take turns to rest, so it's not too tiring to coax children at night. At this time, Luo Lan just happened to sit on Luo Chan's legs and eat eggs. More than 8 months of children can eat something other than breast milk, as long as they don't put seasoning, especially salt, they are still breastfeeding. The salt intake is not good, but Luo Chong didn't dare to give her more food. The white water-boiled eggs only fed her an eggulite. Maybe it's because I haven't seen my own father very much. Luo Lan seems a little afraid of life. Sitting in Luo Chan's arms is honest, he doesn't cry at all, he doesn't make anyone, and he doesn't even want to say anything. Laugh, born with a princess atmosphere, an arrogant horse, 2 white and tender little hands holding their red belly, with the big eyes of a pair of water spirits, she kept watching Luo Chong, and her eyelashes suddenly flashed. When Luo Chong looked at her, she immediately lowered her head to avoid Luo Chan's sight. The shy little look was so cute. Our girl is so good. Luo Chong's laughter. No matter how, Lana is cute and noisy at home, she is more skinny than her brother. She is not familiar with her husband and she is a bit open. Zhan Fu, as a mother-in-law, immediately debunked the girl's disguise, and didn't know if Luo Lan understood it. He kicked her legs and turned her head away. She pierced her head in Luo Chan's arms and seemed to want to hide herself. Luo laughed and felt more and more interesting when he was a dad, but when he thought of the child, he still talked to Xiaodai and Zhan Fu. Tell you 2 things right, the child will get older in the future, the boy and the girl must sleep separately, and our house in Hanyang City is really a bit small, only 2 bedrooms don't say, the yard it's not big, and it's not enough for 2 children to play in the future, so I want to change to a bigger house. The location is still in Hanyang City, and now the new steel county is on track. The metallurgical workshop in Hanyang City is not necessary. Whether it is burning charcoal or transporting ore, the effectiveness is even worse. New steel county on the edge of the mining area, so I plan to demolish the metallurgical workshop in Hanyang City. The empty land is used to build a new yard for us and build a few more rooms. If you like small buildings, what do you think? It is up to the husband to decide. Zhan Fu is still the same old-fashioned, she is quite satisfied now, but she never fights with Xiaodai. Is this too wasteful, and a lot of manpower and material resources will be used to build a house? Little Butterfly asked with some worries. Rest assured that it won't cost much. The workshop has only been built for a few years, and the bricks are strong and durable. Let's build the house with the old bricks that are demolished. It takes labor money, and I'm not bad at that money. I have a lot of income just selling lights now. Luo Chong analyzed the little butterfly. Oh, if that's the case, I have no opinion. Our current home is really too small. If you don't mention this, I'm ready to tell you to move to Ruying County. Little Butterfly nodded and agreed. The matter of building a new home was finalized, and it was spent in a snapshot soon. By the next morning, Luo Chong just got up, and there was a maid roaring outside to report, saying that the county guard of Weishan County came. Yunzi County also said that a man named Yui sent a message, hoping that the leader would look over. The first year of the Han tribe, this is a special year, not only because of Jin Yuan, but this year is also a year of great discovery of the Han tribe geography. Perhaps it is a bit exaggerated to say that geography has found a lot of exaggeration, but the Han tribe really opened up a lot of worldviews this year. First, he found the waterway to the grassland and the Great Lakes in the south, and made many tribes on the way. The Han tribe found a large number of valuable mines, and then continued to develop the sea route south, and the current development of the south is not bad. The fields of the same wandering clan were not lonely. After spending a year to figure out the swamp and the Great Lakes, they accidentally discovered the waterway in the north, so they didn't say hello and immediately took the boat upstream. It was a few months, and now there is finally news, and I don't know what I found for so long. After being notified by the maid, Luo Chong quickly wore clothes to get up, his hair was not pierced, and a black hair was scattered. The weather in the morning was still cool, and Luo Chong went directly to a sprinkler in the yard. Call Yunzi under the frame. Yunzi came over soon, but what surprised Luo Chong was that he did not have a wild figure around him, but came with a bamboo tube with a mud treatment. I knew it at first glance. It must be the news from Flying Eagle's book, which means that Yuno has not returned yet. Chief, this is a book from Yui. I received it early in the morning. I haven't opened it yet. I'll send it to you as soon as I get here. Yunzi presented the bamboo tube respectfully. Luo Chong didn't say anything. He took it directly to look at the mud seal on it. It was also covered with the private seal of Yunyi. It was determined to be intact. Only then did he knock off the mud seal and then twist the lid out of the letter inside. Inside is a stack of stationery in a snake leather bag, which is quite thick to pinch, and it feels like there are so many homework books, but this is also impossible. The Han tribe officially uses a pen to write a small kit. There is a limit, so it is normal to occupy a large place and not write many words on a piece of paper. Open the contents and immediately double Luo Chang's spirit. Ono said in his letter that he had discovered a seasonal waterway in the northeast direction of the Great Lakes, and he set off with a boat without much thought. There were only 23 people on board, and there was no supplies. However, because he has been responsible for the task of dealing with strange tribes along the lake, so the tools and weapons on board are complete. Relying on these things, they are fishing and hunting all the way to supplement supplies, and they are considered as adventures for the Han tribe at their own expense. Luo Chong couldn't help but admire that the brothers of Lamo and Yuno were lunatics, and they dared to do anything, but there was no reason why they could throw themselves under their own hands, because they were crazy than them. Dare to wander outside. Now think about it, is really unbearable to look back. After introducing their own departure, the next step is the follow-up experience of Yuno. They have not encountered many tribes along the way. It stands to reason that Yuno has been walking on the waterway, and the human tribe must not be too far away from the water. Many tribes are right, but the actual situation is not. In the letter, Yuno said that they did find a lot of human settlements along the way, but most of them were ruins that had been abandoned. Many human bones were also found, and there were obvious burn marks on it. Even they also found some simple pottery, and there were some bones in it. Coupled with the many signs of mess and destruction at the sites where the tribes lived, it can be seen that these tribes must have been attacked, and then the people evacuated in a hurry, or they were directly arrested. When the signs are added together, it can only prove one thing: these tribes have been attacked by cannibals without exception. There has been no news of cannibals for a long time, Luo Chong secretly thought. It seems that after several consecutive defeats in the hands of the Han tribe, the cannibals still did not stop, and they were still raging in all sides. However, after successive defeats in the hands of the Han tribe, they also let them recognize the fact that the Han tribe is not easy to bully. At present, it is not that they can provoke the offensive in the direction of the Han tribe, but for other places, they are even more rampant. In fact, they can't blame them. If you think about it, the cannibals can be so crazy as they are now. Maybe they are still the pots of the Han tribe. In the battles with the Han tribe a few times ago, they did not get a little cheaper, but each time they were wiped out by the whole army, a few hundred people, a few 1 or 2,000, and a few times the lost population, not less than 5,000 people. What is the concept of 5,000 young and strong labor? This is almost a tribe with a population base. The sum of all young and strong, but from the perspective of the cannibalism that can continue to do things, this is obviously impossible for all of them. As a result, it can be seen how large the cannibal forces are, and how serious the Han tribe's losses to the cannibal. This is equivalent to knocking out the men in their base of more than 40,000. Such losses are fatal, even if the current Han tribe cannot afford them, so the other party must find a way to recover the losses. Since the Han tribe cannot afford to provoke them, then they can always omit other tribes, so only then is there a madness. From this perspective, it is the Han tribe that has continuously attacked the cannibals, causing the situation where other small tribes are now being attacked. In other words, this pot is really from the Han tribe. The purpose of this intelligence, Yui, is actually to remind Luo Chong, the Han tribe cannot be arrogant because of the victory of 3 or 4 battles. Instead, it must always maintain vigilance against the north. The enemy's activities are still rampant. Maybe it will come back when. However, he did not write this directly on it, nor was it necessary, because Luo Chong knew what it meant. But then again, if you look at this matter from another aspect, the crisis caused by the cannibals is also an opportunity for the Han tribe. The crisis is accompanied by opportunities and danger. This may be the case now. Some problems appear instantly. In Luo Chang's head, where did the tribes after the attack go? Were they captured by the enemy, or did they run away by themselves? If they run away, will they spontaneously form an enemy alliance like those encountered by the Han tribe before, hug each other for heating? Is there any opportunity for the Han tribe here, for example, like the 2 alliances before the compilation? Continue to look for the forces of these remaining tribes, play affection cards to directly include them, and continue to expand the total population for the Han tribe. If the situation is seen, this is indeed feasible. But there are still some difficulties in implementing this plan, because the cannibals basically go down the river every time they go south. Obviously, the closer they are to the water, the more the human tribes have. Even if they escaped by chance, it is estimated that they will not choose to live by the river. Although the enemy cannot find them, the Han tribe is also struggling to find them. It seems that other methods need to be considered. Luo Chong whispered and continued to read the letter in his hand. Regarding the river channel, Yui has also made a lot of records. The seasonal water channel he discovered in the northeast of the Great Lakes is actually a tributary of another river, and it is also the kind of unstable, time-broken tributary. After entering the main road, about a month to go north, it reached a relatively large Sancha River. This place is no stranger to Yunyi, because he passed by when he last took people north to scout. In other words, one of the forks in this Sancheo River is the upper reaches of the Ruyang River. From here, it is possible to go straight through Hanyang County and Ruyang County. The water network on the mainland is crisscrossed, and Luo Chong has made relevant guesses, so it is not surprising, and from the current point of view, this newly discovered waterway in Yuno is not very useful to the Han tribe. Luo Chong doesn't want any minerals or special resources now. For now, the resources owned by the Han tribe are enough. He now wants to have only the population, the more the better. The current population base can be easily eaten by annexing 20,000 at a time, but unfortunately, this time I went out and did not find out. So, he basically went out for a few months. In addition to identifying a useless waterway, he didn't take any other benefits. Luo wasn't disgusting him. It only shows that the form of the northern Han tribe is not very good. Yui also knows this truth, so he doesn't want to come back like this, so he feels that he has no face. Luo Chong actually knows that Yui has always wanted to make something more than his elder brother is swimming, but it's a pity that this guy was a little bit tuned in the past few years. Or not stable enough, so important tasks in the south are all rushed to swim. Instead, he was tied to his house, which made him very tasteless. After discovering the waterway this time, Wei ran without saying a word, and did not report to the tribe until after leaving, but not directly told Luoji, but let Yunzi tell Luoji, which is obviously afraid Luo Chong disagreed with him, so he came to cut first and then play. From this point of view, the reason why he did not come back was not only because he found nothing, letting himself run in vain, but also afraid that he did not get any credit, and was punished by Luo Chong after returning home, and did not order to leave the tribe without permission. It is basically equivalent to defection, not to mention that more than 20 people have been taken away, and a sailboat of the Han tribe has been abducted. This matter can be big or small. I got the credit to say that you are going to explore the tribe, looking for the resources needed by the tribe, and if you can't get the credit, if you leave your duty without permission, the defecting tribe, and a big hat can be deducted to ask for his head. So he was afraid, he dared not come back. In the last paragraph of the letter, Yuno said that he was going to go north. He wanted to go to the cannibal headquarters to scout again to see if there was a chance to get some population back. His analysis. Yuno feels that the cannibals have suffered heavy losses and is now eager to supplement the population, but it is obviously impossible for these people to be caught so quickly that they can be integrated in the past. At least they can't do it in a short time, so that the Han tribe can be operated. Space, if he can reach these people who have just been arrested, there is a great opportunity to plan a rescue operation, rescue these people and bring them back to the Han tribe. At the end of the letter was to ask Luo Chong whether the plan was feasible. Luo Chong looked so crying that this field is so cute that he actually played this kind of careful thinking with himself to test his attitude. Asked Luo Chong whether this plan is feasible, how would Luo Chong answer? If Luo Chong said well, you can, it is equivalent to agreeing to Yunyi's plan. In this way, Yono is equivalent to Luo Chong's order to go to the north. He can escape the punishment for this private run. If Luo Chong said that it was not feasible, you should come back to Lao Tzu quickly, then this matter will be big. Maybe with a timid personality, he will be scared to defect directly, and in Xin Xing's words, it's dead, why not Qin Qin, or he will be punished by the leader if he comes home anyway, then just run. Anti-Han is impossible to fight against Han. He has no courage and no hatred against the Han tribe, so he has no motivation to deal with Luo Chong. If he runs away, he will be at most fleeing. So what Luo Chong needs to do most now is to stabilize him. In fact, I blame Yuno for thinking too much. This matter wasn't too big. Although he didn't tell Luo Chong in advance, if it wasn't Luo Chong's acquiescence, Yuno had already been arrested. When Yu Yi left, Luo Chong had the opportunity to send someone to catch him. The reason why Luo Chong did not do this is because Luo Chong is also curious about the outside world, so let Yuno go out and see for himself. After making a decision, Luo Chong immediately asked the maid to prepare her ink, and then personally repaired a book. The beginning of the book was to agree to your plan to continue north, but to do what you want, don't rush if you can't do anything. You can focus on reconnaissance intelligence and find a way to the rest. Then he severely reprimanded Yuno and warned him not to take the example, and also said that he is not an unreasonable person. Next time there is such a thing, you can tell Lao Tzu directly. If Lao Tzu does not agree to open up, do you think your eldest brother can wander outside? Nothing else to say, just tell them to go out, be careful, and since the field is going by boat, let him get some crystal back by the way, get more, and come back to do it. Special optical glass, other high-tech equipment is not mentioned first, but the telescope is really needed. If you can use a more transparent crystal glass to make a telescope, that couldn't be better. After writing the letter, Luo Chong immediately sent Yunzi out. When he returned to the bedroom again, he saw Luo Cheng that the little guy was awake and was eating breakfast in his mother's arms. The rushing drum maid was dangling, and his eyes were grunting. Seeing Luo rushing in, he kicked his calf. Luo Chong then slapped his little ass. "Go, son, today dad took you to the big boat." Luo Chong took his wife and children to the boat, but the boat was stopped on the pier. The child was too young. He didn't worry about running around the lake, and the lighthouse construction project in Waishan County had reached the end. The installation commissioning process is hopeful to light up the lighthouse tonight, so he must be here. The family stood on the side of the deck, and Roshang Ridge was riding on Luo Chang's neck, laughing in the direction of the lighthouse. He was playing this for the first time. When following the mother, he had no chance to ride his neck. "Husband, the round house above is so bright." Zhan Fu looked at the glass room at the top of the lighthouse, which was reflective under the sun, and said, "That is the glass room. All walls, including window doors, are inlaid with glass. Because the art glass is more difficult to make, the entire lamp room is composed of 16 glass walls of the same size. It is similar to a cylindrical, door pillars and wall pillars, and the upper grid are forged with steel, and a layer of white paint is painted on it. The whole room is transparent. The lights inside can be directly illuminated in all directions. It won't take long for our new house to install such doors and windows. I'll take you up after lunch." Luo Chong took his son off his neck and introduced himself. The two women were very excited after listening, and felt that the Han tribe was getting better and better. Luo Chong was also surging in his heart. His heart was purely the kind of accomplishment shed, because these things were made under his own leadership. Although the things in front of him are not the same as their own design drawings. Well, it must be admitted that this error. The design drawing that Luo Chong originally drew was indeed a 20-meter lighthouse. As a result, he gave the construction of the tower body directly to the people below, and he was the key to leading the people to attack the inside. The equipment, and as a result, came back and looked at it. Well, the group of workers built the tower body 20 meters high. So at the final finished product, the entire tower body plus a glass room more than 4 meters high above, plus a 4-wing windmill at the top of the tower, the height is forced to be 30 meters. This is no different from the drawings. It makes Luo Chong very speechless. Fortunately, this result does not affect the use, it is nothing more than a little higher. "Husband, what is the sharp thing above?" Little Butterfly does not understand the inside story of the construction, but only asks questions that are not understood. It's an iron needle, also called a lightning rod. Because the lighthouse is too high, it is easy to get hacked when thunder, so put a thunderbolt, and a steel bar is attached to the lightning rod. Hidden in the wall of the lighthouse, all the way to the ground, the lightning rod can lead the thunder to the ground, so that the lighthouse G will be fine. Luo Chong explained again. "Husband, you know so much." Zhan Fu also looked at herself like a little girl, making Luo Chong very proud of her heart. At this time, the lighthouse is in the final painting work. The inside and outside of the tower body are painted white. The whitening inside is to improve lighting. Otherwise, the inside of such a building is too dark, and the whitening outside is to stand out. After all, the lighthouse was originally a landmark building. Of course, the more conspicuous the better. Moreover, the lighthouse relied on the lake side and the shore side and was painted with red paint respectively. Luo Chong personally obtained a very meaningful name, Kai Star Lighthouse. This name has been given 3 different meanings by Luo Chong. First, it is a special function that guides the course of a ship, just like an enlightening star that guides the road for lost pedestrians. Secondly, from an appearance alone, it emits at night the light is as dazzling as a star. In the end it is a spiritual symbol. The Kaiming Star Lighthouse is currently the building with the highest technological content in the buildings built by the Han tribe, and it is also the first project that uses a large number of advanced construction processes. Flat glass is the first practical application for construction. Lightning rods are also the first application. Polymer lenses inside, large blow lights, electrical gas, metal welding, rubber seals, wind machinery, these represent the top technology of the Han tribe. The products are all placed on a building. It can be said that the Han tribe is currently top-level works in metallurgy, physics, chemical, architecture, these 4 aspects. It is a well-deserved enlightenment project that leads the Han tribe to develop a scientific power, and its political significance is far greater than its practical use. Oh, by the way, there is also a slide technology that has just been introduced, or it is called projector technology. This has to start a week ago. At that time, Luo Chong had already figured out the name of the lighthouse, and also determined the appearance color of the lighthouse, so he asked the people below to paint it directly, and by the way brushed the name on the tower. But I didn't expect that such a small painting task actually encountered difficulties, because Taejeo, of course, the words above should be bigger, or how to make the following people see clearly. After several times, I found that a word is bigger than everyone. How to write such a big word is not easy to grasp, because people have to stand in front of them, but the ratio of words you want to stand too close and not easy to grasp, even if it is crooked, and the background color is still pure white, it will be difficult to change it if it is wrong. After the person in charge reported the situation, Luo Chong immediately came up with an idea, that is, to project the word directly to the tower, so that all the problems can be solved at once, and the projection thing, he may have done it before. Can't, but after having glass and flashlights, it becomes very simple. Luo Chong had seen billboards when he was a kid. At that time, the advertising cloth was not as advanced as it was later. What patterns and fonts were needed? It was just a computer design and then printed out. At that time, the advertising industry generally used projector inscription. At night, you must choose to print out the required words with the right font, then engraved and pasted on the glass plate, and then placed on the color tape with the projector at night. The person who inscribed the words followed the projection and then inscribed the words on the bottom plate of the bottom layer. Luo Chong does not have a projector, but he has a stone lamp, and the brightness of the thing is completely okay to be the light source of the projector, so he went directly to the carpenter to make a box with a square hole in the glass on the side. The finger projector is done. The background color of the lighthouse is brushed, and when Luo Chong writes 3 words of the star on the glass in advance, inserts it into the wooden box, and puts a lit electric stone lamp inside, and puts this thing next to the lighthouse. When the 3 high characters are still upright on the tower, all the painters were shocked when they came to join the lively people. I rely on, this thing can still be played like this. The principle of projection is very simple. It's nothing more than the relationship between light source and shadow. It's just that things are a little more advanced. In fact, those primitive people are more slippery than Luo, using sunshine or fire. Natural projections, graffiti paintings in stones or caves, which even play tricks at the beginning of human birth, throwing away glass and electric lights. There is nothing strange about projecting this thing. The scanning work after the projection has been completed long ago, and now the painter is hanging the rope to fill the outside, and will soon be able to paint a few large words. At the gate below the lighthouse, there are people in and out, and they are supplementing stones and water. The lighthouse is a cylindrical building. There are 7 floors from the bottom plus the top glass room. The upper floor is 3.33 meters high, and the upper glass room is top, so the layer is slightly higher. The interior of the lighthouse is equipped with a rotating staircase against the wall, but that thing is for people to go up and down. The real supply channel is actually in the middle of the lighthouse. The center of each floor has a 1 meter diameter hole. It can be penetrated up and down, and when you need to replenish or dump the waste, you can use the pulley and sling device. Transporting materials up and down with bamboo baskets or buckets is much more convenient than rotating stairs, but in this way, at least 2 people will be placed in the lighthouse, and one of them will be down on the previous one. It's okay for a lighthouse to belong to 2 people. It's better than a person's boredom. It's a big deal. Anyway, the interior area of the lighthouse is not small. There are several layers. The first floor of the lighthouse is a tool room. There is nothing but a small number of tools. It is very empty. Obviously, it is to make room for replenishment and unloading. The second and third floors of the lighthouse are fuel reserve rooms and freshwater reserve rooms. The Star Lighthouse is not a coastal lighthouse, so there is no shortage of fresh water, so the third floor is changed to a kitchen and a restaurant. The fifth floor is a multifunctional entertainment room, which can put something you like to play, otherwise it is too boring to stay in the lighthouse all day. The sixth floor is the equipment room. The electric stone warehouse and water tank are on this floor. Only one blowtorch passes through the middle, the hole penetrated into the glass room on the top floor. Outside the top-rise glass room, there is also a ring-shaped terrace with iron fences on the edge of the terrace. The reason for this ring of terraces is actually for later maintenance, such as repairing the windmill at the top, such as scrubbing the outer wall of the glass room. You have to go outside the house for these tasks. If you don't add this terrace, it will be very inconvenient. At noon, Luo rushed to the family to finish lunch, and let the 2 children take a nap for a while. Until the afternoon was near the evening, all the preparations were just completed. Even the rooms on all floors were cleaned. Luo Chong immediately took the whole family into the lighthouse together. In the evening, the 2 little guys were full, and they were rushed into their arms one by one, and their heads were pillowed on Luo Chang's shoulders. They were spitting each other and spraying Luo in front of their chests. Wow, this round staircase is great. I think it looks much better than that kind of straight staircase. Husband, can we install such a staircase when we build a new home? As soon as the little butterfly entered the lighthouse, he looked at the rotating stairs here, and he was excited to suggest Luo. Of course, no problem, let's go upstairs first, you carry the light in front, be careful. Luo rushed and nodded at the two children who were spraying. The little butterfly promised to walk up with the electric stone lamp immediately, and Luo Chong followed him, and Jianfu teased the two children behind Luo Chang's back. Everyone visited the glass room on the top floor, and soon came to the glass room on the top floor. The little butterfly and Jianfu were shocked by the scenery in front of them, and they were excited to speak with their big mouths. This is the first time they have been in close contact with so much glass. The walls and doors and windows of the entire room are all inlaid with glass, plus a huge glass lampshade in the middle, and a polymer lens with two people. The whole house is all crystal clear, which makes people unable to help produce a kind of the feeling of entering the crystal palace. Seeing such a shiny thing in a room, the two children were not spitting and playing, stretching their small hands to touch this and that. Luo rushed to hold the two little guys in front of a lens, and the two stretched their hands to the lens on, a deadly shot there, one was shouting there, but the magnifying glass was thick enough and strong. The two children didn't work hard, so it was up to them. Little Butterfly and Jianfu got to the edge of the glass curtain wall. At this time, the sky is slowly getting dark, half of the dark sky, half of the sunset is falling, plus a few people are in Wishan County, or in the tallest building of the entire Han tribe. The vision scene is absolutely unique. Looking down from the 7th floor here, the cattle and horses on the ground have become small. They have seen this scene before, and they can even look at the entire mountain county through the glass, and close the scenery within a few kilometers. How about, beautiful? Soon after, our family will be able to live in such a house. At that time, all the windows will be replaced with glass. If you like it, you can also get a glass room on the roof. When the house comes out, you can also take the children to the sun in winter. Well, the husband is the master, and we don't understand how to get this glass. It's getting dark, let's light up. Luo rushed through the glass to look at the distant sky. There was really no light, so nodded. You two hug your child to the bedroom on the 4th floor first. The lights are on, I don't call you, don't come up. Why? Little Butterfly asked. The first is because the light is very large, and the light emitted will be very dazzling. I am afraid that you are not adapted. The second is because this is an acetylene lamp. I am afraid that in the event of an explosion, I will be hurt by a few of you. It's better to come. Luo Chong explained. If you want to change someone else, we won't watch it anymore. You are the leader of the tribe, you can't have an accident. Jianfu was also busy discouraging. It's okay, you go down first. I designed this lamp. No one is more familiar with it than me. The lamp will be fine. I'm afraid there are too many acetylene just beginning to spray. Just in case. Well, you have to be careful, husband. After the two women took their children downstairs, Luo Chong also started the steps to start the lighthouse. Don't look at this simple thing. In fact, there is still a rigorous process in operation, otherwise it is easy to have an accident. First open the vent on the top, and then open all the doors and windows of the glass room, so that the air can flow quickly. Even if a large amount of acetylene is reflected in a moment, the fast-flowing air can prevent acetylene from gathering in the house. Explosion is an important step before ignition. Then check the 6 manual valves under the blowtorch. Each valve corresponds to a circle of nozzles, so that it can be lit circle by circle, not all at once, so that the outflow is too large, and it is easy to explode during the ignition phase. After checking all the valve status, first open the 6 blowtorch valves to the middle one, and then Luo Chong came to the equipment room on the 6th floor. There is not only a water tank and electric stone compartment, but also an acetylene reaction kettle, and the vapor whistle, but the whistle usually does not open. Luo Chong checked the feeding situation of the reaction kettle. This oval acetylene generator can burn it for almost one night at a time. By the next morning, basically there will be cooked lime left. It will be fine to pour out the lime and change the material during the day. Check the feeding status, close all valves, check the sealing status, pull the water supply valve to 1 gear, clear water flows into the reaction kettle along the pipeline, and begins a violent reaction with the calcium carbide, electric stone, inside to produce combustible hydrocarbon gas, acetylene, more and more acetylene, into the gas filter barrel above the reaction ket. After several layers of bamboid and gauche, finally, the clean acetylene gas without dust rises into the lamp pipe of the top glass room. At this time, Luo Chong came to the glass room again, took out a feather and reached the vent in the middle of the wick to observe the actual outflow. It was not the acetylene that came out at the beginning, but the air retained in the reaction kettle. When there is a smell, it means that acetylene comes out. Putting away the feathers, taking out a bamboo chip for firing, and firing in the handheld electric stone lamp, then igniting the wick of the lighthouse, a flash of fire bursting at the wick, and then instantly turned into a cluster of feet-high flames, and then insert the flaming bamboo chips into the jug to extinguish. Although the flames are not big, the people gathered under the lighthouse can clearly see the light coming from the top of the lighthouse, and they are very excited. Luo Chong did not hesitate to move the organ to put down the glass lampshade, and then opened the 6 gas valves of the blowtorch 2 more. The white flames at the wick immediately turned a large circle, and the height rose directly to more than half a meter high. At this time, the people gathered under the lighthouse can already see that the top of the tower is shining. 2 sturdy white beams are shot from the top of the tower to the distance, very domineering tiers of the dark sky, and there is a person shadow around the light. Needless to say, their leader, although Xiaodai, Zhangziu and the children are in the tower, but it can also be seen through the window that the outside pier has been illuminated by the lighthouse, and countless people are cheering. Luo Chong went down to the 6-story equipment room, pulling the water supply valve of the reaction bus to the maximum, instant time, and the more intense reaction began. The generated acetylene gas began to soar, and the core fire column in the top-rise glass room jumped directly to more than 1 meter high. Luo Chong came to the top floor again, and opened the remaining 3 blow valve. The height of the core fire column was instantly reduced from more than 1 meter to 80 centimeters, but the diameter of the fire column was more than doubled. At this time, the core of the design has been adjusted to the maximum power of the design, and the entire glass room is shining like a sun. Luo squinted and looked outside. He didn't dare to look directly at the core of the light. The intensity of the light is too strong. Perhaps this is the brightness limit that man-made objects in the world can reach. Luo Chong began to close the doors and windows of the glass room in sequence, leaving only the top-level vent still open, and then pulled a lever to control the gear on the lens bracket to raise the gear and bite it with the windmill-powered gear above. Then the lens bracket began to rot slowly. After Luo Chong checked everything stable, he went directly from the top layer. And outside the lighthouse, no one saw the bright roof of the sun. In the man-made little sun at the top of the tower, 2 sturdy beams were shot and started slowly. All the people they started to yell and cheer. If such a scene was not seen by them, they would definitely think it was a miracle. Only people living here knew it. The entire lighthouse was built by bricks and bricks. On several hard island in the lake at the same time, everyone in the laboratory has climbed onto a large coal pile and kept looking in the direction of Weishan County. Why is it not on yet? Will there be any problems with the lamps we made? One person asked anxiously. Don't worry, wait, it's not dark yet. So everyone started to wait again. As a lamp development team, everyone in the laboratory paid more attention to this matter than anyone when they learned that the lighthouse would be lit tonight. It's bright, I saw it. Do you guys look over there? Suddenly there was an excited cry on the big coal pile, and others watched it instantly. Sure enough, just when everyone discovered the dim light, the white light suddenly shined, and the 2 pillars of light also shone out. After a while, the effort began to slowly rotate, and the beam of light was from several lake hard islands. After sweeping over, the scene was awesome. Succeeded, lit, our lamps really succeeded. Hey, those vents are still welded by me. If you want to say that, the valve is still made by our group, and this credit also has our share. Okay, don't argue, everyone has credit, no one is useless. The sealed rubber on the lamp is still made by us, but no one makes glass at home. A group of people looked at the beams that were constantly sweeping above their heads, and they kept fighting for their credit. In fact, they were not fighting for credit, but they had a strong sense of pride in their hearts that they wanted to be recognized by others. The general meaning is, look, that thing can light up my contribution. Shitan County, here is the material distribution center in the east and west directions of the Han tribe. It was just dark. People who were busy for a day either had dinner at home or took a cold under the big tree on the street. Suddenly, a light column from 50 kilometers away scanned from above the county city, shocked all the people in the county, and thought of a strange appearance. Mother, come out and see, there is a big white stick in the sky. A child who just finished his homework was teasing the puppy in his yard, and suddenly saw the beam of light in the sky sweeping, and he shouted excitedly, "What a big stick! There can be a big stick in the sky. What are you talking about at night? Hurry up and go to bed." The young woman was holding a yellowish-white short coat in her hand, patching her worn shoulders, and heard her children screaming in the yard, and immediately came out. As a result, the training of children had not been finished. The sky was swept away by a beam, scaring the woman, and stunned in the dark looking at the dark sky. "Niang, look, I didn't lie, the teacher in our school said it was wrong to lie." The child left the dog at home and justified it. At this moment, another beam of light was swept over the county again, and it has caused some panic in the city. Many residents have walked from their homes to the alley and the streets to gather together to discuss what it is. When you are in charge, look at what is in the sky. There is a white pillar that has been swaying in the sky, watching strange and scary, so big things, still flying so low, don't fall from the sky for a while. The woman panicked and said to the man at home. The man was taking a wooden barrel to cool down, and he came over when he heard his wife shouting and pulling her shoes. While wiping his body, he looked at the sky. The huge white beam is very regular. It swept through the sky once, and it was all eye-catching. The man frowned and suddenly remembered something, and then said to his wife and children, I know, this is from the lighthouse over Washington County. Lighthouse? What do you say this big stick was made by Washington County? What's the use? The woman questioned. Daddy, what is a lighthouse? The child asked curiously. What big stick? That is the light column from the lights. Didn't I often rush to Washington County to pick up the goods? Last month the leader went there and said that he was going to build a lighthouse on the side of the pier to use it for the big boat. It was almost built when I went again the other day. It is estimated that it was just lit today. The man explained. Women are confused, and children do not understand. Daddy, what does the lighthouse look like? Why is it so powerful? The lights above are more powerful than the sun, and they are all photographed from Washington County to our county? Hey, I don't know. The lighthouse was made by our leader. It was as thick as 2 houses. It was as high as 3 or 4 walls. The top was filled with transparent glass, which contained a lamp that was bigger than people. The lighthouse was also painted white, with red paint on the 3 big characters of the star. Everyone in Washington County said that it was called the Lighthouse of Stars. After it was built, the lights above were brighter than the stars. Men proudly show off their insights in front of their sons. Daddy, what is glass? The child continued to ask. Glass, that is, I don't quite understand. I heard that it was also made by the leader. The thing is transparent, just like the ice in winter. You know the ice, you break it from the eaves in winter. The thing that comes down is light transmitting. The glass is similar to that thing, but the glass is not afraid of heat and will not melt. Daddy, I also want to see the lighthouse, see the glass. You can take me to Washington County to see it. The child was immediately aroused interest and begged his father. You still go to school, how can you go? However, it seems that Washington County sells that kind of lamp. The father comes back to buy one and comes back to see you. Really, Dad, you are so powerful. That is, of course, Dad is powerful, but our leader is more powerful. The lamp is made by our leader and the leader. You have to go to school well. When you learn the skills, you can do things with the leader. When the time comes out, you don't worry about eating and dressing anymore, and you don't have to worry about spending money. Soon, a lot of news about the lighthouse came out of the people in Seton County, and the people who just came back from Washington County today knew more. From the mouth of these people, the people determined that today is the lighthouse. On the day of the official opening, the panic emotion completely disappeared, and then it was pride and excitement that followed. The lamps made by the Han tribe can shine for dozens of kilometers. Such achievements are no less than the first time that the ship of the former god boat brought people to heaven. The first night when the star was lit, it caused a huge sensation, but the scope is still limited to the 3 places of Witsan County and Hart Island, and there are 4 counties. Although Browsingyan County is closer than Chiton County, it is separated from Wishon County. There is an Baobao Mountain in the middle, so the light column of the lighthouse is still not visible. In several places in Hanyang County, due to the fact that it is too far away, and the reason for the terrain, the lights that turn on the stars cannot be seen. The news of the lighthouse lighting was only passed a few days later. In the following days, after determining the stable operation of the lighthouse, Luo Chong began to select people to form a team dedicated to the lighthouse. This is a team with only a few dozen people. It belongs to the military establishment. The number is Tinkinwei, dedicated to guarding the lighthouse. Tinkinwei's personnel are all recruited from the sailors first. The initial task is to use the Star Lighthouse as the base, and all personnel will train the operation and maintenance of the lighthouse. After the training of these people, they will be transferred to the new coast in the future. The lighthouse officially entered the job. That's right, Luo Chong built this Star Lighthouse, not only to build the experience of the team and the research and development team, but also the training cradle of the professional tower guard. The lighthouse of the Han tribe is not a burning oil lamp. If you find someone, you can't really play. In addition, the reason for recruiting so many people at a time is that Luo Chong intends to implement the tower task of rotation. The watchtower is really lonely. Of course, this one in Washington County is nothing, but the coast lighthouse is generally built in the dangerous sea area. It's all the sea, or the deserted island. I haven't seen anyone for a few days. And in this case of the Han tribe, ships are not necessarily every day. In this case, letting 1 or 2 people stay in the lighthouse for a long time will hold people crazy, so Luo Chong decided that a small flag will be responsible for a lighthouse. Each small flag has 12 people, divided into 2 or 2 groups to take turns to station the lighthouse. When supplies or parts are maintained, when a group of players can't figure it out, they call the entire flag to work together. The tower's salary must be high. After all, this type of work is dangerous and boring. It also needs to stay upside down often day and night. The salary is not too high to pass, but he does not want to spend too much money, so he implements the base salary. With the subsidy system, there are so many conservative wages. After staying for a few days a month, the tower subsidy will be issued for a few days. This is equivalent to spending 2 people's money and keeping a tower team. The cost is still very cost-effective. After the training plan of Tinkenway was completed, Luo Chong then hurriedly opened the design tasks of Dawn Lighthouse and Shake Lighthouse, in which Dawn Lighthouse will be deployed on the reef on the east side of Bamboo Island to pilot ships to travel to and from the mission. The Light Lighthouse will be deployed at the entrance of the Tang tribe to divert the local route. Chi Mingxing, Dawn, Shake, all the lighthouses are all named after the stars, which is also the origin of the Tianjin Guard Tower Force. The Han tribe will use these star-like lighthouses to form a star network for the big man. In late August, after finishing all the matters of the Star Lighthouse, Luo Chong took his wife and children home directly. He still has a lot of things next. He needs to design a new coastal lighthouse and design a new nautical ship, and a special fishing boat more suitable for fishing at sea, but these are all drawings. There is no need to stay in Weishan County all the time. Now it's time to plan for the new house. A family quickly returned to Hanyang County in a carriage. On the day Luo rushed home, he ordered the demolition of the metallurgical workshop in Hanyang City. This land is the address of the new home. Although it is not very large, it is still a problem. The villa with an independent courtyard is still no problem. Well, he is the leader of such a big tribe, and his villas are not excessive, and he is not a palace. The demolition of the metallurgical workshop was not specifically responsible for Luo Chong. He just signed a few orders to distribute the original iron drilling equipment to the 3 counties under Hanyang County, let them form their own blacksmith shops, and the mold-related things were shipped to Xingdong County, where the residual heat was put out. As for the bricks and wood demolished by the house, the old bricks were left to build new houses, and even the burnt bricks were saved. The wood processing plant next to it can be used, even if the house is sawed open to make a few tables. In the next few days, Luo Chong directly shut himself down at home and started to design drawings. The lighthouse is very simple. With the first experience, the Dawn Lighthouse behind can be modified directly on the basis of the enlightening star. Considering the local unique sea conditions and climate, Luo Chong directly designated the building materials as natural rocks, because in his previous life, he remembered that there were several stone lighthouses abroad that have stood in the bad winds and waves for hundreds of years, indicating that the stone lighthouse is still very durable. The materials were set. Luo Chong used the flying eagle to send a message to the beast teeth far away in Bamboo Island. He used local resources to collect stones from the cliffs and mountains in the east of Bamboo Island and carved them into stone bricks. No matter when the lighthouse is built, prepare it first, or you won't be able to build it without materials when the time passes. As for the structure and shape of the lighthouse, Luo Chong chose a more stable and wave-resistant multi-sided shape, and finally chose the octagonal cone. Because the tower is 60 meters high, the base must be larger, so that it can be stable enough, and the design of the lower and smaller cone can leave more space for the lower part of the tower. This allows you to hoard more supplies. And the 8-sided shape was chosen, mainly because Luo Chong wanted to paint the direction mark directly on the tower, and directly brushed a total of 8 logos in the northwest and southwest to the outer wall. Even if the ship on the sea is lost, as long as you see the words on the lighthouse, you can know where you are going. The lighthouse was originally a landmark. Of course, the simpler the more eye-catching, the better. After finishing the lighthouse, the next step is the seed boat and the fishing boat. At present, even if there is no new boat, the seed boat can be used to join in the existing sailing boat, but the fishing boat is not good. Now the existing ship of the Han tribe has no one suitable for fishing. This must be redesigned. When designing a new ship, someone must first propose various indicators, but the Han tribe does not. In this regard, it will understand itself. First determine the use group, of course, indigenous fishermen, and these people have no money, whether it is for rent or sale. It is not easy to handle, so the first requirement is not too expensive, so it is necessary to reduce costs. There is no other way to reduce costs. Even if the material you use is worse, it is also a ship. Therefore, the size of the ship type is directly reduced to limit its size. At the same time, in order to meet the conditions for fishing, it is too small to withstand the wind and waves. Under the trade-off, Luo Chong chose to use the existing brig as a blueprint to modify the new ship model on its basis. The reason for choosing this one is because its size is suitable. 10 meters and 8 meters are similar to the sampan of the Han tribe, and the gadget can be used to stroke twice. Those under 20 meters are not much, but those over 20 meters are too big, so 20 the captain around meters is the most suitable. Then there is the consideration of the comprehensive ship's speed, stability, and cargo volume. Luochong set the long and wide ratio to 3:1, and the final data is thus set, 18 meters long and 6 meters wide. And because it is a sea boat, and there must be a large cargo compartment to hold the fish, but also to resist the wind and waves and enhance the airworthiness, Luochong finally made a round head. The vertical cross-section is inverted. The design of the omega shape, the belly is small, the water is deep, the stability is large in the cabin, the load is large, and the empty cabin has excellent performance. The ship's body is stable when fully loaded. In fact, it's easy to do this, that is, you set up a square cargo compartment in the round hull, then 4 hollow cabins will be divided around the cargo compartment, and these hollow compartments are wrapped around the cargo compartment. You can provide buoyancy to the ship when it is full, and to put it bluntly, you can put a life buoy on the container. Well, this metaphor is very vivid. Anyway, the thing about the ship is the buoyancy. Putting the bottom of the round arc ship on the ballast, which acts as an overwhelming roll, making the ship less prone to side turn, even if it is blown by the wind. For 45-degree oblique angles, ships can also use the ballast to stand up straight. Of course, this is only theoretical, and it is not recommended to use fishing vessels to play drift in actual operation. As for comfort, forget it. It's okay to get a small house that is not too big at the stern. Anyway, the fishing boat goes out to work, not to go sightseeing. It's good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The balance of the left and right is added to the back, and of course the front should be appropriately increased. Otherwise, the bow will be up, but it will be better. Because the tiny posture of the bow is very suitable for breaking waves and more suitable for the weather conditions, in the end, in order to increase the weight of the bow, Luochong directly put a bowmast as a weight. The structure and entry method of the cabin have also been changed, and it has directly become the design of the water compartment of the Fuku ship, which vertically divides the entire cabin into many separate cabins. One can reduce the danger caused by water, even if one or two of them, it doesn't matter if it's flooded, the ship can still sail. The second is to divide the original large cabin into many cabins. Fishermen can achieve classified harvesting of catches, instead of putting everything together in a net like the last time they lured in their own fishing. With this sub-cabin boat, they can be separated. Fish and fish are put together. Shrimp and shrimp are put together. These are the basic designs of the hull. Luochong has developed 2 versions on the basis of this fishing boat. One is a brig version and a dhow version. It has no special meaning. It is a cheap one and an expensive one. There is 1 mast less, and of course it is cheaper than the 2 masts, but the speed of such a boat is a bit slower. After the drawings were drawn, Luochong immediately passed the Flying Eagle to the Browsingyang County shipyard, letting them try 3 sample ships first. The Browsing shipyard has a large number of experienced boatmen and a group of leaders who can understand the drawings. It is possible to look at the drawings to make a new ship shape. After all, shipbuilding has not been made in vain in recent years. Everyone is no longer the original Wu Xiaomon who knew nothing. At the end of August, after all this was done, Luochong had the plan to inspect the counties below. After talking about the seats in these counties, Luochong really hasn't seen it much. It has been more than 2 years. For more than 2 years, Luochong didn't care much. After setting up the development strategy, he let it develop freely. This is exactly not. Of course, Luochong also gave them a lot of help. Development is one thing. Basic materials should still be given. Luochong did not take his wife and children with this inspection. Because it was too slow, he took a guard and a small amount of supplies to pass. The first stop was Donshan County. Where Donshan County is, just under Torgon Ridge. The place where Luochong took people to block the tribe of fire has now undergone 2 or 3 years of development. The landform here has changed dramatically. This should be a symbol of the escalation of human civilization. Primary civilization, adapt to its own environment, intermediate civilization, and transform the natural environment into an environment that it can adapt to. To put it bluntly, humans finally have the ability to change their landforms. Before entering the city, Luochong first came to the highlands of Torgon Ridge to look down. The eye was a rammed city pool in 4 and 4 sides. The outside of the city was a large field acre, but now it is basically bare. In most places there is only 1 layer of things like grass. It's now the end of August. Soon after the spring wheat was harvested, the layer of the ground like grass was planted after cutting the wheat. The peanuts, soybeans, corn and other crops have grown half a foot high. Due to the water source, this is not the main rice planting area, but the water conservancy project that draws water by digging artificial rivers, the area of water fields in Danshan County is still increasing year by year. In the auxiliary fields on the other side of the city, women also planted a lot of cash crops, some of their own vegetable gardens, and some people planted sungama, and the grass is all over the place. Even the spice crops are not uncommon. In addition to the vegetable land, other things are useless, but they can be used to sell money, which is also a considerable income for farmers. I first inspected the local agricultural planting outside the city. Luo Chong came to the city. It was a busy sight as soon as he entered the city. After harvesting the local wheat and rice, he had to dry it. After paying the agricultural tax, leave enough food in his small warehouse, and the rest can be sold in the official warehouse. This is my own income this year. Of course, it is impossible to have only these incomes, but also to add other things, such as soybeans and peanuts. These things can be sold after harvest and sold to tofu and oil extraction workshops. In addition to the edible oil that can be exchanged for their own meals, others are all income that can be saved. This is the case with small farmers. Farmers can basically be self-sufficient, eat their own food, grow their own vegetables, raise their own eggs, eat oil and change it with peanuts, eat tofu and exchange soybeans. Although the cloth loom has not been popularized by all people, it can also be replaced with cloth. For more than 2 years of development, Danshan County has fully solved the problem of housing and food. People have their homes and cultivators have their fields. These original immigrants have finally stabilized, but this is not the focus of Luo Chang's inspection. What is more concerned is the number of people, the number of livestock, and the number of new looms. Chief, our total population in Danshan Prefecture now has more than 7,000 people, more than double the time when the county was first established. The main population growth was once for new children, and once for foreign savages to join. The life of the Han tribe is very stable and affluent. Although it has done more work, it is safer than hunting and gathering before. It is not as great as the sacrifices of previous tribes. The construction of houses is also for their own fields and residences, so the people of the ethnic group have also done it. Happy, once this life stabilizes, there will naturally be more children born. In addition, the savages around us often join sporadic savages who want to join the Han tribe. We are all in accordance with the requirements of the leader. Let them try the official household registration issued after learning Chinese for 2 years. The tribes of dozens of people are allocated according to the situation and are now stable. The county order of Danshan County briefed Luo Chong on the local population. Well, yes, regarding the population, the surrounding savages and small tribes are limited after all, and you still have to go out in the future, but you don't have to worry about this. You have to catch farming and farming now, and in addition to taxation and public security, another important task is education. This group of immigrants has no chance, and their children are only 1 or 2 years old. They are not in a hurry now, but you have to get up the supporting facilities such as the school in advance, choose the land first, make a plan, and report what support is needed. In addition to this, there is also early childhood education, mainly for young parents who have no experience in raising children. When I come back, I will arrange for someone to bring teaching materials to do this. Your local government office should actively cooperate to try to minimize the death rate of young children. Luo Chong walked and told the local county order. Yes, we must cooperate. Livestock is not lacking? Luo Chong asked again. Back to the leader, there is no shortage of livestock, not only a shortage, but also more. This year, the tribe has got so many cattle and horses from the grassland, and it has also been distributed to us in Danshan County. Those new cattle and horses have already started to train and work. After the summer grain harvest, there are many cattle and horses that come into use, and those sheep are sold directly to the people. It's no use to concentrate on breeding here, it's better to sell it to the people. Now, there are goats in Danshan Prefecture who had no pigs at home. The county order introduced again. Well, this aspect also allows the livestock department to pay close attention to it. To take precautionary measures and help people solve difficulties, often organize people to impart farming experience to the people. It can be divided into districts. How many households a person is responsible for? Pick everyone has free time to bring people together for lectures, and the problem of assisting people to prepare winter feed before winter. Luo Chong once again put forward his own suggestions for breeding. Yes, please rest assured. By the way, I said last time that I want to form my own textile mill in various places. How is it going now? After discovering that almost everything needed to be understood was checked, Luo Chong asked again about the textile business of interest. The county order in Danshan County heard the leader ask about the textile and immediately took Luo Chong to inspect it. Last year, due to the increasing size of the Han tribe and the increasing population, a textile factory in Hanyang alone could no longer meet the tribe's cloth needs, but the textile factory in Ruyang County was mainly produced of high-end textile mills. Ordinary people can't afford it. Based on this situation, Luo Chong quickly issued a sinking order for the textile handicraft channel. The first is the 3 counties under Hanyang County. With the support of the technical team sent by Luo Chong, they each produced textile equipment such as weaving machines. Then they encouraged local cultivation of special fiber crops, recruited idle female workers to train skills, and finally successfully built county-level textile mills. Take Danshan County as an example. Its population is actually larger than that of the original city of Hanyang. Even now it is not the same, so the local production of fiber crops is no less than that of Hanyang City. The master sent by the county guides the local carpenter to produce it, so it is not comparable to Hanyang City in terms of production equipment. That must be the raw material. That's right, it's different in raw materials. There are several kinds of textile fibers in the Han tribe. They are mainly rami, followed by wool and camel hair, and then sail silk and chestnut silk. Now cotton is still being tested and not formed mainstream, but Danshan County is different here. They have developed several new materials themselves, namely linen, han, ma, green, and jute. The reason for this phenomenon is naturally Luo Chong's meritorious system. Who told Luo Chong to say that as long as he develops a practical invention technology or discovers a new material for the tribe, he can use this to promote the Lord? Isn't that forcing those who want the title to take the initiative to find it? So there is no reason why the Han tribe can develop so fast. This is the advantage brought by the system. Plants such as linen are actually very common. This thing is like wild grass in the mountains. The mountains are everywhere, but you don't know the problem. Luo Chong can't all know it, and the people can't know it all. But this does not prevent people who want the title from taking them home to experiment one by one, and can always try out several kinds of usable. This is how the 4 new hemps here come from Danshan County. To say that the longest length of the Ephesus fiber is definitely non-morphine, but the relatively short hemp, jute, and green hemp are also useful. With the introduction of glutinous rice cultivation by the Han tribe, the use of glutinous rice, the technology of making plant glue, has become popular. With this plant glue, the short fibers that were useless before have really come in handy. Linen is a high-end product in sack fiber. The produced sackcloth is more comfortable and finer. It is comparable to the silk in the plant. The mass is the product of hanging mime. Now the linen fabric in Danshan County has become the highest in the Chinese spinning. Exist. The grades of jute and hanma are almost the same as rami. They are not inferior and the quality is slightly better. At that time, the length of the rami fiber is compared to the younger brother, but the middle gear also has the purpose of medium gear, which is to produce functional fabrics. It is also very popular in the Han tribe. In the end, the green hemp with shorter fibers was all used to produce hemp ropes and sacks, and the sales volume was equally gratifying. Luo rushed into the textile factory in Danshan County, and there was a busy scene. The entire factory workshop was filled with click on the sound of the machine, which was a mixed symphony of pedals and shuttles. After counting silently, there are 120 shuttle looms in the workshop alone, and each one is operating non-stop. According to the modern call, it is full power operation. As for combers and spinning machines, that's in another workshop. What cloth is produced here? Let me introduce it. Luo Chong asked the county order beside him. Back to the leader, there are a total of 120 shuttle weaving machines, of which 50 are produced in linen. Because linen is comfortable to wear, it is very good to sell in summer, and it is also very good to sell in autumn and winter. At that time, it was mainly used to make underwear, and the more rough rami was used to make outerwear, so the linen we produced has always sold well. The remaining 70 looms are fully producing canvas. As for sacks and sacks, we mainly send the raw materials directly to the binders and hand them over to them for production, because the scale of the sisal planted by the binders is the largest in the Han tribe. The county ordered to introduce Luo Chong to Luo. Luo Chong nodded and heard a lot of information from his words. The current textile layout of the Han tribe is very characteristic, and each place has its own characteristics. For example, in Danshan County, it is mainly based on the production of underwear fabrics and canvas, and Makota County is built on the basis of the editing tribe of Little Butterfly's hometown. The local large slices of mammoths are readily available, and their main products are outer cloth, materials and bedding. When it comes to the bind horsegate, it basically does not produce fabrics, but deliberately makes the sacks and hemp rope manufacturing centers of the Han tribe. Who made them both sides mountainous? It is most appropriate to grow sword hemp, and the strong sword and anti-acid alkali, the characteristics have become the best raw materials for making boats. In the future, Luo Chuan is also preparing to extend the sword to Bamboo Island and Tang tribe. Squeezing their farming area locally, they can also produce marine cables and canvas nearby. And in the capital of these three counties, Hanyang City, there is no characteristic to say textiles, because Hanyang City is very complicated to do anything, and everything is particularly proficient, but the scale of which one is not comparable. Where else? Why? Because Luochon is here. The biggest feature of the textile industry in Hanyang City is not which one forms the scale, but exists as the leader of all falling textile technology, whether it is spinning, weaving, or dyeing. At the technical level, Hanyang City is the first. The textile workshop here is like a research and development center. All new materials must be tested here. After the process is conceived, it will be decentralized. The linen textile in Danshan Prefecture, where the technology of using glutinous rice slurry as plant glue, was developed in Hanyang City and then fed back. As for Ruyang County, it is also very distinctive here. It is now the largest silk textile base of the Han tribe. All kinds of silk fabrics are full of tricks. This year, under the direction of Luo Chong and the leadership of the Little Butterfly, Ruyang County successfully launched a silk blended. The fabric made of chestnut silk and linen is a reflective linen. The comfort level of the Asian numcow is also very brightly colored, and the unique reflective effect of the brocade immediately becomes a medium and high-end blast, and the pure silk that can't be worn can also consume this silk cloth. There is no need to mention the new Steel County and Waishan County. These two counties are not textile at all. One is an emerging large steel household. They have important strategic significance in the Han tribe. In addition to agriculture, the business of Waishan County is now mainly developing. The local characteristics of the economy are sugar, wine, and high technology. After all, the Heart Islands and the Great Lakes are close to them. Browsingyang County also has its own set in the textile industry. This is the largest wool textile base of the Han tribe and the largest leather product base. After absorbing the pointed tribes, almost all the high-nose antelopes got here. After the grassland was omitted, because this place is an open plain area, still relying on the river, most of the goats and sheep obtained from the grasslands have also been sent here, becoming the largest county in the Han tribe, so there are the most wool and sheepskin. Of course, the locals in Browsingyang County also planted some linen and rami. In addition to paying taxes, in response to the leader's call for blending, they actively developed a blanket fabric, which is very thick and very soft. The main components are wool and linen, which is a very good winter jacket fabric. As for Dongwai County, it's not to mention it. After all, it's a new county. It's enough for them to dig coal. Don't even think about it. Even if you can straighten out the two things of food and coal, it's successful. One by one, these counties were turned around, and the autumn corn grown in the field was all waist high. By mid-September, Luochong came to Browsingyang County again. It has been 2 months since the stones came out, and it has now begun to appear everywhere. However, due to production constraints, it has not yet been popularized. Only Browsingyang County and Waishan County have a little more goods with geographical advantages. After all, close to electrical lamps began to change the lifestyle of the Han tribe. This cheap and super bright lighting device quickly spread among the people as the lighthouse was put into use. Every household dreamed of having a stone lamp. Even now the newly married young people of the Han tribe regard the stone lamp as a must for marriage. There is a fight with Luochang's previous car to buy a house. With sufficient light source lighting, life is more abundant this night. It was a last resort to go to bed early, but now it is different. As long as you are willing to spend money, no one will control you at home for most of the night. The most obvious change is that the stone lamp began to spread in public institutions. The first is the school. 5 or 6 electric stone chandeliers can illuminate the entire classroom as daylight. The time when the class could not be taken from day to day has finally passed. Now the school even has to study early. In the shops on the street, this one is mainly based on Ruyang, Browsingyang, and the 3 counties of Waishan. Their street shops are the most. Now the business hours of these shops have been extended until the curfew at night, about 10 o'clock. In this way, those who have been busy for a day can go out to the street at night, and even derive the night market. This is unimaginable for the Han tribe, which was deserted when it was dark. The most surprised thing about this is not others, but the tale of the Han tribe, which is the business elder of the Xin tribe. This guy has been studying in Shenyang City for more than a year. Common words can be read and written, and others. The exchange has also said goodbye to the translation. This time I heard the wind, saying that the lush is back from Bamboo Island. He took the initiative to follow Luochong to Browsing County to see, mainly to welcome the return of the wandering, and by the way to ask about the situation of his hometown, as well as the cooperation between the Han tribe and the Xin tribe. Some things are unknown to the tribe, but the tale of the Han tribe is very clear. He is afraid that his tribe will suffer in cooperation with the Han tribe, so he will take a look. Luochong came to Browsyan County also to wait for the comeback, but he wouldn't wait here, and it's Luochong's rule to do more with limited time. This time, he came to wait for the rollback to come back. There are also inspections of the new ship trial system and the sale of wine packaging. Luo Chuan was relieved about the shipbuilding. He just took a look. This kind of boat is not difficult for the Browsingyan County shipyard. In the past, he basically had nothing to do with the design of the watertight compartment. Need to guide yourself. The most interesting thing for Luo Chong is actually the glass bottle of liquor, which is absolutely fresh. Regarding how to hold white wine in glass bottles, several schemes have been derived. Of course, the two schemes are mainly glass bottles with corks and glass bottles with threaded bottle caps, but these two have their own characteristics. It doesn't matter who is good or bad. Luo Chong really has some uncertain ideas for a while. It is inconvenient to transport wine with a container like a jar, and it is not convenient to put it. It is easy to spill out when pouring wine, causing great waste. Be aware that this is all made of food. So, taking advantage of the successful development of glass, we launched an experimental project of glass bottled white wine. The glass bottle is easy to make and blow it directly in the mold, but how to seal it is a problem. The cork is similar to the packaging of red wine. The requirement is that the mouth of the bottle should be slightly thinner. The contact area of the bottleneck makes it better sealed. The key to this modeling is not easy to open. A special bottling tool is also needed. It is possible to make high-end wine, but it is not conducive to promotion. So it's the most cost-effective to think about it or the threaded bottle cap, but this one is more technically difficult. The first is the thread of the bottle mouth. This is not easy to deal with. Luo Chan's opinion is to blow out a bottle first. After the bottle is finished, it is actually very common to process the bottle after all. Finally, specifically for this process, Luo Chong also manufactured a special machine for this process. The process is to blow out the glass bottle in a bottle-wide mold, then remove the metal blowpipe, clamp the bottle body with a sandwich, and add the heating bottle. At one end, after the mouth of the bottle is burnt and soft, put the bottle muzzle on a round metal mold. Use a lever to operate a metal mold with a thread inside 2 Fs to hug the mouth of the bottle and apply pressure to staple the thread of the mouth of the bottle, then cut off the excess red and hot glass with a knife, and finally treat the mouth of the bottle round. In terms of bottle caps, Luo Chong chose 2 types, thin iron skin and thick iron skin. First, he pressed out the prototype of the bottle cap with a hydraulic pressure device, and then squeezed out the thread on the bottle cap with a handheld carbide. This is obviously more difficult than the cork-style sealing method of processing, but it is more promising, so Luo Chong does not mind spending more effort. The corks can only be used on the thin neck bottles, but the threaded bottle caps are different. Not only wine bottles, but hot sauce jars can also be used. All kinds of sauce products can be used, even cans, especially cans. It is the focus of Luo Chong's preparation for development, and even more future output than white wine. The Han tribe is about to develop sea trade. How can future sea fish be transported to the mainland in a few months? How can fruits and vegetables be preserved on the ship for a long time? With the first technology of the Han tribe, only pickled cans are the most good solution. He came to Weishan County by boat with Luo Chong. The heart of the tale is complicated. Although he only stayed in the Han tribe for a year, the knowledge between this year scared him. The Han tribe developed too fast. When he first came a year ago, the tale was still in school in Hanyang City. He could only light the tong oil lamp when he returned home every day. At that time, he was thinking that this thing is really advanced, and he doesn't know where these oils come from. It's impossible for the animal oil he has seen. If it's in his own tribe, who wants to use animal oil to light the lamp, the oil for people is not enough. What's more, they never thought about things like lights. They usually need lighting at night and light more torches, or just make a bonfire. But now, looking at the beam tower in front of me, the beef tail deeply felt a sense of inferiority and powerlessness. The oil lamps at home have not been popular yet. People have replaced more advanced stone lamps on this side. How to do it? Throw some broken stones in, and add some cold water to be used as a light, and it is so bright. The electric stone lamp brings more than the difference in technology, and some things that even the people of the Han tribe can think of. The tale thought of it. Just an electric stone lamp gave the Han tribe more time for development. The location is different, and the levels seen are different. Let's put it this way. I couldn't do anything until dark at night, but now with the electric stone lamp, the Han tribe's activity time at night was 4 hours more, 4 hours a day, which is equivalent to every day more than the Xin tribe. More than half a day. Although there are not many in 4 hours, it will not be used by the Han tribe to organize collective work, but it is used on each household. This is more useful. Women can take advantage of 2 more shoes at night and make 2 more. Men can also pierce a few more brooms, make a few more bamboo baskets, and both can increase their income by setting up snacks in the night market. Children attending school can learn at least 1 hour more than usual. Taken together, the overall development of the Han tribe is accelerating. This speed makes the scalp of the tail look numb. See? This is the lighthouse. By the latest year, we will build a building in the northeast corner of Bamboo Island. If your Xian tribe needs to build one at the Dark Bridge, you can let your commander tell the mission. We will definitely help. Luo Chong stood upstairs on the wall of Weishan County and said to the tail around him, Niu Wei certainly knows that the Han tribe will not be so kind. Even if they really help them build a lighthouse, it is impossible not to be paid. The price here must be very high. Besides, they have no boat in the Xian tribe, and they want the lighthouse to have a mao. It was built for the Han tribe, and he was not stupid. Chief Han, our Xian tribe does not yet have a boat. Even if a lighthouse is built, it is useless. But if that kind of civilian electric stone lamp can be sold to us, our commander will be very happy. If the Han tribe can sell us the lamping technology, it would be better. Niu Wei tried to say that he actually knew in his heart that civilian electric stone lamps are much more useful than lighthouses. If the Xian tribe can also popularize electric stone lamps, the minimum speed of development will not be pulled too far by the Han tribe. This selling lamp is of course no problem, but the production technology is not good. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the technology inside is very high. At the level of your Xian tribe, even if you tell you that you can't make it, you don't have the tin of the lamp body. You don't even have the ability to smelt. I tell you what it is. Luo rushed to the tail and saw that he wanted to refute, and he continued to make up the knife. Don't say that you can refine copper. Copper can't do stone lamps at all. We have tried it because copper skin doesn't work. Iron, the stone will explode in a container made of copper skin. Luo Chong opened his mouth and began to talk nonsense, apparently bullying the tail. Niu Wei was very stubborn in his heart. This was naked and despised by others, but Luo Chong said he could not refute it. After all, it was a fact that the Xian tribe could not make iron. Even if there was no raw material, even tell them that they could not do it. Take back the imported materials from the Han tribe to process and assemble yourself? Isn't that nonsense? With the temper of the Han tribe, it is estimated that selling materials is more expensive than selling the entire lamp. After being directly rejected by Luo Chong, the tail was not easy to say, and could only retreat and ask Luo again. Chief Han, since we can't do the electric stone lamps, it's okay to buy them directly from the Han tribe, but the stones used in it are consumables. Is it too troublesome to buy from the Han tribe this time and time to run? For a few months, you can sell us the technology of making electric stones, and we are willing to pay the right price for this. Luo laughed and didn't answer directly, but asked, This is not impossible, but the production of stones requires a lot of coal. Do you have coal on Bamboo Island? If so, I don't mind selling the production technology of stones to you. Coal. The tail was stunned, and he still doesn't know what coal is. Is something similar to charcoal. It can be used as firewood, but it is a natural black stone, which can be burned when it is dug out. You can be regarded as natural stone charcoal. Luo Chong explained. Niu Wei frowned and thoughtful. He really didn't know if there was this thing on Bamboo Island. At least it was certainly not before, otherwise the Xian tribe would have used it earlier. I don't know if this coal is available, but I hope the Chinese leader can help us to pass a message and let him send someone to find it. If there is coal on Bamboo Island, I hope the Chinese leader can really make the stones. The method is sold to us. Of course, if I speak and count, I will definitely not lie to you. Luo Chong didn't care to say that if Bamboo Island had coal, it would be a ghost. Even if it did, they would not be able to mine it within 3 or 2 years. After 3 or 2 years, whether Bamboo Island had the surname Han or Xian, it's not necessary, so it's okay to promise them. When the two's topic on electric stone lamps ended, the cowtail asked Luo Chong if he could exchange oil squeezing technology for the Han tribe. This Luo Chong agreed, but when Niu Wei asked what exchange was needed, Luo Chong said that he needed a lot of wheat and white salt. White salt is nothing to the Xian tribe, but wheat has become a big problem. The main grain of the Xian tribe is corn. The wheat is simply not available. It can only be introduced from the Han tribe, and the Xian tribe can be sold after it is better. The Han tribe seems to have no problem on the surface, but Niu Wei always feels wrong, but he really can't tell where there is a problem. Why do we have to wheat? Can't we use corn for it? Niu Wei asked curiously. Luo shook his head and said, Corn is not good. The first is that the people of our Han tribe are not used to it. The second is that the storage time is too short. I want wheat to actually save more food for the tribe. There is no shelling wheat that can be stored for 5 or 6 years. You can also promote it in large numbers on Bamboo Island. Even if you don't sell it to us, you save it yourself. If Niu Wei nods with a thought, he doesn't think there is any problem. Luo Chong is the leader of the Han tribe. His idea of saving food is normal. This reason is very reasonable. With a little caution, Niuwei agreed. What Luo Chong said is half true and half false. He really wants to save food, but it's a bit nonsense if he wants wheat. The rice produced by the Han tribe can't finish it every year. The storage time is shorter. The purpose of this is actually to create a food crisis for the Xian tribe, because wheat is among the several staple foods of the Han tribe. The yield is the least. At that time, the corn of Bamboo Island will be replaced with wheat. Don't say it's sold to the Han tribe. It's not necessary for them to eat enough. Chief Han, we need to buy too much from the Han tribe, and the food is white salt. I am worried that our Xian tribe cannot afford it. See if you can add something else. Niuwei thought about asking again. It is really all transactions that use food and white salt, and the pressure on the Xian tribe is too great. This is easy to handle. We will also buy paper at a high price. Isn't your Xian tribe a lot of bamboo? I can let the mission pass on the technology of making bamboo paper to you. You use local bamboo to make paper and sell it to us. How much do we want? Luo Chong continued to pit the tail and said. The proposal of the cow tail was overwhelming against Luo. Bamboo paper is a good thing. The raw materials are everywhere. The longer the chopping, the faster the Han tribe's paper price has not been cheap. If the Xian tribe can really produce bamboo paper, then maybe it can really achieve import and export balance. It's nothing more than a bull tail would think so. It's really unfair that the transaction between the two tribes of Hingsan is now. The Han tribe is a party with high technology and has formed a comprehensive technical crushing of the Xian tribe. As a result, the Han tribe often only needs to come up with a little high-end thing to change to the Xian tribe's large basic resources, whether it's food or white salt. They are the most basic things, with low value, and they can only rely on quantity to exchange for a good thing from the Han tribe. But this has always been the case, and the Xian tribe can't eat it, so the tail will wonder if the Xian tribe can also produce some high-value things, and make equal exchanges with the Han tribe, and bamboo paper is the best choice. The cowtail who had studied in the Han tribe knew how much the Han tribe needed paper and knew the value of paper, so he had no doubt that Luo Chong was in him. The reason why Luo Chong put forward such a condition seems to be thinking about the Xian tribe. In fact, this transaction has greater benefits for the Han tribe. The first is that the Han tribe's own paper production capacity is insufficient, and there is a great demand for paper. If the Xian tribe can produce large amounts of paper, it can alleviate the shortage of paper in the Han tribe. On the other hand, from a technical point of view, the traditional paper-making process is a long and labor-intensive industry. If the Xian tribe really wants to popularize paper-making, it will cost a lot of labor and spend a lot of time on it. This is Luo Chang's consumption policy, which has spent so much manpower, material resources, and time. The paper produced can neither be eaten nor used. It will only seriously delay the development of the Xian tribe, and even affect their normal production and life. In this way, Luo Chang's purpose will be achieved. The two stood on the wall and looked at the lighthouse not far away. They each counted their Ziyaju in their hearts, thinking about how to get more benefits from each other. A few days passed by, and the wandering did not allow Luo Chong to wait for them. On the third day of September, the team of pioneering groups led by the wandering finally reached the end of the trip, Weishan County Pier. Looking at the lighthouse standing next to the pier, the wandering was also quite surprised. He did not expect that the leader had already made a lighthouse before he came back, and the busyness of the Weishan County Pier also surprised him. A handful. On the pier, the coke and coal ship from Hart Island are being continuously transported to the shore. A special ore loading and unloading berth is eye-catching. On the ordinary wooden stack bridge, there is a very exaggerated wooden door hanging device. There are two ducts on the plane. The pulley and the rope hang the air bucket on the ship. Then use the opposite operation to hang the dozenge on the side of the shore, where the four-wheel truck has been parked. At this time, as long as a switch at the bottom of the dose is turned on, the coke inside will automatically leak into the car bucket. The loading and unloading efficiency is too fast. On the other side of the ordinary cargo ship, there is a similar dragon door hanging device, but the hanging below is not a flower, but a four-claw hook that can be automatically grabbed, whether it is a wooden bucket or a box, or a sack. As long as the hook is placed on the cargo, the claws will automatically tighten when it is lifted, and when the other side is on the ground, the claws will automatically loosen. The materials used to load and unload the ship are too convenient. The only disadvantage is that you can't grab bulk cargo. You must have a box, wooden barrel, or sack or the like, but this is obviously not a problem for the Han tribe. When these things left in Lush, they were still not there, so he was not surprised. Seeing the leader in window, the pioneering group was fortunate to have lost its lives. Finally, it completed this task of pioneering the sea. We also brought a lot of good things by the sea. They were not available in our Han tribe. They were brought to the leader. Taste. When I saw Luo Chong and a group of people running specially to greet myself, I didn't dare to make too many times while I was proud to take the initiative to rush to Luo. Hurry up, you will be in the wind and rain all the way, and it will be half a year in a walk. It is really hard to rest assured that everyone will work on this trip, and your head will be rewarded later. Get up, the city has prepared a reception banquet for you. Luo Chong first pulled up the lambs by himself, and then faked a hand on the people who landed, and it was still necessary to maintain the majestic courtesy of the leader. After all, Han Li wrote it himself. Thank you for your rewarding banquet. After all, the wandering as the leader once again led everyone to give another gift, even if this simple triumphant ceremony is completed. At the banquet in Weishan County, the 80 mortal tables were placed dozens, and everyone who followed the lambs were all present. This is a reward for them. The first table, Luo Chong, was sitting at the main position, with Yunzi and Yufu on both sides. Below were the 4 captains of the development group, and the elder cows of the Xin tribe. Come on, everyone tastes the new liquor from our Han tribe, which is brewed with sorghum rice and wine, distilled and purified, and then out of it. It tastes more fragrant than the previous rice wine, but the wine is also more violent. It's better to take a sip first, otherwise it's not good to spray it in front of the leader. Ha ha ha. Yunzi giggled up the glass bottle and poured a glass for everyone here. For liquor, Yunzi is very proud. Who made this a specialty in his jurisdiction, but no other county this stuff. A captain sitting next to Yunzi was very eye-catching. After seeing him give the leader and the lush down, he hurriedly robbed the bottle. Only then did he fall down to others and encountered such a sensible guy. Yunzi also smiled and nodded to the captain next to him. Lobo and Niawei and others looked at the wine bottles and wine glasses in front of them. They saw it for the first time. Lobo saw a signal from it. The chief gave these containers with glass, indicating that the Han tribe has mastered the process of mass manufacturing cheap glass. At least it is much cheaper than the glass made with crystal before. There is also this wine. Although the Han tribe produces a lot of wine, he didn't drink too much when he was traveling. When he went out, the leader would let him bring some wine on the boat, but at that time he drank all rice. The wine made is also as turbid as rice soup, and the degree is up and down 3 or 4 degrees. He saw the transparent and water-like wine in front of him for the first time, but he would not treat this thing as water, because the unique taste of alcohol is too punching. Come, everyone toast, congratulations on the triumphant return of the pioneering group, and also wish the friendship between the 2 tribes of Hansen last forever. After seeing everyone's cups filled with wine, Luo Chong took the lead in giving a congratulatory message. Thank you for your wine. At the call of Luo Chong, everyone took a sip, and then a hissing sound came in the next second. Some people blushed in an instant, some were still sucking cold, and some opened their mouths. Keep shouting spicily, Luo Chong looked at them calmly. This wine Luo Chong does not know how many degrees it is, but at least 40 degrees according to the taste. It is a more common moderate wine. He didn't feel anything when he drank it. He is nothing for now, but the other people who drink this height wine for the first time feel unbearable. The people at Luo Chang's table had almost an expression, all holding their breath, feeling that their noses were breathing fire, and the alcoholic liquor flowed through the throat into the stomach, which suddenly gave them a feeling of burning in the abdomen. After escorting a few breaths and pressing down the wine, he took the lead in commenting, "Chief, this wine tastes alcoholic and the wine is clear like water, but the energy inside is violent and abnormal. The belly is like fire, and it is quite effective. If you drink it in winter, it will be more delicious. Yes, this kind of spirits is most suitable for warming up in winter. It is usually better to drink less at all times. It is easy to get drunk if you drink too much, and it will delay doing business." Luo Chong first nodded and agreed, and then warned everyone. Alcohol can speed up blood circulation, and it can indeed play a role in warming from a scientific point of view. This is true, but drunk and alcoholism are not a good thing. Not only hurt the liver, but also delay work. They need to be warned in advance. After drinking a few more sips on the dishes, everyone immediately came up with their suggestions about sailing. "Chief, if we want to develop sea shipping in the future, we must study new ships. This time, the ships we ride in the development group are not very suitable, and sailing in the wind and waves is too dangerous. The first time we went to sea, we suffered a storm on the way. Due to the short sidewall, the big waves in the sea were one by one on the deck, and almost overturned our ship. And our boat is also shallow, and the bumps are very serious in the wind and waves. The design of the cabin is not suitable for anti-wave. A big wave came that day, and the sea water was directly poured into our cabin. All the charcoal was soaked. Before arriving in Bamboo Island for the next few days, we hadn't eaten hot food once in 2 or 3 days. Now think of it, it was really dangerous at the time. The wandering was somewhat emotional about his own experience of sailing, and it also provided Luo Chong with an improved idea to tell Luo Chong where it is not suitable to sail in the sea. However, regarding these issues mentioned by Yufu, Luo Chong actually thought about it long ago, and it is easy to improve, but he has no time now. Anyway, the transaction volume with the Xin tribe is still small. It is enough to replace those big ships for 2 years. It is not too late to develop a dedicated nautical vessel, so I heard Luo Chong say. There is no time for the improvement of the sea ship. If you go again next time, you can replace it with a 3-mast ship. Anyway, you can't use a few. As for what you mentioned in the letter before, a large number of sea fishing vessels are needed. I have designed a new ship with a 20-meter boat with 2 models of brig and dhow. It is easy to look up in the big waves, the performance of the broken waves is good, and the cabin is also designed as a deck-type water compartment, which can be stored separately. However, if you want to transport the fish from the beach to us, there are currently only 3 methods that are feasible. One is to pickle the drying fish, the second is to process it into seafood cans, and the third is to use the cold storage method. Transportation, this is a bit more troublesome, you can only wait until next year. Hearing Luo Chong saying this, he was disappointed for a while. He thought that the leader would continue to develop larger ships. Unexpectedly, he got a 20-meter boat. He had planned to kill the sea beast next time. It seems that there is no drama now, but when I heard Luo Chong saying that the fish by the sea can be transported back, he was instantly attracted attention by this topic. Chief, I know the dried fish, but what is that can in Icetown, can you tell us? Wondering and curious questioning. The can is to seal the cooked fish with a soup in a jar. Because of the isolation of the air, the storage time will be longer, and it should not be a problem to put it for a few months. As for Icetown, you should be very familiar. Even in winter, even if the fresh meat is placed directly outside, because the environment is very cold, the meat will be frozen directly, and it will not rot throughout the winter. Icetown also means, we can cut the ice in the lake in winter, cut it into ice bricks and store it in the underground ice cellar. We can take out the ice bricks from the cellar in the summer of the following year, so that we can pour ice cubes in the cabin and wait until the fish is caught. After a direct treatment, it is thrown into the ice pile, which can also prevent the fish from rotting. The advantage of this is that you can eat fresh seafood, but there are also troublesome places. For example, we are too far away from the beach. The ice cube will definitely open in 2 or 3 months. If you want to refrigerate and transport, you can only set up a few more ice cellars along the way, so that the ship can supplement the consumed ice cubes on the road. Everyone understood Luo Chong's meaning as soon as he heard it. The analysis of Luo Chong was also very consistent. Of course, Icetown seafood is the best, but it is also the most troublesome of the 3 methods. Just setting up ice supply points along the way is a sum of money. Small expenses. However, the moisturizing with enough seafood is obviously not very interested in those gadgets, and he does not agree with the return of the sea fish, so we listened to him. Chief, I don't think it's necessary to do canned and refrigerated transportation of marine fish. This road is too far away. It's not cost-effective to ship it back. The cost will increase a lot. With the money for this transportation, our tribes want to eat fish. You can just fish in a freshwater lake or in a river. It's cheaper to eat sea fish. It's enough to eat some fish dried. In the development of seaboat fishing, we must mainly raise the people of coastal counties and counties in accordance with the principle of proximity, and then we can develop special marine fisheries, such as special fishing for rare fish or sea beasts of special value. Chief, when we first went to sea, we encountered a particularly large sea beast. The monster's size is twice as long as our brig sailboat. The mouth and boat are not as wide as the boat. It can swallow thousands of pounds of sea fish in one bite. If we can catch this thing, maybe there will be any special effects. It's a pity that our ship is too small. Even the largest ship in our tribe is at most about the size of a sea beast. I think it is still difficult to use such a boat to subdue or arrest that kind of sea beast. Ha ha! Luo Chong laughed very unexpectedly. Do you dare to compete with such a big beast, not afraid of turning over the boat and burying all in the fish belly? I'm afraid, of course, the leader, you haven't seen how scary that thing is. When we first saw it, everyone was trembling with the railing on the boat, and they didn't even dare to say, I was afraid that that thing would overturn our boat, and then take us to the tooth sacrifice. Yufa seems to have drank too much, and it is even more open to talk. He dares to take the initiative to explode anything, causing everyone here to laugh. You don't mind, I continued with a sip of wine, I'm afraid it's nothing embarrassing, you haven't seen it, and you must be more afraid than me when you see it. I said that I'm afraid that it's because our ship is small. If I had a big ship that wouldn't be overturned, I would dare to take someone to find the guy's grudge, maybe it can really catch that thing back. Yes, if there is such a big boat, we dare to try it. Even if we can't catch it, we must cut a few pounds of meat on it. As soon as the captains of the wandering men heard the boss say about hunting the beasts, they also followed the up. The tail on the side was dizzy and listening to them bragging. He was drinking for the first time. He hadn't even drank rice wine before, and the alcohol was somewhat poorly tolerated. This would be holding the table back and forth. I might have fallen asleep. Yunzi is discussing the sea beast with the loud noise. Mainly Yunzi is smelling, wondering. There is no way, it is really curious. Don't say that there are no big animals. Yunzi has never even heard of it. If it were not for the sake that the leader believed, he would think that the wandering was bragging. Luo Chon laughed and watched them not express their opinions, but was thinking about the purpose of the whale quickly in his head. If the interests are really huge, he would not mind getting a whaling boat out to play. Whether the whale's meat is good or not is not important for Luo Chon, because other sea fish also have. If it is just for meat, why do you have to eat a whale? This reason cannot convince yourself. Are the remaining benefits? Whales must be regarded as useful things, the keys that can be used to make clothes. Unfortunately, Han's Chinese clothes don't need tied clothes, let alone exaggerated skirts. Whales can also be used to make combs. Unfortunately, the Han tribe already has wooden combs and lamb horns, which is not attractive. Whales must also be used to make umbrella bones, but the Han tribe has cheaper bamboo and wood. Isn't it enough to make an umbrella with whales? Whale oil is also a good thing, mainly used to make candles or oil lamps, which are lighted more than ordinary oil lamps, and even once became a common fuel for lighthouses. It is rumored that in some ancient tombs of the emperor, whale oil is often used to make lawn lights, but now for the Han tribe, this situation is really a bit of a chicken rib. If the Han tribe does not have a stone lamp, Luo Chon will really consider the problem of whale oil, but now with the electric stone lamp, whale oil is useless. After counting this lap, Luo Chon was a bit autistic. He couldn't find a reason to convince himself to catch a whale. Since whales are so useless to Han tribes, why do they want to kill it? Thinking of this, Luo Chon shook his head against the wandering. If you want to catch the sea monster, next time I will give you 4 three-mast ships and let you go hunting, but I guess it's useless. It's not easy to hunt such a big thing. It's better to catch some other fish. Well, the leader is at ease. I will try my best to capture a sea monster back next time. Yufu is drunk and seems a little excited. Although Luo Chon did not agree to build a larger boat for him, it is not entirely impossible for 4 40-meter-long three-mast sailboats to hunt giant whales. Full of confidence. But Luo Chon has thrown this stubble behind his head. There are so many species of sea fish. Why do you have to stare at the whale, 2 meters long and a few hundred pounds, a tuna that is heavier than a pig? The swordfish of the moonlight family, the big yellow fish of the rock school, which is not an easy-to-fish species. Why do you have to get through the whale? And the kung fu study can be beaten at night. Catch the rhythm of the. Of course, the big ship is still to be built, but don't worry so much, the Han tribe can build it slowly. Now the longevity has opened the sea route to Bamboo Island. Whether it is a new harbor base or a chartered fishing boat for the Xian tribe, the Han tribe needs to build a large number of small ships, especially with a brig, but these ships cannot let all browsing Yangshi's shipyard produces, which will seriously slow down the progress of the Han tribe's shipbuilding. Therefore, Luo Chan's plan is to gradually decentralize the production order of the boat, first get a shipyard at the coastal base, and then divide some of the workers in the past. The shipyard in Browsingyan County began to concentrate on manufacturing large ships and developing new ship models. Of course, the new ship is still dominated by fishing vessels, and it must be large enough to ensure every harvest to go to sea. In order to increase the load capacity as much as possible, Luo Chon set the initial target at 80 meters long and 16 meters wide. At least 6 masts must be loaded, more than 4 meters deep, and a big guy with a displacement of more than 2,000 tons. Such a boat is twice as big as the current largest ship of the Han tribe, but for modern ocean-going fishing vessels, it can still only be regarded as a younger brother, but Luo is not in a hurry. After all, the food will be eaten one bite at a time. If the goal is set too big, various problems will be exposed at that time, and it is still good to make it. Such a large ship has hundreds of people. If something goes wrong, it is equivalent to the Han tribe directly losing a county. Such a loss Han tribe can't afford it. Moreover, when the boat is overtaking from the big ship, many processes connecting parts need to be changed. At least a large amount of steel components must be added to ensure the strength of the hull. At least one big wave can't be allowed to break up the boat. Fortunately, the current coking plant and steel smelter are on track. The Han tribe headquarters really does not lack steel, so considering the problem of raw materials, the construction of the big ship can only be placed on the site of the Han tribe headquarters. An 80-meter-sized ship needs about 4,000 tall oaks or firs. If this is placed in other tribes, it is a huge project to just cut, transport, and process these woods. It is the super tribe of the Han tribe, coupled with sufficient livestock capacity and automatic sawing machine, it is possible to complete such a great project. Regarding the wood, Luo Chong is not very worried now, because the natural environment of this era is extremely low, and there are dense virgin forests everywhere. The ships built by the Han tribe so far have more than 200 ships together, but the surrounding mountains still do not see how to reduce, and the forest is still something that can be restored by itself. As long as the roots are not dug out, it can still grow quickly. Just as Luo Chong racked his brains to plan how to arrange the shipbuilding industry of the Han tribe, the Beast Teeth led by the remaining half of the mission members and a large number of artisans left by the cruise fleet, and also started the manufacturing industry of Bamboo Island. When the Animal Teeth first arrived at the Xian tribe, they promised to give the ink manufacturing technology to the Xian tribe as a gift. This is also explained by Luo Chong. Now that the mission has its own station, it has begun to officially teach technology. The Xian tribe attaches great importance to this technology teaching, and has directly obtained 5 elders to study in person. As the elders of the Xian tribe's scientific research team, he is the main person responsible for receiving technology this time. He also received a vote. The Xian tribe's own craftsmen, while studying technology to help the mission, are basically solved by the problem of insufficient staff of the mission. And the Golden Elder, who is specifically responsible for copper smelting and casting, he has no specific business, but is sent by Xian to learn. He does not need to learn any special technology, that is, those craftsmen who surround the mission all day chatting and beating. In fact, it is to peek at the various tools used by the craftsmen and how to use the tools, waiting for the full record to take it back and try to imitate a batch of tools with copper alloy, especially various carpentry tools. As the only pro-Chinese member of the Xian tribe's elder group, he voluntarily asked to stay, and his reasons were very powerful. He told Xian that the Han tribe's mission was building civil engineering. He took the initiative to bring people to help. By the way, you can also learn about the construction techniques of the Han tribe. In the future, it is good to build a big house for the commander. Xian Tongguan had coveted various techniques of the Han tribe. When he heard the elders say so, he certainly agreed. In addition, there are rice elders and bean elders who came together to study pen and ink, but to study and plant them. When Luo Chong sent his veterinary teeth, he was asked to bring some seeds, mainly wheat and peanuts. There are also many Rami seeds that intend to use these low-yield food and non-food crops to occupy large areas of the Xian tribe, let them cause a food crisis, and now these things have finally started planting under Luo Chong's plan. The Rami grows very quickly. The weather in August and September is very hot. It sprouts in the ground for 2 days. The growth rate is even more like a day. However, the Xian tribe wants to start producing sackcloth independently now. It can be done. One is that the Rami has not grown well. The second is that the output of the first planting is too low to provide a large amount of raw materials. However, it is inevitable that the Xian tribes who are eager to learn textile technology, or the missions that are eager to consume the labor force of Bamboo Island, the two sides will meet at once, and each has a solution to the raw materials in order to quickly complete the delivery of textile technology. Han Jie, since the Rami you said will take a long time, and it will slowly expand the cultivation, it is better to use other materials to practice textile cloth first. The elder Lihi, who was responsible for the technical docking, asked. The animal teeth are a bit curious. Does the Xian tribe still have other fiber raw materials, and the number is still very large? No monster teeth will make such a judgment, because as far as he knows, the Xian tribe currently has nothing to provide a large number of fiber crops. Now the elders of the other party take the initiative to mention, how could he not be curious? In addition to the Rami that has just been planted, do you have other crops that can provide a lot of textile raw materials? Yes. The bean elder smiled with a smug face. Did Han forget? But our Xian tribe got the Han tribe hair cloth on the grassland, he. The beast teeth whispered head. He has been studying what crop to replace Rami all day long. He really forgot about the cloth. But since we want to teach textiles, it's okay to add another woolen. Do something during the open window period where the grass grows in handles. Well, that's it. You are responsible for organizing the collection of raw materials. Our mission comes to the weaver and the craftsman. You can quickly learn the technology inside. In fact, weaving cloth is a very simple matter. The veteran explained to the bean elder. Hey, wait a minute, I heard that Han Gong was also looking for a substitute for Rami during this time. I don't know if Han Gang found it. If so, please ask Han Gang not to hide it. The elders of Mi and Do directly wanted to slap the dentures and walked away. They stopped him in a hurry and began to ask about the solution of the Han tribe. The beast's teeth are not concealed from them, so I can say to the two people with great time, my way is to find other sage. The rami is just one of the many sorrels, and the plant of sack grass is very common. Even if there is no wild sesame on Bamboo Island, there should be one or two other kinds of sacks. What? You said that our Xin tribe has its own numb grass? What is? Can Hanjia be found? Where are those numb grass? Hearing back from beast teeth, the elders of me and Do screamed out loud. They were so surprised that there was not only one kind of EED grass that could weave clothes, and this thing was growing under their eyelids. This is really unknown in Basehan. After the exclamation, the selfish virtues of the two were revealed instantly, and they asked about the source of the Ephesus. If these precious resources could be enveloped within their sphere of influence, wouldn't it be that they picked up an inexhaustible treasure? The beast's teeth are not as much as they thought. They said it wool that is around here, namely linen and hemp. I often see that thing, but I didn't know it before. It's also a kind of ephedra. It was only a few days ago that our leader sent information about several other types of ephedrine. I realized that it was also ephedrine. You said that the grass is near here? Elder Me's expression is a bit weird, which is a bit different from what he thought. Yeah, but it's not a rare thing. I think Bamboo Island should be talented everywhere. The mission is not familiar with the geography of Bamboo Island, and the manpower is not enough. For the collection of wool and numb grass, there are 2 elders who work on it. Beast teeth arranged for the 2 again. When Migotten was disgusting like a bug, beast teeth were like a blow, and they were accurately poked on his key. If the grass is everywhere, how do they do a unique business and how do they make money? However, the eyes of the bean elder next to him suddenly brightened, and he even agreed to the arrangement of the lower beast teeth, and then pulled the rice elder and left. Old man, what are you doing with me? Hey, didn't you listen to the guy? He asked us both to collect wool and numb grass around Bamboo Island, got it? Oh, hey, go together. The 2 muttered away, and the beast teeth were even busy explaining the work tasks to the craftsmen of each group. The papermaker took a vote of apprentices arranged by the Xin tribe to find materials. If you want to turn bamboo into paper, you must first find the right material, but pick the kind of bamboo that is already ingredients, but it is not too old. The tender bamboo about 2 years is good, then cut down the bamboo shoots, then break into bamboo strips, bind up and fall into the stone, and soak. This process will last for about 3 or 4 months, until the rhetoric of the tough bamboo bubble is whitened, the organization is completely decomposed, and the soft ones are like noodles. Only then can we find out for the next step of the beating and other processing steps. The papermaker arranged this work for the apprentices, so he left it alone, and then took people to find the right bamboo as a material to teach them how to boil bamboo M3, and then used the treated bamboo muddy to start making thin sandals. It is the special tool used in the paper steps, followed by the decay used in the pulp steps, the pulp pool of the paper. Although the firewall used for roasting paper has not been completed, the preparation work has been carried out in an orderly manner. There is also a group of people who follow the local indigenous guides to find lime. Lime is a very common thing. Bamboo Island also has it. It may have been useless for them before, but now it is essential, such as washing wool. The best degreaser for wool is of course soap, but the Xin tribe does not, so it can only be replaced with lime, which is also a basic substance. It's okay to use oil. Not only that, but asbestos is also used in the pulp-making steps of paper. The first is to decompose as a catalyst acceleration material, and the second is to bleach, and it can also make the paper more smooth. The ink maker also took the indigenous apprentice to dig the pine cigarette kiln, and part of it was to find the pine tree, cut down some oil-containing pine branches to be used as raw materials, and the collected pine fat was used as an adhesive for rubbing ink. The brush is relatively simple. A master of the Han tribe plus a few apprentices, no more than 10 people in total. This is a simple handicraft job, and no large equipment is needed, so there are very few people arranged by the Xin tribe. There is no technological content in the ink, and it is directly explained to the local pottery craftsmen of the Xin tribe, so they can tinker themselves. The mission station where the animal teeth are located is specifically responsible for the technical teaching of textiles. The desktop manual shuttle load is still in production, but the simple waste machine has been obtained. In terms of spinning machines, the technology given by the Han tribe is one-wheel single-ingot pedal spinner, pedal drive, the kind that can only spin a thread at a time, but looking at the world is also relatively advanced. When the wool after skimming was manually combed into a yarn strip on the nailboard, and then sent into the spinner machine was turned into wool, everyone in the peripheral Xin tribe was stunned. Several elders were even more surprised. The technology of the Hohan tribe is brilliant. A few days later, the Woolrich Textile Group officially began to weave. This time, more people came to watch the wind. After all, if this time succeeds, it may see the birth of the first cloth of the Xin tribe. Of course, everyone is enthusiastic. Traditional waist planes need to sit flat on the ground and stick to the yarn axis with their feet in front of their legs, but the waist machine made by the mission is slightly different. They fixed the traditional waistband on a bench. One end is the yarn shaft, so that you don't have to kick. People sit directly at the other end of the bench and tie the shaft to the waist. You can start weaving. This waistband is the most primitive loom, limited to the structure of the loom, and can only weave a narrow range of fabrics. The width of up to half a meter is used to make a sack. If you make a dress quilt, you need a lot of splicing, and there is no pedal connector on it. The dividing line also needs to be done by handing over a board, but even for such backward technology, looking at the ever-changing fabric in the hands of the master of the Han tribe, everyone in the Xin tribe felt very advanced. The technical teaching on the other side of Bamboo Island is proceeding in an orderly manner. Various achievements continue to be passed on to the ears of Xin, making him feel quite comfortable. Regardless of whether the next cross-sea bridge is built, his generation of Ming Jun's title is can't run, don't say anything else. At least the Xin tribe has achieved leapfrog development in his generation. For example, now, he has used the furry pen, ink ingots, ink tablets and other products produced by his tribe. Although the paper has not been made, it can be written on the bamboo simple with a brush, which is better than the previous. It is much more convenient to type. With these self-produced writing tools, one thing Xin Guan will do every day is to copy the Han Li and Hanla presented by the mission. Learning the script of the Han tribe, Xin Guan has no ideological burden. Now there are no concepts such as nation-state. Everyone is the same person. They are all similar tribes. Whoever learns from advanced things has no cultural protection. Consciousness. Although the Xin tribe also has its own oracle text, the number is very small, and some can only be defined by the concept of symbol. It is said that the text is a bit self-deceptive, because it is completely unsystematic, and it is not like the letter. It can repeat the combination, and there is no precise structure of the upper and lower bits. Since the text of the Han tribe is so practical that it can express anything you want to express, it is directly used to learn, and learning Chinese characters is not only for learning words, but also for learning advanced knowledge of the Han tribe through Chinese characters, such as tribal management experience, etc. Although this book of Han Li speaks etiquette, after eating through it, you can also see the division of the Han tribe to the class. Intentionally use the Kung system to control your people, and regulate the behavior of the people through this set of promotion rules. Take one of the examples, why the Han tribe is so well developed in technology, and the former Xin command still does not understand, but when he sees the Han Li recorded, as long as there are practical inventions, he can get a title reward in the Han tribe. You can get a higher social status than others, and land rewards directly linked to wealth. Such a temptation is at hand, and the channel for promotion is still legal. Who doesn't want to do anything to invent for the tribe? It would be unreasonable if the technology of the Han tribe develops slowly. Of course, Xin's command is really misunderstood. The reason why the Han tribe has such fruitful results today is entirely driven by Luo Chong alone, but it's okay to understand like him. Luo Chong wants this effect. If all the people can clearly realize this, that is a good thing. It was true that the speed and direction of tribal development could be promoted by formulating rules. No wonder our Xin tribe is lifeless and can't see any vitality, because the people of the clan have no upward channel. No matter how hard they try, they can only be like everyone, so they lose their aggressiveness? Xin Tong led the learning of Chinese characters while drawing the knowledge he needed from Han Li, and repeatedly thinking about the management methods of the tribe. As the saying goes, occupations are different, and the perspective of things is different, so the results obtained are different. Xin Guan deserves to be a personal talent. As the leader of the big tribe, he first saw the way of managing the tribe from Han Li. Most Han tribe students cannot do this, which is the change caused by the difference in positions. For example, let a small Han tribe vendor come to read Han Li, then he must have seen the business opportunity first. When will the holiday be over again? What needs to be prepared during the holiday? It seems that he has to hoard some goods in advance, and those who are about to graduate the teenager will only pay attention to the wedding etiquette in Han Li, and crooked many unsuitable pictures of children. This is the change of perspective brought by identity. Everyone's focus on the same thing is different. If Zhenbao's Xin leader was very happy recently, he ate more as soon as he was happy, and he was all fat for a few weeks. He was also more and more open to the activities of the Han tribe mission in Bamboo Island. Give a lot of permissions that were not released before. At least for now, because until now, Xin Tongja has not discovered any bad attempts by the Han tribe against them. He believes that the Han tribe has put its purpose on the bright side. Why the Han tribe is so active in helping its tribe? It is nothing more than trying to monopolize the sea salt export trade of Bamboo Island. because in the many transactions of the two tribes of Hansen, the only valuable hard currency of the Xian tribe is white salt. In order to obtain these advanced technology and materials, the Xian tribe can only produce all the white salt produced each year for trading. This cut off the relationship between the Xian tribe and the grassland. Regardless of whether this is the case or not, the commander of Xian feels that he has understood the strategy of the Han tribe, cutting off the relationship between Takashima and the grassland, plus the intelligence of the Han tribe's soldiers in the grassland building this year. It is not difficult to guess that the Han tribe is about to do things on the grassland. However, what the Han tribe does has nothing to do with their Xian tribe, even if it is related to Xian Tanzi, because he feels that the leader of the Han tribe has given himself enough hints that the Han tribe is willing to use technology in exchange for the Xian tribe's standby watching. As long as you don't intervene in grassland affairs, you can get the opportunity for rapid development. Of course, Xian Tanzi is happy to watch the drama. If there is such a good opportunity not to seize it, it is a fool. He thinks it is Luo Chang's masculinity. But these are his own speculations. Luo Chong will not admit anything anyway. He just needs to follow his established plan. On the other side, it is also very bad to lose the partner of the Xian tribe. Without the Xian tribe, they lost a lot of white salt and lost the channel to obtain metal weapons. Since the merchants of the Xian tribe disappeared from the grassland after that, even bamboo and arrow poles on the entire grassland became rare, and the herdsmen could not easily let go of the arrows. Because selling arrows is a franchise of the Xian tribe business team, the Han tribe does not sell that thing at all. Now, if the nomadic tribes in the grassland want to make new arrows, they can only find materials to make them. This has caused them a lot of trouble. Nowadays, even the production materials of arrows and yards have increased in price, and there is still no market price. Luo Chong certainly doesn't care about this. All the herdsmen in the entire grassland are disarmed before he is happy. It is better for herdsmen not to buy arrows. He now only cares about his business and is too lazy to control anything else. The new city established by the Han tribe by the grassland lake has begun to take shape. After several months of construction, at least the inner city has been built. The craftsmen, slaves and the army that came in advance have now lived in the inner city, and they don't have to worry anymore. Sleep. With the completion of the inner city of the new grassland city, the city furthest away from the Han tribe headquarters is also officially listed as a county, Kaiwan County. This is Luo Chang's name for the new grassland city. You know what the name means. This is a new source of income for the Han tribe. The business in Kaiwan County is very good, because it sells all the living materials that the herdsmen desperately need, and because of the withdrawal of the Xian tribe, this business is unique throughout the grassland. I want to buy no one else's home. Monopoly business is so overbearing. And the Han tribe also officially launched its own monetary system and began to try to control all nomadic tribes with the monetary system. Promoting currency is difficult, but it is simple and simple. Hanbei's implementation is not a pure credit currency, because copper and silver coins are inherently valuable things. Unlike banknotes, banknotes are the real credit currency. If there is no strong government and countless deposits on the backstage, the banknotes are a pile of waste paper. Coupled with the various means of Luo Chong, the currency of the Han tribe was promoted smoothly in the grassland. Copper and silver coins have their own value. Even if this thing is not made into coins, it can be used to create tools or instruments. This is its value, so when the Han tribe uses this currency to trade, those grasslands, the herdsman's resistance is not very strong. Of course, there are still difficulties, but they were all anticipated in advance, and they also made plans in advance for these possible problems. How to make herdsmen who have never been exposed to coins willing to trade in currency? This problem is big, but to do this, the first is to establish the credit of the money issuer among the herdsmen. On this point, Luo Chang's first method is to build a city. Yes, to build a city. These two seemingly unrelated things are actually very relevant in Luo Chang's eyes. In fact, the currency of the Han tribe has been made long ago, and the operation and circulation of the Han tribe headquarters is very good. So why didn't you come to the grassland to promote it earlier? Why do you have to wait for the city to start using currency? The gap here is actually very large. Think about it. If you are a herd, you will meet a group of strangers who don't know where they came from. They claim to be a Chinese tribe's business team and want to exchange the metal circles in my hands for the cattle and horses I raised. These metal circles cannot be eaten or drank. There is no use in my hands. Then I definitely don't want to change with them. I would rather exchange cows and sheep for some salt, or fabrics and iron pots, even if I suffer a little, but these things are very practical. White salt can be used to eat, fabrics can be used to make clothes, and iron pots can also be used for cooking. Why do I have to choose to change some useless currency? But the situation is different now. I heard people say that a group of people who claim to be Han tribes have made a large yard on the grassland, which specializes in selling some living materials. Under the introduction of neighbors and acquaintances, I am going to take cattle and sheep to change. Use something. But after arriving there, those who claim to be Han tribes said that they could only trade in currency. I think those metal pieces are worthless and do not want to change with them. They just want to exchange things for things, but those people say that the transaction must use money, and they promise to exchange various goods with them in currency. If not, welcome yourself to come to them. With the insistence of the other party, I'm going to try a little currency first. I didn't expect it to be really easy to use. With the other party's guarantee, I decided to hold some currency. Anyway, the other party's home is here. Forgive them for not running. If something goes wrong, I will come to them for trouble. The purpose of Luo Chong is to create such a psychology for the herdsman. Lao Tzu's home is here. Lao Tzu said that the currency will work for it. If something goes wrong, you will come to my house to find me. What? Are you worried about Lao Tzu running around? Farting, I spent so much manpower, material and financial resources to build a yard here. Do you think Lao Tzu will run away because of your broken money? Quickly get the money out, don't delay Lao Tzu's work. This is the role of the new city regarding the currency credit of the Han tribe. What is the new city is actually the fixed assets of the Han tribe on the grassland. Luo Chong is actually using this fixed asset to mortgage under the eyes of the herdsmen in exchange for their trust in the currency of the Han tribe. This is just the first step. Even so, most herdsmen are more willing to change things, directly and conveniently, without worrying about being pitted. There are not so many troublesome things, so how can they willingly choose to trade in money? In response to this problem, Luo Chang's solution is to get two markets. One is the livestock trading market, which specializes in going out of currency, and uses money to buy livestock from herdsmen. The other is the department store. Everything is mainly based on living materials. When buying things here, you must pay with coins, one in and one out, which forms the circulation of coins and goods, and the entire market environment can be stabilized. The first is the troubles encountered by herdsmen when they bought things. He took a pair of leather boots at the department store in Cayuan County, or a bite of iron pot, and wanted to exchange them with the cattle he brought, but he felt that the cattle were very bad. Don't want cattle, but want a group of sheep. What should I do then? Herdsmen can go to the livestock market next door to sell their cattle and replace them with equivalent coins, and then use the coins to buy the leather boots and iron pots they want, and the vendors who want a group of sheep can take this money, go to the livestock market next door and change to the flock you want. Both sides are happy. From this point of view, currency is the purpose of preservation and transaction refinement, making transactions more flexible. No matter what you bring, you can eventually change to what you want, and you will not suffer. Even if there is a difference, you will get a currency equal to the difference as compensation. This is the second step in Luo Chang's promotion of currency. In fact, at this point, the credit of currency has basically been formed. At least the herdsmen are willing to try to trade in currency, but for long-term possession, they still have their own vigilance. What if the money suddenly becomes worthless? What if the money suddenly fails to change? What should I do then? No, I can't hold the currency. After changing to the currency, I will spend it all at once. While the Han tribe has not changed its mind, I will first replace all the money with what I need. This is the real idea of many herdsmen, and Luo Chang's third step in promoting currency is actually very simple, that is hoarding. No matter how much you want to buy, as long as you buy it, I will sell it to you in full. The first time you spent all the money and got what you want, the second time you are not at ease, you have spent all the money is bought. After a month, you take the money to buy things again. The Han tribe still sells it to you in full. At this time, you will start to hold money with confidence. Although it may not start much, this is a good sign. It has been this step that the currency has really been promoted. The herdsmen have begun to recognize that the currency is valuable. They have begun to hold a large amount of money, and use the currency as wealth. Even the herdsmen and herdsmen will use the currency. Do some transactions so that the currency of the Han tribe can achieve real economic control on the grassland. In September, the first year of the Han tribe's founding year, the grasslands of this month fell into a short period of peace, and they robbed a large number of small and medium-sized tribes in the southern grasslands. After obtaining a large number of population and livestock supplements, they began to tortoise and lick the wounds slowly. The entire side of the vent is left with a small group of people who have given up the Lantai leadership in secret activities, and no decent sneak attacks were organized. In Dalin's own words, they were still scouting. It's not that he's afraid of talking nonsense, but he's really doing reconnaissance. Through the reconnaissance of the Han army in Kaiwan County in recent times, he is increasingly ignorant of the Han tribe's manipulation, and he has never found any chance, because those Han troops in iron armor have never been able to shrink, and they only move around the city every day. It seems that they are training. That's right, the soldiers of Qian Niawei and Hu Benwei are indeed training, including cavalry composed of grassland herders who have surrendered to the Han tribe. The grassland of the Han tribe needs to be changed. This is a very clear thing about Luo Chong. Today's Qian Niawei and Hu Benwei are like the Song dynasty facing Jinliao. They are equipped with powerful batches. They are all kinds of hanging. Nomadism is almost invincible, but there is a short-legged problem that does not ride a horse. In the face of nomads dominated by cavalry, it is equivalent to losing the initiative of the battlefield. Whether you want to fight or not is not your own decision, but the enemy has the final say. If they want to harass, they will harass, but they will run immediately, and the Han tribe will not catch up with them even if they are so powerful. In the face of this situation, there are only two ways to solve it. One is to build a castle like the Song dynasty, build a bunker while stationing military personnel, and repair all the way to the door of the other party's house, forcing the other party to fight against the city. This aspect is the advantage of the Song dynasty, but this strategy takes too long and the cost is too high. The Han tribe cannot play at all. The other is to train a cavalry team that is more nomadic than the nomadic cavalry to come out. Like Huo went to fight the Huns, he used the prairie approach to seek a duel against each other. Compared with the two methods, Luo Chong is of course more inclined to take the cavalry route, because this works faster and the cost is relatively small. The current Han tribe can do it, so Luo Chong's recent order to Qian Niawei and Hu Benwei is comprehensive cavalry reformation. Unlike the scarce environment of the previous horses, now with the new source of finance in the open source county, the Han tribe can absorb the livestock horses on the grassland, and the horses that want to get together the two firms can still get it. For 1,000 cavalry it takes about 12,000 horses, which was not dared to be thought before, but now it is no longer a problem for the Han tribe. Moreover, after absorbing the nomadic tribes on the grassland to surrender, the Han tribe's horse-rearing technology has also achieved leapfrog development. Some tactics that were not known before were also learned from the herdsman's mouth, so the Han tribe has been practicing recently. The new tactics, the source of all this, came from a small tribe that actively surrendered in the past. It is a nomadic tribe with an active trust. The population is only 100 people, but there are only a few thousand animals. It can only be regarded as a small tribe on the grassland. However, its tribal leader is an incapable person. This person's name is Beiyin. It sounds very imposing, because the translation of the word Beiyin into Chinese is probably a blessing. It has nothing to do with the words of power, and ability to fight. But this person, after carefully studying the equipment and methods of warfare of the Han tribe cavalry, provided a very useful suggestion. This guy said very confidently that as long as his method was used, the Han tribe could be reinstated. The speed is doubled in a short time. When the news was spread to Luo Chang's ears, Luo Chong also expressed interest in it. In this world, Luo Chong dared to recognize himself as the first, but Luo Chong really did not dare to brag than to raise horses and cavalry. Because he did not raise horses, he did not understand the real cavalry fighting method. In this respect, he was not much stronger than those ancient war military fans. So he was very attentive, holding a teaching attitude, and summoned this guy named Baoyin. Of course, Luo Chong did not take the initiative to see him in the past, but let him take the Han tribe cargo ship to Weishan County. Waiting for him here, the first is to learn, and the second is to let this guy have a long understanding and kill his sharpness. Don't think that you have a good idea and feel that you are very powerful. The first treasure of riding a big ship was indeed known. It was the first time he grew up to leave the grassland he was familiar with, and was taken to a strange area by a vehicle floating on the water. On the road, he saw more ships. Without exception, these big guys floating on the water all belong to the Han tribe. These sailboats are either loaded with many people, or full of various goods, even sand and black. There are special ships for transportation, and like the one he took, he specializes in transporting livestock. Yes, a horse ship that the gem took. When the sailboat passed through Browsingyan County, he saw a city several times larger than Kaiwan City. According to the crew next to him, it was also one of the residences of the Han tribe. There are many. When he finally arrived at the end of the trip, Weishan County, he saw the scene that shocked him. It was the terminal of Weishan County, a pier with many heavy berths and trestle, which could provide multiple heavy cargo ships at the same time. On the pier, there is a black road leading to the distance, which is a black road covered by coal slag. Countless carriages are coming and going through. I really relied on strength to interpret what is called carriage, because there are too many carriages, and the style of those carriages is still something he has never seen. It seems to be made specifically for cargo, and there are more things. It's not comparable to the cranes sold by the Han tribe on the grassland. Only then did he know, There are really good things in the Han tribe that never take out. The lighthouse next to the pier is even more shocking to him. This is probably the highest artificial building he has ever seen. The people of the Han tribe seem to be very good at building a house, although he is not yet aware of the actual use of this tower. But this building alone, the unique shape, is enough to make him awe. I saw it all the way, and I haven't seen the legendary leader of the Han tribe. The momentum of the treasure is already short. The confidence in my heart also threw a 7 or 8. The strength of the Han tribe is not something he can imagine. Yes, that's imagination. He suddenly felt that he had a great deviation from the understanding and reality of the Han tribe. An inner city in Kaiwan County, it does not represent the entire Han tribe. The Han tribe still has a lot of things that he can't even think of. Finally, in the official office of Huaishan County, Baoyin saw the man who was the leader of the Han tribe in the rumors. He was very young and looked like he was 167. He was not as old as his brother. The Baoyin could not imagine such the seemingly ordinary teenager led such a large Han tribe behind his back, and it developed so quickly. I heard that you have a way to increase the speed of cavalry in a short time? Luo Chong put down the brush in his hand and asked the treasure straight. Yes, I can. Baoyin didn't seem to expect Luo Chong to be so direct, which is a bit different from the meeting he expected on the road. What method? Luo Chong asked again. I want to join the Han tribe and become an officer like Ili. Baoyin did not answer Luo Chong's question, but took the opportunity to put forward his own conditions. Luo's was expressionless and can't see what is being thought. Just a plain tone. I heard from the people below that you have joined the Han tribe, so this cannot be your bargaining chip, but can you become an officer? Depending on your skills, I will not let an incapable person lead my soldier to death, so you want to be an officer, but you must prove your value and ability first. Luo Chong's answer was once again beyond Baoyin's expectations, which made him a little awkward, or uncomfortable, because the chips he had prepared seemed to have lost value here. Shouldn't it be the leader who promised himself first conditions, and then take the opportunity to offer good ideas? What went wrong? Why did you suddenly become passive? He didn't understand it, but under Luo Chong's watch, the gap between the two sides gave him a great sense of oppression. The young man sitting opposite seemed to have a magic force that made people obey automatically, forcing him to follow each other's requirements. Respond. Me, I saw that the cavalry of the Han tribe are wearing very thick iron clothes. They are very defensive and face almost nothing, nomadic tribes as their opponents, but the cavalry of the Han tribe are wearing too heavy. The iron coat is not flexible enough on the horse, and the horse is carrying such a heavy thing, and it will be very difficult to run. This is for the herdsmen who are good at running and riding. It is a big weakness. I know there is a simple way for the Han tribe cavalry to get the fastest horse speed in a short time, which is very suitable for sprinting, because I see that the attack methods of the iron cavalry are basically only sprinting. Baoyin said that Luo Zhua had a secret look here, but Luo Chong was still expressionless. He dared not use this as a bargaining condition to put it out, so he had to throw his chips out, and he read it out in his heart. I hope this young Han tribe leader will be generous. If you don't give any position, go back and definitely take the clan away. There will be no future for following stingy leaders. Well, that's it. After a deep breath, Baoyin continued to say that horses are very timid animals. They are easily frightened, and sometimes they get out of control when they are frightened, causing bad results, but we can also use this to gain advantage. During the battle, when the warring parties hedge, the horse will be frightened, and it will automatically slow down. When it is serious, it will run away because of fear. At this time, the rider is also difficult to control. So my way is to cover the eyes of the horses with things before the war, and when they can't see anything, they will no longer be afraid of riding against each other, and because of temporary blindness, the horses will be very scared. Once this animal is scared, it will run wildly, and the speed can be several % faster than the usual fastest speed. At this time, as long as the rider can control the direction, he can get a faster extreme sprint than usual, but there are also disadvantages, that is, the horse will be more tired than usual, and the number of rushes will be reduced, but the Han tribe's cavalry is all 3 horses per person. I think this is not a problem for the Han tribe. As long as you train regularly, you can master this method. After the words, the treasure looked at the top Luo Rush with great expectations and anxiety, waiting for his reaction. Luo Chong was stunned without traces, and then he suddenly discovered that the way the Baoyin said about the fight of the blindfold of the Manhwa, anti-harmonious, he actually knew it, yes, in some costume dramas, but he never knew what it was to do. In my heart, Luo Chong always thought that blindfolded horses were just to prevent horses from fear and opposite horse bursts, but he never knew that this method also had the function of accelerating sprinting. After all, he had never raised a horse. How could anything be known? Strange knowledge has increased again. Luo Chong sighed in his heart, and indeed, one cannot know everything. Professional things have to come professionally. At least in terms of horses, he really hasn't had much contact. Therefore, it seems that it is also a good choice for a person who knows horse sex to join his cavalry. Luo Chong made a decision in his heart in an instant. This is a talent. If he doesn't want it, he might become someone else. How could he agree to give such a talent away? Yes, your suggestion is very helpful for heavy armored cavalry, but the Han tribe cannot have only one kind of cavalry. They not only have to learn to rush, but also learn to shoot. I want them to be more elite than nomadic cavalry. The cavalry must surpass the nomadic cavalry in every way. Can you help me do this? Luo Chan's words did not seem to agree, but listening to the treasure's ears was like a natural sound. It seems that as long as he nods, Luo Chong will immediately give him the position he wants. Of course, the Han tribe has the best conditions, whether it is horse feeding for horses, or sophisticated harness, as well as luxury weapons and iron clothing, which are not comparable to those nomadic tribes. If so, I can't help the leader build an elite cavalry, then I won't be here today. Baoyin's answer is also very confident, because of the facts he said. The Han tribe has nothing to do with logistics, and even in the structure and management of the professional army, it is perfect for him to pick out a bit of problems. Now they just lack some of the experience of cavalry fighting, and this happens to be the inherent strength of his old herdsmen, even among all the herdsmen in the grassland. Baoyin also proudly said that no one knows horses better than himself and the way cavalry fights. Luo Chong is satisfied with the nod. Then you can go to Qian Niawei to join the army first, in charge of the training of the troops. As for leading the army alone, you can't do it now, because you are not familiar with the structure and management system of the Han army. You can only count as a student. When do you have this ability? I'm giving you the opportunity to lead alone. When Luo Chong said half of it, Beiyin was very disappointed. He thought he would get a position like Ili, who could lead a nomadic cavalry armed by the Han tribe alone, but no, the leader only promised to give him a supervisor. Training to join the army, he knows what this means, because then it is just training, there is no real power. But when Luo Chong stated his reasons for doing so, the treasurer was a bit happy. The leader said that he should learn the management system of the army. At this time, the treasurer suddenly realized that the leader was right, because he was against the Han tribe. The structure and management in the army really don't know anything. If in this case the leader let him form a team, then it means that his future achievements will be here. The leader will not give him more power, and letting him learn means more possibilities. Although his status and strength will not be too high for the time being, such an arrangement makes him more hopeful, so the treasure trove agreed without hesitation. The subsequent treasure was not immediately sent back to the grassland, but under Luo Chan's arrangement, he went around the Han tribe. Of course, the secret place is not allowed. He walked from Wishan County to Braoxingyan County by land, then from Braosang County to the west to Shitan County, then Ruyang County, and finally to Hanyang County. He had no chance to go to several counties under Hanyang County, because he found that the leader had already waited for him in Hanyang County. Hanyang County is the earliest city established by the Han tribe. It is not very large, but it is the residence of the leader. It contains the most complete supporting facilities. There is a construction site in the city. It is said that it is the new home of the leader. The treasurer saw the house under construction on the street. The house is very tall, about 3 floors. The wood used in addition to a few bricks and stones makes him look a little distressed. The Han tribe always likes to make some big pens on the house. If our herdsmen will never waste so much material on building a house, there is so much good wood. If we make a few more carriages, how can we do more bows and arrows than to build a house? But this is the charming feature of the Han tribe. Although the house they built will not move, it is very beautiful and will make them feel comfortable because it is the place they call home. The herdsmen have no home, and the herdsmen have been wandering all their lives, but are they still herdsmen now? It may not take long for them to have such a home. Those Han people always say that their home is to live comfortably, and they can return to their nest to relax their rest after a busy day, so they are always willing to spend a lot of money to constantly improve their homes, and today they will make a water well, set up a grape raisin and handle some things from time to time and stuff it into the house. I am happy every day. Thinking so, the treasurer suddenly became a little envious. The nomadic life on the grassland was very bitter. They lived in no fixed place. They didn't know when they would be forced to transfer because the water grass was eaten up, or they would be attacked by other tribes. But the people of the Han tribe don't need it. They have a home, they have a stable food source. Even if they are attacked by the enemy, they can also keep the enemy out of the gate by virtue of the tall walls. No, maybe there is no idea of daring to beat the Han tribe, because Hanbi is too powerful. Walking this way, from the layout of many cities and towns of the Han tribe, the Baoyin concluded that no enemy can defeat the Han tribe, because it is already very hard to surround or attack a city alone. It may take at least 10,000 soldiers to use a city. The tribe only needs to close the gate and stick to it for a few days. Reinforcement in other cities will come from all directions to support, so no one can beat the Han tribe. At least there is no such powerful tribe yet. Baoyin, this time the army has completely modified cavalry, which requires a large number of weapons and supplies to be replenished. You have to go back to Kaiwan City with this batch of materials. There is also an elder of the Xin tribe who wants you to ensure the safety of this batch of materials. Can you do it smoothly? On the 5th floor of the Hanyang County official building, Luo Chong asked Beiyin like this. Yes, I must send things to the open source county, please rest assured. The treasure is now full of fighting spirit, because he has a longing for the future in his heart, that is hope, and it was given to him by the leader. Okay, take these things up. This is the waist plate, ribbon, official uniform, armor, and appointment letter that you have made these days. Well, I heard that you like the Han tribe's knife, so let people do it for you. Luo Chong sat behind his desk, pointing at the things on the coffee table by the window. The treasure was always excited, not because of the cumbersome official uniforms and ribbons, but because of the armor and long knife placed there, which was what he dreamed of. The first reason why he is willing to take the initiative to surrender to the Han tribe is that the grassland has been too chaotic recently, especially near the sphere of influence on the side of Totan. Many small tribes have been forcibly annexed or looted. The treasure is for self-protection and for the sake of the Han tribe. Asylum, this joined the Han tribe. And another reason why he did not choose to trust in other large nomadic tribes is because the Han tribe's materials are stable, and the Han tribe will not worry about the lack of such embarrassment because of the war. Because the Han tribe itself produces those things, no one can break the supply of the Han tribe, unless the Han tribe has fallen completely. Of course it is impossible. Of course, there is one of the most important reasons because the Baoyin has his ambitions. He thinks that Yiplao is not much stronger than himself. Even compared with the tribe before the two joined the Han tribe, whether it is population or livestock, Baoyin consciously does not lose Yiplao, so since Yiplao can be reused in the Han tribe and has the power to lead an armored cavalry, why can't he? So he wanted to try it, so he came. Endure the excitement and joy in his heart, rush Luo with a crappy etiquette, said thank you leader, and then he could not wait to come to the rewards. The silver and white armor flashed with a burst of cold light, and there was no difference in the appearance color from the armor of ordinary soldiers. It was not the fish-scale armor worn by the military chief, nor the same armor as the ordinary soldiers, but the unified configuration of the low-ranking officers. Mountain armor, but as a difference between joining the army and ordinary officers. In fact, his armor was equipped with a round guard, the so-called heart goggles, and the military chief was the first two and the back one. In addition to the arm protection, his armor has additional animal heads to protect his shoulders, which are not available to ordinary officers. Anyway, joining the army can also rank fourth in a regular army of Han tribes. And the war knife on the side seems to be not much different from the brachial waist knife. In fact, the treasure sound itself does not understand. He only sees that the knife sheath of this knife is made of black wood. The wooden system is very hard. With a silver cut sheath ring, the whole knife is longer than those made of knives, and the blade body is also narrower. It has a certain arc that is upward, but it is not the exaggerated scimitar. The same thing as the modular waist knife is that this knife also has a knife, the handle between the blade and the handle is not very long. It is still the category of a one-handed knife, not a heavy knife used to punch, but it is very suitable for light riding, and raiding is a style he likes very much. This knife is a horse knife more suitable for cavalry use, which is different from the infantry war knives used by the sword shields. This is the evaluation made after the treasure sound has been carefully measured. Of course, he didn't say it. The reward of the leader could not allow him to choose 3 or 4. In fact, he was already very satisfied with it. After accepting the Beiyin's thanks again, Luo Chong took him to the material warehouse and explained to him the materials that need to be transported this time. At the same time, he let his professional cavalry join the army to evaluate the performance of the weaponry. After all, the things are good. It is also checked by the first-rate rider on the front line, and the treasure is exactly the first-rate rider. The door is open, and the warehouse is full of materials, mainly 4 kinds of things: horse tools, mainly stirrups and saddles, which are essential basic equipment for the formation of cavalry, then iron ingots. These are sent to logistics. The raw materials are mainly used to repair equipment and slap. Yes, cavalry may not waste shoes very much, but the horseshoe needs to be replaced frequently. At least this is the case with the Han tribe. Others include armor and parts on armor, all of which are pieces of armor and ropes, used to repair damaged armor. The most surprising thing about Beiyin is that thousands of box-corned composite and curved short bows, which were done last winter, but they have never been used, because for everyone, this short bow is most suitable for cavalry. Of course, infantry is also good, but the infantry of the Han tribe already has a crossbow, so these bows have been brought down. Now it's finally time to come in handy. With these bows, there are a lot of stock arrows, which have accumulated for a long time. Bowing picked up a tuned curved short bow and began to examine it carefully. It felt like it was kissing a strange girl. Writing, that's the tradition of nomads imprinted in their bones. They had their own bows and arrows since they were born, because that was the toy their father prepared for them. Every child on the grassland was riding a sheep from an early age, growing up with a small bow, and waiting for a man to grow taller. The mount under their crotch becomes a horse. The toy in hand has also become a weapon that can easily kill prey and enemies. No one knows riding better than nomads, which is why Luo Chong chose to let him join the army. How about this bow, if used for riding? Luo Chong asked Beiyin. I don't know yet. I saw this bow for the first time, but it looks very well made. Leader, can I try it with a bowstring? Beiyin held a bow to solicit. Of course. Luo rushed to nod. Anyone who knows bows and arrows knows that those bows and arrows are only hung before they are used. If long-term storage is required, it is best to remove the string so that the elasticity of the bow body can be maintained. As a treasure that grew up playing with bows, he naturally knew what was going on, and at the same time gave the Han tribe a new evaluation. It seems that they do not know nothing about bows and arrows. Well, I am proud again. With the subtle design of the crossbow, it can be seen that the Han tribe is not bad in bow making. After receiving the accessory package handed by someone, I found that there were 3 bow strings in it, and there was a block-shaped object wrapped in paper. The Bowing secretly said that the Han tribe is really luxurious. There are so many spare bow strings for a bow, but what is this thing next to it? He took a closer look at the bow tip of the string, then skillfully put the string on the bow, and picked up the white thing next to him and asked, "What is this for?" This is a wax block, which is used to smear bow strings and can be used for maintenance to prevent bowstrings and arrow tail frictions from wiping for a long time. The little official next to him introduced. The treasurer immediately widened his eyes. Is there such a thing? Their herdsmen used to maintain bowstrings with grease, butter, or sheep oil, because it was easy to get. If the bowstring really didn't work, they changed the string directly. Unexpectedly, the Han tribe also had its own things in this regard. It seems that the Han tribe's research on bows and arrows is more powerful than I thought. Holding the bow body and trying the touch of hands, and pulling the bowstring twice to try the pulling force, the treasure suddenly felt a very handy feeling, which made him highly rated this type of bow and arrow. Without asking Luo Chan's opinion, he took 5 arrows directly out of the box next to him, and lamented in his heart that such a good arrow was used for the first time. Unlike the way the Han tribe shoots arrows, the pure nomadic shooting method used by the treasure sounds. To say the difference between these two, it is probably the way to hold the bow. The Bayin's bowing method made everyone in the surrounding Han tribe very novel, and Luo was not too surprised to rush, because he had seen this on TV in his previous life. The treasure left hand holds the bow, but the hand holding the bow does not hold the bow tightly, but holds the bow in a false way, and the 5 arrows are still in his left hand holding the bow. When Luo Chong saw this, he already knew that this was a special shooting method for riding, holding bows and arrows with the same hand, and pulling strings with the other hand. This is the quick shooting technique for riding. He knows, but he will not. The treasure left hand holding a bow and arrow horizontally behind the side of the body, instead of the side of the arrow shot by the Han tribe, and then the other hand instantly caught an arrow against the bowstring, pulled the bow, scattered, and clanged about. The string vibrated lightly, and then heard a tremor. The arrow was firmly stuck on a wooden box 50 meters away. Whizzing, whizzing, whizzing. Continuous arrows flew out, and 5 arrows were shot in a short period of time, and the sound of a neutral arrow on a box 50 meters away sounded one after another, immediately leading to applause around. Snapped. Good arrow method. Someone shouted excitedly. Never aim your back at the enemy. This seems to be a motto for all kinds of fighters, but it is an exception for cavalry alone. It may not be accurate to say so, it should be a cavalry who can shoot. Bayin's riding technique is very standard. Although he stands on the ground and has no horses under the crotch, he uses the most authentic nomadic method. Nomadic bow cavalry have a characteristic because they ride on horses, so the best is lateral shooting and backward shooting, and the reason for this is mainly because of the influence of the horse head in front. The tactic commonly used by bow and cavalry is to cruise around the enemy and then shoot at the side of the besieged enemy. If there is a pursuit war, in the absence of a stirrup, the chased person will have an advantage because each herdsman can master the skills of shooting arrows backwards, and can attack the enemies at the end without any care. But the people chasing behind, because there is no stirrup, can't stand up at Mercedes-Benz horse, so they can only shoot arrows from behind the side, or directly chase the parallel wings of the former enemy. They have the opportunity to fight back. Another point is that the battle distance between riding and fighting is usually not too far. Both sides basically only release arrows within 50 meters. The first reason for this is that the bow is inherently bad, and the arrow is not good. There is no such power, so it can only be brought closer and then hit. The second reason is that the goal is to move at high speed, which is not easy to aim at. If you release the arrow when it is too far away, you must prejudge the shooting, and take into account the advance amount when setting the arrow, but this time the target is also moving at high speed, and experienced people can quickly adjust the direction after you release the arrow and speed, so when riding, the distance is too far away and it doesn't make sense to release the arrow. It is easy to be avoided by the other party, and doing so will only waste your precious arrow. How about these bows and arrows? Tell me your opinion. Luo Chong asked. The treasure just closed. Baoyin figured out that leader, this bow is very good. Although it has not been tried on horseback, it feels good in hand, the weight is very suitable, and the length is also very suitable, just like it is specially made for cavalry. The elasticity of the bow is also very strong. I think it can shoot farther than the herdsman's bow. I still have some opinions. These arrows are too heavy and will lower the speed of the arrow's flight. If it is replaced with light arrows, I think it may be better to use it in the riding. After all, both sides are moving fast and the arrow's faster side has the advantage. Obvious. Of course, what I said may not be right, because we are all used to hollow bamboo poles and arrows. This kind of solid wood arrow is also my first contact, maybe it is not used to it. The treasure sound quickly gave his opinion. He rated these curved bows very high, but he was not very satisfied with the arrow, but in the end it may be that he was afraid of making Luo Chong unhappy, and attributed the arrow's problem to his own habits of use. As for the final decision, that's Luo Chong's business. He also suggested it. Luo Chongjin thought for a while. The bow is definitely no problem, then the problem is in the choice of arrow. For arrow, Luo Chong does not know much, but for long-range shooting weapons, he is familiar. There is a law in thermal weapons, that is, in the case of equal speed, the greater the mass of the warhead, the greater the conductive kinetic energy, that is, the greater the caliber, the greater the power. Although bows and arrows are not hot weapons, they are also a kind of long-range weapons. In fact, this theory can be applied. Heavy arrows are equivalent to large-caliber ammunition. They are powerful. In the era of cold weapons combat, heavy arrows are most suitable for breaking armor. However, the light arrow equivalent to the small caliber ammunition also has its own characteristics, that is, the speed of shooting, the resistance is smaller, and the penetration is stronger. But power is not great. According to Luo Chong's theory, weapons of equal quality are not good or bad in terms of types, and only suitable for unsuitable issues, so it is the most wise choice to choose the right weapon for your own goal. The imaginary enemies of the Han tribe are mainly grassland natives. Even the enemies of other tribes are mainly aimless targets. The enemies are equipped with a low-profile fur at most, so the Han tribe's requirements for armor piercing are not high. As long as the arrow is installed with a metal arrow, it is a piece of cake for breaking the armor. In this analysis, the Han tribe is really useless with heavy arrows. Then take light arrows as the main thing, Luo Chong thought. Well, I know what you said, and I will prepare people for light arrows. This batch of arrows will also be brought with it, just as the city defense reserve. Luo Chong nodded and agreed, which made Bayin very happy, indicating that the leader still values himself. After testing the bow and arrow, the two began to check other material equipment, a small number of horses plus a large number of new saber, and a heavy cavalry-specific submachine knife. The luxury of the Han tribe's equipment refreshed the recognition of the treasure again. He was very excited when he thought he was about to join such an army and become one of its senior officers. The materials were quickly counted and then loaded. Because there are too many, it is necessary to install a day. The treasure will set off the next day. There are also messengers sent by the Xin tribe. Although they are on the same path, the itinerary is still somewhat different. The materials will be transported to Braoxingyan County through the convoy, then loaded there, and then the Bayin and the tail will board the ship. They will take the waterway to the open source county on the grassland lake first, where the Bayin terminal is, but it is the transit of the bull tail station. He decided to go and see. Luo Chong also decided to let him see. Niuwei will stay in Kaiwan County for a few days to see the new base of the Han tribe in the grassland, and also let him see the influence and strength of the Han tribe on the grassland, and then tell them the power when he returns. This is a deterrent from Luo Chong to the Xin tribe, and it is also ours after the oath of sovereignty. At least on the surface, even if the Xin tribe still wants to come to the grassland to trade in the future, it must pass the Han tribe. Otherwise, it is not allowed. Niuwei also knows Luo Chong's meaning. In the relationship between the two tribes of Hingsan, and in the true strength of the Han tribe, the tail has a better understanding than their generals. How will the two tribes get along in the future? The tail is actually more at ease. He will stay in Kaiwan County for about a week, and then take a boat to Bamboo Island from the sea instead of the dark bridge northwest of Bamboo Island. The dark bridge has been walking for at least a dozen years. It's rare, and if you don't catch up with time, you have to wait for a while on the shore. With this effort, you might as well take a sea route to see how the Han tribe went from the sea to Bamboo Island. Luo Chong agreed. This is also showing the strength of the Han tribe to the Xian tribe, clearly telling them that there is a waterway leading to Bamboo Island, and as the actual developer and controller of this waterway, how many ships are there in the Han tribe? How big is the one-time delivery capability of the Han tribe? Of course, whether it is to send troops or to deliver technology and materials depends on the relationship between the two tribes of Hinkson in the future. Demonstrating strength, showing muscles, many senior executives have seen the purpose of this operation, but to whom they show it, they are not very clear about this. Most people think that the target is the Xian tribe, but in Luo Chan's eyes, maybe it's just one person, and that person is the tail. Although Luo Chong did not deal much with Niu Wei, Luo Chong knew everything about Niu Wei every day through the Jinmu spy placed beside him. Niu Wei is a smart man and a person with the ability and courage. From his series of layout in the grassland that year, and he dared to take people out of the Han tribe without the permission and notice of the Han tribe. Judging from a series of performances after arriving at the Han tribe, the tail is not a simple person. With Luo Chan's evaluation, it is more than enough for Niu Wei to be a county guard. He is even more suitable to lead the Xian tribe than Xian commander. If he is allowed to do Xian command, the Xian tribe will never be like this. Strong, it will even bring a lot of trouble to the Han tribe. Unfortunately, if he is not, Xian commander will not give him his position. So in this case, how do you choose the tail of Hanbei? When he knows the Han tribe deeply, and then returns to the Xian tribe he is familiar with, what choice will he make after comparing the two? Was it secretly surrendering to the Han tribe to accelerate the demise of the Xian tribe, or was it firm to stand on the side of the Xian tribe, loyal to their commander, looking for opportunities to develop quickly at the gear of cooperation between the two tribes, and then fighting back against the Han tribe? To be honest, Luo Chong didn't know the answer, but he dared to do it. He dared to put the tail that had lived in the Han tribe for more than a year back. He dared to put the tail that had mastered the actual situation of the Han tribe back. This is Luo Chong gave the tail attitude. Luo Chong is betting on the ambition of the tail. If the tail is not ambitious, then he will follow the trend and do nothing, let it develop in Luo Chong's guidance. But the tail is not that kind of person. Luo Chong believes in his own vision. If Niu Wei has some ambitions, then he will turn to the Han tribe to make an undercover placed in the Xian tribe and become a promoter to help Luo Chong implement the plan. There is no doubt about this, because Luo Chong is very clear. For Niu Wei, the so-called loyalty to the Xian tribe is just a joke. There are two options in front of him. The first is to continue to be his Xian tribe elder. The second is to turn to the Han tribe to become a senior official of the Han tribe. They also do things under the hands of others. Which of these two options is more promising and a little bit brainy? A little ambitious people know how to choose. It happens that the bull tail is a person with a brain and ambition, and Luo Chong has a strong self-confidence, because he has a strong strength in his hand and a brighter future tribe, so he can choose the bull tail with confidence. In the last case, when the tail has a brain and ambition, and the courage is still very big, then he will come to Luo Chong to ask for more benefits on the condition of surrendering to the Han tribe. If his ambition is more than a senior official of a Han tribe, then he is likely to expect that the Xian tribe under Luo Chong will command. This may be a bit of a mouthful, but this is the case. It became the actual controller of Bamboo Island under the jurisdiction of a Han tribe with independent power. This is probably the biggest ambition of the bull tail. However, if Niu Wei made such a request, Luo Chong would never agree to him. Of course, according to Luo Chan's personality, he will definitely agree to the bull tail first, get his support, and then wait for the Bamboo Island to be completely calmed down before killing him. Luo Chong has always been a person who does whatever he wants for his purpose, and he would never mind doing so. In fact, Luo Chang's judgment is also correct. Niu Wei is indeed such a person with both brain and courage and ambition. But as the person at that time, the tail was clearer than Luo Chong, and he had no so-called choice at all. He can only trust the Han tribe. There is no other possibility. The only thing he can choose from is whether the remuneration after the event is a senior official or something else. Because he has long seen through the intentions of the Han tribe, the Xian tribe will eventually be destroyed. Sooner or later, Bamboo Island will become the territory of the Han tribe. There is only one way to die. He is very sure in his judgment. The reason is also very simple, and it is easy to think about it. If he is the leader of the Han tribe and has such a strong strength in his hands, he finds a Xian tribe that is comparable to his own weight but is very backward, then he will definitely beat the Xian tribe's idea and try to conquer it by various means. That's right, the ambition and courage of the bulltail is so great. He actually dared to assume that he was the leader of the Han tribe. Even if it was just an illusory dream, no one else dared to do it, but he dared to do it. The idea of Niu Wei is simple. If he is the leader of the Han tribe, he meets a tribe like the Xian tribe, and he has the ability to conquer it, so why not choose? Coupled with his own observations and judgments, Luo Chong was originally a very powerful person. This can be seen from his past with the Xian tribe. The Han tribe has never chosen to compromise or make a compromise in contact with the Xian tribe. One step, if you don't accept it, you will fight. This is Luo Chong's character. As well as the information he collected in the recent year, from the Han tribe to the Bamboo Island, and through diplomatic means to let the mission stay on the Bamboo Island, he knew the idea of the Luo Chong and then Xian tribe. It's just that he didn't think that Luo Chong would start so quickly, and he didn't expect Luo Chong to be so decisive. Actually, he planned everything before the mission set off. In his conjecture, Luo Chong worked hard to make the mission permanent on Bamboo Island. It should be for the mission to understand the situation on Bamboo Island, collect all useful information, and prepare for its next decision. The dispatch of missions by the Han tribe should still be in the early preparation stage of the conquest plan. This is the judgment of the cowtail. But when the Han tribe began to vigorously develop the shipbuilding and sent the exploration fleet to open the sea road to Bamboo Island, Niu Wei knew that the conquest plan had been launched, and he did not know the specific plan, but he asked to go back from the sea this time. I want to see for myself which step the plan has taken, including the situation of the Han tribe mission in Bamboo Island, what useful information they have collected, and how he chooses in the future will need to be judged by this observation. Beiyin and Niu Wei left. One went to Kaiwan County to take office, and one was ready to go home. As for the current senior officer of Qian Niu Wei, Luo Chong will make adjustments to them. Qian Niu Wei's commander is still Chai Duo. The original army was replaced by Ng Rui became the guard of Qian Niu Wei, so the vacant army was left to Beiyin. The replaced Eagle Reed was directly separated from the military system, and was then appointed by Luo Chong as the county guard of Kaiwan County, and was officially promoted to the local chief of administration. These personnel changes have been arranged in advance, and the soldiers were sent to Kaiwan County through Flying Eagle biography. Only when the treasure escorts the supplies pass, the two parties can start handing over directly, and he will not care about the rest. By mid-September, Luo Chong began to concentrate on cleaning up his house after making arrangements for various places. It is now autumn. He also intends to build the house earlier and then live in a new house in winter. In a few months, the main body of the house has been built. According to the current name, this is a Chinese villa combined with ancient and modern times. The rectangular courtyard was divided into 4 courtyards by several main buildings. The main building is a 2.5-story brick building. The living room was not placed in the middle hall, but on the corner of the main entrance. The front wall on the yard is still empty, where a large floor-to-ceiling window will be installed. Of course, the Han tribe has not yet made a large flat glass ability, so this floor-to-ceiling window will also be made into a grid shape according to the method of the lighthouse curtain wall, and each grid will be installed a rectangle of approximately 1 square meter. The upper part of the living room is a pickup design, where a small electric stone chandelier will be installed, which is still being customized. The tile floor in the hall will be laid, and there will be a circle of wooden sofas. There is a hard collapse close to the wall, which is actually a kong built with bricks, but it is not as big as a sleeping kong. It is a place used for people to sit in the lobby in winter, and by the way, it can also serve as a heating device. There are several rooms on the first and second floors, including a study room, a bedroom, and a kong in the bedroom. In addition to the room, there is also a terrace with a size of dozens of square meters. Below on the terrace, the area on the 3rd floor is not very large, but it is a luxury sunshine room. Most of the walls will be filled with glass, which can be used by people to bask in the sun in winter. In terms of overall structure, except for a small number of bricks, most of the wooden structure is used, including the design of roof eaves and beam pillars, all made of tenon sockets. Such a house is placed in modern at most a country house concept, but it is placed here in the Han tribe, which is enough to be called a top mansion. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to those official schools, but those buildings are not private, so it cannot be compared together. The kitchen is constructed separately, not with the main building, but also takes into account the needs of hygiene and fire prevention. This is just the building of the front yard. There is also a backyard called the inner courtyard behind the main house, which is a 2nd-story building with a one-size-fits shape, which can also be used for people to live. Luo Chong intends to wait for the children to get older. Let them live in the inner courtyard branch. The remaining 2 partial yards are not small. One of them is for the maid to live. At the same time, it also undertakes the functions of cooking and laundry. The other yard is for the maid to live. It also has a debris warehouse, stable and parking function, so that basically can take care of all aspects of life. Regarding male servants and maids, it is certainly impossible for Luo Chong to clean such a large yard, so the servant still needs it. As for the source of the servant, you can choose from the prisoners of war who are all in the family and want to be free, or choose orphans from newly joined people. As long as they are young, bring them back to cultivate themselves. There will be no shortage of orphans in each newly joined tribe, because the casualties of those tribes that survive on collection and hunting alone have always been high, and even live in a group marriage environment, and they do not know their parents at all. Who is it? There are many children who do not rely on it, so Luo Chong does not have to worry about recruiting servants. The craftsmen of the wood processing plant are building various furniture according to the drawings given by Luo Chong. Many rare decorative materials are shipped from all directions, especially based on the lamps and flat glass of Lake Hart Island. Luo Chong even wanted to get a fish tank, but it was a bit technically strenuous, and the glass could be found, but once considering the issues of oxygen supply and temperature, forget it. He had thought about digging a fish pond and building a pavilion on it, but the land was not big enough, so he could only think about it. In Luo Chong's old house, the purple fruit on the cotton rack has bloomed. A white cotton burst out of the peel. The little butterfly is picking the first generation of cotton from the Han tribe happily. The book records the entire process of cotton growing to harvesting from the Han tribe. Zhan Fu recently liked cooking, and discussed with Luo Chong to teach a lot of novel food production methods. Of course, it can still be eaten for children. Because the 2 children grow up, they can now eat slowly in addition to breastfeeding. Some other foods are supplemented by nutrition, and then find opportunities to wean, which requires a slow over. At this time, the 2 children, Xiaoqing and Xiao Luolan, were sitting face to face in a wooden trolley. The weather was getting cold. Both children had already put on thick autumn clothes. Of course, they were all crotch. On the car, the middle of the 2 children is a removable active tablet. Now there is a bowl of soft and glutinous egg soup on it. The 2 children are struggling to wave a wooden spoon to grab their mouths. They have a long neck. The napkin keeps covering his calf. Even so, he still eats all over his body. Zhan Fu laughed and took care of him, wiping this one after a while and wiping that one. Luolan recently appeared more naughty, threw the spoon directly after half of it, and then moved her feet to take off the tiger's shoes. While her brother was still eating egg soup, she began to wave her shoes. Shoot at the small table. The sound of snapped the wooden bowls on the tablet, and the egg soup was blurred directly into a face. The flower branches she was still laughing there trembling. Luo Chong became angry, and directly hugged the almost empty wooden bowl in his arms. He also threw a spoon and stretched her head into a wooden bowl to lick the remaining egg soup residue. Luolan began to fight with him again. The 2 children are still in the stage of learning languages, but they can also wobble under the leadership of adults. Luo Chong also specially prepared a learning rider for them, and did not know when these 2 little farts could learn to walk. It is estimated that it will be almost after this winter. Luo Chong thought so. Daddy! Daddy! Urine! Perhaps it was because there was too much egg soup. Luo Chong suddenly yelled at the small tablet in front of him, and Luo Chong, who was drawing drawings on the table, heard that he quickly carried the goods under the cotton rack. Holding him, the 2 calves began to pee. Dad, I also pee. It's not over yet, and the next sight of Luolan also started to call, and I don't know if it was really playing, but I took her away without waiting for Luo Chong to agree. Xiao Luo Chong leaned back in Luo Chong's arms, and put water on the bottom side, holding his head with his small hands, and from time to time looking back at his own father. At this time, a small soap suit came suddenly at the door of the yard. The official stood there. Although the door was open, he did not dare to go straight in. Boom boom. The little official stood at the door and knocked on the door politely. That said, leader, the paint over the new house arrived. The craftsman wanted to ask what color the beams were painted. Red, a little deeper. Jiang Hon, no, let's just go to the color of our military uniform. Luo rushed back, turned Luo Cheng's calf upside down, and after he drained the little finch, he went out with him in his arms. The distance between the old house and the new house is not very far. Going out of the door and turning a corner along the street is that the previous iron clearing stove has been completely invisible, and now only one new building stands there. The glass shipped from Hart Island is being installed on the doors and windows. The lamps in furniture are also in their place according to the design, and they greeted the craftsman in the yard, and Luo Chong took his son into the main house. The basic decoration of the main house has been completed. The floor and the walls have been dealt with. The living room is empty because there is no sofa. Luo Chong walked directly into his own study. The tall bookshelf with the wall has been installed. The ladder with wheels stood there quietly. At one end of the study, there is a solid wood desk made of oak. The weight is extremely heavy. No one can move it easily. The desktop looks shiny because it has been painted more than a dozen times. However, Rosheng doesn't care about this at all. His curious eyes just looked at it and stared at a wooden boat mold behind the desk, and then began to hum and struggle over there, pointing at the ship's model called Dad. Luo Kontan used his handrail, special, and saw something that could be played. Even his father didn't recognize it. I patted Luo Cheng's little ass. Luo Chong said, play back. We are not allowed to be carpenters when we grow up, have you heard? Luo Cheng immediately said that he didn't understand anything. Anyway, no matter what his father said, he only agreed to come down and talk, and then continued to struggle over the ship's model. Luo Cheng carried the ship's model and placed it directly on the desk, and then put his son on the desk. The little guy squatted on the table and began to tinker with the ship's model, pulling the chair and sitting next to it. The little guy didn't even know what this was, but just thought that the ship mold looked exquisite, and that size was like a toy. This can't wait to come and play with Luo Chong. In fact, this ship model is not small. It's a 3-mast building model. The whole system is exactly the same as the big ship, but this is a miniature version with a small proportion, but it still looks big. It is half a meter long. As for the reason why people were allowed to do this thing, it was not just Luo Chong who wanted a pendulum. In the era of sailing warships in Europe, every time a new ship was built in that period, the shipbuilding craftsman would first make a proportional reduction. The ship's model came out, while discovering problems and solving problems while manufacturing the ship's model, and improving the design plan while at the same time, it is also possible to derive the materials needed for the actual shipbuilding, the number of craftsmen, the working hours used, the steps of the process, etc. from the process of manufacturing the ship model, so that it will be very convenient when the actual shipbuilding is made, and it will hardly be encountered to trouble. Luo Chong made the same plan. When he built a boat, he didn't mention it without a model, but now he has to make a 80-meter long boat. The materials and craftsmanship used are huge. He doesn't want to do it. What went wrong, and then led to the waste of money and food? After all, the hull spent every day in the dock asking for money. Daddy! Rosheng Jr. shouted his father again, holding a window broken by him in his hand. He couldn't pretend to go back, so he had to take the window and ask himself for help. Luo sighed, plugged the window back, and then walked out holding his son. Xiao Luokang was still struggling in his arms, pointing at the ship's model behind and slapping. Luo slapped his ass and eggs. That thing is all pointed. Not what you can play now. Go, Dad takes you to get toys. When I heard the toys again, Ronaldinho stopped at the moment of its inception, and looked around curiously around his neck. Without walking far, the two came to the wood processing plant. The windmill's gears led the saws to squeak. The noise, sawdust here and fly, there are cutwood everywhere, and Luo Chong didn't stay here much. He took his son directly to the warehouse next to him, and then got 2 shaking Trojan horses from the manager's hand, as well as 2 small boxes made of golden vines. Trojan is a very common thing, but it is the first time in this world. As a toy for coaxing children, this thing can be used to play, and it can also cultivate children's interest in riding horses from an early age. It can be described as 1 or 2. Luo Chong has ordered that this thing can be made in large quantities and then sold outside. As for the 2 vine-edited small boxes, they actually contain building blocks. This building block is really made of wood. The corners have been polished and slippery. Compared to the tall ship mold, this is the first thing that children play. It is safe first, and at least it will not be plunged into something sharp. However, Luozhua left a mindset, in order to open up the child's vision, but also to cultivate his son's interest. These blocks are really shaped, can be stitched into various vehicles, rail, and a not too large wood locomotive. Although the Han tribe has not yet come out, then he also wants his son to play on the train first. Maybe when the child succeeds as emperor, the big man has a train. The Han tribe was established in mid-September, mid-autumn. Luo Chong's home is still in the renovation stage, and the entire Han tribe is about to usher in another round of harvest joy. On the vast grassland in the south of the Han tribe, the herdsmen also started their own reserve work. They rushed to Kaiyuan County to sell the excess livestock in their hands, to reduce the loss of winter livestock, and then use the money to sell livestock to buy the necessary living materials, especially salt as the weight. This year, I just had a heavy loss with the Han tribe, and it was even worse to recover slowly by licking the wound. They suffered a big defeat this year, heavy material losses, and the loss of the ally of the Xin tribe. I would like to let my newly recognized Yuko Dalantai grab a wave of Han tribes, but the Han tribe has been busy building houses and building cities for months. 2 regular armies of all armor are also undergoing military reforms. There is no plan to go out of the nest every day. The business between the Han tribe and the Xin tribe went directly to the sea. They even had no chance of robbing the merchants. Seeing that winter is approaching day by day, there are fewer and fewer white salt reserves in their hands, and they are anxious. Because they must get enough supplies before winter comes, otherwise their tribe will have problems even survive. Of course, it is impossible to buy your head to the Han tribe, and they can't win, but they still need supplies to be supplemented. There is really no way for Dalantai to give his father an idea. Father-in-law, let's pretend to be a small tribe, go to the Han tribe to do business with them. Anyway, their open source city sells everything. As long as the herdsmen go to them to buy things, they all agree, and then they don't know the whole grassland. All the tribes, we can hide our identity to trade like this. Dalantai made a plan. Immediately blazing his eyes, I think there is a drama in this way, but it seems that I suddenly thought of something, and it was a bit embarrassing immediately. I heard that the open source city of the Han tribe is only trading with any coins. If we change a lot of coins and come back to be discovered by the Han tribe, what if they don't sell us something? Also, our tribe needs so many materials, and the transaction volume is so large, they will be discovered by them? Since Dalantai proposed this plan, how could it not have thought about these things? So he said with confidence, Father-in-law, don't worry about the coin. We can change it to the coin and spend all of it directly in the open source city, so we don't have to worry about being found by them and refusing to trade with us. As for the problem of too large the transaction volume, we can pretend to be many small tribes and purchase in batches in Kaiwan City. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is very safe. Take a quick nod, you said it makes sense, or my son Dalantai is smart, so do what you say. As for the animals traded, I will let the accounts of the clan come together and divide the supplies by then. It is also up to you to arrange the candidates for the transaction. Well, this time is a good opportunity. You can just sneak into the open source city to scout and see the weaknesses of the Han tribe's armored forces, and what they are doing recently. In addition, their city should also study it well. If we want to attack their city in the future, how many soldiers are needed and what method are used? When you finally trade, don't forget to see what good things are there in the Han tribe. If you see what we can use, try to change as much as possible. Let's survive this winter first and then talk about it. When the water and grass are lush next year, the moment when Kaiwan City started. Alright, you can do it as I ordered. Yes, the child must be entrusted by the father. Dalantai hurriedly and happily agreed to purchase materials. This is a fat errand. Even the candidates for the transaction let me arrange it. What price will I buy at that time? Well, some of them made money this time, not to mention how much corruption can be done, but also to privately deduct some good things to subsidize the family. Dalantai, who had a good abacus, immediately began to summon his cronies. They were to pretend to be small tribes this time. At the same time, in order to reduce the suspicion of the Han tribe, Dalan also decided to bring some teenagers and women together to make them look weaker. At least it looks like a group of strong men. It took 2 days to gather livestock from the tribe's pastures. Dalantai also spent 2 days selecting manpower and carefully planning the course of the operation. They can't go directly from their own tribe this time, otherwise they can guess from the Han tribe that they came from the vent, so Dalan's plan is to take people around and pass west of Kaiwan City. In addition, in terms of this trading team, they not only have to bring people and livestock over, but also have to move up with tents, first take people around the west side of Kaiwan City, and then station most people and livestock there, let them disguised as a tribe, by the way, use this as a transit base, and then send people to take turns to Kaiwan City to trade materials. After finally getting all the supplies needed, everyone will return to the tribe together. In this way, the duration of the transaction will be very long. Even if people are sent to rotate every day, plus the time to go back and forth, I am afraid it will take at least half a month. By then, the weather will be cold. When Dalant is going to trade materials, it is also necessary to lead the people of this department to start migration and transfer to their winter station, then wait for Dalant to get enough supplies, and then they go to the winter station to meet. 2 days later, Dalantai took people away. There were not many people in this trip, but the rushed livestock were vast. The first was that the grass in the winter pasture was limited. If there were too many animals, the herdsman could not support it in winter. In winter, the herdsman will slaughter some elderly animals in advance, dry the meat and wait for winter to eat. At the same time, it also saves limited pasture, so that those young animals can survive the winter safely. Another reason is that because they did not intend to start with the Han tribe this time, they are here to do fair trading, so in order to obtain enough supplies, they can only bring more livestock. The traded team walked for 5 days and finally reached their scheduled camping position. The accompanying personnel immediately began to set up tents on the spot, while scouting the ranch around. After all, in these days of trading, most of the livestock had to be raised. only grazing here. After waiting for another day, after seeing the men arrange everything properly, Dalantai personally drove a team of dozens of people and a large number of cattle and sheep to Kayuan City. It's okay for him to go by himself. Dalant was originally a small person in the Bolt tribe. He didn't take him when he robbed the Han tribe caravan before, but let them stay in the tribe. How is it? Dalantai just made a small contribution when the Han tribe attacked the old nest, so he was rewarded and became his righteous son. Don't say that the tribes outside don't know, it's in the banging tribe. The people he knows are also very limited, so as long as he doesn't say it himself, then the possibility of being identified by the Han tribe is extremely low. A group of people turned to the open source city on the east side of the lake. On the road, they also met many people who had just bought something from the open source city. Dalant also greeted them warmly, took out the food and shared them, and they inquired about the rules for trading in Kayuan City and the prices of various commodities of the Han tribe, and they were in the bottom of their hearts. It will not be easy to be pitted by then. Dalantai took people for another 4 days, and finally looked at the city standing by the lake at a distance, but it was close to dusk at this time, and the open source city had already packed and closed the door. They even now can't catch up. Kaiwan City will not leave people from strange tribes overnight, so they had to set up a camp boarding meal to sleep not far from the city and wait for one night, and then rush to trade tomorrow morning. At this time, there is only one inner city in the open source city, which is inhabited by the Han tribe itself, as well as important banks and warehouses, residential areas and other facilities. Even the small tribe herdsmen who trusted in the Han tribe can only temporarily set up tents outside the city. Living, let's say, it's impossible to build a huge livestock fence for them in the inner city. They can't graze back every day to drive livestock into the city. As for the animals that can be traded, they are generally temporarily handed over to the herdsmen who trust in the Han tribe for grazing, and then after screening, some are sent to the Han tribe by boat, and the other part is directly fostered by the herdsmen. However, these are only temporary. The herdsmen who trust in the Han tribe are changing their living habits. From nomadism to fixed-point grazing, they have been completely stabilized. Next year, Luo Chong will order to continue outside the existing Kayuan city. Construction of Guochen. When the time comes, these herdsmen can be firmly determined to die here, allowing them to be completely transformed into Han. Isn't the Han people the same as sheep while settled? There is nothing different. The next morning, when a round of red days slowly rose from the city head of Kayuan City, Dalantai also brought his team outside Kayuan City and came to the livestock market north of Kayuan City according to the news previously inquired. This is a place dedicated to herdsmen for livestock trading. But after that, he suddenly found that he seemed to be coming early, and the Han tribe had not opened yet, but the vendors who set up stalls early to buy earlier had already begun to solicit customers with their voices. Fragrant sheep soup, crispy scones, lamb buns, don't be afraid of incense, come and try it. The stall owners kept selling in Hanmu bilingual. The big iron pot on the roadside is cooking white lamb soup like milk. Various sheep and miscellaneous items are placed on one side of the case. There is also a dark thick iron pot on the other side of the case, but the contents are it feels weird because it is full of black pebbles as big as soybeans. The tempting fragrance of wheat roasting is constantly emitting from a pot of stones. What is this? Dalantai asked curiously. Hey, my name is Stone Bun, but this is the way our leader invented it. First, rub the flour into the hair surface, and then roll it into a noodle, apply sheep oil on both sides, and wait for the stones in the pot to fry up. Turn on the stone and bury it in. It won't take long for the stone bun to be ready. Only the Han tribe can grow food. You can't buy it elsewhere. It's regrettable not to eat it. 50-year-old stall owners held a shovel in their hands, and when they talked, they turned the stones in the pot. The pancakes that had been roasted were looming in the rolling stones, and they kept seducing aroma. There was a sound of swallowing saliva behind Guru Dalantai. He looked back and turned his head to look at the stall owner. We have no money. Hey, this is easy to handle. Look at your posture, you must have sold livestock. In this way, you are pressing a cow with me. Dozens of you can eat it with confidence. It's almost time to open this market. By the time I will sell you the cows. How much should we sell? I will definitely not take advantage of you. The master in his 50s said very boldly that this is not the first time this matter has been done anyway. Dalantai hesitated and looked at the trading market that had not yet moved, and had to agree. The stall owner is very happy to let a dumb guy under his leadership drive them to the temporarily stored corral, and the little corners looked at them and counted them, and then wrote a wooden sign, which is actually a voucher, like a modern mall. It looks like a bicycle outside, waiting for the animals to be settled, and they start to sit on the Dan platform again. A bowl of sheep's miscellaneous soup was set on the table, and the master uncle brought another basket bun, and everyone immediately began to eat up. Dalantai looked at the surrounding situation while eating. He stood in front of the stone bun stall with sheep soup and watched the stall owner wearing a dark brown linen dress with his hair on his head. However, in his communication with the stall owner, he heard that the old man was talking about pure grassland herder language. It wasn't the Han tribe who deliberately learned that crappy shepherd, so he asked curiously, "Are you a herdsman?" The old man didn't raise his head, and his hand was still in a quick rolling pie. "Hi, yes." "Why join the Han tribe?" Dalantai asked again. The old man looked up at him this time, but said 4 words calmly, "In order to live." Seeing Dalantai as puzzled, he continued to explain that our tribes on the grassland are struggling to survive, and every migration must kill old animals. Older people can only eat the remaining bones of young people. In case any winter is terrible, the white disaster, snow disaster, can only be abandoned by an old man like me. However, the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe respects its ancestors and is the most important filial piety. Parents raise their children. When their parents grow old, the children will end their old age. This is called filial piety. I'm old and I can't ride a horse to graze. If I'm still in a nomadic tribe, I might be living the day of eating leftover bones every day. Maybe this winter will be thrown by my son to feed the wolf on the grassland. But here, I can still sell steamed buns to feed myself and earn no less money than young people. Why can't I join the Han tribe? You are afraid of death. Dalantai heard the old man say a grumpy sentence immediately. Is there anything wrong with fear of death? Don't you want to live? The old man was not angry when he smiled. While burying a face pie in the pot, he didn't forget to return the gaseous sentence. Dalantan was choked to speak. He has never seen anyone speak so straightforwardly about fear of death. You are not worthy of being a warrior in the grassland. A timid person like you is not eligible to claim to be a herdsman. The warrior on the grassland should ride the strongest horse, marry the most beautiful girl, be able to fight tigers, and bend and shoot big eagles. Dalantai, you are really angry in 2 sounds, but directly and grumpy. The old man who made stone buns shook his head and stopped talking. The teenager was only 20 or tender in front of him. Waiting for another 30 or 40 years to try, do you think he can still say this? When Dalan saw the old man, he was grumpy and dumb this time, and he was honestly able to eat next to him. He was even afraid of the urge just now. I was too excited to say what I said. If I hear it, I'm afraid I will doubt myself. Of course, the main thing is that he didn't expect the old herdsman to talk like this, otherwise he wouldn't be angry. What he didn't know was that it wasn't the old man in front of him who held this view. Now basically all the grassland herders who joined the Han tribe are almost like this idea. Luo Chang's plan to assimilate herdsmen has long been carried out. What assimilation is used? Of course, cultural philosophy, how to attract the herdsman's initiative to join the Han tribe, so as long as the nomadic human shortcomings are singled out, and the Han tribe's advantages are so good or bad. Of course, the good or bad they know is guided by Luo Chong. Take the honor of the elderly. Of course, it's okay for farming tribes like the Han tribe to support the elderly. Anyway, as long as the food in the land is still harvested, the elderly will not be eaten, and the herdsman will abandon the old when the food is scarce. This is actually fine. If the Han tribe encounters the choice of a family starving to death, it will still leave food to the young and the children. Luo Chong will also choose to abandon the elderly without hesitation. In fact, it is not just nomadic tribes, even those in the mountains who live on hunting and gathering, most of them are the same. This is just the means used by Luo Chong to attack the nomadic moral culture. Who wouldn't play double standards? As long as they were the favorable party, the double standards would definitely fly. After a few months, the herdsmen who joined the Han tribe have become accustomed to shaving their hair, wearing Chinese clothes, and eating food. The Chinese language is also slowly spreading. Now, apart from continuing to graze, they and the people of the Han tribe headquarters are no different. Luo Chong also wants them to plant land. The land on the lake is not worried about water use, but there is a market in Kaiyuan City, and a large number of livestock are traded every day. These bought animals can never kill all the meat, so a lot of herdsmen are still needed to take care of it. Land can be grown in the future, but grazing cannot be thrown away. The high-quality military horses of the Han tribe are still waiting for these herdsmen to raise themselves. When a group of people in Dalantai ate almost the same, the gate north of the open-source city was opened. A dozen small officials were out of the rare pulls out. There were bookkeeping, there were scales, and there was a special inspection of the age of the livestock. The quarantine officer with the disease, Duan's gone. Even today's livestock market is officially opened. After hurriedly drinking the last soup, Dalentine hurriedly greeted his men to go to the market together, and the stall owner who sold the stone buns also greeted his buddy to lead the cow to check out with them. The herd did not get out of the temporary storage. Under the leadership of the dumb guy, they directly took the stubwood metal to find the market administrator. Naturally, some people handled the sales procedures for them. The quarantine officer first checked the status of the livestock, then opened the price according to the age of the livestock, and finally counted the number of the livestock. The transaction price was quickly calculated. The quality of this batch of livestock brought by Dalent is not very good, and the price is not high, but he knows what is going on in his heart. The epidemic is not there, that is, the age of the cattle and sheep is too large, especially the cattle. The Han tribe also expects to use these. The cattle were domesticated to work in cattle. He got a group of old cattle over with little strength and the remaining life. Of course, no high price will be given. But this situation is also normal. It's almost winter. The herdsmen are eager to deal with their own old-fashioned livestock. The animals collected during this season are almost all of this virtue, so there is nothing to doubt about the Han tribe. A few bags of silver coins were packed with free sacks and carried on the horseback of the team. Dalentai and his party were going to the department store outside the South City, but they were not far from the market. Several children in their early 20s rushed to Randy, so scared that he copied up the stone axe. Translation: lead the way. I will, brother, let me take you to buy things, only 2 yuan a time. A teenager immediately introduced himself in pastoral language. The pastoral language of the grassland was very pure. Let me go, let me go. I will not only translate, but also settle accounts, and I am also familiar with the department store. I can take you directly to find the best and cheapest thing if you want to buy something. For 3 yuan. Another older boy said, but his shepherd is crappy and sounds modern. Dalentai was shocked and didn't expect to do this around the market, but he also came for the first time and knew nothing. Although he had inquired about people on the road before, he had never been here after all. Now he really needs such a translator that will settle the bill and lead the way. Silently put away the axe in his hand, Dalen took a look at a few people, and finally chose the Han kid who asked for 3 yuan. He didn't like herdsmen, but he traded for the first time with coins. It's really hard to play, so it's better to find a Chinese child who can settle the bill and is familiar with the coin. The Han children left with Dalentai, and the remaining children continued to squat at the root of the wall to learn Chinese characters and arithmetic. Only by learning more knowledge can they charge more than others when they lead the way. This is the reality. Brother, this is the first time you have come here. To see your faces tight, I don't know what you want to buy this time. You can rest assured that I am familiar with there, and I promise you to buy the right thing. The teenager took the initiative to help Dalentai lead the road and asked the other party's purpose while walking. I want to buy salt, and iron pots. Well, let's order some cloth. I haven't figured out anything else. I'll see what's going on there. Dalentai thought about it. When the teenager looked back, there were about 50 horses in the Dalentai line, on average less than 1 person and 2 horses, and more than half of them had to carry people. This big brother, do you have much to buy? I don't think you have many horses. If you buy more, I'm afraid you can't take it back. It's better to buy 2 carriages first. After listening to the stunning, Dalentai really felt like this. If he came here this time, he would buy a lot of supplies. If he only relied on horses, he would definitely not take it. Fortunately, this Chinese kid reminded himself, well, these 3 yuan there is no white flour. Is there a carriage selling here? Do you still want to buy a carriage? Is the carriage expensive? It's not expensive or expensive. You can rest assured that you don't need a horse to buy a car. You also have horses. Then let the folks of the dealership help you to set it up. You pick 2 more from yourself. Smart follow-up learning for a while will soon be done without delaying you buying other things. The teenager immediately introduced. Oh, that's fine, then take us to see the car first. After listening to nodding, Dalentai immediately greeted a few men, preparing to let them learn to catch the car later. A group of people went to a car dealership outside the South City. There were only 2 types of cars sold here, all of which were different. They were divided into 2 sizes, and the semicolon was slightly narrower. They could be towed with only 1 horse. It takes 2 horses to pull the move. Dalentai does not know how much it can be bought, but even if the trip is not satisfactory, the carriage will not be lost. The tribe must be used. It is better to buy a few more cars at this opportunity. However, after calculating the number of horses you brought, Dalent finally bought only 3 2-horse cricketers. The teenager who led the way served as an interpreter throughout the process, and counted the money for Dalent. A large cricket was 800 yuan. They all caught up with the price of the 2 old cows. They hurt Dalent, but in the end they bit Jamaica. Down. The guys at the dealership hurried out the parts, and then began to assemble the vehicles on site, that is, on-site assembly, panels, beams, axes, wheels, and tractors, all of which were disassembled and shipped on the ship. Otherwise, if the entire car is transported directly, that ship will not be loaded much, and the open-source city is located in the prairie, and the wood is very scarce, therefore, it is impossible to build a car directly in Kayuan City, and it can only be shipped from the rear. The guys assembled the car, and helped Dalant choose a few obedient holsters on it, gave away the bamboo pole whip to catch the car, and then began to train the drivers selected by Dalantai. Dalantai certainly didn't have time to wait for them to learn to catch the car, so he asked the translator to take him to buy other things, salt and iron pots, which are essential products, and of course there are spoons, and cut meat. The knives used for skin and bone are all sharp knives made of iron. It's not very long, so the usual pork knives look similar. These are all within the selling range of the Han tribe. Of course, knives cannot be cheap. I bought all these things. The stubs and the small boards of the invoice collected a bunch of them. When they left, they could call the carriage and disguise it at once. With some money left on horseback, Dalant asked the translator to take himself to buy some sackcloth and woolen cloth, which were bought for the big guys in the tribe. Those ordinary people still let them continue to wear sheepskin. Anyway, winter is coming soon, the sheepskin is warmer. I bought everything, and I had a small half bag left. Dalant looked at the mess in the market, and suddenly I didn't know what to buy. Anyway, all the money had to be spent at once. They didn't plan to bring the coins back. The teenager who led the road looked at the situation and recommended it again. Brother, you will migrate to the winter pasture this time. Would you like to buy some alfalfa seeds? You can sprinkle some in the current pasture and wait until some more will be sprinkled on the winter ranch to ensure that the best pastures will grow in your ranch next year. What is alfalfa? Dalant asked. You see, there is alfalfa over there, and the long grass that is almost thighs is divided into 4 petals. The grass is called alfalfa, which is the favorite grass of livestock. It can be increased after eating. The grass seeds I said are the seeds of alfalfa grass. As long as you buy it back and sprinkle it in the ranch, you can grow it yourself in the coming year. That alfalfa is not expensive. Do you buy many people here? Dalantai continued to ask. Not expensive or expensive. As long as a sack is only $1, there are still many people who buy it. As long as those tribes with fixed ranch basically bring some, you also buy some? The teenager continued to spend money on the terraces to buy grass seeds. Dalantai thought about it for a while, and really agreed directly. Anyway, there is more money in the bag. It is not impossible to buy a dozen bags to study and research. Brother, do you want a lamp? Our Han tribe has created a new kind of air lamp that does not burn wood or burn oil. As long as the stone bubbles are poured into the water, the lamp can be lit, and it can be windproof and rain resistant. In winter, there is a strong wind outside and heavy snow. You have this lamp to check the livestock at night. It's convenient to use. If one day the fire in the tribe is extinguished, as long as you can find the water, you can use the air lamp to ignite it directly. The above is a flint firearm. If you want, I will take you to see it. There are not many lights now, and it may be gone if you go late. The teenager saw that Dalantai wanted to spend all his money directly, and even started to slap him to buy other things. It was not difficult to make good things like electric stone lamps, and it had already spread to Kaiwan City. It's just that because of the long distance, the selling price is higher than that of the Han tribe headquarters. After all, this trip is so far away that the freight is not. The same electric stone lamp sells one for 5 yuan at the Han tribe headquarters, and it is 10 yuan to sell to the herdsman in the open source county. There are also herdsmen who keep buying it because it is really convenient to use. The most important thing is like the way. As the teenager said, this lamp can be used as a large lighter. Whether it can be used for lighting, who knows when the fire in the tribe will go out, and there is such a light that will turn on the fire, it must be a lot more convenient. The Han tribe actually has such a good thing. The passing teenager successfully provoked the curiosity of Dalantai, holding a long-term insightful attitude whether to buy or not, and Dalantai asked the teenager to take him to the shop selling lights. The lamp was quickly taken out, and the shopkeeper also demonstrated the method of operation on the spot. Looking at the handheld lamp with yellow bright light in front of him, Dalant was shocked, liked, and wanted. Does this thing only need stones and water to light up? Dalantai is already ready to buy, but of course, the method of use after sale before buying must still be inquired clearly. As long as the water is clear, but the stone is not an ordinary stone. This is called electric stone. Only our Han tribe can make it, so you can only buy it here. The shopkeeper explained that the teenager next to it translated. Oh, Dalantai hesitated. The stones used to light the lights are controlled by the Han tribe. Whether they can be bought next time is a problem. Without that special stone, this lamp is useless, so do you want to buy them? After thinking about it for a long time, Dalant still liked the tightness, and finally made up his mind to buy Jamaica. Electric stones can be bought a little more at once. Anyway, he is rich now. As for the next time, it is a big deal to send someone to buy them. In fact, he can buy some second-hand goods from other tribes. After all, they bought electric stone lamps on the grassland. Not only their family. I made up my mind that Dalant soon purchased a batch of electric stone lamps, enough of hundreds, almost short of the inventory of Kaiwan City, and the rest of the money went to buy a 2-horse-driven scooter. The crane was finally installed. After buying the electric stone lamps, the teenagers continued to take the Dalantai shopping to see if they were wearing felt boots made by the herdsmen themselves, so they recommended the Han tribe's leather boots to Dalantai. Leather boots are also one of the hottest commodities sold in the open source county. Not only did the herdsmen's livestock be purchased, but also the cow horns and sheep's wool and other livestock byproducts. Some took it back and made bows and arrows. The skin and sheep's skin are also made into various leather belts, leather bags, and leather boots are sold to various parts of the Han tribe. To this end, Kaiwan City also specially raised a group of leather craftsmen to set up the first official factory here in Kaiwan County. Dalant is also unambiguous. He bought 2 pairs, a pair of single shoes, and a pair of cotton boots with hair in his followers. By the way, he brought some to his acquaintances and family. After buying what was needed, the only $100 left was used to pay the service fee for the young lead, and then the men and women took a sumptuous lunch and bought some dry food to eat on the road. All the money is spent, and there is no money left. While it was not dark yet, the Han tribe did not find it here. A group of people in Dalantai drove 4 carriages full of goods on their way home, and the young man who led the road was $3 silver in the top of his hands. Putting the money in a close-fitting small cloth bag, the teenager took the transaction voucher used by the stack of Dalant to buy things, start running to get money. Those who sell cars, those who sell shoes, those who sell cloth, and those who sell lamps, as long as they are the places he leads, each shopkeeper will reward him with some change, not much, just a dime or two, and some only give a few. The money is regarded as his thank you for introducing the customer. A few penny is enough to eat a full meal. More than 1 piece was collected in a circle, plus the 3 pieces given by Dalant, which are more than $4, can cover the 4-day salary of an ordinary craftsman. For a teenager in his early 10 years, this is definitely a huge sum of money. After eating, the buyer eats the seller. It is dark enough, but no one thinks so. The money earned by others by their skills has not been stolen or robbed. Why do you look down on him? Of course, there are people who are so profitable, but this line is not something anyone can do. Although the government does not care about this, it is very demanding for individuals. First of all, it will speak Hanmu bilingual, and be brave, and need a lip-mouthed, understand and observe. No one can make any money like this. They can only find those who come to Kaiwan City for the first time and are not familiar with anything. After a few times, after all the transactions are familiar, there will be no fools willing to spend the wrong money again. After all, $2 or $3 is not too small for herders. You can buy a lot of things here. The official government does not care because the Han tribe now lacks translations of the bilingual Han Angkor, and if there is no communication, how to do business, so these people can promote business in the open source county, and then according to the current situation, these people don't take much time. After the herdsmen are familiar with Kaiwan City, there is naturally no room for them to survive. On this afternoon of the return trip to Dalantai, there was also a short farewell at the dock near the lake in Kaiwan City. As a representative of the Han tribe, Rue was offering to the elders of the Xin tribe. It's been 3 days since the new tale came. He has visited the city. He has also visited the market outside the city. He also heard Eagle's introduction of the idea that the Han tribe will build Guoqing on the periphery of the existing open source city. In the future, Guoqing will put both sides. The market is included. The Han tribe is very powerful, and it is getting stronger and stronger. The influence on the grassland is also deepening. Many tribes far away from the source city are running hard to buy things. The herdsmen put the livestock on their hands to survive. They all changed to the coins of the Han tribe. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew that this must be the means used by the young and ambitious leader of the Han tribe. The Xin tribe does not intend to infect the grassland in the future, unless with the permission of the Han tribe, like the white salt that the Han tribe now sells to the grassland herdsmen. They are actually the sea salts produced by their Xin tribe, because there is a transaction relationship with the Han tribe. Now the sea salt produced by Bamboo Island can only be sold to the Han tribe, and then the Han tribe uses the sea salt they produce to make money on the grassland. I can't stay idle anymore when I see all this. The Han tribe is developing too fast. He doesn't know where Luo Chang's plan has reached, nor how much time he has. He has to go back quickly, leaving him with little time. It's not too late to turn to the Han tribe. The higher the completion of Luo Chang's plan, the lower the value of the cow's use. The later, the fewer chips in the hand, the benefits that can be exchanged at that time will depreciate, so he is in a hurry. The original plan to stay for a week, now he can't stay any longer after only 3 days. He boarded the big sailboat home from the Traist, and the tail stood on the deck on the side of the ship and walked towards the Eagle. He is now wearing the costume of the Han tribe, his hair on his head, and he also inserted a root hairpin. There is also a board and an eye for the appearance of the hand. Obviously, the career of more students this year has not been white. The Eagle County Guard does not have to send it anymore, and the tail will come back soon. At that time, it must bring some special products from his hometown to the Eagle County Guard. Eagle Roy also stood on the distant return etiquette on the pier. The elders are at ease. Next time, Eagle will definitely have a feast. When the time comes, he will entertain you with the best wine from the Han tribe, and he will wish the elders all the way. The two saw goodbye, and the sailors on the ship shouted a number to raise the giant sail, and the huge three-mast sail began to move slowly, gradually sailing away from the dock of Kaiwan County. There are a total of 4 three-mast towers going to Bamboo Island this time. In addition to sending the tail back, there are many artisans on board, as well as a lot of materials. Bamboo Island's resources are relatively abundant, however. There is no iron now, and many of the urgently needed tools of the mission are in short supply. Luo Chong had to send some blacksmiths, iron tools, and a lot of iron ingots. Since the 3 places of New Steel County, East Salary County, and Focal Point are functioning normally, the Han tribe has never been short of iron, so it is not distressing to get some to Luo Chong Island, anyway. Needless to say, he prepared the stone bricks of the lighthouse in Bamboo Island. This work required a lot of tools such as crowbars, steel drills, and hammer. This is not available to the mission now, so it must be hurried to transport a batch. In addition, there are a large number of craftsmen from other industries on board, and some new ephedrine seeds are being planted in large areas on Bamboo Island, as well as some hemp-making machines just developed by the Han tribe, which are actually screwed. The wooden machine with a rock handle can be used to twist the thicker hemp rope, mainly a type of cable. These will be made on Bamboo Island. In the future, the vigorous development of the fishing industry is the tone that Luo Chong has set. Then whether it is shipbuilding, weaving the net, or weaving the sail, it is necessary to temporarily require a lot of material reserves. How can it be possible to grow so much grass? It is better to get these unpalatable things on Bamboo Island. Anyway, fishing on their side also requires fishing nets. The big sailboat sailed on the wide lake, traveling by the wind and waves all the way. The tail of the cow stood quietly on the bow deck of the ship, looking at the scenery of the rapid retrogression on both sides, and he was inevitably feeling in his heart. The big sailing boat of the Han tribe is really amazing. This kind of boat has many advantages, which can't be said, but it must choose the advantage that most amazes the bulltail. That is probably the windsurfing power above. No need to consume any firewood, no fat, no human or animal power, just expand the canvas to allow this huge water fortress to continue indefinitely. Yes, in theory, as long as the ship is not broken, then you can go on in this way, without fatigue or hunger. With such a powerful water transportation, it means that all water sources, or all places where big ships can pass, have become the target of the Han tribe at any time, because that is too easy, just drive the boat over just fine. Even the Bamboo Island, which is lonely overseas, is not insured because the Han tribe has the ability to drive the boat over and is sailing away. In a few days, Niue saw a wider world. This is the first time he has set foot in the world east of the Great Lakes in the grassland. Although he used to go to the mainland to travel everywhere, the scope has always been controlled. On the grassland, because their transportation method is very low level, every time the goods they carry can't get out of the grassland, they are bought out. Therefore, there is no reason to explore further. The world to the east of the Great Lakes is beautiful. Unlike the bare grassland on the west side, where there are forests, no mountains can be seen. There are plains suitable for cultivation everywhere, and close to the river where they are located, there are water, land, and forests. This is the best habitat for mankind. If mineral resources are not considered, in fact, the land here is even more suitable for human habitation than the occupied area of the Han tribe. The Han tribe is a mountain man. There are indeed many mountains over there. The flat land is not much compared to the mountains, but there are mines in the mountains, which is why Luo Kongsha can't move. The tale is different. He looked at so many untapped lands on both sides of the strait, and his heart soured tears. The Xin tribe is also very strong. The population was 80,000 a few years ago. It is because of the size of Bamboo Island and the resources on Bamboo Island. The Xin tribe has been developing slowly. Of course, there are reasons for the backward technology. But Niue thought it was not the Xin tribe's own fault, but because they had no object of learning and communication. Take the grassland for example. At first, the Xin tribe was just a tribe that can farm, hunt, and make salt, but they were limited by the poor resources of Bamboo Island. Plus so many humans above, there was no opportunity to communicate with others. There is no place to learn. But when they reached the grassland, everything changed, and the culture and lifestyle of both sides began to blend. The nomadic tribes of the grassland ate seafood-flavored white salt and used lighter and sturdy bamboo arrows. The Hindu people's livestock breeding technology has also been introduced, introducing cattle, horses, sheep, dogs, and other creatures that were not available on Bamboo Island. I also learned how to make better bows and arrows, and to suppress felt. So Niue believes that if the Xian tribe also lives on this continent, then they will be able to reach more tribes. Even a long time ago, they will be able to meet the Han tribe who is still weak, so maybe the Xian tribe is now being the boss. But this can only be thought about. The days of sailing are always boring, so big outside the cabin, I feel fun and fresh in a day or two, and I'm tired of it for a long time, but in the words of the crew, it's still good. At least on both sides of the strait there are different scenes for you. If you go to the sea, all the twins are like birds, even the southeast, northwest. Staying in the small place of the sailing boat every day can really hold people crazy. However, the Han tribe is okay. For the time being, there is no plan to travel from the browsing Yang River on the mainland to Bamboo Island. It will take up to 10 days. If it is fast, it will be available in 7 or 8 days. Crazy, and they have always been driving against the coastline, and have never let the land out of their sight, so it's just talking about what can't be said. At the end of September of the first year of the Han tribe, this is the first time that the tail has grown so big to go to sea by boat. The blue sky is floating with white clouds, the sun is hanging high on the zenith, the shallow blue sea water is rippling with the waves, the sea breeze is a bit salty, and it encourages the sails to ride the waves. The white seabirds circled in droves at low altitude, and from time to time a fierce sun plunged down. In the blink of an eye, a silver swordfish rushed out of the sea and spread its wings again. Some of them were tired, so they stood on the side of the tall boat and took a nap, then knocked down by a bare-armed sailor, and seized the fish and birds together. Ha 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 ha, there was silver fish stewed bird soup at noon. Remember to pull out the row of flying feathers on the wings, the one used for arrow vests can sell money. Know it, rest assured. The sailor sacked his gains. The Nooger stood at the bow and looked at them envily, then hiccuped, touched his stomach, and ran the boat for a few days at sea. He found himself fat. The food resources on the sea are really rich, whether it is a fish in the water or a bird in the sky. As long as you have a boat, you can't worry about making money at all, because you can easily feed a group of people no matter what you do. Unfortunately, this is the privilege of the Han tribe. It has been 2 days since going to sea. The weather at the end of September is autumn and refreshing. The wind and rainy seasons have passed. This is the best time of the year. Many fish in the sea are in the mating spawning period. At this time, the fish is the most fat and also like to gather. The tail saw the sailors of the Han tribe casually cast a net, and they took out a full net of silver fish from the sea. The weight of several people could not be pulled up. Finally, they were pulled up with ropes and pullers on the boat. Hundreds of people on the 4 ships haven't finished eating for 2 days, too much. Moreover, it's so fragrant. If the Xian tribe also has a boat, well, the Xian tribe cannot have a boat, because it won't take long for even the Xian tribe to disappear. This was discovered in the last 2 days, because from the perspective of the Han tribe, fishing out of the sea is too profitable. If you are the leader of the Han tribe, you will definitely decide to vigorously develop the marine fishing industry. However, the geographical location of the Han tribe is too far away from the beach, so if you want large-scale fishing, you must build a forward base near the beach. Bamboo Island is the best option, as long as it is turned into a Han tribe. This is the simplest and fastest way. So for this reason, the attitude of the Han tribe towards the Xian tribe can only be described by ambition. Perhaps it is time for me to think about things from the perspective of the Han tribe in the future. Think of any way to make the Han tribe rule Bamboo Island faster? Niue stood at the bow and thought for a long time. Until someone asked him to eat, he didn't come up with a reason, because he suddenly found out that he didn't understand the Xian tribe now, and he didn't go back for more than a year. Knowing what the Xian tribe has become with the interference of the Han tribe. Despite those chaotic ideas, you can't use your brain when you eat. Is the rice unpalatable, or is the fish in the sea not fragrant? The beautiful one had another meal from the Han tribe. The white one felt so good that the tail was lying on the grass seat of the bow shop, draining the warm sun at noon, and snoring was snoring after a while. The fleet continued to sail for 7 days, and finally arrived at the estuary of the Shimizu River on Bamboo Island on the afternoon of the 8th day after departure, which is the residence of the Han tribe mission on Bamboo Island. These teeth have been notified in advance, and some officials of the mission have come to welcome them in person. Of course, not to greet the tail, but to greet the craftsmen and supplies who came to assist him in his work not far away. There is a lot of work to be done by the mission, and there is really a lack of tools. As for Niue, greeting him can only be regarded as a straight job. The tail of the ship did not go home directly. He was going to live here for a few days in the Han tribe mission. Observe it first. Watching the beast teeth commanding the crowd to unload supplies from the boat, although it was tiring, everyone laughed, and they waited for a long time this day. The iron ingot was hung from a basket, then various tools, and a large amount of coins packed in sacks. The mission was to establish a bank on Bamboo Island to issue the currency of the Han tribe. This is a matter that has been settled long ago. It is finally about to start, and it is forbidden to open a coin factory on Bamboo Island in the future. So, Niue's thinking diverged. If the Han tribe wants to promote coins on Bamboo Island, it is unrealistic to expect to be transported from behind. The population of Bamboo Island is not much smaller than the Han tribe. The amount of coins required is very large, so it is almost on the board to build a coin factory on Bamboo Island. But once the Han tribe promotes money on Bamboo Island, what will the Xin tribe do? Is it a boycott or the same currency? After all, the Xin tribe also has copper, and the number is still large. The process of copper casting is not low. Although the exquisite punching and stamping coins of the Han tribe cannot be made, it is not a problem to cast a few words of coins. Then the Xin tribe's own plan to make coins cannot be ruled out. But in this way, will the Xin tribe prohibit the circulation of the currency of the Han tribe on Bamboo Island, and will the Bank of the Han tribe recognize the value of the Xin tribe's coins? What kind of response will the two parties make? What can I do in exchange for the benefits? The tail of the currency that has been in contact with the Han tribe for more than a year has a certain understanding of the purpose of this thing in the flow process. If the Han tribe promotes brass currency on Bamboo Island, it must recognize the value of the Xin tribe's copper, because the two are inherently immaterial. Your copper is money, why my copper is not valuable. You don't admit it. The value of a copper device is equivalent to telling others that your own copper coin is worthless. This is no way. So what will the Han tribe do to solve such troubles? If this problem is not resolved, the currency of the Han tribe must not be promoted, but if they recognize the value of the Xin tribe's copperware, then they took their own copper hoe to the Han tribe mission to change commodities and money, and the Han tribe did not change. There is no way to promote without changing. The Han tribe must be killed. What should I do? Otherwise, go to the commander-in-chief and talk to him, and advise him not to trouble the Han tribe. Now the two tribes are in the honeymoon cooperation period, or don't take this matter to destroy the relationship. Now we should seize the opportunity to develop ourselves right. I don't know if the commander-in-chief believes or not. Will he agree? You can't worry about this, no. You have to go to Beast to talk about it and ask him about the Han tribe's plan. Well, it seems that it is time to show your attitude. Time is not waiting. Seeing that the loading and unloading materials are still a short time, the tail is not thinking about waiting there, so he found a person to lead the way. Take a look at the mission station and visit. Most of the year has passed, and the station has become a small city, but the rest of the houses, shops, markets, warehouses, docks, offices, and even a stone brick bank have been built. There is already a kind of bank there, and there is still a school, plus a circle of walls. It is no different from the city ponds of the Han tribe. As for why the school was not built, considering that the Han tribe's own paper is not enough, the paper made by Takashima is still in the stage of material preparation. Even if you get a school, how can you ask someone to go to school? But why didn't the mission build the city wall? Maybe they still want to continue to expand the size of this station, Niue thought. There are many people in the market created by the mission. There are a group of local indigenous people who come to buy and sell. They hold their own chickens and eggs, or sell them with flat-bearing food. They also come to sell livestock, mainly sheep and pigs. Mainly, this is the most common livestock and poultry in the people's homes. There are many things that can be changed here, although they are all small tools, such as needle thread brains, because the Xin tribe does not have it, so they can only buy it here, and some come to buy needles and rush to a pig to change. There is no change on the side, it cannot be sold. The native who sells pigs requires that all pigs be replaced with needle thread brains, and then he will go home and share with his hometown's father in hometown to change. If someone wants to get goods from him, he can only use things to change. The needle thread brain in the hands of the regiment obviously became a currency-like thing, and it began to exchange and circulate as a value-preserving item. This shows that Bamboo Island still has a demand for money. Seeing the people of the Xin tribe endlessly holding their own things to trade, Niue felt very novel, because the former Xin tribe was not like this. At that time, the people on Bamboo Island had little expenditure, except for the exchange of something. In addition to salt, the rest can basically be self-sufficient and is a real smallholder economy. However, the Han tribe seems to be very magical. Since the mission began to stay here, the movements of the people around them have become more and more frequent. They not only come to the market to find Han tribes to buy things. In fact, many times their transactions are indigenous, completed with the indigenous people themselves. The mission is buying foods such as chickens, eggs, pigs, sheep, etc., but after all, the members of the mission are limited, and it is impossible to buy these foods endlessly, because they can't finish eating. But those who come from afar, it's not easy to bring the pigs and sheep. It's impossible to return without success, so most of the time they will choose to sell themselves at the market. Such sales are also good, because the market where the mission is located is very famous, so there are many people since. Even if they are not sold to the mission, the local indigenous people who come to the market also have a strong purchasing power and don't worry about selling things at all. Can't go out. Over time, there will be more people willing to come. Of course, there is another situation where it is to sell linen. Because the mission built a hemp fiber textile mill here, but at present, the production of artificially planted ephedra on Bamboo Island is still very limited, so in order to maintain the operation of the textile mill, the mission can only buy wild hemp fiber from the local area. In the case of money, they use cloth to change. Of course, if people don't want cloth, you can also get a counted wood sign here, and wait for a certain amount. For example, a total of a few £100 of numb skin are sent, then you can use the sign to exchange the spinning machine here, from the simplest to the footsteps. All exchange out here. If the linen is delivered enough, it can even be replaced with a waste machine, which is a simple loom that can weave up to half a meter wide fabric, but there is also a kind of frame loom that is sold out, but there is no shuttle on it, only manual the shuttle, and the width can only be woven for 1 meter, but this is the kind of thing that has been eliminated by the Han tribe, which is still very popular here on Bamboo Island. Even Xian's commander is no exception. It is said that the guy asked someone to buy one, saying that he was going back to give it to his wife. Well, of course, it might be pulled back and imitated. However, since the Han tribe can agree to sell, it will naturally not worry about this. Just imitate it, and piracy is more conducive to dissemination and promotion. But this big loom is obviously not available to ordinary families, and there are no special families on Bamboo Island, because everyone is just as poor, except for those elders. But you have to say that they can't afford it. That's wrong, because they are all bought by the crowd. Normally, the indigenous people will use the village as the unit, and the whole village will go to the wild to collect all kinds of grass, and the sack fibers will be made in different categories. After the men of the whole village will come to the mission under the leadership of the patriarch. Exchange cloth machine here. Generally, one village exchanges 1 or 2 frame looms, and then all the remaining families purchase spinning machines, so that they can start construction by themselves after going back, because if each loomer is without sufficient linen, they also can't start work. While a village only buys 1 or 2 loomers, the remaining families gather the power of the whole village to spin linen together, so that the produced linen can be used by the 2 loomers. So there are still many people who come to buy loom. In addition, Niue also found that many people came here to sell food. The food sold was mainly soybeans and corn. Of course, Takashima was originally in both types, and the largest buyer of food was the Han tribe. Mission. The indigenous people used the harvested food to exchange various vehicles, unicycle trolleys, double-wheeled flatbed trucks, and bucket basins. The mission used the collected food to pay the hired workers, and the soybeans received were used to make tofu or squeeze oil, and then sold to the indigenous people to continue to make money. This formed a benign circular economy. Food came from the people changed to what they wanted, the mission obtained food, the mission recruited labor to work, the mission obtained labor, and the laborers obtained it. Food, in this way, it circulates, and in the process, everyone gets what they want, which is the economy. It's been dark all the time, so it's easy to close the work and take a rest. The beast's teeth are going back to take a bath and eat something to sleep. As a result, just halfway through, someone across the stone lamp stopped him. Cow elder? Are you? I don't know that Han is inconvenient. I have something to talk to Han Jie. Looking at the tail that suddenly appeared in front of him, the beast's teeth were a bit unexpected, but some shock, because when the tail had not returned a few days ago, the leader sent him a letter saying that the tail might come back to him, and also said what might be about. At first he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect Niue to really come to the door now. How could he not be shocked? The leader is getting more and more amazing. The beast's teeth felt. There is time. Isn't this just a clear explanation today? I haven't eaten dinner yet. How about cattle elders? I just unloaded a few boxes of liquor on the ship. I haven't drank it yet. Try it together? Beast teeth laugh and invite. Old fox. In the heart of the cow, I couldn't help scolding. Looking at the animal teeth, I obviously knew I would come to him. Ugh. It must have been told by the Han leader. The Han leader is too powerful. He has already counted himself as dead. It seems that it is difficult to look back now. Respect is not as good as obey. The bull tail carried the electric stone lamp and arched his hand. The two went to the main entrance of the inner courtyard of the mission's official office, ordered the lookout to prepare dinner, and then let the people go to get the bottle of wine. The electric stone lamp hangs on the pillar of the hall, illuminating the whole house. Put on fried peanut rice, and pour a small cup of wine on the tail. The veterinary teeth asked, I don't know what the elder cattle is looking for. Nyozixin said that at this time you still pretend? But he didn't break it, it would only make himself more ugly. After all, what he has to do now is to ask the seller for merit. After all, it's not a good thing, or it's better to keep a low profile, so he tried and asked, Han Jie, are you going to promote copper money on Bamboo Island? Yes, I don't know what the cattle elders have to say. The beast teeth are generous, and they are directly admitted. This is not acceptable. After all, today the ship's coin was unloaded in front of so many people. Niuwei was a little hesitant at the moment, he didn't know what to say, he was a little irritable at this time, secretly hating Luo Chong and Orthodonut. Since you all know that I plan to turn to the Han tribe, can't you leave me the last dignity? You're about to draw me, I will definitely agree immediately. However, no, the beast teeth just don't say it, just focus on eating peanut rice there, frowning and chirping the liquor. Niuwei is in a hurry, do I have to say it myself? After all, it's different to say that the concept of winning with the other party. The other party draws together and threatens 2 more sentences. Then he agrees. It's called knowing the current affairs. It's Genja, but if he actively casts an enemy, it's a traitor. He wanted to trust in the Han tribe and didn't want to be a traitor, so he was very tangled. This is when I was a sister and I wanted to set up a deal. So he decided to carry it for a while. Don't dare to teach, that is, some people worry that the currency of Han Jie may be poorly promoted. If the Han tribe uses copper as money, there are also many copperware in the hands of the people of Bamboo Island. What if the copper runs over materials and money? Niuwei continued to test the road. The beast teeth are still smiling, and they whitened and said, Cow elders, is this threatening our Han tribe? Niuwei is really angry. Without such bullying, I just remind you, how can it be a threat to you? Can I continue to be a friend? Han Jie laughed, how could this be a threat? Although Niuwei is an elder of the Xian tribe, he has been studying sincerely in the Han tribe for more than a year and also likes the culture and life of the Han tribe. If the Han tribe is in trouble, as a half-tribe, I certainly don't want to see it. Just now I just wanted to remind Han Jie. In addition, if the Han tribe needs it, Niuwei is willing to do a little effort. After all, I have also lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. It is convenient and fair to trade goods with coins. The benefits of this coins are obvious to all. Of course, such good things should be promoted as soon as possible. As the elder of the Xingsuan tribe's dealer, Nyaxia saw that the clan's transaction was so inconvenient. It was empathy and eager to worry. Naturally, I hope that the Han tribe's coins can be promoted in Bamboo Island earlier. I can't ignore it. Han Jie, did you say that? He stepped out, except that he didn't say he wanted to surrender to the Han tribe, he basically said what he couldn't say. It's so obvious that it's so clear. If that's not agreed, then is it really reasonable? Oh, that's to say. Just now I misunderstood the elders of cattle. You see, this wine only took 2 sips, and my brain became confused. The beast teeth hit haha road. Misunderstanding, hey, Han Jie must have misunderstood me. The tail also climbed up the pole, but his eyes were looking forward to the answer to the animal teeth. I have felt the love of the elders of the cattle for the Han tribe. I hope that the people of my tribe can live more conveniently. I can understand this. However, the leader has already done everything about the promotion of coins on Bamboo Island. Arrangements will not bother the elders. The beast teeth seriously said. Niuwei slapped on the table, you are so deceiving, I have been so quiet, I just called the Han tribe to call my father. What else do you have to force me to say that? The beast teeth were blushed and drank, and were startled by the sudden reaction of the cow tail. He slowly squinted his eyes and stared straight at the face of the cow tail, but quietly shook the chopsticks in his hand. You know, his name is called Orthodonus, the son of the last leader of the Han tribe. Before the Han tribe had no metal weapons, his best weapon was the pair of long teeth and chopsticks that his father left him. Something sharp, he used the best. Looking at the animal's teeth like a tiger staring at the prey, the cowtail also panicked, so good. What table did you shoot yourself, really? Boom, squeak. At this tense and embarrassing moment, the Luku came in with 2 small dishes he had just made. He followed 2 guards with knives, and even the long knives on his waist were pulled out. Staring at the tail of the cow, while using Yuguang to ask about the beast's teeth, it seems that as long as the beast nods, the 2 will immediately pounce to kill him. It was too scary to look at the shiny blade and immediately scare out a white sweat. He rubbed the table awkwardly and covered his mouth with muttering, oops, in such a cool weather, there were mosquitoes in the house, ha 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 ha. While he was laughing, he was still pulling his palm, as if he was shooting a mosquito just now. The beast's teeth waved, and the kitchen dropped the dishes, then led the two guards out. The guards put the knife into the sheath, and then closed the door of the house for the two. Nyo Weha smiled, very embarrassed. Since the Han tribe has rejected himself, he is embarrassed to continue to sit down and eat. Look at the situation outside, don't eat your life in a while. The beast's teeth gradually put away their gaze. The fish has slipped back and forth a few times and can't slip anymore. It's time to decouple, so listen to him. Come, the elder cattle, sit down and eat. Nyoe sat down awkwardly. He didn't dare to sit. There were two other knives outside. Cow elders really want to do something for the Han tribe? The beast's teeth began to close. Of course, the tale is really aimed at the Han tribe. I have lived in the Han tribe for more than a year. The Han tribe is so good to me. The tale should respond as a reward. Nyoe eagerly expressed his determination. So I don't know what kind of identity the elder cattle want to do for the Han tribe? Is it the elder of the Xin tribe? Or a student of the Han tribe? Beast teeth have raised fish on the water. This depends on the ideas of Han Jie and our Han leader. The leader said what the identity of the bulltail is and what the identity of the bulltail is. Nyoe's answer is also very emotional. When it comes to this part, it's basically no different whether or not that sentence is. This is equivalent to the fact that Nyoe has indicated that he is willing to work for the Han tribe, and still works as an undercover identity. After all, he needs to do everything. Listen to the leader of Han, that is not Luo Chang's random arrangement. The fish was finally caught. When the words are opened, it will be easy to communicate, and the bulltail finally let go of his heart and drank today's first sip. Gee, Han Jie, we are all our own people. You can tell me about the money promotion, what you need me to do directly. The tale was loud by the spicy white wine. Although it has been drunk before, it still tastes too spicy. There is nothing to say about this matter. The leader has already arranged it. You don't have to worry about that much. Come, eat and eat. Beast teeth don't want to say more, just greeting him for food at will. Today this matter is going very smoothly. Similar to the leader's account, it seems that the leader can reply, "Is it really okay? But I still have some worries. If our copper coins are promoted at the beginning, the people of Bamboo Island will definitely run with their copperware. Even if they don't come, the other elders will definitely let them come. What should we do then? By the time, there is silver, and the Xin tribe also has silver." Nyoe asked about it. The elders of cattle can rest assured that nothing will happen. This kind of thing you said will not happen at all. Why? Don't the Han tribe accept those copper and silverware? Nyo 11 asked curiously. Collect, of course, to collect, just to supplement our coin-making raw materials. If we build a coin factory here in the future, we don't need to transport raw materials from our hometown, the veterinary teeth explained. Since it was received, why didn't it happen? Nyoe suddenly couldn't figure it out. The veterinary teeth put down the chopsticks and laughed at him and said, "How long have the cattle elders lived in the Han tribe? Do you know how the Han tribe just promoted money?" At that time, the Han tribe also had a large number of copperware, but in order to be able to promote the currency smoothly, not all the copperware was collected. Nyoe didn't know much about this history, so he was curious to ask, how did the Han tribe collect copper from the people? Smash your beast teeth, smash your mouth, and suddenly ask, "Cow elders, you have also experienced people's lives, and I ask you, how many copperware can you have in ordinary people's homes?" Nyoe thought about it. There are always 2 or 3 pieces, but this is not too small. What do you say they are used for copper? The copper is so precious that it must not be used as a decoration. People who have the conditions to purchase copper are mostly used for casting tools or agricultural tools. I understand, so it turns out. The bulltail suddenly realized that the Han tribe had this idea. The people were so jingle, and there were a few copperware in their hands. Even if there was, it was also a necessary tool for production in life. You let them take it out and change something else. What do they eat? You can lose your life, but the guy who planted the land can't lose it. That's to feed the family. He runs here with his copper hoe and his head is squeezed by the door. But someone will exchange it, whether it is goods or coins. Shall we change it? Nyo 11 asked curiously. Change, even if they don't change, we have to force it to replace it. Just like the Han tribe, civilians must not hold a lot of copper. Beast teeth return. So shall we lose this way? Nyoe is still a bit worried. How could it be lost? You think so? For example, a people, he has a copper hoe, and he wants to come to me to exchange copper money, then I must give it to him, but I took these copperware and it was useless. After all, I want to go back and recast it. Coined, did you say yes? Since this is the case, should the copper be purified first? As long as there are impurities in the copper of your Xin tribe, you must not be able to pay a price with our copper coins. You must compensate for the loss of purification. Is it to be smelted after purification is finished? Make a coin, which will be lost again. You see, this back and forth several times, with so much loss, how could the copper instrument be worth a lot of copper money? It must be greatly discounted. A pound of copper can be exchanged for 6 or 2 copper coins, then they should be content. The tale was shocked, shameless, and the Han tribe was too dark. Although the resmelting casting will definitely cause wear and tear, it will not change from 10 to 6 at once. 40%, too dark. But what if the copper of the Xin tribe is pure? I know that the Xin tribe's copper refining technology is still good. Niuwei continued to ask. Gee, Elder Cattle, you still don't understand. You said, Han tribe and Xin tribe, which tribe's metal smelting manufacturing technology is more developed? Beast Teeth reminder. Han tribe. This is not over, the Han tribe is more powerful, and the right to speak is on our side. We say that you have impurities in copper, it has impurities. If you are not convinced, you can bear the coins. Nima, this is to play rogues, but the Han tribe does have this qualification to play rogues, and the Xin tribe has no choice. Even so, the money we brought this time is not enough. The coins of a boat will soon be exchanged by the people. Rest assured, no, fools use copper coins and they exchange copper agricultural tools. Do they exchange agricultural tools and eat without farming? When the time comes, we will use iron to change their copperware. Anyway, they will also use it. Change a copper hoe to an iron hoe, and add a difference to them. How much can it cost to dye? As for the price of iron, it is a specialty of the Han tribe. How much iron is a pound is not what we said. Anyway, they always use metal agricultural tools, and iron is more durable than copper, and it is more sharp than copper. They don't believe they don't change, so if we want to collect the entire Bamboo Island's copper, it's enough to use the equivalent amount of iron, and the Han tribe's least is iron. Niuwei completely convinced that this set of combined punches would be unreasonable if the currency of the Han tribe could not be promoted on Bamboo Island. After Niuwei showed his heart of trust, he did not immediately go to Xian to command, but stayed here at the mission station, because Beast Teeth must first send Luo a letter to inform Luo Chon of the situation, and then wait for Luo Chan's follow-up plan. There is also an arrangement for the cowtail. Niuwei has no opinion on this, and he is happy to stay here every day at the mission station, because it makes him feel comfortable. No matter what he does, it is almost the same as when he lived in the Han tribe. Now you let him go back to the bamboo building. I'm afraid he will not get used to it. The letter was sent back soon. At this time, Luo Chon has moved to a new study. The house here is very tall, with sunny glass windows, and strong electric stone lights at night, giving him a little return to modernity. Feeling very kind and very gratifying. These are the achievements made with your own efforts. Little Butterfly and John Fu took 2 children to play in the living room. The 2 little farts stood in the tough cart struggling with their thighs and ran around very naughty. Luo Chon is dealing with matters related to winter storage and grain scheduling in counties. Now the territory of the Han tribe is large, but not every place produces food, such as New Steel County, East Salary County, and Lake Hart Island. 3 places, an iron mine for steelmaking, a coal mine for coal mining, and a chemical plant in a swamp. None of these 3 places is suitable for growing food, but it is very critical and has a large population, so the food required in these places can only be mobilized from other places. The autumn grains of each county should be harvested and dried as soon as possible, and the tax grains should be handed over to the warehouse in time. The grain stacks everywhere must also be prepared to purchase excess grain of the people, because the Han tribe is planting high-yield crops, rice and corn. The yield is not small. A family of 20 or 30 acres can't eat the food at all. The rest can be sold directly, which is the main income of an ordinary farmer for 1 year. After the grain is collected in the form of taxes and purchases, the tax grain will be directly sealed, and cannot be called without special circumstances. The rest of the grain acquired through the grain stack is distributed to the 3 main areas of Xingdong County, Dongfu County, and Hyuxin Island area. But these grains are not distributed unconditionally, but sold in parity over there. In these 3 places, one is digging coal, one is making steel, and one is a chemical. Although they do not produce food, there are many workers. They usually work for the tribe. The tribe also pays them. These wages are enough for them to support their families, so the food will not be in vain. Instead, let them pay for it, because the tribe has already given it. This matter involves the scheduling of materials and food in all territories belonging to the entire Han tribe. The authority is very high, and there are many departments involved. It is a very important operation. It must be rushed to direct the dispatch in person. Every time this time, Luo Chon will be emotional, or the administrative system is not perfect enough, so he must not be exhausted. The Han tribe takes Luocheng as the central government, and has a number of county branches. There are many local officials who can basically handle all aspects of affairs. However, there are too few officials in the central government, and too few senior officials who can do big things, so although the following looks straightforward, but Luocheng is really busy here. It's not Luocheng who doesn't want to be decentralized, but no one uses it. He can't understand anything, so he still has to throw it to the bottom to hone, or start with familiar local government affairs, or get a new one. The child who came out of the school went directly to the central government. He didn't even know what process the local government affairs below was. How can you help Luocheng command and dispatch all counties? However, he has also made plans. The Han tribe has also set up counties for several years. The oldest browsing county Shodasho has also been in office for several years. It is possible to properly promote a group of people from below, and then take these. The local chief executive was transferred back to his side for hearing. I made up my mind that Luocheng was busy quickly, but soon a small official sent the letter of the animal teeth to Luocheng's table. Luocheng looked at the report about the cow tail surrender and smiled. Guess this guy must have to jump in knowing that he will die, but he still jumped in because he had no choice. As for what to do with the tail, he hasn't figured it out yet. After all, he hasn't been to Bamboo Island. The situation there has always been heard about, so this time as the elder of the Xian tribe the tail is very important, because he is the top of the Xian tribe, and he knows much more about Xian tribe and Bamboo Island than others. So, Luocheng did not give any opinion, but directly wrote back to find Niu Wei to ask for his opinion. Let him stand from the perspective of the Han tribe to see if there is any way to successfully win Bamboo Island, and then combine his original plan. Compare the two, which one is easy to use? Of course, even with the cows and tails method, Luocheng's plan can continue to be implemented. His method is very gentle. It is a warm water boiled frog-style cultural transformation that fundamentally turns Bamboo Island into a Han tribe's territory. It is still to be implemented anyway. The letter was sent back soon, and then the beast teeth and the tail were ignorant. Ask the cow tail's method. What can the cow tail do? Niu Wei himself did not understand what he had to do, so he began to think about it. What does Han Chief mean? Is he tempting me? Want me to do something small first to try my loyalty? Look at my determination to betray the Xian tribe? Or just find yourself an idea? Or want to take this opportunity to test your ability? See if you can take the lead? Nyoshi's thinking broke up. He thought about it, and finally felt that there might be all these things, so what idea should he have? The first thing to do is to be faithful, and then the Xian tribe must be destroyed quickly. Yuck is to master the actual control of Bamboo Island as soon as possible. Finally, this matter must also allow itself to obtain sufficient benefits. Yes, just do it. Nyo 11 worked together to repair a book in person, and then gave it to the animal teeth. Let him send it to the leader for himself. These teeth were skimmed by the content of the eye letter, and the eyes almost flew out. Elder Cattle, can this be achieved? Is it too risky? Others may take risks, but someone else will do it foolproofly. Han Jia will not forget. Now I am the business elder of the Xian tribe, and only Xian leads one person on me. Niu Wei said very confidently. Well, since the elder cattle insist, then I will pass it to the leader. Beast Teeth had to send the letter back in a mood. He felt that Bamboo Island might be going to change, and it was really a big deal. Niu Wei's plan soon flew to Luo Chan's book again. When he opened the contents, he could not help but was stunned. The bulltail idea is too radical. He actually wanted to organize a large-scale diplomatic visit of friendly, inducing Xian to take most elders to the Han tribe to participate in the field investigation, and then the Han tribe directly shot them all under house arrest, and then the Han tribe could in the name of Xian, gave orders to Bamboo Island, and the bulltail himself was the middleman. In the future, the Han tribe wanted to do anything on Bamboo Island, and directly ordered Niu Wei to go back and say that this is an arrangement led by Xian. In the name of the commander, quickly collect and reform Bamboo Island in order to actually control it at the fastest speed. Bamboo Island. It's so bold. What is this called? Threatening the sun to make the princes? No, threaten to lead Lingzhou Island. I have to say that this idea is very tempting. This is an immediate figure compared to Luo Chan's plan to boil frogs that require continuous investment for several years, but the difficulty is not small, and there is a little bit of beef tail in it. Be careful. If Xian's commander and most elders are really caught, if the Han tribe is directly exposed and forcibly controls Bamboo Island in the name of the Han tribe, it will definitely trigger a certain degree of resistance. This will affect the Bamboo Island later. The rule is unfavorable. To maintain stability, a certain number of troops must be stationed for a long time to suppress local rebellion in time. The cost of such a way of ruling is too high. Luo Chong can't put the army there idle, it's not cost-effective. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation, the Han tribe can only continue to issue orders in the name of Xian Tong, so that some people may doubt it, but before seeing the person of Xian Tuan, plus the serious elder of the Xian tribe, there is no one else to say anything even if they doubt it. So the tale became a crucial link, an irreplaceable link. He even took the hands of the Han tribe to actually control the entire Bamboo Island. This kid is too brave and ambitious. But Luo Chong is still interested in this plan because it is so tempting. A bull tale, it's nothing. You can kill him directly. No matter how ambitious your ambitions are, people can't do fart if they die. Really smart people should find their position. You must choose to die. Can't blame others. Well, that's it. I made up my mind. Luo Chong immediately wrote a reply letter, and seriously wrote a diplomatic invitation letter, inviting the Xian tribe to lead the Han tribe as a guest, to conduct friendly inspections and visits, and to deepen the relationship between Han Xian. Friendship, and can be brought directly to visit and study. The number of people should be limited to 100 people, so that the boat is more convenient. After writing, a reply letter, an invitation letter, was packed together and sent back directly with Flying Eagle. This matter has a head start, so do it well. Where is house arrest? Luo Chong began to figure it out. If they are obedient, it's okay to put it directly in any city. If you're not obedient, just throw them on a Lake Heart Island in the swamp and send someone to detain. Then, we will carry out a comprehensive Hanization reform on Bamboo Island. We can use this excuse to say that after Zinzhen inspected the Han tribe, he felt that the Han tribe is good and the people's living standards are very high, so he proposed a comprehensive study of the Han tribe. Policy guidelines. He will continue to study in the Han tribe with several elders, and then the Han tribe will send an advisory board to help Bamboo Island implement a comprehensive Han reform plan. Perfect. When Bamboo Island changes in the future, he will issue a notice in the name of Xian Tong, saying that he has a good relationship with the Han tribe leaders. The Han tribe and the Xian tribe are like brothers. For better development, let the two tribes are strong together. So in the name of the leaders of the two tribes of Hanxing, proposed a plan for the formal merger of the Han tribe and the Xian tribe into a tribe. Of course, the merger is fake, and in fact the Han tribe is taken over in an all-round way, but the term merger is stronger than occupation, rule, and anything, so that the people's opposition will be minimal. Moreover, in the process of the merger, Bamboo Island, which has been comprehensively reformed by Han, should naturally be dominated by Han tribes, so the merged tribes are also called Han tribes. Finally, Xian led a king or something, asked him to find a horn, and then killed him with chronic poison, including his children and elders who were hostile to the Han tribe, so that the Bamboo Island would be completely Han tribe. If you want to maintain stability further, you can also exchange immigrants, from the Han tribe to part of Bamboo Island, from the Bamboo Island immigrants to the Han tribe, and blending with each other, then you are not afraid of problems. At most more than 10 years have passed, and nothing will happen in the future. A few days later, after Luo Chan's reply returned to Bamboo Island again, the beast's teeth and the tail were all stunned. The beast's teeth did not expect the leader to agree to find a plan. The tail did not expect Luo Chong to agree so simply. He even immediately wrote an invitation letter to him so that he could deceive himself. Isn't this something wrong? It wouldn't be the leader Han who wanted to do this long ago, right? Has he guessed what I would think? This is terrible. However, Niuwei did not expect that he just made a comment. Luo Chong has already thought about the plan for the next 10 years. The far-reaching consideration is indeed beyond his reach. This is the difference between the so-called tactics and the national development strategy. The bull tail can only be regarded as small and smart, and the rush is the real strategic policy. The tail of the invitation letter and consent letter is very excited, very happy, and very embarrassed. Is his purpose too obvious? The leader of Han is a decisive man. He wouldn't want to kill himself. Before, he saw Jin Yi's head hanging on the street in Hanyang City. The tail touched his neck a little hairy. No matter, make this matter first, and then say, it's a big deal. After the Han tribe has full control of Bamboo Island, they apply to be a county guard. A county guard on Bamboo Island is also good. The population of 100,000, according to the current division of the Han tribe, should be divided into 4 or 5 counties. If the Han leader was stingy and didn't even agree to this, then he would still do a fart with him, and Lao Tzu would go straight. After confessing to Beast Tooth, after the temporary farewell, the Nutail set out to Qingquan Valley at the northwestern end of Bamboo Island with an invitation letter from Luo Chong. He was going to flicker the commander to the Han tribe. Interested, should you agree? Niuwei set off with a letter to Qingquan Valley in the northwest of Bamboo Island, riding a horse all the way through countless villages, and every time he just saw the influence of the Han tribe on Bamboo Island. The most common is that there are a lot of trolleys in the village, with the largest number of unicycles, as well as two-wheeled trolleys, but only in larger villages can we see, and larger village roads are better off. Then there is the textile handicraft industry that the mission has promoted on Bamboo Island. Many villages have already purchased spinning machines or weaving machines. In front of the bamboo buildings around Bamboo Island, people can often see people working on the open space at their doorsteps. Weave your own cloth. Even those small mountain villages that cannot afford spinning machines and loom machines, they will look for wild grass everywhere, harvest home and soak in the ramming pool, and prepare to harvest enough linen fibers to go to the Han tribe to replace the spinning machine. This is just a change above the grassroots level, and in the official aspect of Bamboo Island, the most obvious change is that there are more carriages on the road. Most of the carriages are loaded with recently harvested food, which is different from the previous packed bamboo basket. All the food is now encapsulated in sacks, and these sacks are from the hands of thousands of people on Bamboo Island. Only this inconspicuous change has brought a leapfrog increase to Bamboo Island's transportation capacity. If the Han tribe is fully involved in Bamboo Island, how huge changes can it bring? Moreover, the Han tribe is about to promote the metal currency here. The promotion of metal currency is a comprehensive optimization of people's inherent trading methods. Coupled with the popularization of transportation in the future, the business vitality of Bamboo Island will be pulled up. After all, the current population of Bamboo Island is not much smaller than that of the Han tribe. Only the population can boost demand. There is also comprehensive land and tax reform, which is the weapon for accumulating wealth. Only those in power have sufficient financial resources to do more infrastructure, water conservancy, transportation, and military. These projects can be vigorously developed. I hope that the Silly General Association will agree to this visit. There was nothing in the bull tail's mind, and he ran all the way to Chinquan Valley. In a natural cave in Chinquan Valley, this is the Technology Research and Development Center of the Elders. Xian Tongjing and a group of elders here accept and test the first tools they have built themselves. There are all kinds of tools, shovels for digging soil, cross picks, pickaxe hoe, and various axes for carpentry. Saws, hand saws, ink boxes, chisels, hammers, nails, and chippers of different models. All of these things are made of light gold metal without exception. To be precise, they should belong to bronze alloy. The people under the elders of the Watchman personally used these tools to saw a piece of log into a board, and then used a pork knife to polish it. Commander Xian and other elders couldn't help but wonder. These tools were invented by the Chinese leader himself? Xian Tongzi asked some surprises. According to the craftsmen who work in the mission station, this is indeed the case. Their Chinese leader is very young and very smart. He invented many things, which are particularly easy to use, and they all work. It's just a tool. According to our craftsman's mouth, their Chinese leader also designed a thing called a windmill. Install various tools below, no manpower required. As long as there is wind blowing, those tools can work on their own, which is amazing. However, few of the artisans in the mission will do windmills. I heard that it is very big and bigger than the bamboo building. The principle of use is probably the sailboat we took that day. Can you walk on the water? The elder explained. Well, do we have a way to imitate it? Our winds are not small. There are strong winds every summer and winter, and the winds near the coast are all year round. If there is such a good thing, wouldn't it be too much to eat or drink? I don't know how tired, and I've been working hard all the time? No wonder their Han tribe is developing so fast. Elder Jean also asked with emotion. This is a bit difficult, mainly because we haven't seen it, and the craftsman of the mission also said that none of the large tools like this can be made by one or two craftsmen, and a large number of the best craftsmen work together. I heard from the craftsman of the mission that their big sailboat needs nearly 1,000 craftsmen to make it together when building the ship. The number of people who prepare the materials is countless. The planks are also sawed by windmills, because that thing does not need to rest, otherwise, even their Han tribe could not get so many boards out in a short time. The elder continued to explain and share the information he recently collected from apprentices. Xian Tongzi also nodded and agreed. He had just witnessed the speed of hand sawing wood, which was very slow, but he had to say that this magical tool is the best way to deal with wood. Don't talk about slow issues before. They can't even get such a flat board, but it can be seen that sawing is still very practical. As for the reason for the slowness, it may be that the quality of the saws they made is not very good, and of course there are reasons why the craftsmen are not skilled. But even if their speed is doubled, it is very slow. At this speed of sawing wood, I want to make up enough wooden boards to make a big boat. I am afraid they haven't saved enough work for a few years. Xian Tongzi personally took the sailboat. He is very clear that such a boat probably needs how many wooden boards and wooden cubes are used. If there is no windmill sawing machine, I am afraid their plan to build a boat will go bankrupt. Looking at these practical tools that are full of Lin Lang, Xianton collects the wind and hair, although there are not many, although the craftsmen are not yet skilled, is this not there? They have gone through the stage from scratch, away from the masses, the promotion still far away? Commander Uxin continued to ask, Golden Elder, can these tools be produced in large quantities? Back to the commander, it is temporarily impossible. The metal we are making now. Well, the Han tribe calls this kind of metal extracted from the ore metal, and the metal we use to make tools is called the Han tribe. The artisans on the other side are called bronze. They call our bronze, and all alloys smelted with other metals and copper are called bronze. According to rumors, the Han tribe used bronze-made weapons and tools and agricultural tools before the iron was not available, but their bronze was smelted with copper and a white metal called tin, but we don't have tin, so the bronze used to imitate the tool is made of the smelting of our red gold and the iron sold by the mission. According to them, this is called copper and iron alloy. So what restricts our bronze production is actually how much iron we can obtain. If there is more iron, then naturally we can do more. The Golden Elder responsible for copper smelting and casting explained. Bronze? As long as it is smelted together with copper and other metals, is it called bronze? Xian Guan didn't understand it, so he could only continue to ask. Yes, command. Since this can be made into bronze, can't we use our brown gold and platinum to smelt bronze? Is it necessary to use iron? Xian led the idea. This is definitely not possible. Before Xian led the layman to continue to ask, Elder Jean explained to himself. Although alloys made as long as they are smelted together with copper are called bronze, the bronze is used differently depending on the integrated metal. Take the tools and weapons. The bronze used must have a certain hardness, and our platinum and gold, oh yes, the Han tribe calls it silver and gold, and the two metals of silver and gold are relatively soft. The hardness of copper is not high. If these two metals are added to bronze, you can only get bronze that is so softer than copper. Such bronze cannot be used to make weapons and tools, and we can only smelt out these three metals for the time being, but it happens that no metal is hard metal. As for the tin said by those of the Han tribe, we did not find out, nor did we know what the ore was like, and the iron didn't even know if it was there. I heard from the Han tribe mission that their leader had discovered a small island floating in the sky, and inferred that there was an iron ore under the island, and they really dug out the iron ore. If we judge this way, maybe we should also look for such a place, even if it is not as big as an island. It is okay to come out with a stone floating in the sky to guide the direction of the iron ore for us. I think it is necessary for the general commander to search in Bamboo Island. Elder Jean explained and suggested. Haha, you also believe in this kind of thing? Do you really think a mountain will fly in the sky? Commander Xian suddenly disdainfully said that he did not believe this kind of gibberish from the bottom of his heart. According to his understanding, this must be to raise the value of the metal iron and deliberately find a sacred. The reason is to label the iron with a magic weapon. It is ridiculous that some people really believe this kind of thing, but they all said it was true. Most people in the Han tribe know that there are still many people who have seen it with their own eyes, and a hill is floating in the air. Is there always no fake? Elder Kim defended the Han tribe with some confidence. Although he had to admit that the commander-in-chief made it very reasonable, he couldn't help but see more people with his own eyes, and if such wonders could be found on Bamboo Island, by the way, let him dig into the iron ore and make the magic iron. Then their status as a golden elder will definitely be higher. He can even be alone, completely stepping on the other two. So, for his own benefit, even if this is fake, even if the Han tribe blows out deceiving people, he will help the Han tribe continue to blow this cow higher. Xian Guan wrinkled with some doubts. Is this true? Is it impossible? But so many people have seen it with their own eyes. As Elder Kim said, it is impossible for everyone to see it with one eye. Besides, it is a hill. Even if the young Chinese leader wants to cheat artificially create miracles, then he can't do it. Commander-in-Chief, I want to know if this is true or not. In fact, there is a simple way. Elder Jean proposed. What method? Isn't our business elder Nyo 11 coming back? He has lived in the Han tribe for more than a year and absolutely knows a lot of things we don't know. Maybe he has seen the hill in the sky. We just need to find him. Know when you ask. Elder Jean said his own way. Yes, the elder cattle have been in the Han tribe for so long, and must have learned a lot of amazing things. If he can stay to assist us, then our Xian tribe will definitely be able to create more good things. The elders on the side were even busy reviewing the argument. What about others? Did you not come back at the mission station? Xian Tanza suddenly asked. When the elder cattle came back, I was also at the Han tribe mission. He said that he would first look at the mission's construction on our Bamboo Island and the transfer of technology. When he came back, he could provide some more suitable advice to the commander. I heard that I had rushed here 2 days ago, maybe I will arrive soon. The elders who had never spoken listened to the commander-in-chief and asked about the tale. As the few pro-character in the Xin tribe elder group, there is naturally an obligation to speak for the tale at this time. To be honest, elders even have some envy tale. If he can go to the Han tribe to study and live for a while, the Han tribe must be very advanced, tall civil construction, advanced construction materials, practical and strong roads, bridges, as well as their dock and water port, are all objects that can be learned. Even if the Xin tribe can't get it out now, it doesn't mean they have no chance in the future. If the Xin tribe develops fast, maybe it will still be seen that these good things were born in their own hands during their lifetime. Xin Guan responded with a faint voice. In fact, his impression of the cowtail is still a bit complicated. After the last business elder in the Han tribe committed evil, and then was killed by the Snowfield Wolf tribe in the back, the Niuwei stood up not only to recommend softening to the Han tribe, but also to personally lead the team to the Han tribe. This incident has always held Xion's commander back. The last business elder just wanted to buy a few cars from the Han tribe and come back to imitate it, but the Han tribe directly shot the people who killed them and robbed them. In such a case, the bulltail not only did not recommend that the Han tribe remain hostile, but also took the initiative to show his favor to the other party, making him very angry. Although he knew that the Gai Niuwei was also good for the Xian tribe, at least in terms of the results, it was good. After all, he was very Han tribe talking about a transaction order for 1,000 carriages, although in the final process, he did not talk about it. There was a little trouble with credit, which caused a lot of losses to the Xian tribe, but the result was barely acceptable. In addition, this guy's mission behavior provided an opportunity for normal communication between the two tribes of Hansen, otherwise there would be no such thing as the Han tribe sending a mission. Now the mission's actions on Bamboo Island, although there are also interests of the Han tribe, in the current environment, the technological level of the Xian tribe is indeed improving significantly. The pile of tools before him is proof. He didn't like the man Niuwei too much in his heart, but there is still a set of things to do. If he wants to send a mission to the Han tribe next time, will he still let the Niuwei lead the team, or change someone? For a while, Xion's heart was very hesitant. Those who are willing to die rest in peace, and those who are strong, always remember the white angels who have dedicated themselves to fighting the epidemic. The ancestors are getting better. China, come on the world. Just when Commander Xion was still hesitant for the next candidate to the Han tribe, someone suddenly came out to report that Niuwei was back. It's really nonsense, just to see what he has to say. If this guy is still useful, he doesn't mind letting him go to the Han tribe again. At least he is more familiar with it. Let him in. Xion Tong took the lead and said that it happened that the elders were almost here, and they didn't have to find a place for a meeting. After a while, the tail rushed over with the wind and dust. He was still the dress of the Han tribe, wearing hairpins, and a collar gown outside the underwear of the trousers. A pair of old sackcloth shoes. No one said anything about him, because Commander Xion and several other elders are similarly dressed. This dress of the Han tribe is very capable and practical. The key is that the fabric is more comfortable to wear than animal skin and felt, and it looks tall. As the highest level of the Xian tribe, they also have faces. They can dress comfortably and look better. Who wants to put their heads in veteran every day? The tail has seen the commander. When the tail in his early 30 years old entered the door, he used the hand of the Han tribe to give Xion a gift to Xion. Although Xion Guan was not used to it, he said nothing. I heard that you have been observing the mission station these days. Did you find anything? Is the technology they gave us the best for the Han tribe? Xion Tong asked straight away. When did you observe them at the mission site? The tale is a bit confusing, but when he sees the elder next to him nodding at himself, he knows what's going on. The old man builds a carrier to cover himself. Is he also a member of the Han tribe? Throwing some of these things aside, Niuwei thought about Xion's question and organized the next language a little bit before he replied. Back to the commander, I found that the technical aspects you asked were good or not the best. Then you all talk about it. Xion Tong received the pinching eyebrows, and the mission was actually doing it again. Are these technologies the best? What is the better technology that cattle elders say? Obviously, the elders and Xion's focus is not the same. He only cares about the technical problems on his side. As for what the Han tribe mission will do, it's about him. Let's talk about the technical aspects first. The ink and ink are the technologies that the Han tribe promised to give us. By the way, there is also the word printing technology, the engraving printing technology, but only because we have no paper for the time being, so we can't do it. The original technique of pen and ink is very simple, and there is no difference in the level of paper. Because of the difference in raw materials, the method of papermaking and the quality of finished products are not the same. We have a lot of bamboo on Bamboo Island, so the Han tribe taught us it is based on bamboo paper, and the quality of bamboo paper is still good. I used it in the Han tribe. This can be assured. In terms of live print printing, the Han tribe uses metal script. This Han tribe will definitely not buy it for us, but we can buy it with copper. Their metal script is made of bronze alloy, and there are sculpture prints. Isn't we engraved with knives and wooden boards now? We can carve it ourselves, and there is no high score. In terms of transportation, the vehicles sold by the Han tribe to us are relatively common, but it is also considered better. When I was in the Han tribe, I saw a heavy-duty carriage with 4 wheels. The wheels can be turned. The whole is made of iron and wood, and it can hold a lot of things at a time, but the requirements for the road are slightly higher, so we don't have to consider this for now. For the rest, in terms of shipbuilding, according to the carpentry tools here, we can already try to make it. Even if the Han tribe does not give us, we can explore it ourselves. Other technical matters, as well as the technology of textile fabrics, are not the best of the Han tribe we are currently learning. The textile technology of the Han tribe is very developed. This can be seen from the fabric they have woven. You should have seen the wide fabric of the Han tribe, but the loom that they sell to us cannot be woven. I know that the Han tribe has a shuttle loom, which is more than 6 times more efficient than the loom we use now. It is faster and easier. A weaver can top it. 7 or 8 people on our side weave at the same time. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally chose to tell the truth and how to gain everyone's trust in myself without telling the truth. Besides, these truths are not really anything. As long as the people in front of them are not stupid, they should understand that Han tribes cannot directly pass on the most advanced technology to them. It would be so much worse. Xian Tong and a group of elders were surprised. Although it has long been estimated in this regard that knowing the self-use technology of the Han tribe will definitely be stronger than the version of the foreign trade sold to them, they are still stunned by this gap. Cow elders, what is the difference between the kind of shuttle loom you said and the loom we use now, and why we use so much of this kind of strong? The elder asked curiously. As the boss of the Technology Research and Development Department, the elder is the subject of a series of machines, including textile technology, which he will imitate. However, when he knows that the machine he thinks is very advanced is already eliminating the technology at the other party, he is inevitably surprised. And deep self-esteem. I don't know very well, they won't let me observe it carefully, that is, looking at it from a distance. I only know that the loomer is much larger than ours, very wide, very large. The key technology is fly shuttle. It is said that with that thing, there is no need to hand it back and forth to hand the shuttle, so that kind of shuttle can go back and forth by itself, so the cloth speed is particularly fast. Nyo Wei explained. What did the shuttle do? Elder Nyo, haven't you seen it at all? The elder thought that this kind of thing was amazing, so he asked reluctantly. If you haven't watched it carefully, just take a long look. The thing is metal, either bronze or iron. In addition to these, I have heard a message. It is said that there is a very advanced metal part on the shuttle. It is made of steel, even in the Han tribe. Nyo Wei revealed another important message. Steel? What is that? The golden elders responsible for metal smelting have also been interested. It should be iron. I heard that it is a kind of iron as the main raw material. It is a better metal than iron. Steel, you can also understand it as the most powerful iron. If you make a knife, the steel knife can easily cut the iron knife. Of course, cutting our copper weapon is even more nonsense, because copper is not as hard as iron. By the way, this year the Han tribe has also set up a new county called Xingdong County. I heard that it is a county dedicated to making steel. Nyo Wei answered again. Elder Jean listened to two eyes shining. The Han tribe originally had more powerful metals than iron. Sure enough, they didn't get the best thing, but this is also normal. As a golden elder who has dealt with metal smelting for half his life, at this time, his curiosity about steel has become stronger. Oh, yes, the Han tribe has made something more powerful in recent months. I brought a few over to show you. This is what they have shipped to Bamboo Island to start selling, otherwise I can't get it. Nyo Wei said he would turn around and get things. They just want to sell the new things they just made to us. Aren't we afraid we will learn? The elder asked in doubt. You will know when you have seen it. This thing is not something we can make. The tail of the cow walked and quickly retrieved a few electric stone lamps from outside the cave. Everyone was attracted by the transparent glass lampshade. Can this thing be made by people? Cow elder, what is this? Why is it as transparent as water, but it is a bit yellow? The animal elder also spoke for the first time. The ones he talked about before had little to do with him, but this one was different, because he had never seen it. He was curious in his heart, and he couldn't hold his mouth. This is a glass lampshade, which is made transparent to allow the firelight inside to penetrate. Nyo Wei explained. You say this is a light? Elders can't help but be curious. Commander, can you get some clear water? In addition, put out the fire in the cave. This thing is called an electric stone lamp. It is very bright after lighting. Nyo Wei did not answer. He decided to directly give them long-term insights. Xi and Guan agreed after thinking about it, and he also felt that this thing was very new. The naturally formed cave was not very bright. Even if it is daytime, there are a lot of brazier pots in the cave for lighting, but because of the bulltail's proposal, all the brazier is temporarily extinguished. The tail made people find the water again, and filled the silos of several electric stone lamps, and began to make lights. Elder Cattle, don't you need oil for this light? Can this light boiling water also light up? Several elders are all ignorant, and they have never seen such lamps. Almost. The tail ignored them and started to operate with self-sufficiency, lifted the glass lampshade, twisted the valve with water, and when there was odor at the core, the flint device inside was pulled, and the blazing white the dazzling flames fell off, and the tail lowered the yellow glass hood. After a slight adjustment, the water control valve was let go. In turn, several stone lights were lit, and the dazzling lights illuminated the entire dim cave space. The Xian leader who had not adapted for a while squinted all his eyes. What is this? This is the light. Why is it so bright? The untrue people who just despised the Han tribe's actions are now dumbfounded because they have never seen them when they are so big, nor have they heard of artificial light sources that can reach this brightness. Such a bright light, really just boiling water? Xian Tongji finally spoke because he really couldn't believe it was true. No, this is called an electric stone lamp. The bright glass lampshade on the outside actually has no special effect. It is just a kind of ceramic-like thing burned by the Han tribe. It is the only difference that it can shine, so it is used to make a lampshade. The most critical place for this electric stone lamp is actually its fuel, which burns gas. When the tail turned down the flame of a lamp to make a few people feel no longer dazzling, he got it and explained it to several people. The gas can also burn. Several people faced doubts and felt a bit incredible. Yes, the tail found a water bowl, and then came out a piece of stones to introduce. This lamp is called an electric stone lamp because it is used as a raw material for anger. This stone was made by the Han tribe. As long as it touches the water, it will react and release the combustible gas. You are optimistic. The tail put a small piece of stones into the water bowl, and then put a burning wooden stick on the bowl. The stones quickly rolled up violently in the water, and then released a large number of bubbles to the surface of the water. The odorous acetylene gas encountered a burning fire as soon as it came out of the water, and was quickly ignited. Puffed softly, a white dazzling flame appeared on the water surface in the bowl, and the tail took the wooden stick away, but the reaction in the bowl continued, and a group of flames was just going out, and there was a new one under the water. The acetylene gas was added up, so there was a strange white fire on the surface of the bowl, and this kind of flames came together. It is amazing to let the surrounding Xian leaders and a large elders stare at their eyes. Finally, the carbon elements in the electric stone are all consumed, and the hydrogen atoms in the water are also consumed a lot. The water level has dropped a bit. The electrical stones inside have now been transformed into calcium carbonate limestone at this time, and the water has become muddy. The lime water is completely over, and the bright flare has disappeared. It's amazing. After holding back for a long time, the elders came with such a sentiment. This thing was newly created by the Han tribe? Xian Tong asked. That's right, it's very good to sell in the Han tribe as soon as it is built. Although it is a bit expensive, it takes a worker's salary for several days to buy one, but it is practical. In the long run, it is actually more cost-effective than a burning oil lamp, because the stones are relatively cheap. Later, it was sold to the grassland by the Han tribe, and now the electric stone lamps are also very good in the grassland. The ones I got were sent with a boat with me when I came back a few days ago. In addition to these, the Han tribe recently built a lighthouse to guide the ship at night, which is also made of this electric stone lamp, but it is bigger. The lamp has a house size and can be shot in the night. The white light column can illuminate the distance of dozens of kilometers. Well, it is probably the distance running on the horse for half a day. Nyo Wei introduced again. So far, the lighthouse that the original mission said was made with this kind of thing, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yes, there are many good things in the Han tribe. The most important thing is that they are developing very fast. They haven't seen for a while. You don't know what weird things they will come up with. We and the Han tribe, the gap is still very large. So in order to be able to catch up with the Han tribe as soon as possible, I proposed to the Han leader to give us a chance to make a new trip. This mission can bring more people to exchange and study with the Han tribe, as well as study visits. Chief Han is also very interested in this matter. He even wrote a letter in person inviting the commander to visit with the Xin tribe elders. I guess he might want to sell us something to make money. Either I want to buy something from us. Commander, you see, this is a personal letter from the leader of Han. Are you going this time? After the words of Niu Wei, Commander Xin has nothing to say, but several elders around them are excited, and they have long thought about how to have such an opportunity. The leader of the Han tribe invited me to visit with the elders in the past. Xin Tongzi was very surprised. I don't know what the Han tribe thought, but he would issue such an invitation. Yes. It seems that I saw the doubts of the big commander, and the tale hurriedly explained. According to my observation, this Chinese leader is very young and has developed his tribe so powerful in his teens, and he is very smart and has invented many practical production tools, so he is very proud to be with our Xin. The tribe's getting along is also a first-class attitude, never taking us in our eyes, thinking that we are very backward. So I guess he invited the commander-in-chief and the elders so generously this time, and he should have the idea of showing off to our Xin tribe. But we shouldn't think so. Although this time the Han tribe may be looked down upon, this is indeed a rare learning opportunity. We can rely on the Han tribe for a while and bring some more guards and smart craftsmen used to say that they might learn more advanced technology, so I think we should go. The Neovine fooled them. Yes, the analysis of cattle elders is correct. We should indeed learn from each other and see how they weave, how to make iron, how to make steel, and shipbuilding, car making, and even life, learning, growing land and saving food. We all need to learn from the Han tribe, even if it is looked down upon by others. It is the most critical to learn something. The elders who wanted to go to the Han tribe to meet the world also helped the tone. Yes, the big commander, especially in mining, smelting, casting and metal processing, our technology gap is too large. This is the most basic material technology. The Han tribe also has various useful tools, only to create so many practical large-scale devices. Elder Jean was even busy persuading him, no matter what other people think. He really wanted to see it anyway. I just want to see how they planted land. I heard that the Han tribe has built a lot of water conservancy facilities, as well as windmills and water trucks. These are very useful for the irrigation of farmland. We have only one freshwater river on Bamboo Island. If we also learn water technology, then we can reclaim more fields. With the fields, there is a population and there is labor. If agriculture is developed well, our Xin tribe will become stronger in the future. The rice elder who hadn't spoken much couldn't help but interrupt. Xin Tong took a look around and glanced at several elders. Everyone was watching him eagerly, hoping that he could agree to this Han tribe's invitation to leave. But he was still very hesitant in his heart. Do he want to go? To be honest, Xin commanded himself to go. After all, the Han tribe is so strong than the Xin tribe, and everything is well developed. But what does the Han tribe look like? Has always stayed in the legends of others. But if they take, what if the elders went to the Han tribe? What about the Xin tribe? He is the ruler of Bamboo Island. He is the commander of the Xin tribe. Others may not consider this issue, but he will not. He is responsible for Bamboo Island. This invitation from the Han tribe is undoubtedly a good opportunity. As his elders said, you can learn a lot from this opportunity. It is not important whether it will be looked down upon by others. It is the most important thing. No matter whether you go or not, the elders always have to go. A few, and Xin Guan thinks so. As for himself, he was too contradictory, so he had to say, there must be a few more people to go this time. Any of you elders who want to go can start preparing. You must arrange everything after you leave. As for me, I think about it again. The elders were ecstatic and immediately agreed to it, only the tail was a little anxious. Isn't the commander going? The leader of the Han tribe specially invited the commander. If the commander cannot go, will the Han tribe show us those things? After all, the identity of the elders is higher, and the identity of the Han tribe leader is not equal. The young leader must have little interest in the elders. Niu Wei again teased the nerves of the elders. The elders were also anxious when they heard it. Yes, they went to the Han tribe to see the good things. If they didn't show themselves because the commander didn't go, they would still go fart themselves. Is it really the past? Is it mocking? Thinking of this, the elders also began to persuade Xin Tong to receive it. Commander, you must go. This opportunity is too rare. Even if it will be ridiculed by the little leader, it is worth it if you can learn the real thing. Elder Jean suddenly said. Hey, what did Elder Jean say? Will we be ridiculed when we go? I can't see it. The Han tribe is still good. They talk about civilization, etiquette, and respect for humble. How can a tribe like this mock the guests they invited? Although they may be looked down upon, they will not have the mockery on the face. Besides, we are indeed not as strong as the Han tribe now. Even if it is in the Han tribe, it is ultimately looked down upon by others. It doesn't matter if you go to the Han tribe. Conversely, if I can learn something this time, I also recommend that the commander go with us. The elders who claimed to be more familiar with the culture of the Han tribe also persuaded them, but he said it more euphemistically, hoping that this would dispel the concerns of the general leader. Xian Tong took a look at them, cold voice, "How do you all want to see me ugly in the past? You are still not elders of the Xian tribe." Elder Jean and Elder Sui dare not say anything, and the tail of the cow would like to say 2 more words. When Xian led the call, he waved his hand, needless to say, "I will consider it again, and I will not be anxious for a while anyway. Look at what you look like, what is urgent, and there is no self-esteem as an elder. One by one rushing to give someone a face." Xian Tongja muttered in his heart, and at the same time couldn't help sighing. He knew that the elders were also for the good of the Xian tribe. Everyone was for the development of the Xian tribe, but when he thought he would be looked down upon by a child, he could not swallow. "Why should I send my face to others to step on it?" Xian Tong led the waving sleeves without taking away a cloud. He left and went back to his house. After a while, he sent 2 more servants to take away the stone lamps brought by the tail. He didn't say anything about the money. The tail of the cows cried and laughed. "I obviously don't want to admit that I'm worse than others, and I'm trying to maintain my dignity and pride in front of others. As a result, I couldn't help but use the electric stone lamp made by the Han tribe. This is probably a common problem as a leader. What do you say you are proud of? Is it better to be under house arrest by the Han tribe in the early past, and you will have a broader future by then?" Niu Wei also returned to his home for the time being. This matter has not yet been fruitful. He cannot leave here for the time being, otherwise his previous efforts will be abandoned. "When I went home to see my family, I brought some gifts from the Han tribe to my family. In fact, some small tools and fabrics are not convenient to bring. Why in ancient fabrics has always been one of the most traded commodities in the world, because of inconvenient transportation. The transportation speed is too slow, the general fresh products cannot be kept for as long as the fabrics are different, the shelf life is super long, and it is a must-life product for everyone, so even between the 2 tribes of Hansen, fabric is still a popular commodity. It's just that the bull tail was brought back from the Han tribe on purpose. It will definitely not be the ordinary colors on the market. He brought spicy summer fabrics, and furry winter fabrics. These spinning fabrics are still temporarily on Bamboo Island. No, premium goods. After staying at home for 2 days, Niu Wei suddenly received a call from Xian Gua, and he didn't know if the guy finally decided not to go. Niu Wei hurried to Xian's new home. The tail has seen the commander. Entering the door, the tail arched the luggage lane again. "Did you salute the little leader when you were in the Han tribe?" Commander Xian stared at him and asked. "This is a proposition, don't talk nonsense." Niu Wei thought about it, or said, "Yes, the etiquette of the Han tribe, people with similar identities will just do what they want to do with each other. When they meet people with higher identities, they must not only do what they want, but also bow down, pay tribute." Having said this, the waist of the tail bent down again. Xian Guan sighed coldly, but said nothing. "Didn't you say the day before yesterday? What did you find at the mission station? What the hell are they doing? What are they going to do?" "The day before yesterday was talking about technical matters, forget about this matter, and listen now." Xian Tong asked questions. It turned out to be this matter. Niu Wei was a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't come to trouble him. He thought a little bit in his heart, so he began to explain. Back to the commander-in-chief. When the tail came back, there was a large sailboat full of coins in the fleet. I asked the Han in the station, they said they would promote them on our Bamboo Island. Currency. What is the coin? What is currency? Why should we promote it here? What are the benefits or disadvantages for us? Commander Xian heard the term for the first time and couldn't help but ask curiosity. Niu Wei thought about it, and simply took out his own money bag, and counted out one of every Han tribe coin with a face value, so that it could be used for the explanation given to Xian. Commander-in-chief, this is the currency of the Han tribe. These coins also have a collective name called currency. They are a thing. As for why they are called currency, it is used when trading goods. As long as you have this, you can exchange all the goods sold by the Han tribe at will, which is very convenient and fast. For trading goods? Just use this exchange? Can I exchange anything I want? Xian Tong asked with a lack of understanding. Yes, but the prices of commodities are also different. Only enough coins are needed to exchange what you want. Niu Wei continued to introduce. Commander-in-chief, these currencies of the Han tribe are divided into 3 levels, which are the 3 faced values of each of the text, corner, yuan, text, and corner, 1 or 2, and wu. The yuan has 4 facial values, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, wu yuan, and pickup yuan. These currencies can be used not only to exchange goods, but also to exchange with each other. 10 words change 1 corner, 10 corners change 1 yuan, and the sizes exchange each other. For example, I took a dollar coin and wanted to buy a chicken, but a chicken is worth triangular money. The other party can give me a chicken and find me 7 corners, so that both of us are fair. But if I take a sheep to change someone else's chicken, others can't return the remaining value to me, and the second other party may not need my sheep, then the two of us can't do business. But if there is money as a medium for trading, which can balance the value gap between buyers and sellers and make the transaction more fair. Xi and Tanja took the currency for a long time, and suddenly asked, "This thing is really convenient, but where did their currency come from?" These currencies are made by the Han tribe and issued by them. If our people want to change things from the Han tribe, they can first sell the value of the goods they brought to the Han tribe to get the coins first, and then if you want to buy something from the Han tribe, you can use these currencies to buy them. Their stuff is also clearly priced and sold to us. We can buy it directly by taking out the equivalent amount of money. Niu Wei explained. The Han tribe itself is like this. Commander Xian suddenly asked slightly. Yes, the Han tribe has now fully popularized this metal currency in its territory. People can exchange coins for anything they want. As for the source of coins, as I just said, farmers plant land and obtain food. In addition to their own rations, the rest can be sold to the official grain stacks run by the Han tribe, from which they can obtain equal value coins, and then buy what they need, or salt, bus, or cloth. If you want a car boat, you can save enough money to exchange it. And those craftsmen who do not grow land and work for the tribal workshops, the Han tribe will also pay the corresponding wages based on the number of days they work, that is, enough money for their lives, and the craftsmen can use these coins to buy diesel oil salt, to support a family. There is another thing. In the first half of this year, the Han tribe has promoted their currency on the grassland. Now all the nomadic tribes in the grassland are using money to trade with the Han tribe. The herdsmen will be in the Han tribe. In the open-source city of the grassland, they replaced their livestock with money. Then use the money to go to the department store next to it and replace it with the material you want. Great, so to speak. Is this coin too convenient to exchange everything? Any commodity can be exchanged with the corresponding number of coins as long as the price is marked. This is also the small leader of the Han tribe. Came out? Xian commanded surprised questions. Yes, the commander-in-chief, look at the opposite of these currencies. The head of the men over the coins is the little leader of the Han tribe. He engraved his face on the coins, so that no matter how many people the Han tribe will have in the future, how many new tribes can let everyone know that he is the leader of the Han tribe. The tail of the cow pointed to the introduction of Luodu on the silver dollar. Xian Tong heard that there was a smear of eyes here, and he also wanted his people to know themselves. This is a good way to increase prestige for himself. Niu Wei looked at Xian's appearance with 2 eyes, and he was very helpless and contemptuous. He knew that Xian Guan would definitely have his own idea of minting coins, but even if he did so, I am afraid he could only lose money. When the coin is really so easy to make? Commander-in-chief, this money is not easy to make. It is even more difficult to issue currency by yourself. Niu Wei couldn't help pouring cold water on him. Why? Isn't it just a small round made of red gold? Xian Tanja is still dreaming about it. He was so upset by the bull tail that he was upset. Cough, Commander, this coin is really not easy to make, because it is not only an object, but also carries the credibility of a tribe, so this money is not only of high purity, but also cannot be distributed indiscriminately, otherwise it will destroy the economy of its own tribe. Furthermore, although this small round does not look big, there are many processes, so this cost is also a big problem. If we spend a dime to make a denominational coin, isn't it to lose money? If the cost is high, only the currency of large denominations will be issued. What is the use of the coin? Because the people's transactions are basically used for a small amount, how can large quantities and low-cost money be made? This is the most critical question, not so simple. According to our existing technology, I think it is definitely not difficult to imitate a similar coin, but it is difficult to manufacture in large quantities. Xian Tanze almost understood it, and then frowned. This cost is indeed a problem. After all, it is something to be popularized on a large scale. If the number is not enough, it will lose its role. And this kind of thing that Niu Wei said does exist in history. For example, the banknote issued by the Ming dynasty, the cost of printing money in the later period actually exceeded the face value of the banknote, so it will no longer be printed. This is still banknotes. The cost of metal coins is higher than banknotes. After all, metals already have a certain inherent value, and thermal energy consumption during heat treatment, which is all money. Then we have to try it. What if we can cast it in large quantities ourselves? Xin commanded, unwilling struggles. Commander, if you want to issue currency, you can of course try it, but I have inquired about some news from Han. If we don't issue the currency ourselves, it's more beneficial, let the Han tribe pay. Is it better for us to use it directly? Niuwei continued to admonish. What news? What is the bigger benefit? Xian Tong asked curiously that he knew that the tale was mixed with the Han tribe, so he was still very interested in some information and news provided by the tale. Commanders may not know much about the way currency is issued. For example, Han tribes use copper for money, then all copper should be equal to the value of the money, so if they issue copper money, those in the homes of our tribes the copperware is valuable. According to the currency rules of the Han tribe, those copperware can also be used to exchange their goods and materials. Niuwei introduced. What else? Xian Tongzi stood up in surprise. If all the copper of the Xian tribe can be used for money, how many good things can it buy? What, a four-wheeled car, a sailing boat, or whatever, as long as the Han tribe is willing to sell, the Xian tribe absolutely affordable. Niuwei seemed to see what the commander was thinking, so he continued to pour cold water. Commander, things are not as simple as you think. As a tribe that has successfully promoted its own currency on the grassland, how could it not be possible to think of such things? They have already thought about countermeasures, and they will never let us take it for nothing. Cheap? What do you mean? Xian Tong led frowning and asked. It's not interesting. It's the thing I just said. If the Han tribe wants to promote copper money in a copper-producing tribe like our Bamboo Island, they must be prepared for the run materials. If they don't give us exchange materials, or increase the price of commodities, it is equivalent to their own depreciation of the value of copper coins. They certainly won't do it. So the Han tribe decided to use their ironware to exchange our copperware. If someone really went to use their own copper agricultural tools to find the Han tribe to exchange materials, then they could only change some ironware back. They could not change other materials, and they will not change other materials, because our people also need metal agricultural tools to farmland. If there is no farm tools, what do they eat? Do you mean that the Han tribe will replace all our copper with iron? Xian Tongzi asked in some surprise. Well, that's almost the case. If someone changes it with copper in the past, they will definitely do it. No one will change it. But I don't think it's possible, because everyone knows now. Iron instruments are better than copper instruments. Who doesn't change it? Niuwei explained the analysis again. In this way, wouldn't the red gold of our Xin tribe be replaced by them? Then what you just said, we will have huge benefits. What is this benefit? Xian Tongzi asked again. Of course it is iron. According to the pricing of the Han tribe, their copper is more expensive than iron, so that we can use a small amount of copper to change to more iron. The copper is far less useful than iron. We use our own. The copper dug out of the mountain can be replaced with more advanced iron. Isn't this a huge benefit? With these iron, we can make more iron tools. With useful tools, can't we make good things? If we can also produce a variety of commodities and useful equipment ourselves, are we still worried about having no money? Niuwei started another serious nonsense, which is clearly the thing that the Han tribe prevented the Xian tribe from developing its own currency. The stunned feeling was that the Xian tribe took advantage of it. This eloquence is simply first-rate. Of course, this is also because he learned in advance the currency promotion plan of the Han tribe mission, and he knew the character and ideas of Xian Guan, so he could target him and change these things that others really don't necessarily say. It's like the other elders of the Xian tribe, they don't even know how to play money. The tale is different. He has been in the Han tribe for more than a year. He even watched the Han tribe begin to issue metal currency internally, so he knows more about the way the currency is issued, otherwise he cannot see it. So thorough. Not right. Commander Xian suddenly said that he always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. After wandering around the house for 2 laps, Xian Tongji finally found the problem. You're not right. If the Han tribe really issued their copper coins with us, then we can exchange them for a lot of their iron with red gold, but we were not talking about issuing our own currency before? If they change all the copper, what else do we use to make our own coins? Do we use iron in exchange? If we use iron to make that coin, we can't produce iron ourselves. In that case, if the Han tribe gets a lot of iron, according to the rule you said, wouldn't they be able to exchange anything for us with iron? Also, if the Han tribe really promotes the currency on our Bamboo Island, then the people on the Bamboo Island will use the coins engraved with the leader of the Han tribe every day, who will be the real Bamboo Island leader then. Although Xian Guan still did not catch the key to the problem, it was because of Luoda that he still rejected to promote Han tribe coins. In his own tribe, the leader of others is known to everyone. How can this be? In an instant, the commander of Xian wanted to understand a lot of things. Currency is indeed a good thing. The promotion of business and the convenience of trading are all unquestionable. But the Han tribe actually wanted to use this thing to promote them in the Xin tribe. Chief, what do they want to do? And the Han tribe is still in this gear of the upcoming promotion of currency, inviting themselves and their elders to pass. What do they want to do? Want to wipe out the top management of the Xin tribe, and then successfully control Bamboo Island with money? Even if they don't force detention, as long as they just make excuses to drag on for a while, such as inviting themselves to visit all parts of the Han tribe. There are so many counties in the Han tribe, and they are still distributed in different areas. Those of their elders will not be so easy to want to go because of the technology of the greedy Han tribe. I can't wait any longer. I'll tell them that there is no boat or anything. I can only go back by car and walk down the road. It will take another 2 or 3 months on this road. After all, who can just rush to the beginning of the end of the month? If you just missed the tide, if there is no dark bridge, how should you go back to Bamboo Island? Go for 2 months, stay for 2 or 3 months, and come back for 2 or 3 months. This is most of the year. For most of the year, the Han tribe should have promoted the currency long ago. Is it still useful to come back by then? Is Bamboo Island still a Xin tribe? Is the Xin tribe still its own? I don't go, it's a conspiracy. Xin took a look and figured out many things. Although Commander Xin wanted to split a lot of things, he guessed the result. He did not think that the Han tribe actually put his idea under house arrest because he always felt that the Han tribe is so powerful and advanced. And his own cultural etiquette inheritance, how can he order his face and do so many ways to himself? He didn't believe it. But even if the Han tribe does not house him under house arrest, it can drag him for more than half a year. This result is something he cannot afford. This must be a conspiracy of the Han tribe. So, the Han tribe is not helping Bamboo Island at all. They want to seize Bamboo Island. So whether the elder cow in front of him is an enemy or his own person, is he rebelled by the Han tribe or just deceived by the Han tribe? Both of these are possible. After all, this guy has been in the Han tribe for so long. More than a year is enough to change a person. People will change. Thinking of this, Xion's commander did not show a tense and unhappy expression. He was afraid of being noticed by the tail. If this guy had really turned to the Han tribe, he could not fight the grass and try to deal with it. The Xian tribe is not yet an opponent of the Han tribe, so what should I do? The Han tribe cannot be confronted in the light, and this can only be done in secret. Thinking for a long time, Commander Xian finally spoke. Elder cows, go back first, and continue to pay attention to the movements of the Han tribe missions. If there is any new news, remember to pass it back in time, and let me think about the currency. Niuwei was a little bit tempted to command Xian, so he tried to ask, what does mean? What should we do if the Han tribe immediately began to promote currency? They brought cash, even if we want to make money ourselves, and wait for the trial to come out and produce it in batches, it will definitely take a lot of time? Xian Tanzi showed some irritable waves. He said impatiently, I will consider this matter. You go out first, remember to call me elders and gold elders for a while, and this set of money you stay with me. Yes, the tail will retire. Niuwei temporarily couldn't figure out this guy's ideas, and the other party has already started to rush. He also knew that he couldn't rush, so he had to bow down and say to quit. Xian led a butt in a bamboo chair. He was suddenly a little scared. The Han tribe has been trying to deal with itself, and the Han tribe is still so powerful that even the diplomatic rights of both parties are firmly controlled by the Han tribe. There is only one channel for the Xian tribe to the Han tribe, that is, to take the dark bridge and pass by the grassland. But now the Han tribe has basically controlled the grassland. This road has not been possible. The waterway is convenient and fast, and it is not affected by the tide. However, because the Xian tribe has no shipbuilding technology, the waterway is equivalent to being opened only unilaterally to the Han tribe. They come whenever they want, and their military strength is still so powerful, but they can only passively defend themselves. It is too difficult for Xian to implement it. So, he suddenly started to panic and shook on the bamboo chair. He looked forward to, hoping that those elders who were loyal to themselves could give themselves ideas and find a way to keep the Xian tribe. He only called the elders of Jin and the elders of the instrument. On the surface, it seemed that he was planning to make money. In fact, because he thought these two elders were the most loyal to the Xian tribe, so he suddenly felt that his elders have been corrupted by the Han tribe, especially the tail, and the elder. That guy is thinking about the tall buildings of the Han tribe now, and he can't see the bamboo building of the Xian tribe. Several other rice elders, bean elders, and animal elders are all ambitious guys. They only care about the benefits of their respective families every day. They really can't expect something to happen. There are not many people they can use. He suddenly developed a deep sense of crisis. For the time being, Niue didn't know that Commander Xian was suspicious of him, and his plan was already ruined. Now he is only thinking about being able to make a big contribution quickly, so as to reflect his value in front of Luocheng, so that he can find a better future for himself. As for the Xian tribe, he didn't care about the life and death of the Xian tribe. It's just the senior executives of the general commander and elders, and the people below will only cross the better. Well, I am helping them to live a good life, and the bulltail comforts himself like this. After going out of the grand courtyard of Commander Xian, he found Elder Jin and Elder Ji in the mountains, and told him that the commander may want them to make money, and then he left first. Elder Jin and Elder Ji came to Xian's house with a blunt face. They didn't know what the currency was. Why did the commander find himself? When Niue found them just now, the two were still giving their own hands a letter. Meeting, discussing the work arrangements after going to the Han tribe. Both of them can't wait to go to the Han tribe to visit and study. This time, Xian leads here, and has the idea of persuading again. As a result, when they first came to Xian's command, the guy came in pain. Our Xian tribe may be in trouble, and the Han tribe is staring at us. Elder Kim and Elder Listen inexplicably, isn't it a currency? Why was it stared at by the Han tribe? What did the Han tribe stare at? Looking at the puzzled expressions of the two elders, the Xian Tangsui told himself what was just now, and the Han tribe's intention to promote currency on Bamboo Island, including the true purpose of inviting them to visit the Han tribe this time. Coupled with their own analysis and doubts about the tale, they all told them. Elder Jin and Elder Ji are full of cold sweat. They just arranged for themselves to go to the Han tribe before they came. Now look again. If they go by themselves, they may still be their own tribe when they come back. I don't even know it. No, I'm not sure I can't come back. That great commander means that we are not going this time? But looking at the posture of the Han tribe, and the guy who said that no matter if we don't go, the Han tribe's mission will promote money in our Bamboo Island. What should we do then? Elder Jin picked up a silver dollar and played around in his hand, looking at the rushy head, and his mood was a bit complicated. This young man, he could bring a devastating blow to the Xian tribe with any decision. I thought about it. We can't let the Han tribe promote currency with us. We can't go to this Han tribe's invitation, because once they reject their request to promote currency, whether it's me or you, if you go the Han tribe may really not come back. However, currency is indeed a good thing. Even if there is no money and technology of the Han tribe, we have to figure it out ourselves. It is not as delicate as the Han tribe. As long as it can meet the large amount of use, it is still easy to distinguish. According to this set of the Han tribe, it is also classified into 3 levels. If it is too difficult, it will be made into 2 levels. Use our red gold, copper, and platinum, silver, to do it. In this way, when we have our own currency, it will be difficult for the Han tribes to promote their currency again, and when we trade in the future, we also ask the Han tribe to use our money to buy it. If not, we will follow the original method. What do you think of this idea? Xian Tong asked. Well, yes, anyway, as long as the Han tribe has it, we must also have it. If we don't slowly engage in it, this currency, I think it's not very difficult to make, but it's the currency value that the commander just said. Question: if we promote the currency ourselves, will the people use their own copper to run? We don't have as much iron as the Han tribe? Elder Jin thought about it. This is not a big problem. After all, the Xian tribe is ours. As long as we order copperware not to be used for trading, only copper that casts coins can be traded, so that people can avoid crowding things. Say, as the guy at Niue said, the people still expect those agricultural tools to eat, they can't all exchange for other things. Commander Xian immediately stated his solution. The 2 elders agreed to nod their heads and did not speak. They were all thinking about what they needed to do. Do you two have any other ideas? This time, the Han tribe's invitation was rejected, and then they were prevented from issuing currency on Bamboo Island. Then the relationship between our 2 tribes may deteriorate rapidly. Maybe there will be war, and do we need some preparation? Xian Tong saw that the 2 did not speak, and simply asked themselves. The elder thought about it for a while and suddenly said to Xian Tong, Commander, I have a suggestion. Since Niue has already turned to the Han tribe, we must not be able to stay with him, but this guy after all, we have been in the Han tribe for more than a year, and the familiarity with the Han tribe is incomparable to us. So I suggest arresting him, and then interrogating it. Maybe I can ask something from his mouth that we don't know about the Han tribe, such as the Han tribe's army, the Han tribe's system, and all aspects of the Han tribe. It's all our urgent news. Since we are ready to turn our faces with the Han tribe, we should still know more about our opponents. Like the promotion of currency, this guy definitely knows more than we need to know. That's right, the elder Yu is right. We really need news in this regard. No one in our Xian tribe knows more than he does. In addition, I would like to add that those who have been to the Han tribe with the tail, I think they are all caught together. They are all close friends of the tail. They have also been in the Han tribe for so long. They know a lot. Even if one or two refuse to say, but so many people, there are always a few willing to say. Elder Jean also added along the side. Xian Tanza squinted and was very excited about this suggestion, but if Niuwei really had already turned to the Han tribe, would he speed up the face of the Han tribe when he was caught at this time? Thinking of this, Commander Xian suddenly smiled and shook his head. What if the Han tribe couldn't turn his face? Anyway, they didn't feel at ease with their tribe. Then grab them. Xian Tong made up his mind. Elder Jean and Elder Ji glanced at it, and nodded to indicate that the proposal was passed. Do you have any other suggestions? That's the Han tribe, it's definitely not easy to deal with. Commander Xian continued to ask. Let me think about it. If the Han tribe really turned his face, if the Han tribe came to beat us, it must have come from the sea, and the station of their mission. We have to take precautions in advance. We have no large ship that can compete with the Han tribe at sea, so we can only find a way on the shore. Elder Jean analyzed and said, yes, weapons, soldiers, we are all ready. In addition, I suggest that you can try to contact the stroke of the grassland. Although the sky is not a good thing, if we can let him go to the Han tribe for trouble, I believe the Han tribe does not have so much energy to deal with us. After all, their territory is so large, but the population is very limited. Even if they want to call us, the available soldiers are also limited. If we let the guy who took the Han tribe soldiers in the grassland, then we have more time to develop. I know some news on the grassland. Since the Han tribe built the city on the grassland, the day of the upset is very difficult. They are now very short of salt. We can produce weapons and salt and let them go to the city on the grassland of the Han tribe. The elder continues to add. It's really abominable to impersonate that guy, but if he can block the knife in front of us, it's a good method, so settle it. Send someone to the station of the Han tribe mission, tell them not to use their coins on Bamboo Island, and send a team of people to the grassland to contact Yuntan. It's better to let him send someone over so that we can keep in touch, and then you must find a way to hurry up and cast our own coins. But before that, we'd better grab the tail first and then say Xian to lead the decision. Xian Tong and his two most trusted elders planned to catch the tail. Niuwei did not know about it yet. He was even thinking about when Xian Tangja would agree to Luo Chang's invitation to the Han tribe. This guy has been rushed. Kindness of thought stunned, he wanted to prove his value in front of Luo Chong. On the side of the Han tribe, Luo Chong also encountered some things, not very serious, but not small, because suddenly someone sent a message, the Han tribe's iron would not be used up. Will iron be too much to run out? This matter is too nonsense. Luo Chong can only feel how weak the Han tribe is. After all, in an era of such a developed age, the world of annual steel production has never said that it is useful. The reason is not because the iron industry of the Han tribe is so developed, but the population is too small, a total of more than 100,000 people, that is, everyone wears armor, and how much iron can be used. So the endless use of iron can only prove that there are few Han tribes, not how powerful the Han tribe is. So do you want to continue production now? If not, what are the people in Xingdong County doing? The coal in Dongzi County can continue to be mined. It is okay for coal mines to be stored a little more, and it is no longer steelmaking in Xingdong County. The open source county on the grassland will also be a large coal user. The grassland is a white slice from winter to winter. There are few trees at all, and they cannot provide enough fuel. The herdsmen are picking up cattle dung and drying them as fuel, because there is grass chips in the stuff. But now it's different. After the Han tribe built the city in the grassland, it was natural to consider the issue of fuel. The open source county was located on the lake. It is most convenient to transport coal by big ship. Now this season is also the season with the most stored coal. In addition, Dongxian County is also located on the shore of browsing the Yanghe River. Even if they are all not digging coal, they can go to farm. But the New Steel County is different. The New Steel County is full of mines, the ground is full of heavy metals, and there is a salt lake, surrounded by grassland hilly landforms. There is no forest, and the fresh water is far away. There is really no food to grow in that place. If you don't mine iron, people in this whole county have nothing to do. Therefore, the iron smelting can't stop. Since it can't be used up now, find a way to find more things to do. In addition to the necessary reserve resources, others can be used as much as possible. With more steel used, Luo rushed around the study and found that there is really nothing to do now. There must be more iron for paving a railway, but there is no long rail for the steel roller. Knocking on a hammer is whimsical. The steel bar is also a good thing. It is used to build sharp objects and build houses to pave the way to build bridges, but the mass production of that thing also requires the rolling steel machine. As for the one that was used as a lightning rod on the lighthouse last time, that it was really knocked with your hands. Seamless steel pipes also have a great effect. Not to mention making guns, it is also necessary to use them as tricycles. After all, most of those things are welded with steel pipes, but the batch of steel pipes also needs to be rolled. The steel engine only works. In this way, the situation is very embarrassing. There are many things that are needed, but there is no steel rolling machine to do it. Isn't this nonsense? The thing about the ginning machine is actually not difficult. It is nothing more than some large steel machines, but it must be motivated to use it, otherwise it is a piece of iron bump that can only grow rust. In other words, the current situation is that the Han tribe needs an artificial power machine to solve the problem of overcapacity in steel. This problem is very simple. In the current conditions of the Han tribe, if there is coal and iron, it is finished to directly engage in steam engines, but that the stuff is not so easy to make. The core technology of the steam engine is the cylinder, piston, bearings, and 4 important parts of the valve, almost each of which cannot be done by the Han tribe now. Take the cylinder for example. The thing needs to be tightly stitched with piston. It must be strong and not leaky. The reason why the West made this thing was because their technology in this area was relatively mature. At that time, the West was at the end of the era of the sea of navigation. Technologies such as artillery casting technology and boring machines have reached the peak of humanity in that era. The artillery and the cylinder of the steam engine have different similarities. They are all required to be strong, durable, and not leaky. The tank, barrel, should be closely integrated with the piston, artillery shell. So, some people used the cannon method to create the most primitive Nukem steam engine. So if the Han tribe wants to make a steam engine, do they have to develop artillery first? This seems to be a good idea, because no matter whether the steam machine can do it, at least these artillery pieces can consume a lot of iron. After all, the artillery thing not only needs the gun body, but also needs a lot of iron ball projectiles. A gun is jack. If you make a few more, will the iron be used? I made up my mind. Luo Chong immediately began to design and make cannons. The usefulness of this thing is actually quite large. It can be used not only for wild battles, but also for keeping the city walls on the walls, or for ships and guns. It's better not to say that you can't beat it. As long as it can blow it up, it can be scared away in this era. Artillery is an art. Casting cannons is technology. If you want to cast good quality and easy to use artillery, the technology is even more difficult. The first is the selected material. Take the preloaded smoothbore gun as an example. When the steel gun is the first, the bronze cannon is followed by the third party. The steel cannon is strong enough. In addition, the weight is relatively light and the durability is the best. The bronze gun is actually also good. The most famous one may be the Napoleon gun. The biggest advantage of the bronze gun is that it is resistant to high temperature. But the shortcomings are also obvious, because bronze is much heavier than bronze with the same volume, and bronze is too expensive. As for the last remaining iron, you don't have to think about it. It's not only easy to blast, but also very heavy in weight. When it is capable of making steel, iron is not considered at all. Besides, the main purpose of this casting is not because the Han tribe lacks military firepower, but because there is too much iron to use, so it is still the primary purpose of consuming steel. Since this is the case, bronze is even more unusable. Is it not good to make money? The material was selected, and then the use. The artillery of the Han tribe was mainly for defense. It was still a bit early to make a field gun. There was no field to let the Han tribe fight, so Luo Chong decided to design a ship, a dual-use gun. This also saves too much trouble to replenish. To put it bluntly, is the unified caliber. The cannon placed on the ship is actually of little use, because the Han tribe now does not even have an enemy with a big ship, so the cannon may be used even when it is used to attack land. The powerful artillery has become the preferred target of the Han tribe. According to the theory that the longer the body tube, the longer the range, Luo Chong directly set the artillery length into 2 meters. The caliber of the 12-pound gun is 121 millimeters, which is not very small, plus a 2-meter-long body tube. If doubled the charge, with a 5-degree range, the effective range can reach 1,800 meters, 1.5 times the charge, and the angle of fire is 10. The range can reach more than 2 kilometers. This is the limit of the Napoleon gun in the previous life. Because the materials of the Han tribe are relatively developed, Luo Chong can directly use cast steel to make artillery, plus his advanced knowledge of weapons. Basically, one step can be put in place. The design drawings are drawn on the paper first, and the thin shape is very consistent with the characteristics of gunpowder combustion, because the back of the artillery is always under the most pressure, and the fuller the combustion, the smaller the back rifle pressure of the shell movement, so the muzzle, the thickness of the head is relatively thin. The middle position of the gun body is equipped with two relatively cylindrical gun ears, which is convenient for combining with the gun rack, and it is also convenient to adjust the pitching angle. There is a fire door above the gun's back. The flint ignition device can be installed on it, which can greatly reduce the time error from aiming to firing. The hit rate will be higher. At the end of the artillery, there is also a ball-shaped cannon beads. The first is to facilitate handling, and the second is to facilitate the adjustment of the gun body angle. This is also essential. After drawing the drawings, Luo Chong asked people to send the drawings to the wood processing plant in Hanyang City. Let them use wood to make an equal-scale model first, and then it will be convenient for Xingdong County to make molds. The way of casting guns is of course based on the iron mold casting method, because this can be said to be the most advanced casting method before there is a large rolling steel machine and mechanical forging hammer. There is no one. The iron mold casting method is also the iron fan casting method. There are many advantages. First of all, high production efficiency, and then better quality. You can directly throw out 18 streets of the two casting methods of mud mold over sand. The casting artillery has been used with mud fan, a mud mold, at first, but the mud fan can only be used at once. It is not expensive to destroy and redo it directly. The key is that it is a waste of time. The mud mold must be used for wet mud, plasticity, and then have to be dried for more than 3 months to use a low-efficiency one. If it is used without drying, when casting a cannon, the high-temperature iron water will quickly evaporate the water in the mud fan, then form a water vapor and mix it into the iron water, and finally form a large amount of dense bubbles in the gun body. This is the so-called honeycomb gun body, which is blasted with a few guns. Iron fan does not have these shortcomings, so he can directly cast molds with raw iron, so that he does not have to worry about the problem of bubbles, and then make tie fan into a section shape, and use cartoon to fix each section, which can be convenient disassembly, and can be repeated quickly. However, this is still not the extreme of the foundry process. The best process for casting cannons can only be regarded as half successful using the iron fan. The pen of the other half is called core cold. The use of steelmaker has a series of very important processes, known as quenching and firefighting, and casting artillery is no exception. How should the cast steel artillery be quenched? Throw it directly in the water or in the oil? That is impossible. The way of quenching artillery is carried out from the inside out, and the temperature is cooled layer by layer from the barrel to the outer wall. This is the so-called core cold technology. Combined with iron mold casting, the process is probably like this. First, get a core mold with hollow tubes, then put a body mold on the outside, and wait for the steel water to be cast, after its natural cooling to red and hot state, and then start to the core mold's tube filled with cold water to cool the gun barrel first. As we all know, most objects are characterized by thermal expansion and contraction, and steel is no exception, so after the inner riff of the artillery first cools down, the body of the gun will quickly cool down from the inside out and tighten. Therefore, the artillery cast by this core cold process will naturally produce an inward tightening stress. The entire barrel is tightly compressed inside the barrel, and it is more important than adding more iron hoops directly. Moreover, due to the first cooling of the inner wall of the artillery, the hardness of the gun barrel will increase after quenching, and the strength of the gun body will gradually increase from the outside. In this way, the durability of the hardened gun barrel can also rise linearly. Of course, this is not finished yet, and the necessary grinding process is still indispensable, but it is also a relatively difficult process for the cannon of the cast steel to polish without machine tools and sand wheels. According to Luo Chan's understanding of this aspect, the external methods of casting artillery are generally used when the artillery is still in a state of red heat, the hardness is not so high, and then quickly brush it with a brush. As for the gun barrel, this can only be polished with a boring bed, otherwise there is no way. However, this is not very difficult for the Han tribe. Now, without a steam engine, you can use hydraulic or wind boring machines to do this polishing job. It is said that the cylinder of the world's first Nuco-Gate steam engine was used. This hydraulic boring machine that specializes in polishing the gun barrel is drilled out. So the development of artillery is still for steam engines. It is necessary to make a good technical reserve first, and when everything is done, the steam engine will naturally come out. After making these plans, Luo Chong is also looking forward to the news on Bamboo Island, and he doesn't know if the guy's idea is okay, and the Han tribe's plan to promote money on Bamboo Island. Is it going well? Looking at the two children who set up blocks in the living room, Luo Chang's thinking began to diverge, thinking about what the future Han tribe will go, and her own efforts will still depend on these two little guys to inherit. The Han tribe cannot fall, she must go down tenaciously. However, Luo Chong is not very worried about the future of the Han tribe to split. As long as he is still alive for a day, no one can rebel under his own pressure. Then as long as he engages in the transportation artifact of the train during his lifetime, then there is no need to worry about the split of the Han tribe. In fact, the stability of a country depends largely on transportation capacity. If the central government of the Han tribe has the ability to mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops to reach any corner of the country within 24 hours, then it is just a joke to say that the rebellion is just a joke. Who dares to rebel as soon as several armies are out? Just when Luo Chong was thinking about how to increase the steel consumption industry, time had entered October in the first year of the Han tribe. This was the last month of autumn. The cold winter was coming soon. However, the field at this time there is no plan to return in the north. In an unknown valley thousands of kilometers northeast of the Han tribe, a large flag of Han is flying in the wind here. This is a temporary camp from Yunyi. However, the camp at this time is a busy site. It was a flat ground in the river valley. After being cleaned, many low bug houses were built. The dense houses were located in an orderly manner. They looked like the residential areas in the Han tribe city. Although these houses had no courtyards, they looked simple. Not good, most of them are thatched roofs, but the arrangement is fairly neat. There are many houses, about thousands, and they are still increasing. In this large-scale settlement of suspected, many people are intensively collecting winter supplies. The crew led by Yui is also here. Some crew members lead the corn grown on the hillside by women and semi-children. It was planted from the reserve food carried on the sailboat in the wild. The broken corn was put into the vine basket. Then he was picked back to the camp with a flat burden, and the remaining corn straw was harvested and sent back to the camp for storage. Keep feed as fuel or livestock for winter. The dedicated corrals in the camp are filled with some wild rams and unknown deer, and even a dozen blue-gray-haired wild donkeys, mainly used to pull cars. The car was built by the artisans on board, and the layout technology of the adobe house was also brought by the field. Farming and farming are all brought from the Han tribe. There are shrinks of the Han tribe everywhere, but people living here it is called the legacy by Yui. These are all tribes that have been attacked by cannibals. They were caught in part and ran out again. They were all remnants of the original tribe, so they were called survivors. There are some who were even rescued by Yui from the cannibal team, or after being discovered by Yui, they were placed here in a unified manner. For most of the year, the people who had been rescued by abduction had gathered 45,000 people, and continued increase. In the afternoon, the men came back. They either carried the prey they caught or carried a bundle of firewood with branches. In short, none of them came back empty-handed. These people carry long bows, spears in their hands, and stone axes in their waists. Each person is also equipped with 4 or 5 arrows. They all carry weapons. They go out to hunt and cut wood every day. By the way, they also perform patrol tasks. Compared with previous life, the days are much better. With the help of the Han tribe, they have learned many new skills. Archery is just one of them. The most important thing is to learn to set traps, which can help them save a lot of hunting time. Sometimes if a cannibal hunting team is found, you will also summon people to rescue them. Everyone has bows and arrows. Coupled with the advantages of sneak attacks and many people, the hunting team that encounters small shares can always win. Otherwise, it will not take so many refugees in just half a year. After the men returned with their prey, there were special people responsible for slaughtering, and they used iron knives brought by Yuno. The ironware here is too scarce, most of which are the personal equipment brought by the crew themselves. There are only 2 bites, which have always been used by Yuno themselves. Fortunately, the versatile crew taught these people to burn pottery, which allowed thousands of people to use the pots and pans. Salt, also here, is the salt pond found by Yuno in another place. It is actually a saline land with some water. Get some salt soil and go back to filter and evaporate it. The output is not large, but it can maintain the daily consumption of the camp. Even the elderly and children who are old are not idle. They plant or collect wild sesame rattan strips and the like, and then rub them into ropes, bow strings, or use them to weave nets. The net can be used to make the trap of catching prey, can also be used to catch live prey, as did the wild ass in the camp. Fujimai and the like are used to make baskets or chicken cages. There is no loom here, and the carpenter on the boat will not do that stuff, so there is no sack here, and basically only the basket can be used for the contents. Chicks are also captured pheasants, mainly to collect some feathers to make arrows. There are not as many resources as the Han tribe. Arrows are still very troublesome. Most of the arrows used are made of animal bones. The camp was busy until dark, and a lot of bonfires were lit, and every household also floated with cooking cigarettes. The only brig sailboat in the camp also came back. Everyone gave a burst of cheers and even carried the basket to greet them. No need to ask, it must be full of fish. The ship is currently under the command of Yi. It goes out to go fishing every day, and by the way, there are no similar survivors. Once it goes out, it will be a few days. Every time I come back, I will bring some strangers, or I will be full. A boat caught. Of course, it is also one of their tasks to investigate in the base camp of cannibals. After all, Yuno has no reason to gather so many survivors. The reason why he can bring so many people together is to help them, rescue the people and protect them by the way. This is also one of the goals of the Han tribe. It doesn't matter if you agree, as long as these people can be brought back to the Han tribe in the future. This time is no exception. The Yuno command crew leaned on the simple pier, and the patriarchs of more than a dozen survivors immediately took people to win. They began to unload the fish catches down, and at the same time replaced the new fishing net. The clan who went out together did not come back and immediately asked nervously, "Long history of wandering, how about the children we went out with, why didn't they come back?" Long history of wandering, did you encounter those aliens who eat people again? Ono slightly tiredly raised the torch ashore and said to several patriarchs around him, "No, the patriarchs are at ease, they are all fine, we just found a small tribe residue of more than 200 people outside. If the sailing boat cannot be brought back at once, I will leave some people and food to watch there first. When we unload all the fish on the boat, we will go out immediately. It takes 3 or 4 trips to pick everyone back. The patriarchs should not slack off. While the sky is not snowing, build more houses. Otherwise, winter it is to freeze people. It turned out to be like this, that would be fine, it would be fine if it was fine, and the history of the tourist was really hard. How many more houses to prepare, and now there are dozens of empty houses, it should be enough. The number of people has increased again, and the food needs to be stored more. No, I will bring someone back to the bison group tomorrow. The hunting team has been staring for several days. A group of patriarchs said again. The house is more prepared, and our people will always be more and more in the future, more prepared, and prepared. You can just look at the arrangements for hunting. Let the hunting team be more careful and don't lose a lot. It's not easy for everyone to survive. Yuno immediately assigned them tasks. This is the current management of this camp. Although the founder of the settlement is the Han tribe's field, which is also nominally the frontline counterattack base of the Han tribe organization, after all, Yunyi cannot manage all daily affairs, so he will manage the daily work of the camp. The patriarchs of these survivors were willing to do these things, and the field was also relaxed. He still runs outside in a boat every day. When all the fish on the boat were unloaded, Yuno set off again immediately, and even dinner was eaten on the boat. He had to hurry up to get people back. This winter must not be able to go back. These people were so good. They gathered together and could not leave them here because they went back temporarily. By then, the credibility of the Han tribe in their hearts would be gone. The people in the camp enjoyed a rare mealtime at night. The patriarch responsible for hunting began to pick people to join tomorrow's large-scale hunting activities. The women waited for the meal and ignited the bonfire by the river to start processing the fish catches. The fish must be slaughtered and cleaned with salt, and the swim bladder should also be left. This is a precious source of glue. Although the people in the camp lived very hard, they were happy in their hearts, because such days are promising, living standards are getting better and better, there are more and more people in the camp, people are social animals, only when they are with more of them, they will feel safe. As far as the current camp is concerned, there are more than 1,000 adult men who can participate in hunting and guarding the camp. This is definitely not a small number. With so many soldiers, their fear of cannibals can be reduced a little. At least they don't have to live with their heart all day, which is one of the reasons why they are willing to come. One more thing is that when you join this camp, you have the opportunity to find your own people. This is the dream of many people in the camp, but they are very clear that they have no chance at all, but there are many people joining. This hope is big. Although Yuno has never taken them to the cannibal's nest to do anything so far, it only occasionally attacked the scattered cannibal hunting team, but this has allowed them to see hope. At least a few battles can eliminate their fear of the enemy and have the opportunity to do more in the future. After dinner, the men began to prepare tools for hunting, ropes, large nets, torches, spears, bows and arrows, and then began to explain their respective tasks tomorrow in groups. The women also sat in front of the fire pond in the house, sewing winter animal skin clothing through the fire of the stove, and also fantasizing the days when they joined the Han tribe. The Han tribe would weave and dye beautiful colors. The clothes worn by those people are beautiful, and they will wear such clothes in the future. Probably, will they? I don't know if my brother who was arrested is still alive. How is he now? Thinking of this, many people are worried. While they are looking forward to a better life in the future, they are also worried about the safety of their loved ones. It was late at night, and the cold winds blew in a burst of time. The weather was getting colder day by day. The patriarch responsible for camp defense also began to arrange for the guards to patrol and stand guard plans tomorrow. Many men had to follow up to hunt. He had to explain some half of the children. Join the patrol team and let them patrol when they go out to cut wood. The reason why this is called the frontline counterattack base camp is not a joke, because the valley found by Yu is indeed very close to the cannibal's lair, and it takes 2 days to arrive near the boat, otherwise he cannot often scouting situation. Approaching means that dangerous moments may occur, so defense in the river valley is also necessary. These survivors have lost too much, and they can no longer suffer losses. The hunting team went out the next morning, and no one came back at night. The people in the camp inevitably worried. On the third day, the field came back and sent 60 people back with a sailing boat. The patriarchs talked about the hunting team, let Yuno help find it, and Yuno agreed to come down. Then for 3 days in a row, the hunting team did not come back, and the field disappeared. The people in the camp began to panic. That was the vast majority of adult men in their camp. They couldn't afford to lose. On the 7th day, there was finally news, but it was not the big troops that came back, but the hunting team sent a few letters back. According to legendary people, the group of bison that the hunting team was staring at had run away, and they followed the trail of the bison all the way to Salt, and then surrounded all the hundreds of bison. They were also found in the wild. The bison team was too big to bring it back at all, so the wilderness let them slaughter on the spot. Just get some salt out of the local area, pick up all the beef, and wait for it to be processed, and then transport it back by boat in batches. This time, it was normal for them to go out so far. After listening to this explanation, all the people in the camp were relieved, but they had not waited for them to put their heart down. The turning point in the mouth came. We found a recuperating white ghost hunting team, a cannibal fighter with a white totem painted on his body, near Yan's. They caught a lot of captives and were drying the ground in the other direction of Yan's. Salt, they haven't found us yet. Long history said they could find an opportunity to dry them. Everyone is waiting there now. There are almost 300 white ghosts on the other side. We have more than 800 people and more than 600 bows and arrows. We have a great chance of winning. This time, if we succeed, we can save hundreds of people. You can prepare some houses and eat. Ah, did you meet those white ghosts again? How about it? Is there any danger? It should be okay. Most of our hunting teams are there. There are so many long bows. It is estimated that the problem is not big. Let's prepare for the survivors as the long history of the tourist. Hope our soldiers can win this battle, and don't let those white ghosts discover our current camp. It's better to kill them all, these damn white ghosts. The patriarchs in the camp began to worry again. Countless reeds grow around the salt of high cold mountains. Perhaps only a humble and strong creature like reeds can grow tenaciously in this harsh saline land. Hidden in the reeds is a large and small salt pond, which looks like a small puddle. Although the surrounding beach is muddy, it is covered with white salt cream. At this time, there are more than 300 cannibals. The totem fighters are watching the newly captured slaves collecting the salt creams naturally formed here. On the other side of the reeds, dozens of soldiers wearing animal skins stared at them quietly, and more large troops were hidden in the periphery. This was a rescue plan planned by Yunyi and the head of the legacy responsible for hunting. Extermination action. More than 800 people against 300 people is also a large-scale battle. The patriarch responsible for hunting is obviously very good at hunting, but to say that there is a real battle between the same kind, of course, Yunyi is more experienced. After all, he is also considered a figure of the Han tribe who is more veteran. After the Tree tribe and the Black Rat tribe, they once watched the battle between the Han tribe and the invading cannibals several times. Well, he has never participated, but he has seen it anyway. Especially for the method of formation use of weapons such as bows and arrows, Yono obviously has more say, so the combat plan is set down with the tactics of Yamo. The hunting team of 800 people is divided into 2 parts, 200 without bows and arrows all use spears and stone axes, and shields, these near-war weapons. Of course, their purpose is not to rush directly to fight the enemy, but as a bait to attract the attention of the enemy, draw the vast majority of enemies to the designated attack location, and then be covered by the long bow group remote firepower, use advantageous firepower to take the enemy away, and try to avoid the battle of short handover to avoid unnecessary losses to your own side. There is actually a reason for making such a decision. At present, the cannibal Tuteng fighters are in trouble. They are standing with the captives. If this time suddenly the bow and arrow launch a cover attack, it is estimated that the enemy did not kill. How many, those captives controlled by the enemy will die halfway through the arrow rain, which is contrary to their original intention to save people. So they must first distract the enemy, temporarily distinguish them from the captives to 2 places, and then concentrate their superior forces to annihilate. It's obviously a technical job to tune the tiger away from the mountain and lead the snake out of the hole. There are fewer people out. Getting 50 or 60 people may not look at each other at all, and sending 180 people casually is enough to cope. All the people are bright out at once, which will only scare the enemy. At that time, they will either run directly or simply hold the regiment to death, which runs counter to the tactical purpose of the field. 200 people are just right. The strength of 200 bright faces will make the other 300 people feel oppressed. If the other party does not want to suffer too much loss, it must say that the same amount of troops should be allocated to deal with them. This effect, is already very satisfied. If the enemy's 200 main forces can be killed in a round, the remaining 100 people will face their own 800 superior forces, plus the captives who are likely to riot, and more than 1,000 people will not easily beat them to death. The patriarch of the legacy responsible for hunting is also very optimistic about the plan of Yun Yi. He only agreed to it after listening to him once and asked himself to lead the bait for the 200 people. He likes weapons such as bows and arrows, but how to use them? The crossbowman fights, he really doesn't understand. 200 people have quietly cats to the back of the cannibal totem warrior. The grass shoes are covered with soft no sound on the muddy beach. No matter what kind of animal is in this terrain, people are no exception. But it is very suitable for sneak attacks, because the surrounding reeds are very high and can effectively provide cover. Even if there are 230,000 soldiers hidden in this reed swing, it is estimated that they can be hidden perfectly, let alone they have only a few hundred people. They chose to use the first-hand advantage to sneak away first, and strive to reduce the enemy's staff by more than 50 people after the first round of sneak attacks, so that they will fight better. Whizzing in whizzing. A burst of flying stones and a spear burst of wind suddenly sounded from the reeds behind the cannibal totem fighters, and a scream sounded at the next moment. Unconscious white devils were attacked behind them. Some of them were hit by flying stones, or they were pierced by throwing spears. Unlucky even directly hit their heads with flying stones. In the dense crowd, there are always two luck, either stunned on the spot or directly killed. However, the cannibals' white devils are not bluffing, but they all grew up in constant battles. At the moment of the sneak attack, the enemy's position was determined, yes, behind. Then these people took up their weapons without panic and started array, as if this was not the first time, and some people did not participate in the battle here, but stared at the captives around them alertly, yelling from time to time. Two ghosts that they did not understand made them honest. The successful Han tribe camp was not continued. Their purpose was to tune the tiger away from the mountain, lead the snake out of the hole, and if they didn't show up, how could they lead the enemy away? So, the 200 people who just finished the sneak attack rushed out so loudly, and even for the convenience of letting the enemy nod their heads, they could divide a lot of teams, a bunch of 50 people, and so 4 teams. Let the enemy judge their number at a glance. Then they did not rush up directly and stunned, but continued to attack with flying stones or spears and stone axes, and threw a round of throwing weapons into the other party's crowd. The white ghosts of the cannibals also began to counterattack defensively. The shield carrying the vines first blocked a wave. Seeing that there were only 200 enemies suddenly appeared, and there was no movement in the reed behind them. The leader's leader made a judgment instantly, and they wanted to pursue it. And to send most people to chase, this is just a group of rookies who have not fought. Look at their timid appearance, only knowing to stand in the distance and throw it away with stones. Even if such an attack can hit people, it can hurt a few more, and the other party is obviously a crowd. As long as its own strength comes to such an impact, this group of people must also become their captives. So dramatic pictures appeared, and the cannibals left 780 people to watch the captives in situ, and the remaining nearly 200 people, including the light wounded who were just born in the sneak attack, were all catch up with a brain. The captives were tied into a string of ropes, and there was no suitable weapon in their hands. In the face of the spears in the hands of the white devils and their fierce dress, they dared not rise up to resist for a while, and they also saw that this time they attacked the white devil. The number of people is not large, maybe it will be defeated soon, and there is not much hope to save them. The pursuit on the other side quickly sounded, playing in such a muddy field, and no one on both sides could run fast, so they had to chase while fighting. The Han tribe camp in front threw a dot of stones from time to time, but the stones they carried were almost exhausted. The stone axe was not easy to make. It could not be thrown indiscriminately. The team was responsible for the shield behind the temple. They are also simple shields made in a crude manner, some of which are made of vines. Some of them are tied up with a row of wooden sticks with varying lengths and weaknesses. Although the carpenters in the camp have the ability to make wooden boards, the hand-sawed wooden boards are not enough. How can they be used to make shields? These rudimentary weapons are also made by the soldiers in accordance with the methods provided by the field. When the proper stone was hit on the board, it didn't hurt a few people. There were also spears on the cannibals, but in this pursuit, throwing spears is the most useless weapon, because the effective range of this thing is not far away. Coupled with the shield protection on the front of the Han tribe camp, they would die if they could kill them. However, in the process of this pursuit, some people were still injured, some were hit by stones, and some were hit by stone axes. This can only blame them for being unlucky. Fortunately, there are not many such wounded people, and they are not injured on their legs, so they can still run and have not left behind for now. And the white ghosts of the cannibals who followed behind felt a bit wrong. What is the way for this group of people? Sneak a wave and run all the time? Do they want to lead themselves away, and then send a wave of people to rescue the captives? Well, it seems that this is possible. The leader of the team will order to stop the pursuit on the spot, but when they just chased a small muddy pond, the 200 people of the Han tribe who ran in front suddenly stopped. They stopped, and then lined up and turned. The weapons were facing them, and it seemed that they were planning to fight them in this muddy place. However, the leader of the team apparently thought that the matter was not that simple. The guy quickly swept the three-sided dense reeds around the mudflat, worried that there were suddenly more enemies rushing out of it. However, it is not. The 200 people in front of them seem to be real rookies. They don't understand any sneak attacks, temptations, ambush, and other tactics. Such a good location, there are no people around them. Are they fools? Since you want to fight here, come on. Based on the fighting experience of the cannibal totem fighters, and the method of fighting that is not afraid of death, it is definitely a wave of shock to deal with the group of rookies in front of you. You can win. The little leader of the cannibal raised his arm high, and then was preparing to wave down and issue an impact order. The captain of the Han tribe camp opposite spoke first. Long history, they are here, let go of arrows. The leader on the cannibal side was stunned, but because of the lack of language, he didn't know what was shouting just across, but just looked at them with some curiosity. Why did their leader finish shouting? The 200 people stood still? Okay. No, yeah, why don't they move? Wasn't the man just shouting the order? This is impossible, there must be something wrong. Is he shouting at someone else? The cannibal leader was alert to look around the reeds on the surrounding three sides again, but there was still no movement around. But when he was a little more relaxed, he suddenly felt that something in the sky was flying in groups, which sounded like a bug in a group of birds, but the bird should not fly so fast. He raised his head to the surrounding sky. At the next moment, 600 feather arrows suddenly appeared in the field of vision, and the parabolic line that slipped too high from all sides was shot at them from the top of the head. Knowing the range advantage of the long bow, and avoiding being too close to be detected by the enemy, Yuno ordered to ambush people in a farther place around, and all the people carried out the ceiling attack by ejection. After hearing the bait team's patriarch send a signal, the long bow group immediately launched a neat ejection. The cannibal totem fighters standing under the arrow rain were taken aback, and the muddy fields of Yen's beach stepped onto their ankles. They couldn't run away, and the direction of the arrow rain came from all directions. There is no place to hide. Moreover, there are more than 200 enemies on the opposite side, and they dare not spread out and run around. So I had to hug the group in place and raised a few vines to cover the top of my head, and a few people shared a shield with a squat or station. At the next moment, 600 arrows descended from the sky. In an instant, many people fell to the ground. However, they had not waited for them to breathe a sigh of relief, and then 600 arrows were enveloped in the air. The whizzing feather arrows whistled in their ears, and the next moment there was another scream, because they didn't expect the other party to have bows and arrows, and they didn't expect that the other party would have so many bows and arrows, so they also followed. After such intensive shooting, the white ghosts of the cannibal who were in short supply immediately suffered heavy casualties. 200 people were shot in nearly half after 2 rounds of arrow rain, and the feather arrow covered attack is not over. The third round of arrow rain struck, and the white devils of the cannibals were scared. This intensive attack was wave after wave, but their protective equipment was pitiful, and they couldn't run. It was even more dead. Another 600 arrows were covered like flying locusts. Of the 200 soldiers of the cannibal who were not injured, basically there were dozens of shields in their hands. However, the density of the arrow attack at this time seems to be small, and it seems a lot more sparse than before, but this is not much better for the only dozens of intact fighters. This round of arrows seems to be only half, about 300, and it is no longer seen how dense on such a large battlefield. But this situation not only makes the cannibal fighters feel relaxed, but is even more nervous, because they suddenly heard a burst of rustle in the surrounding reeds. At the next moment, 300 young men with long bows suddenly drilled out of the reeds and began to approach the enemy in the middle shooting. This time the arrow rain flew from all sides again, but not from the top of the head, but from the face-to-face level. At this time, the cannibal fighters with shields in their hands were also dumbfounded because of such close-range shooting. They can only stand the shield in front of them, but they can't block the back and side, facing the siege in all directions. The soldiers holding shields also fell quickly like mowing. Some smart people are surrounded by shields on several sides, trying to block this shooting in all directions. However, at the next moment, another 300 feather arrows flew over the top of their heads. They could not take care of the bottom. All of them fell to the ground in such arrows. A battle did not last for 5 minutes. The Han tribe camp did not shoot a total of 6 rounds of arrows, so they killed all 200 people. The only living mouth was just lying on the ground and wailing and panting. At this time, Yuno has led 600 archers to appear around the battlefield, without any instructions from him. The other group of 200 fighters who were tasked with lore rushed up, giving those enemies who had not yet died. Make up the knife. The spears of the puffy puffs sounded into the flesh, and those cannibal totem fighters who had not swallowed up were soon killed. Everyone immediately began to clean up the battlefield, and the archers picked up their arrows and refilled ammunition. The benefits of the feather arrow are here, and they can be reused. This is an advantage that gunpowder bullets cannot compare. The Han tribe hunters who had a rest were ready to go, and again quietly touched it back. At this time, there were only dozens of totem fighters left in the cannibal temporary camp, and hundreds of captives were watching there. Coupled with the 800 people on their own side, winning is almost a matter of stubbornness. The soldiers were very excited in their hearts. Just now, the battle was not sacrificed by one person. Only a few soldiers who served as bait were slightly injured in the pursuit, but they killed the other party for 200 people. This is undoubtedly very large. The result of the war, at least in their view, is a big victory. The cannibal totem fighters who stayed in the camp began to panic. The companions had not returned for so long. They had just heard some fighting voices, running voices, and many people screaming, but now there is no sound. There is all the dead silence around, only the sound of Xiao's autumn breeze blowing the reed. Could it be that the enemy deliberately led them away? And the real purpose is to be yourself? Or to rescue those captives? The left-behind totem fighters began to think about it. The captives who were tied up in a string also found something wrong. They also started to whisper their heads, and they were about to move. They seemed ready to rebound. Seeing this, the cannibal tutu fighters panicked and started talking, as if they were ready to give up these captives and run directly. They became more and more vigilant, and any wind and grass around them could scare them. Just here, the sound of the surrounding reeds is louder, all around, as if thousands of people surrounded them from all directions. At this time, no one doubts anything. They are already very sure that the 200 companions were deliberately drawn out, and more enemies seemed to be hidden around them. They began to move closer and watched the surrounding reeds wandering with a few rattan vigilantly, but what they had never imagined was that such actions just met the tactical needs of the field. Arrowing! Suddenly shouted from the reeds in front, frightening the only dozens of cannibal totem fighters, but they didn't wait for them to move. In the next second, the whizzing feather arrow broke through. The sound sounded around. The dense feather arrows flew out of the reeds like a viper vomiting letters, quickly flew towards the target in front, and a burst of miserable screams came from the gathering of enemy camps. Many people were in the first round of arrow rain. The arrow fell to the ground. Then there is a new round of arrow rain, followed by a round of arrow rain. Each wave is a neat 600 arrows shot. Arrows from all sides are invincible at all, because there are too many. Almost every direction there are arrows flying. The captives who were tied to a series of squatted aside to see silly. They had never seen this form of battle, and they didn't even see the shadow of their opponents. The enemies here fell down in pieces. The white ghosts who beat them up and scolded them and killed them at will were killed in such a light. 4 rounds of arrow rain ended, and almost no one could stand on the ground intact. At this time, another voice came out of the reed swing, and then more voices, dozens of people, hundreds of people, and thousands of people's cry came from all directions. Rush with me and kill them. There was a burst of noise, and the reeds around them swayed wildly. At the next moment, 800 people rushed out of the reeds together. In addition to the warriors holding long bows on the periphery, all other soldiers were the brain rushed over, and the captives squatting beside did not dare to move at this time. This group of people who dare to wipe out the white devils at will looks more vicious, killing people without blinking their eyes, and they are also afraid of just getting out of the wolf den and then entering the tiger's den. The sound of the puffing knife sounded next to it, bloody splashes, savage and bloody. This is a unilateral slaughter. It seems that only the giant ape does not appear, and the Han tribe will always be invincible. As far as this era is concerned, bows and arrows are indeed real weapons of war, especially when there are a certain number of archers on the scale of the archers, and the other party does not have decent defense tools. Basically, who has encountered such a situation, all have only been slaughtered. The captives panicked. They did not know whether the stranger in front of them was an enemy or a friend. whether to save them or to rob them. However, at the next moment, while others were still cleaning the battlefield, Yuno had brought a team of people over to loosen the rope for them. A man about 20 or 30 years old came over carefully and judged out that Yi is the leader of this group of people by dress up. He stretched out his hand and talked about it. "Are you here to save us? What do you want to do with us?" Yuno couldn't understand what he said, but directly delivered the dried meat and dry food with him to his hands, and then sat on the overwhelming reed with his own cross-legged legs, took out the water bluntly and drank the water. It's right to give yourself such good food. This is that the other party is showing good, and it will definitely not be a bad guy. The man's nervous mood is a little relaxed. When he relaxed, his stomach started to cry, and then he was embarrassed. He scratched his messy hair and started to eat the food delivered by Yi. During this time captured by the white devils of the cannibals, in order to reduce their resistance, the white devils would never feed them, nor would they prepare food specifically for them, depending on who was in poor health and walked slow, or disobedient, kill it directly for others. On the one hand, it is to reduce the burden and abandon those old, weak, sick and disabled. On the other hand, it is to assimilation these captured captives, so that they can also live a cannibal life and integrate these people into their own tribes as soon as possible. While the captives were afraid of fear, in order to continue to live, they also had to eat their companions with their scalp hard, and they were even less lazy to travel on time, because the lazy end was to become the next food. The cruel elimination methods are almost collapsing their spirits. They dare not eat it, because if they don't eat food, they will have no strength and no energy will fall behind the team. Then he was killed to make food. This is why so many of them are willing to be detained by 300 people and dare not resist. One is because they are not full and have no energy to resist, and the other is simply afraid of being forced by them. "I haven't eaten normal food for a long time." The man almost didn't choke himself in eating the tortillas in his hand. Yuno immediately handed the kettle over. It was also appropriate for him to eat slowly. At this time, the patriarch of the legacy who had just cleaned the battlefield also came over and asked Yuno, "Long history, what shall we do now? What shall these people do?" Yuno looked back at the hundreds of captives around him who had just been rescued, and then turned to explain. "You go to take the soldiers to clean the battlefield just now, and pick up the animal skins on those white devils. We have added so many people at once. The demand for animal skins is very large. Those animal skins can still make clothes for sewing. Don't waste it, or it will be difficult this winter." "Yes, I will take someone to do it." After this war, the patriarchs of the legacy were very convinced of Yi. They fought such a big victory with them. They had almost no loss. Apart from losing some arrows, all the people in the past 800 people there were only a few minor injuries. This was something they didn't dare to think about in the previous battle with cannibals. Otherwise, they will not be separated by cannibals and become displaced survivors. "Follow us. We are crowded, safe, and have clothes and food. We can let you spend this winter. Everyone fights side by side, and we don't have to be afraid of them anymore." Arranging for the cleaning of the battlefield to collect materials, Yi immediately turned his head and fooled their captives to join their camp. After understanding the meaning of Yuno, the captives agreed with it with little hesitation, because, as Yuno said, they now have nothing but a life, and they have no food and safety. Shelter to support them through a long cold winter. If at this time you take people to migrate and run away, it is estimated that everyone will die almost before waiting for how far they will go out. So Yuno immediately greeted his soldiers to bring the captives back to their own camp, then set up the urns to make a fire to cook, boiled some beef and corn porridge to restore them to their bodies, and then waited until the other half went to pick up the animal skin. The people came back and began to discuss the follow-up evacuation plan. This hunting operation got hundreds of bison, and the back of the man must not be able to be taken back, so it can only be transported by boat. Even so, the meat of hundreds of bison is not a trip that can be taken away. There is no room for people on board, so the entire team stayed directly in place, and more than 800 hunting team fighters will take the nearly 600 refugees who have just been rescued and walk back to the base camp in the valley on foot. It is estimated that the new house will be almost built. The adobe house is this advantage. The production process is simple, the structure is strong and durable, plus the large number of people, and the construction speed thief is fast. As long as the house is slightly dry, you can live directly. If it is really dry, you can also burn kongs in the house to manually disperse the moisture, so that the house can meet the usage standards earlier. The divided beef, horns, etc., as well as the animal skin seized from the cannibals, were all loaded in batches and transported away quickly. And those newly joined refugees, in order not to turn themselves into white food, naturally they didn't help much when they were working. Women and children stayed in the camp to help boil salt. The men went to the river to help carry supplies. When they saw the big sailboat marked with the flag of the Han tribe was immediately surprised by the heavens. It turned out that they could also create such a magical and powerful means of transportation. So these refugees are more determined to continue to mix with the wilderness. As long as they closely follow the tribe in front of them, even if they really can't beat those cannibals, they can quickly escape with them. It took 8 days to transfer the harvest of this hunt. During the 8 days, the hunting team and the refugees who had just rescued also returned to the camp on foot. The house has already been built, and it is the adobe house of the thatched roof. It will be more refined to apply a layer of mud to the grass to prevent water. However, by this time, it will basically be until the end of October. The time is still a few days, but its realization is already very cold, and the temperature sooner or later will not exceed 2 or 3 degrees. On the day when everyone came back, Yuno also announced with the patriarchs that the camp officially entered the cat winter state, and those who had nothing to do with it should not accidentally leave. In addition to the hunting team insisting on patrols, everyone else can staying in the house. Of course, you can move within the camp without fear of coldness. After everyone stabilized, Yuno conducted a simple census with the patriarchs of the survivors to count the population and total population of all ages. Although he could not go back this winter, he must give the leader an account. He cannot be disconnected from the tribe all the time. After all, he is still a member of the Han tribe, and he is also preparing to seek some material assistance from the leader. I'm not Luo Chong. I have the ability to withstand the living materials that feed thousands of people. I have to ask for something. Like the leader, I really pull such a big tribe with my own hands. That's really a wizard. Dare to compare with the leader. In fact, this camp in Yuno is already an underground in the sky compared to Luo Chong. Luo Chong really had nothing in the first place, and there are still a lot of iron on the other side of Yuno, and a brig can be used to fighting is simply beautiful. It took several days to investigate the materials currently lacking in the camp, mainly seeds and agricultural tools, as well as some tools essential for life. Of course, Yuno will not be stupid and ask for these things directly, but put the demographic results on it first. This is the result he made in the first half of his year, and then ask Luo Chong below how these people handle it. If the leader asks him to take people back directly, then it's best to send some ships to pick them up, if they are required to continue the reconnaissance operations on the front line, or continue to find ways to accumulate the population, then give him the necessary production materials and tools, so that he can develop quickly. In short, Yuno is not a fool. If he wants materials directly, he seems to have the idea of rebellion and independence. For such an important decision, let the leader decide for himself. Luo Chong soon received a letter from Yuno, and was really surprised when he looked ahead, and then hesitated when he saw the back. He is not opposed to the establishment of a temporary base outside Yui, but the temporary return is temporary. Sooner or later, all of them will be moved back to the Han tribe. The location of the temporary base is too far away from the Han tribe and is not suitable for long-term operation. There is no ability to put control power so far away. The land around you can't develop it. Why run so far? Since it is temporary, there is no value for long-term investment. Even if the materials are sent over now, it will take no long time to transport them back and forth, tossing back and forth, and wasting manpower and material resources. However, I still want to give it. Luo Chong didn't expect to get so many people there. The Han tribe has developed to now, and the resources can be said to be sufficient. Other things, even if he has the ability to develop, such as oil, want that it's useless, and I can't get it myself. However, there are not too many rushing resources. In the age of low productivity without power machinery, population is the first productivity, and there is not enough population, then nothing can be done. So since this temporary base can still be used to search for population, the role cannot be easily discarded. Seeds, no problem, just a little food. The Han tribe is not distressed, and it also comes out. Considering the geographical climate and environment of the temporary camp, Luo Chong gave more corn and less rice. Since there is a river, there are places where rice can be grown, but the output of corn is more and the adaptability is stronger. More corn is more safe. Other beans, seeds of vegetables, Luo Chong also allocated some so that they can be temporarily self-sufficient. Farm tools, this one is easy to handle. The Han tribe now has steel, which is too much to use. Without ready-made agricultural tools, it can be given directly to iron, and then some artisans and tools can be sent to the place to fight on site. However, the livestock cannot be given. The long-distance transportation of cattle and horses is already very difficult. Besides, the Han tribe has domesticated to cultivated land. If there is more, Luo Chong wants to reclaim more in the territory of the Han tribe. A few acres of fat field. There is no shortage of food, guys. They burned pottery bowls themselves, but the iron pot is very much needed. The Han tribe does not lack those hundreds of pots. Luo Chong also agreed. Another large amount of supplies is cloth. They are short of clothes. It is winter now. It's okay to wear animal skins at this time, but when the spring is coming, most people can only be naked. However, most of the cloth of the Han tribe is exported to grasslands and bamboo islands. Now it is not realistic to want to mobilize so many cloths in the past. Give a part of it, and then give a few seeds of loomers and cotton sacks to let them weave themselves. Can't count on the Han tribe. The last item is to ask Luo, which is where Yuno will come. Although Yuno is temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the temporary camp, in fact he has nothing to do, and he still goes out and turns around every day. The large and small affairs in the camp are assigned to the chiefs of the survivors. It is certainly not good to go on like this. The Han tribe controls them. Yuno knew this himself, so he asked Luo Chong to ask for someone, a craftsman, a teacher who teaches, and even officials to help manage the specific affairs of the temporary camp. In this way, Yuno can feel at ease when he goes out. Luo Chong can also use this opportunity to insert his own people. Luo Chong can also rest assured that both parties have finalized this matter without hesitation. After the material list is listed, Luo Chong immediately asked people to prepare. As for the people who want to pass this time, it is recommended by the officials below. Luo Chong cannot know the owners of the Han tribe. Anyway, as long as they have their own confidants. Well, such as Jin Wuvai's people. Jin Wuvai is developing very fast in the hands of Yuzi. Of course, it is also inseparable from the help and guidance of Cairo, such as receiving orphans from newly joined tribes, and then concentrating on training by themselves. This is a stable source of membership. The savages who joined the Han tribe, or the orphans of the small tribe, are actually very many, because when they lived on hunting and gathering before, the dead are too normal, and how many orphans want? Now these people have spread all over the Han tribe. There are craftsmen of various professions, as well as student teachers in schools, soldiers in the army, sailors in the fleet, hawkers on the street, and even herdsmen on the grassland. Jin Wuvai developed some outside personnel to form a huge intelligence network. Some peripheral members do not even know what organization they belong to, such as some herdsmen on the grassland. They only know that people from the Han tribe spend money to let them inquire about the news. Since they have money to take it, of course they can say anything. But where did the information finally sell to whom, they didn't actually know. In addition to having a copy in UZ, Jin Wuvai's list also has a list of Luo Chong himself. Luo Chong has selected the people he needs, and just let people notify them one by one. After picking up the materials and personnel, the fleet used for transportation should also be prepared in advance, and once these ships pass, they will not return within a short period of time, together with those crew members to stay there, to facilitate the cooperation of the field. In this way, with a stronger mobility capability, he can do more in the future. As for the problem of not recognizing the road, this is easy to solve. Yuno has given good suggestions. As long as the fleet carrying materials and personnel goes directly north from Ruyang River to the Sancheo River crossing that has been there, Yuno will also the ship that he was responsible for sent past, and the two sides were at the intersection of Sancheo River. Then you can lead them over by Yuno. This time, a total of 5 early mode dhows were dispatched, and there was a new 3-mast boat, which was mainly used to live with the accompanying people. According to the information provided by the field, the waterway they chose was completely available for the 3-mast boat. And let Luo Chong and the dispatched personnel say yes, let them not worry about safety. It was a week after Luo Chong received the letter until the materials and personnel were loaded away. During this week, the Han tribe not only completed the delivery of materials, but the carpentry workshop in Hanyang City also integrated the artillery model that Luo Chong wanted, and also attached a wooden scale model with an iron mold. Even the mold can be easily cast out. After Luo Chong got these models, he was naturally unsatisfactory. He hurried to take things to Xing'an County in person. He was going to host the casting process there. However, just as his impulsive commander made an iron mold for casting artillery, an urgent and top-secret letter was sent to Luo Chong's hand. The letter was sent by Yuzi, and the content came from Jin Wuvai's own intelligence channel. It wrote a series of matters concerning the arrest of Xian tribe business elder Cattletail. This matter is undoubtedly a heavy bomb for the Han tribe and Luo Chong, disrupting Luo Chong's original plan. Just when he was still thinking about what to do, the next day, another letter was sent to Luo Chong's hand, this time from the animal teeth on Bamboo Island, and the content of the letter made Luo Chong deeply frown eyebrows, because the above actually said that the Xian tribe strictly prevented the mission from promoting the use of currency on Bamboo Island. Niu Wei was arrested, a currency ban. What happened to Bamboo Island? What did the Xian tribe think? Do they want to turn their faces with the Han tribe? Luo was calm in his face, and he was in a bad mood. He looked at the artillery mold next to him, and squinted his eyes. 2 replies were written to allow both to pass back more information they knew, and he continued to concentrate on directing the casting of artillery. There is not much information now, and Luo Chong does not know how to deal with this matter, but no matter what the future is, there is enough force in his hand to deter others, which is the most useful. Caliber is justice, and range is truth. It's a pity that there is no power machine tool now, otherwise the rear-loading rifle gun that launches a grenade can also be tried. It took nearly 2 days for the new steel county to have more than a dozen sets of iron molds out. Yes, there are more than a dozen sets of molds alone. This is mainly to consume the crucible steel water at once. Otherwise, it will be heated again, which is too waste of fuel. As for iron, there is no shortage of Han tribes anyway. A group of people polished the mold, and Xingdong County began artillery casting experiments that day. Put the iron mold in the fire to roast the preheat, then apply a layer of wax liquid to it, then sprinkle a layer of sand, and then bake it again to roast the film formed by the mixing of this layer of wax liquid in type sand, so that the final when the mold is deformed, the artillery and mold are separated. After fully drying, the shell mold and the core stick mold are assembled and fixed, so that a hollow gun space is left, and when the steel water is burned, it can be directly cast. The molds waiting to be cast were lined up, and the cast rails were also paved on the ground next to it. At this time, a car with iron wheels was also pushed over. Above the car is a hanging bracket, and the base below is full of crucible steel water. The car parked in front of the first mold, and the founders began to adjust the casting angle, and then choked the chain on the pulling pulley, hanging the entire crucible, and the other pulling the iron chain, and the pulley began to tilt the crucible. The steel water poured down from the crucible outlet and was accurately poured into the artillery mold. After the entrance and exit of the mold were all cast with orange steel water, the car was pushed to the next mold. Then it is repeated operation until all the crucible steel water is used up. In the end, some of the remaining ones are really not enough to cast one, so they are directly cast as steel ingots for later use as tools. The casting was all done, and the workers began to knock on the shell of the mold with iron rods, making a proper noise. This is to knock on the mold to make it shock when the steel water has not yet solidified, and then let the bubbles that may exist inside be discharged upwards. However, this iron mold casting method basically does not produce bubbles. Luo Chan's arrangement is just a psychological effect, just in case. When the orange-yellow steel water cooled into red, and began to darken, Luo Chong began to order the core-cold gun barrel quenching process. The core mold in the gun barrel is hollow, and there is a U-shaped tube inside, one of which detects outward, can put water outside the shell mold, and the other end is the water poured out of the core mold section. The design puts the 2 openings at one height and one low, and can use the principle of pressure difference to pour cold water in it. Cooling fast, it will not let the mold itself get water. The craftsman quickly took the already prepared funnel, inserted it in the mouth of the core mold, and then pushed the cold water close to zero with a car, and began to pour into the mold. The temperature of the core mold is rapidly lowered, the color of the artillery is dimming at the rate visible to the naked eye, and it is still darkened from the inner layer. This is the effect that Luo Chong wants. Because the inner layer is cold and cooled first, the gun barrel will take the lead. The effect of thermal expansion and contraction has enabled the entire barrel to show the stress of tightening inward. Listening to the click sound, Luo Chong has even been able to feel how squeezed the core mold is, which shows that the barrel is indeed tightening. When the outermost layer of the artillery body tube was about to turn black and cool, Luo Chong hurriedly stopped the drilling craftsman, and then began to order the demodulation to polish the gun body. At this time, the outer wall of the artillery tube was not completely cooled. The best time to polish, of course, the tool to polish is iron brush, but not to polish with stones or hands. After simply polishing the barrel, it can be naturally cooled in the bunker. Looking at a row of black artillery in the sand pit of the casting workshop, Luo Chong couldn't help but feel proud. With this thing, what Xin tribe, what bamboo island, what grassland, must be blown into the sky by themselves. It wasn't until the next day after the casting was completed that Luo Chong ordered the artillery to be pulled out of the core mold in the gun's barrel. Of course, the manpower must not be pulled out. The final core cold process made the barrel contract very tight. Imprisoned, so this process of molding off the gun barrel must be equipped with equipment. The gun body was fixed horizontally on the ground, both gun ears and tails, and the second half of the body tube were firmly locked by the iron chain. On the other side, 2 moving pulling wheels were wrapped around the chain and tied to the core mold. Then several people pulled the iron chain at the same time, plus 2 people squatted at the muzzle with thin wire to clean the sand and wax at the crack. It took more than half an hour to remove the core mold of a gun. Although it seems troublesome to do so, the mass of the artillery is definitely the top-level process in the front smoothbore. The material is cast steel, which is more convenient than bronze, stronger than the raw iron cooked iron, and because of the use of the whole iron mold. The reason, whether it is the inside wall of the gun barrel or the outer wall of the body, looks very smooth. As long as it is polished a little again, it can be used directly. It was at this time that the second detailed information of beast teeth and UZ was sent to Luo Chang's hand. There is not much content in the animal tooth letter. He has been in the mission station and has not received so much information. He just said the progress of all aspects of the mission in the recent mission, and then said that he was looking for himself a while ago. Those words. In the end, a few days ago, Xian's commander-in-chief deliberately sent people to say that the Han tribe was not allowed to promote currency, and the attitude was very tough. He also sent people to stare every day. Every day, the mission and the local indigenous transactions, those people have to go. Take a look. At present, the attitude of the Xian tribe is fairly stable, but the mission is not allowed to promote currency, and they have not stopped their transactions with the locals, nor have they too limited their scope of activities. They seem to have not made plans to intensify the contradiction. May not want to go to war with the Han tribe. Another wandering intelligence is much more detailed. The intelligence network in his hand can even reach the bull tail that has been secretly detained, and he has obtained a lot of useful information from the bull tail. When Niue first came to the Han tribe, they made plans to dig technical talents from the Han tribe. They did dig some successfully, but they were all tucked by Luo Chong in secret. The people were actually the first members of Jinwo Vai. Luo Chong initially asked Genie to select some trusted elderly Han tribes, let them pretend to be savages outside the tribe to work together with their cows and tails in the construction site of Bangyang County. On the surface, the identity background of these people is not related to the Han tribe. However, because the Han tribe has worked, it will have some technology, so it will soon be valued by the tail and manage to recruit. The order received by these people was to sneak into the Xian tribe. Since the other party actively recruited, of course they directly agreed. Later, when the Han tribe sent a mission to Bamboo Island, these technical savages were sent to the Xian tribe together. Because the technology was more popular, it was quickly reused by the elders. After nearly 2 years, these people have long become the backbone of the elite of the Xian tribe. Therefore, the dynamics of these people towards the elders of the Xian tribe, as well as the small movements between the top executives of the Xian tribe, know a lot, even including the thing that the tail was caught. They even followed several elders in the arrest plan. Even if the relationship with the Han tribe is now clear within the high level of the Xian tribe, these people have not received any doubt because Luo Chong set their identity as savages that do not belong to the Han tribe. Since it's not from the Han tribe, it's just a savage who worked in the past. After Yuzi took over Jinwo Vai's intelligence network this year, he vigorously developed intelligence transmission channels. Through frequent transactions between the mission and the local indigenous people of Bamboo Island, Yuzi developed some postmen among the indigenous people of Bamboo Island. These indigenous the postman is only responsible for delivery, but does not contact the content of the intelligence, so it is very safe. He also relied on these postmen to reconnect with the Jinwo Vai spies who had been lurking for almost 2 years. There is a lot of information from the spy, some of which are well mixed under the hands of Elder Jean. It is said that Elder Jean recently received an order from the commander to ask him to develop the Xian tribe's own currency with the elder as soon as possible. This spy was even fortunate to become one of the people in charge of this project. In addition, the spy successfully reached the detained tail, and also learned about the arrest process of the cowtail. The cowtail himself said that he was summoning him at night, saying that he had made several currency samples, let him go and see, give some advice, and the tail of the cow didn't think much. As a result, the person who was hidden as soon as he entered the house was pressed. No one saw it in the evening. This unlucky guy was secretly detained in a cave room in Xinquan Valley, the cave used for the development of the tool that the elders stayed in the past. I didn't expect that there was a long time ago in the Xian tribe, the dense room that was artificially excavated, and it is still known to many elders. However, the cowtail was just an elder who was promoted halfway. As soon as he was brought up, he ran to the Han tribe and went out. At all, he didn't know the secrets that only the old guys knew. In addition, the Golden Elder's spy also said that the Xian tribe is tortured the tail. From his mouth, he was forced to ask the Han tribe's various intelligence. According to his observation of the Gold Elder, the cowtail is likely to have said something. The spy also asked, do you want to find a way to rescue the bull tail, or just kill him? This is the treatment of the tail in the Xian tribe. Another important piece of information from the spy is that the Xian tribe has sent it to the grassland to contact the stroke. As for the purpose, it has not been clarified for the time being. Yuzi has issued an order to let the intelligence network over Takenton investigate, and it is estimated that it will take some time to get accurate information. But seeing here, combining the existing information, it is not difficult to discover the true purpose of the high-level Xian tribe. They should have discovered the intention of the Han tribe to occupy Bamboo Island, so they will forcefully prevent the Han tribe from promoting currency on Bamboo Island. The intention of Niue to deceive all high-level Xian tribes into the Han tribe should also be noticed by them, otherwise they will not catch the tail. But they did not have a clear understanding of the Han tribe's mission, and even allowed the mission to continue trading with the local indigenous people, which shows that they are not yet ready to fight directly with the Han tribe. Coupled with their initiative to contact the upstart on the grassland, it was the enemy of the Han tribe, and they knew it almost without guessing what they wanted to do. At sea, they can't help it. Then they can only contain the Han tribe by venting. The enemy of the so-called enemy is a friend. Although the top of the Xian tribe has not heard this sentence, it does not affect their decision. The individual Xian tribe is not terrible. Without ships, they can't even get up on land. They can only come through the dark bridge for a little person at a time. The individual can't be afraid. Although the guy has many people, he is brave and very cunning. However, his lack of supplies temporarily poses no threat to the Han tribe. But now the two tribes are going to unite again. One person, one with resources, and making up the shortcut.